will sound like it was straight from a horror movie, but it's absolutely true. Every summer, my friends and I go on a camping trip to a new location. It's a tradition we've had for years. One year, we chose a hiking trail in West Glacier, Montana. My friend Enda is a photographer, so he always likes to bring his camera equipment and get lots of nature shots. Our first day there, the three of us did a lot of hiking and exploring, taking in the sights and allowing Enda to get a lot of shots. That first night there, nothing was out of the ordinary. We had 2 tents. I was alone in mine while the other 2 shared theirs. The next day, we did some fishing at a nearby river and a few other things that aren't really that interesting to talk about, but that second night was where things got weird. The fire had just been put out, and we went to our respective tents. None of us had even fallen asleep yet when we started hearing sounds from out in the woods. It was very clearly a person's voice. It sounded like an older woman's voice. It kept getting louder and more clear every 10 seconds or so. I called over to my friend's tent right next to mine, asking if they heard that, and they called back saying yes, someone was out there. The voice got so close and so clear that we could hear her saying, "Hello." I was shaking in my socks. Maybe you might think we're bad people for not jumping to help an older woman who may have been stranded in the woods, but that just didn't seem right. Being in the middle of the woods at night hearing someone calling out, "Hello," is beyond terrifying. I heard footsteps approach the tent, then stop. The voice once again said, "Hello," but it was right outside the tent this time, and now that it was this close, it didn't sound like a woman anymore. It sounded like a man trying to sound like a woman, raising the pitch in his voice. The person outside my tent suddenly started shaking the tent aggressively, and I freaked out and screamed, "What do you want?" My friend shouted to go away to the person. The shaking then stopped as suddenly as it started, and I heard the footsteps quickly hurry away. I waited a few moments before unzipping my tent and grabbing my sleeping bag to go to my friend's tent. Even those brief 5 seconds outside the tent, I felt like I was going to be grabbed at any moment. I felt safer as I was in the tent with them and not alone anymore. None of us knew what to think, but we all 3 agreed it didn't sound like an actual woman. It sounded like some creepy man pretending to be one to get us to let our guards down. The question was why, though. Was he carrying a weapon? Either way, we didn't think it was safe to get up and leave now. We agreed to leave first thing in the morning, as soon as the sun would begin to rise. We also agreed that someone would need to stay awake at all times to keep watch, so we agreed to take turns sleeping. My friend Gabriel took the first shift while Enda and I tried to sleep, which was hard to do after what just happened, especially when we'd keep thinking we were hearing footsteps surrounding the tent. Eventually, though, after many tense hours, I managed to fall asleep out of pure exhaustion. I never woke up until morning time because, apparently, Enda fell asleep on his shift, and we were all asleep by that point. We were happy the sun was up, so we packed our stuff and headed back to the truck. It was a long ride home, and during the drive, Enda was going through his camera, looking at the shots that he got over the course of the 2 days there. The last 3 pictures, however, were not pictures that he took. There were 2 pictures taken of our campsite while it was still dark out. The 3rd picture was taken inside of our tent with all 3 of us asleep. Nothing was missing or stolen, strangely enough, and none of us were attacked in any way. Yet it remains the most up thing that has ever happened to any of us, some random creep out in the woods stalking our tent and waiting for the right moment to enter our campsite, go through our stuff, sneak into our tent, and take a picture of all 3 of us, probably just to freak us out. And whoever it was, they accomplished their goal for sure. They called it the Omega Protocol, a new hazing ritual for the tech age, they said. Just a bit of fun, Ethan, the president, had assured us, a smirk playing on his lips. Fun turned to dread the moment they demanded our social media passwords. "It's all part of the initiation, bro," said Harold, his voice dripping with condescension. "Trust us." "Yeah, right. Trust the guys who live on a diet of ramen and questionable hygiene." But we were desperate to belong. This was Delta Phi, the top frat at Western University. We handed over our passwords like surrendering hostages. The first night was quiet. Then, the morning after, my phone buzzed incessantly, notifications from every platform I used. Confused, I opened Twitter to find a picture of me passed out in last night's pizza box fort with the caption, "Ethan, more future frat pre, more like future frat nap champion." My cheeks burned. My friends knew about the hazing, but seeing it blasted out there for everyone to see, shame gnawed at me. The attacks came daily. Embarrassing childhood photos surfaced on Facebook. My perfectly curated Instagram feed was hijacked with nonsensical posts about cat memes and conspiracy theories. My Snapchats were filled with drunken videos of myself making incoherent pronouncements. The worst part: the isolation. Friends stopped texting. My family called, their voices laced with concern. My carefully constructed online persona, the one I'd spent years building, was crumbling. I felt like a ghost in my own digital life. Sleep became a luxury. Every notification was a potential nightmare. We, the pledges, became a collective of nervous wrecks, constantly checking our phones, afraid of what digital humiliation awaited. One night, fueled by a potent mix of fear and desperation, I snuck into the Delta Phi house. My heart hammered a frantic rhythm against my ribs as I crept towards the war room, the place where the magic, or should I say misery, happened. The door creaked open. Inside, bathed in the blue glow of a dozen monitors, sat the senior brothers, each with an evil grin plastered on their faces. They were like puppeteers, manipulating our lives through the strings of our online profiles. Suddenly, a hand clamped over my mouth. Harold's face, twisted with a menacing smile, filled my vision. Busted, pledge. The next few days were a blur: sleep deprivation, threats, and a constant barrage of online bullying. Ethan offered a way out: spread the word about the Omega Protocol. Tell everyone how awesome it is. But could I live a lie, knowing what it did to others? The isolation, the fear, it was a form of digital torture, and I wouldn't be a part of it. Exhausted but resolute, I went to the university IT department. My story, along with screenshots of the hijacked accounts, painted a disturbing picture. The investigation was swift. The university, facing a potential PR nightmare, cracked down on Delta Phi. The house was shut down, the brothers suspended. But the damage was done. My online reputation, painstakingly built, lay in shattered fragments. My trust in technology, once unwavering, had been broken. The fear still lingers, a phantom notification in the back of my mind, a reminder of the night we were owned, not physically, but online. In the digital age, that might just be worse. A year later, I haven't fully recovered. The scars, both online and emotional, run deep. But I'm rebuilding, one awkward post at a time. The house remains empty, a monument to a cruel and twisted form of hazing. A stark reminder that sometimes the most terrifying monsters aren't lurking in the shadows, but behind a keyboard screen. It was Valentine's Day, and my girlfriend and I were college students at a small school in Kentucky. Due to the way the college works, it's hard for a lot of students to afford to keep up with having their cars on campus. This means you typically have to walk everywhere unless you have a bike, and I was among the unlucky this semester. The evening had rolled around, and we were thinking of semi-romantic things that we could do together. We arrived upon ordering food off of Uber Eats, not the most glamorous, but I offered to pay. Most of the restaurants were closed, but Taco Bell was open, so naturally, we ordered from there. Unbeknownst to us, there were no active drivers at the time, probably due to the road conditions because it was freezing and snowy. So the app defaulted to the setting where you can just walk and pick it up. There wasn't an option to cancel, so I decided I would walk 1.5 to 2 miles to pick up the food. I know most people at this point wouldn't be keen on walking in the snowy, freezing conditions at that time of night, but I'm a broke college student who had just spent his last few spare dollars on food. With a hug and a kiss from my girlfriend, I started off on my journey to get the food. Walking through campus at night isn't a problem for me since I'm a 5 feet 9 inches male, but once you make it through campus and into the residential areas of the town, that's when things tend to get sketchier. I had made it through campus and was about a quarter of the way to my destination when, in the distance, I saw another man walking down the street. Initially, two things put me at unease. The first being that he was wearing one of those long trench coats typically associated with sketchy men, and the second being the conditions outside. I mean, logically, no one should be walking around in these conditions as they were literally cold enough to freeze the sweat in your hair. I pushed these thoughts back, assuming he was either in a similar situation as me or just really enjoyed the cold weather. I did switch sides of the street, though, as I'm a tad socially awkward and hate talking to random people I don't really know. We both continued our walks and passed one another, and it seemingly went off without a hitch. Neither of us acknowledged the other, and we just kept walking. Being the wary person I was, I looked over my shoulder often in these kinds of situations. He was walking the same direction he had been, which was good. I kept walking and still threw the occasional glance over my shoulder for safety. About 2 minutes after the mystery man and I had passed, I glanced over my shoulder and noticed the man was now walking in my direction and a bit faster than I was. This creeped me out, and I started to walk even faster. I couldn't outrun him because it was too icy. At this moment, I noticed the man picked up speed too, until we were side by side on opposite sides of the street. When he called up to me, he started yelling, and I saw something fall from the sleeve of his jacket, almost like he was concealing it. It fell to the ground with a loud clatter, like a piece of metal bar or a large metal knife. At this moment, I grasped the danger of the situation, and my fight or flight instincts kicked in. Ready to defend myself, I pulled out my pocket knife as I noticed him starting to make his way across the street. It was at this moment that I said something to the effect of, "Hey man, I don't want any trouble. I've got a knife on me." The man stopped in his tracks and said, "Oh, I thought you were someone else who just attacked me." I played it off cool with a small gesture and thought I was safe. I continued on my track to Taco Bell, and after this experience, I was all the more wary. As I was looking over my shoulder, I noticed the man from before on the same path that I was on. I just walked as fast as I could to Taco Bell while throwing glances over my shoulder. At some point, the man just mysteriously vanished. I made it back to campus without any more events, but I had my hand on my pocket knife at all times. To this day, I have no clue what this man's intentions were, but they didn't seem good. One day when I was only 17 or so, my older sister and I were hanging outside together in the backyard. Our mom was probably upstairs reading or cleaning or something. My dad wasn't there, and I don't know where he was, probably work or something. I was on my phone, just scrolling through Instagram, lying down on the trampoline. My sister Ava was on the swing set, probably just doing the same thing I was doing. We would occasionally say something to each other about the videos we saw on our For You page, and we would send them to each other and laugh or whatever. Until we were interrupted by our neighbor Bella. We weren't super close with her, but my parents were, and my mother and she got along very well. "Hey guys, come here," she said, standing in her backyard where the fence met the middle of our property lines. We confusingly walked over to her as we had no idea what she wanted, but we knew to respect our elders, so we had to see what she was calling us for. She told us that we needed to go inside and get our mom and that she already called the police. What are you talking about?" my sister asked. "Just trust me. No time to explain right now. Please, just do as I say, guys," said Bella. "You guys are in danger. Run," she said. "Someone dangerous is lurking around your front yard." We reluctantly but also quickly scattered inside after that. We told our mom, and she looked outside, and there was a man on our front doorstep. I didn't recognize him at first as his head was shaved completely bald, but it was our old neighbor. Long story short, a few weeks before this, our neighbor was arrested for killing his wife and daughter, which I didn't know at this point, by the way. I'll get back to that later. My mom saw who it was and ordered us to run up to her room and to lock the door and to only open it if she asks, so we did. We were terrified, but we had to listen to our mom. We ran upstairs and we were waiting. My sister was crying, and I was trying to calm her down. Just by how freaked out Mom was, we both knew something was very wrong, and we were dying to know what was happening. After a few more minutes, our mom screamed and we heard glass shattering. Luckily, she was close to the stairs already and she was able to get to the room with us before the man grabbed her. We locked the door and put a dresser in front of it to buy us some time. This man was screaming like nobody's business that he was going to kill us and pounding on the door for over 5 minutes. Suddenly, it stopped. We heard police sirens in the distance and the man tried to run away. The cops almost had a shootout with him, but after some screaming and threatening, he finally subdued and was taken back to prison. So, this guy we're talking about is named Brian. He was charged with at least 2 counts of first-degree murder for killing his family. Like I said earlier, it was said that he escaped prison about 2 hours before this, and he wanted to come back to get revenge on my family. He was convinced that my father was the reason he got arrested. Brian thought he was going to walk away scot-free for killing his family, but he was under the impression that my dad snitched him out somehow. I'm not sure why he thinks that, as I don't know the whole story. My father won't talk to me about it, not that it matters anyway. I guess my mom and dad didn't tell me or my sister about what happened next door at first, but they said they were planning on it soon. They just didn't want us to freak out, supposedly. But that's about all I can get out of my dad about everything. Not even my mom knows the full story, unless she's lying to us. My parents probably thought there was no urgency to tell us what happened next door since he was locked away in prison at the time. But somehow, he escaped and was looking for revenge. Hopefully, they have him under control in there this time. It was personal, and he escaped just to try and murder us. First of all, I'm a young woman, barely big enough to walk my dog. If this situation had escalated at all, I have no idea what would have happened. I'm not usually easily frightened, but this really scared me. It actually happened last night, and I have no idea if it'll happen again. It's just me and my giant dog in a nice private apartment attached to some townhouses, separated from the other buildings by a strip of woods. It's kind of like a tiny house that just shares a wall with the apartment building. As nice as it is, it's in a not-so-nice part of town, but I have a backyard and my own space with working electricity, so I love the place. It's my first time living on my own, and I won't lie, I've been a little freaked out about living alone, even with a big dog for security. Last night definitely didn't help. I was laying in bed, just browsing Reddit and trying to fall asleep, when I heard tapping on the window. My bedroom has 2 windows facing the backyard at ground level, about 3 meters from the tree line, with nothing but open grass outside. At first, since I'm not used to sleeping on the first floor, I thought it was a tree or something blowing against the outside of the house. Then I remembered, I'm on the first and only floor, with no trees close enough to reach the house. I started feeling a little nervous. I was a weird mix of both scared and annoyed that the tapping was keeping me awake. The noise had my dog's attention, but he wasn't barking yet, which to me meant it probably wasn't a person, so I wasn't as afraid as I could have been. Gradually, annoyance replaced the fear, and I decided I should tell whatever it was to knock it off. It had been nearly 30 minutes of this weird, uneven tapping, and it was almost midnight. I also had an early start in the morning. Best case scenario, there was no one outside and I was just talking to myself with no one there to hear me. Worst case scenario, there was someone outside, and my nonchalant attitude would catch them off guard, and they would leave. Right? Yeah, no. I figured if there was someone there, they'd expect fear, not conversation. So, I worked up some courage and said, "F off, into the dark." The tapping continued for a couple more seconds. I repeated, a little louder this time, "Hey. F off, I'm trying to sleep." Then, the tapping stopped. After a second, I heard a male voice call back, "Sorry." The tapping didn't start again, but holy, I didn't expect someone to actually be there. I got out of bed and ran to the window with my phone in hand, ready to call the police. When I peeked through the blinds, I saw the guy with his hands up and the weirdest smile on his face. I quickly turned my phone's flashlight on and pointed it at my face so he couldn't see what I looked like. A few seconds later, I turned the light off, and he hadn't moved an inch, not even his face. He still had that weird and creepy smile and was staring at the window with his hands up, almost like he was posing for a photo. In hindsight, I don't know why I didn't take one. Finally, he turned around and started walking back through the woods and into what I assume was his own apartment right across from mine. What a way to meet the neighbors. I have no idea what possessed him to tap on my window for half an hour or what he had in mind, but he hasn't come back yet. I'm not sure what I'll do if he does. I didn't fall asleep last night, and I'm nervous about going to bed tonight, but I have class in the morning. Besides, I have a big, scary dog exactly for this reason. I should be fine. But still, what kind of person just knocks on a stranger's window at midnight? When I woke up this morning, I saw that the window pane on the outside had a few deep scrapes. I'm not sure if the guy made them, but I'm reporting it to management and maybe the police tomorrow. It was Black Friday 2013, and I decided to be one of those people who gets up at 3 a.m. to get some early deals. Home Depot was having crazy deals on artificial Christmas trees, so I wanted to get there early and buy one for my family. They opened their doors at 3 a.m. on the spot, 3 hours earlier than usual for Black Friday. Surprisingly, only me and one other guy were waiting to get in. I guess everyone else was at Best Buy or the mall. I found a nice 9-foot tall artificial Christmas tree, originally for $200, but at that moment half off for only $100. I asked one of the few employees working at that hour to help me carry the box to the checkout and then to my car. The parking lot was still surprisingly empty for Black Friday. I figured maybe I didn't have to come so early. I tipped the guy and got in my car, ready to leave, when someone knocked on my window. I lowered the window and saw some guy in his mid-20s, wearing a beanie, black and tall, leaning into my window asking if I had change. I opened the little compartment between the seats where I normally keep change, and it was actually empty. I didn't want to have to hand him a $10, so I said, "Nah, man, sorry." He looked disappointed, and I actually felt bad. He then asked me if I could give him a lift to the nearest gas station. I was a bit nervous about letting a stranger in my car, but guess what? I let him in. He did not thank me, which kind of hurt, I guess, because I'm a little sensitive. I asked him if he knew of any close-by gas stations. He just said, "Nah." A few seconds later, I asked him why he needed to go to a gas station, and I swear to God he didn't answer. It's not like he didn't hear me, he just flat out ignored me. I stopped looking at him at that point because I was feeling a bit uncomfortable. I kept driving down main and side roads, but there were no goddamn gas stations anywhere. I was trying not to look in his direction, but I could tell he was staring at me every turn I made, every stop sign I stopped at. He was staring at me. I was sweating now, this guy was freaking me out. I felt like at any moment he could just grab my throat and I'd be done for. At last, I could see a gas station just beyond a light, which had just turned red. Why did it have to turn red just now? I thought to myself. I could still feel his stare, even as I looked the other way. I finally decided to sum up the courage and looked at him. I felt his cold, emotionless stare run straight through my eyes into my soul. Are you okay?" I asked him. He ever so slightly nodded his head, almost not even noticeable. The light turned green, and I pulled into the gas station. He stepped out and stood by the sidewalk and watched me as I pulled away. When I got past the intersection, I laughed out of joy and the ridiculousness of the situation. But then I realized something. I patted myself down and then began to panic. I was missing something, my phone. I was only a few blocks away, so I made a U-turn and headed back to the gas station. He was already gone. I drove home and confirmed that my phone was missing. I knew I had left it in the cup holder of my car. My phone had all of my info on it. I contemplated calling the police, but I didn't. I couldn't even sleep that night in fear of some freak stranger having my address. The next night, after getting home from our 2-day delayed Thanksgiving dinner, I found my front door was open and my entire house was trashed. I called the police with my neighbor's phone. They didn't find him in there, but they found his prints everywhere. The only thing, the prints did not match anyone on record. I worked at Walmart 6 years ago when I was in college. My college schedule was terrible, having classes scattered throughout the day, so finding a job with hours I could consistently work was hard. The Walmart by my campus was open 24 hours and was hiring for the overnight cashier position. Overnight was the only time I knew I could always work and not have to worry about missing class. I took the interview and the job, and for a while, it was going well. It was surprisingly busy throughout the night, but it made time go by faster. I was almost always the only cashier working, so I didn't have any coworkers to talk to unless one of the warehouse guys walked by. After a few months of working, I started to notice the same routine customers coming in. There was this one man in particular that always came around 2 a.m. and would buy random items. Every time he would buy clothes of various sizes and genders, random food, toys, tools, everything. He always came alone, though. He wasn't much of a talker and was very reserved. Just checking out and leaving without saying anything. With nothing better to do, I'd always think about what the guy was up to. I never really thought he was actually up to anything, but my mind would wander sometimes. But then one night, at 2 a.m., like usual, the man came into my checkout lane and to my surprise, he started talking to me. He asked how my night was going and if I had any plans for the weekend. I kept up with the small talk, but was still shocked that he was even talking. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he was definitely on something. He looked extremely tired and his hair was greasy and unkempt, but his eyes were wide open. He paid for his stuff, then thanked me and left. I let my mind wander again, thinking about what the sudden change was. The rest of the night was really slow, dragging on until 6 a.m. when I finally clocked out. The parking lot was mostly empty, and the sun was just starting to rise as I walked to my car. I saw someone was parked next to me with their car on. I got closer, and when I was just a few feet away, a man got out. It was the strange guy that had come in at 2 a.m., which was 4 hours ago. He smiled, looking even more tired than he did earlier. I said hi and walked around to the other side of my car, trying to act normal, but he followed me around to my driver's side door. I told him I had to go home, but that I would see him tomorrow. He didn't say anything but just continued smiling and staring. I opened my door and started to get in, but the guy suddenly grabbed my arm, holding me tight. I looked back at him, and his smile was gone. He forced me out of my car and started pulling me toward his car. I was yelling and fighting back, not letting him pull me more than a few feet before I pushed him down. I hurried inside my car and drove away, checking my mirrors to make sure he didn't follow. I didn't see him, but just in case, I didn't go home and instead parked at a McDonald's and called the police. After they interviewed me and got the case written down, they started investigating. They had some footage on the CCTV in the store and the parking lot. I was hopeful, but after a few weeks, they still didn't have an identity. I continued working and never saw the man again. It makes me sick thinking about all of the stuff he was buying, like clothes of different sizes that I know are probably for other victims he had taken. I'm lucky to have gotten away, but I still feel terrible. Part of me was really hoping he'd come back, though, so that I could attempt to stop him from getting away again. Eventually, the Walmart stopped doing 24 hours, so I lost my job anyway. It's been 6 years, but I hope he got caught somehow or does soon. The year was 2018 when 3 of my friends and I, all males in our early 20s, decided to travel to Bali for a week. It was cheap, and we had the time, so why not? Our itinerary included sightseeing, trying local foods, mountain climbing, visiting bars at the beach, basically a typical vacation in Indonesia. It was honestly quite a surreal experience. The country is absolutely beautiful, and the food was amazing. The only issue I had with the trip was the locals. Drugs were really prominent there, especially mushrooms. The streets were filled with druggies eager to sell us their products. I'm not exaggerating when I say that one dude even grabbed my arm because I ignored his 2-for-1 deal for a one-way trip to meet Jesus. I shrugged him off while my friends laughed it off, suggesting that I may be passing up the chance to meet our Lord and Savior. He looked rabid and frantic, like he was about to pounce on me like a dog diagnosed with rabies. I didn't feel too afraid, as we were confident that we could handle them. Half of them weren't even sober. However, that was only the tip of the iceberg. The horror began when we went back to our Airbnb for the night. We had an early day the next morning and were exhausted. The place was extremely cheap and didn't even have a proper locking mechanism for the door. It had 2 wooden doors that swung inwards, and the only way to lock them was to wedge a wooden block through the holes mounted on the door. It was quite a primitive lock, but I guess it got the job done. Everything was going well until the last night of our trip when we realized that the wooden block was missing. We looked everywhere for it, but to no avail. I figured that one of us must have misplaced it, and we settled for using a selfie stick. I know it sounds like a horrible idea, but since we didn't have anything that fit the holes to wedge the door closed, we turned in for the night, seemingly not expecting anything since we had already stayed there for 6 days without issues. I woke up to strange clicking sounds in the dead of the night. Getting out of bed, I thought it might be one of the guys, so I nonchalantly approached the noise. My friends were all sleeping, so I decided to investigate the cause of the racket. The noise seemed to be coming from the door, so I headed toward it, feeling extremely confused. Who could be at our doorstep at this time of the night? I noticed the doors were slightly opened, and the selfie stick was horribly deformed. I peeked outside and saw 3 people staring through the gap between the doors. They were really close to the entrance and were attempting to push the doors open. I yelled at them, questioning their intentions as I noticed one of them was holding the wooden block. I was shocked and puzzled by the situation, as I recognized one of the men. He did the overall cleaning for the airbands and pathways during the day, so there was no reason for him to be there at 3 a.m. The other dude asked if the wooden block belonged to us, claiming they found it outside the Airbnb. I definitely smelled something off, as there was absolutely no reason to do that at 3 a.m. I called for my friends, and the 3 men immediately ran off. I filled my friends in on the situation, and we stayed up until morning in case they tried anything funny. We decided to report it to the reception, but the description I gave them didn't match theirs at all. They told me that the housekeepers they hired consisted of only females in their late 30s and 40s. This sent shivers down our spines as we realized that we had let a complete imposter in and out of our rooms while we were out. Luckily, nothing important was lost, and we got out of the situation safely, but I can't imagine what would have happened if I hadn't woken up on that fateful night, as the doors were close to being opened. I was just grateful that it was our last night. When I was 14 years old, my family and I went on a boating trip out of Melbourne's western Port Bay. I remember being at the helm with my father, steering the little boat over the waves, and then the next thing we knew, my big brother was shouting that water was coming and happened so fast. Mom and Dad were shouting for us to stay together, and then suddenly, the boat tipped over, and we were in the water. We later found out that the bottom of our boat had been almost completely rotten and that its owners had been extremely and willfully negligent in renting it to us. We had no choice but to start swimming. Since it was late in the evening, no one had seen us go down, so it was up to us to rescue ourselves. I was a reasonably good swimmer, and we all had life jackets on, but it was still around 2 miles back to shore. Land looked like it was a long, long way away. Darkness fell as we were swimming, but my dad started to struggle, and my big brother swam back to try and help him. My mom and I stuck together and kept going, but we soon lost sight of my father and brother. Seagulls cried out above me, and I kept imagining that they were warning me of an attack from sharks that were no doubt swimming in the waters around us. I could see land, but it didn't seem to get any closer. Finally, after more than 3 hours in that water, I felt the sandy bottom against my feet. I'd reached the mud flats of what I believed was the mainland, but my mom, dad, and brother were nowhere to be seen. I was weak, cold, and exhausted. I dragged myself through the mud, which at some points was almost up to my waist, and this was even more terrifying than the swimming. The mud kept on sucking me down, and I was terrified that I'd sink and be suffocated. My muscles ached, my lungs burned, and I felt like I was about to pass out at points, but at the same time, I knew the clock was ticking, that it was essentially down to me and me alone to get help from my family. The clock was ticking in my head, and I needed to get my family the help they badly needed. When I finally made it ashore, I realized that I was on French Island, an island with an old disused prison on it that has only about 40 people on it. I ran through the bushland, using up the last reserves of my energy, it felt like, and feeling thorns scratching against my legs and arms. I ran for a long time too, stopping every so often to catch my breath before continuing through the bush. Finally, I found a house, and after banging on the door, someone opened it, and I told them what had happened. I just remember crying and crying as they tried to comfort me and how I begged them to help find my family. They told me everything was going to be okay and that they'd contacted the Victoria Coast Guard. I appreciate that they were just trying to console me, but I knew they were wrong. The next morning, the bodies of my mom, dad, and older brother were recovered from the water off the coast of Fairhaven. Words can't express how devastated I was, and I was filled with this overwhelming survivor guilt, thinking that I should be the one dead. For 5 long years, I was a wreck, and I think I might be dead from drink and drugs if it wasn't for the birth of my first kid. For a long, long time, I avoided any kind of large body of water, which included swimming pools, before my therapist suggested that I undertake some exposure therapy. This would involve brief trips to a local pool, but at first, my anxiety was so bad that even if my head was above the water, I just couldn't breathe. I tried for 4 months, but nothing worked until a local swim coach heard my story and offered some help. Over the next year or so, the therapy started to chip away at my fear until finally, I was able to look at the sea without feeling like I was about to have a panic attack. My proudest moment has been taking part in a charity swim across the Rip, which is an infamously rough stretch of water. We helped raise money for a domestic violence charity here in Australia, which is a cause very close to my heart for reasons that could well make for another true scary story. It might have taken me 20 years, but I no longer let my fear control me. I now understand that what happened wasn't my fault, but the irony of needing water to heal the very trauma that it created has never been lost on me. I'm a police officer in South Italy. I've been doing this since I was 22. For the most part, it's not as exciting as it's cracked up to be. Not a whole lot happens in my county. Usually, the worst calls are disturbance calls or an occasional shoplifting, with something a little more serious sprinkled in there once in a blue moon. I've done just about every possible shift there is. I did my time on the night shift, and there were definitely some weirder calls during the night shift than the day shift. But this one time, I was working the night shift, and I didn't get any calls. I was just cruising on a quiet road with no streetlights and woods on both sides. I saw the reflection of taillights suddenly approaching on the right-hand side of the road on the grass. As I got closer, I saw that the driver's side door was open. I started to veer onto the grass as I slowed down, fully planning on getting out to see if the driver needed assistance. I saw someone step out of the car, stand by the door for a second, then start to run into the woods. I radioed the codes for a suspicious person or vehicle, then got out of the car with my flashlight on and my hand on my holster, just in case. In this situation, I had to expect the worst. I got to the front door of the car and looked inside, half expecting to see someone else sitting there, but the car seemed empty. There was a seriously foul odor emanating from inside the car, though. It smelled like a rotting animal. I called out to the woods, asking if anybody's there and needs assistance, and I stepped to the tree line, waving the flashlight around. I went back to the car to take a closer look inside the passenger side. There were multiple bloody tissues and paper towels on the floor on the passenger side, as well as the rear seats. They were soaked in blood. The entire papers were dark red. At some point while looking inside the car, I heard footsteps inside the woods. I spun around with my flashlight and yelled, "Come out of the woods." I didn't see anyone. Someone was hiding in there, and that was confirmed when I heard a deep voice somewhere beyond the trees and shrubs. I had no idea what the voice said. I responded, saying, "Show yourself, are you hurt?" I prepared to unholster my gun as I walked a little closer. I repeated myself, asking, "Are you hurt?" No response. The voice I heard before didn't sound like a person in pain, bleeding out. Additionally, Why would they run into the woods upon seeing a police car? Something was way off. I went back to the car and requested assistance. I noticed, as I investigated the car further, that it had no plates. When I went back inside the rear, I found something that made me almost puke from shock. There was something heavy wrapped in bloodied paper towel. I unwrapped it with my gloves on to find a severed hand. It took me a hot second to realize what it was because it was completely dark red, soaked in blood. Now, this situation went from a 5 to a 10. I radioed that there was a possible murder and needed backup. I now put my cruiser's lights on to help other officers more easily identify my location. When backup arrived, we did a thorough search of the woods, looking for possible blood trails. Nothing, though. There were not even any blood trails leading from the car, which meant that the hand and blood on the tissues I found may not have been from the person who I saw run into the woods. Eventually, the K9 unit had to come and search for the person. Hours upon hours went into the search, well past dawn, turning up nothing. The vehicle was taken into custody. It had been reported stolen by a resident of a nearby town, who said he had no idea who could have stolen his car. Fingerprints had been collected from the steering wheel, and DNA testing had been done on the hand. There was not a single match to anybody in the database. To this day, there was never any progress in finding out who the driver of that car was and whose severed hand that was. I was a state trooper for 23 years, and through the years I experienced it all, or at least that's what I thought at the time. This happened quite a few years back. I was on night patrol on an interstate at about 3:30 a.m. Now, I don't know if you guys know what the show Cops is, but basically, it's where cameramen would follow around real cops filming everything that goes down. The episodes would consist of a compilation of the most interesting clips. The show's insanely popular, but unfortunately, nowadays, new episodes are no longer made. Back then, however, I was lucky enough to actually be featured on the show. Even though I didn't show up in many episodes, I still thought it was really cool. This night was one of the nights I had a cameraman following me around for the show. I remember his name was Joe, and he was honestly a pretty down-to-earth guy. Anyway, I would usually have my car parked near a bush to hide myself from the view of oncoming speeding cars. But at this hour, I didn't really ever try to hide too much. I remember we were just driving down the interstate. No, I didn't work in the best area. There were a decent amount of abandoned buildings visible from the road. Because of this, I adopted into my nightly routine to enter the parking lots of them as they were hotspots for drug activity. One, in particular, was an abandoned gas station building. The exit from was coming up, so I figured I might as well check it out. Ben started filming, and as we pulled up, we could both clearly see a flashlight moving around in the building. I pulled into the parking lot and put the car in park. At this point, I was almost positive some sort of drug deal was going on inside as I could still see the flashlight moving around. But a part of me hesitated as there were no other cars in the parking lot. I also realized if there was a drug deal going on, there would have been at least 2 flashlights visible from the outside of the building. I figured either way I'd have to investigate. I went over to the cruiser's speaker, yelling out, "Police," and explaining how whoever was inside needed to exit the building immediately. Right as I did this, the flashlight from inside turned off. It was now eerily silent. I decided I'd have no choice but to enter the building and to get whoever was inside to leave. So, I did. I got out of the cruiser and proceeded to walk towards the wide-open front door with Ben and his camera not far behind me. As I approached, I couldn't help but notice a terrible smell. It was as if an animal died in there and had been in there for at least a week. I peeked inside with my flashlight and once again yelled out, "Police." This gas station was small, so any sound could pretty much be heard from anywhere in the building. I stayed quiet for a second, just listening. That's when I swear I could hear what sounded like something being dragged across the floor from the other side of the building. "Who's there?" I got no response. I walked inside the building, and in one of the back rooms, I could see what looked like a figure. I shined my flashlight in the figure's direction, but right as I did, whoever it was bolted and eventually left through a back exit. I started chasing after the guy, but as soon as I exited the same back exit, I didn't see anything. Almost the whole area was surrounded by a cornfield, so there was no way I was gonna find this guy. But I figured I had to try. I ran out in some random direction but stopped only after a few seconds, realizing it was pointless. Defeated and still confused as to why the guy ran, Ben and I went back to the gas station. But what we found left behind made it perfectly clear. There, in the back room, we found the lifeless remains of a dead body. I immediately called for backup, explaining the situation. Unfortunately, the guy responsible was never found, and the body itself couldn't be identified for obvious reasons. What we caught on video that night was never used in the final show. This is a story about my uncle and my dad that they've told countless times at family gatherings, and it still creeps us all out. It was the 80s, and my dad and Uncle Jack have always been avid fishermen. They'd go out deep-sea fishing at least a few times a year in my uncle's boat. He had a 70s two-cabin cruiser. I've seen pictures, and the thing was huge. My uncle used to live in Cape Cod, Massachusetts, where he'd dock his boat. My dad would go up there for a weekend once in a while to go out to sea for a night with my uncle. I've never been into fishing. My dad tried to get me into it, but it's not my thing. I'm also not going to pretend to know much about fishing, but I know the fish you catch will be bigger and more abundant the deeper into the ocean you go. I think they'd primarily go for striped bass, tuna, and cod. They'd go about 20 miles out to sea and just catch whatever they could fit on the boat. They used to be so obsessed that my uncle's walls in his house to this day are still covered 90% in pictures of him and my dad holding fish. This one time, though, it was a very unexpectedly cloudy night, and it was a new moon. They were currently in the cabin having a beer together, playing cards after supper, when something went wrong with the boat and the lights died. My Uncle Jack had to check the circuit panel, but doing so in the dark with nothing but a crappy flashlight was difficult. Upon checking the circuit panel, my uncle learned that something caused two of the fuses to blow, conveniently eliminating almost all the lights on the boat, including the running lights. They didn't really have much of a choice other than to call it a night early and wait till dawn to head back to the shore. But within an hour was around the time they started to hear a humming-type sound coming from around 20 meters in the horizon. They went out onto the deck of the boat. My dad always says it was nearly impossible to tell if his eyes were open or closed. That's how dark it was outside. There was a strange humming sound coming from behind the boat. Both my dad and uncle stepped to the stern of the boat, and they realized the humming sound didn't sound like any kind of fish. They said it sounded like a person groaning, but even with the flashlight, they couldn't see beyond maybe 5 meters in front of them. It was starting to rain, so the two of them went inside the cabin. It would have been a horrible idea to try to drive the boat in pitch blackness in the rain, so they went to sleep. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, my uncle woke up my dad and told him to come outside to the deck. Through the thick fog, they could see another boat floating in the near distance. My Uncle Jack drove the boat closer to the vessel and then blew the whistle he had on board to try to get anyone's attention who may have been in the cabin. The boat looked like it could have been abandoned, though, so attaching a rope from one boat to another, my uncle jumped onto the boat. The cabin door was unlocked. He stepped down into the cabin and smelled the disgusting, sickening smell of death. He saw a man hanging by a rope in the cabin. He ran back out and back onto his boat and tried to throw up into the water. My dad says he didn't even dare go down and see the body after his brother told him what he saw. My dad and Uncle Jack marked their current coordinates and contacted the nearest Coast Guard station through the VHF radio. The Coast Guard was there within an hour, and only then did my dad and uncle head back to the shore. They still don't know what the humming sound they heard was. This story really still haunts my uncle the most because he's the one who actually saw the dead body. They definitely together hold the scariest fisherman story I've ever heard. This happened back when I was in middle school. Technically, it was actually my last day in middle school. It was late May, and for our last day, our school would do a sort of field day where the whole school would play a bunch of games to celebrate the end of the school year. Now, back then, I used to be a pretty active kid, but unfortunately, due to a recent concussion, I was unable to participate in any games the whole day. I was pretty disappointed. Yeah, though I did bring my DS and quickly opted to just sit inside one of the classrooms and play that, there wasn't really anything else I could do. None of the teachers seemed to mind, so there I was, all by myself in the classroom for my science class, playing my DS all the while the other kids got to play games in the school's gymnasium. It was a weird feeling being in that classroom alone. I don't really know how to explain it. Up until that point, I don't think I'd ever been in a classroom completely alone. Something that needs to be mentioned is that the teachers that weren't watching the kids in the gymnasium were in a room across the hall having meetings. I'd say I was playing on my DS for not even an hour when my English teacher, Miss Allen, rushed up to the classroom's door and closed it from the outside. She didn't say anything to me, so I figured she just wanted to make sure I couldn't hear whatever the teachers were talking about across the hall. Forgetting about it, I went back to playing my DS. A couple of minutes later, the classroom's door swung open. I expected to see one of the teachers coming in to check on me, but no, a man I'd never seen before walked into the room and closed the door behind him. The guy had to have at least been in his 50s, and so I just assumed it was some kid's dad. It wasn't unusual for parents to come into the school to bring a student their lunch, so I asked if he was looking for someone. He replied with no in a tone that seemed almost offended that I would even ask that question. Before I could say anything else, the guy started walking towards me. I asked him what he was doing, and that's when he lifted up his shirt, revealing a handgun on his waistband. He followed it up by saying, "Look, kid, I'm gonna need you to come with me, or I'm gonna kill you." The guy said it in the most carefree tone I had ever heard, and that, along with the fact that I'd never seen a gun in person before, instantly overwhelmed me with pure fear. Before I could fully comprehend the danger of the situation I was in, the guy firmly grabbed my wrist and started pulling me towards the classroom door. But before we got into the hallway, the deafening sound of our school's lockdown alarm started going off. This was followed by the guy instantly letting go of my wrist and making a run for it down the hall and through a back exit. I stood there in shock for a second, but ultimately went back inside the classroom. I'm not sure how much time had passed when Miss Allen came back into the room and told me that she didn't want to scare me, but that there had been an intruder inside the building and a lockdown, which now was over, had taken place. I would tell her about the man, and instantly she brought me to a police officer who was already on the premises to explain what I had experienced. It turns out the man was the whole reason the school went into lockdown in the first place. The man was reported to have been scoping out the school all morning, and when he was seen getting close to the building itself, someone would call the police, which resulted in the lockdown. The guy was later caught and would openly admit that he had been trying to scare kids into getting into his car so he could kidnap them, and this reality still horrifies me to this day. Not a day goes by where I'm not thankful for the school's alarm going off when it did. I worked from 9 to 5, then came home, ate, and then worked on the old house to get it ready to sell. One night, after an exceptionally long and rough night of working on the house, I was on my way home when I saw in the sky something that routinely is not there. I stopped to watch the object only to see it not move at all. Now, realize this is around 1 a.m., and it's not a hot air balloon or anything like that, especially since I have never seen one in my area of Ohio. What I was looking at was an oval. It was wider than it was tall. The object, as many people explained, was not giving off light but was illuminated, if that makes any sense. I was so tired I almost wanted to shrug it off, but I just couldn't for some reason. Not only was it way too bizarre, but what I had been wanting for the last 48 years was happening right before me, my first and so far only UFO sighting. To say I felt spooked would be an understatement. I got back into my car and drove the short 1,000 feet or so to get to my driveway and to the safety of my new home. I knew there were details I was not able to see because of the way the craft was illuminated. Then it dawned on me, nobody's gonna believe me. So, at 1:30 a.m. on a school night, I went into the house and scared my daughter and son by waking them up to witness what was in the sky. I hoped to God it would be there still, and sure enough, it was sitting right there where I left it. I am covered in goosebumps just recalling my daughter's reaction. My son was a huge skeptic, but even at the age of 12, when he witnessed it, looking back he knows what it was. I saw fear in his eyes. He stayed out with us for about a minute or two, then went back inside. My daughter and I were almost speechless. It was beautiful in a way, but we both agreed that it gave off a feeling of fear or dread, like we were not supposed to be seeing this. Then it struck me, I should get some binoculars. I happened to know right where they were because I did most of the boxing for our move. I grabbed the binoculars and was stunned at what I saw. The best I could describe it was it looked totally old on the bottom, like it was made from old clad iron ships long ago, pounded out metal, like with rivets and seams. The top looked very modern, I guess you could say. I remember it had something that resembled what I would call headlights on the back window, like some old cars. I also remember the top almost being shaped like a genie's lamp. My daughter looked through the binoculars and had a terribly similar description. Then I saw something that freaked me out even further. It now looked as though the craft was sitting on a long, thin, yellowish pedestal. I could not figure out what I was now seeing. I gave the binoculars to my daughter, by the way, she was 16 at the time, and asked her to explain to me what she saw at this time, what had changed. I could hear the absolute fright and quiver in her voice. I will never forget what she said, "Dad, there's a beam of light coming out from under whatever it is." "I'm scared, Dad. I think we should go in." We could not shake that feeling of fright and the feeling that we should have never seen what we did that night. Both of our bedroom windows faced out directly where this craft could be seen. I found out later my daughter stayed up until morning on live video chat with her friends, absolutely terrified. After showering, I laid in bed exhausted but overwhelmed by what we just saw. It was at this point that I noticed the craft was moving, but at such a slow rate it was undetectable until I was able to compare it to something stationary, which was my vertical windowsill. I will never forget that dull, eerie, pale yellow light this craft illuminated. I forgot to mention that if you held out your arm, the craft was just slightly larger than the width of your thumb, if that makes any sense. I was told later that that is quite large. Eventually, the craft traveled out of sight, and I crashed from exhaustion. This is something that happened back in 2003. For some background details, I'm a female and was 12 years old at the time. I had a group of friends that I went to school with, and we would hang out together all the time. So, one time I remember I was at my friend Jenny's house with a couple of other friends. There were maybe 4 or 5 of us. We were all going to be staying over for the night at Jenny's. I remember that her parents' house was really nice, and they had this big living room. That's where we were going to sleep, and we all had sleeping bags other than whoever would sleep on the couch. I remember that we were hanging out, and as it got late, we were just watching TV and movies. Everyone else had gone to bed besides us by probably 11 o'clock. Now, I remember that a little while after that, another friend, Alyssa, who was with us, went to the kitchen. The kitchen was next to the dining room, which was directly next to the living room. Alyssa suddenly came back into the living room really fast. And she said that she saw a man in the window in the kitchen. At first, we thought that she had to be joking with us. I mean, it just seemed really unlikely, but Alyssa insisted that she was not joking, and I thought that either she was serious or a really good actor. She was telling us that she saw a guy walking past the window and then kind of look in at her. One of the lights in the kitchen was on, but it was dim. Outside, it was completely dark, so it would have been difficult to see any details about the man. After a small discussion in the living room, basically all of us went into the kitchen and looked. By now, there was nothing, no one was there. We then gathered back in the living room and talked about it some more. We were trying to figure out why somebody would be in the backyard. Jenny said that she wasn't aware of anything like that happening before. Eventually, we just continued on what we were doing. I think we all figured it was maybe a neighbor cutting through the backyard or something. And probably a couple of hours went by. By about 1 o'clock in the morning, we were starting to get tired and were going to go to sleep soon. I remember that I was thirsty, so I went into the kitchen to get some water. Right when I walked in, I noticed through the back window there was a guy right there. I really couldn't believe it at first. He appeared to be looking in and was maybe a foot or two away from the window, but I really couldn't tell any details about what he looked like or anything. I immediately ran back into the living room and told everyone at once. Once I did that, I think everybody got up and started running through the dining room to the kitchen, but again when we got there, the man was gone. We looked out of the windows of the dining room, kitchen, and even the window in the living room, but did not see anybody. We stayed up for at least another hour talking about it. Finally, though, we were convinced that the man was gone for good this time. Everybody went to bed, including myself. We all woke up the next morning, and Jenny's parents were making breakfast in the kitchen. I remember that we went in there to get something to eat. As a few of us were sitting around talking and eating, Jenny's dad went outside to the patio from the kitchen. I'm not sure where he was going, but when he came back inside, he said that there were a bunch of marks at the back door. It was as if somebody was trying to get inside. So, for the next few minutes after that, we were all talking about the man that we had seen. It seems as though he tried breaking in, but luckily he didn't. I had booked an Airbnb several weeks in advance in a town I had never been to. A client I was meeting for work lived in the area, so I was only staying there for a day before driving back home afterward. The drive was 3 hours, and when I pulled into the driveway and got out, I noticed the neighborhood was very quiet. Most of the houses had their lights off, and trees covered the lawns, blocking out most of the view. The only thing I really saw was a person walking down the road. They were far down, and nothing really looked off about it, but for some reason, it just gave me a strange feeling. I went up and unlocked the door, going inside and situating myself. It was a very average house, nothing really special about it, but it was great for what I needed. After making my rounds and checking the place out, I opened the front door to get my other bag from my car. As I stepped onto the porch, though, I noticed someone standing in the road. It was the person I had seen walking a few minutes ago. But they weren't walking anymore, they were just standing in the road, facing the Airbnb. As I started walking toward my car, they noticed me and started walking away. I kept my eye on them while I was outside, getting suspicious about whatever that was. They seemed to just keep walking, continuing down the street. I went back inside and made sure everything was locked up, then opened the garage and pulled my car in, just to be safe. Throughout the next couple of hours, I did a few checks outside to see if that guy was still walking around. I didn't see him anymore, though, and having to get up early the next morning, I went to bed. I slept decently, waking up a few times during the night, but my alarm went off at 4 a.m. for me to finally get up. The sun was still down, so it was still dark outside. Groggily, I sat up in my bed and right away saw a light coming under the bedroom door. I didn't remember leaving any lights on, though, and thought I must have overlooked a kitchen light or something. I got out of bed and walked up to the door, but just before I opened it, I heard something on the other side. It sounded like something moving around at the end of the hallway. I opened the door, seeing it was the living room light that was on, which I immediately knew I definitely would have turned off. The sound continued, though, as I walked down the hallway and looked into the living room. A guy was in the corner searching through one of my bags. He had a black hoodie and ripped up jeans, which was exactly what the person I had seen walking around was wearing. I only looked at him for a second before he turned around and faced me. He didn't look startled at all. It was almost like he was expecting me. He dropped the bag on the ground and yelled at me to stay where I was. He began making his way over, and I only had a split second to decide what to do. I turned and ran back to the room, slamming the door shut just before he caught up to me. He rammed into it and tried to kick the door down, then started messing with the lock on the other side. I thought quickly and opened a window, jumping out and running away. By the time I was able to get the police there, the man wasn't in the house anymore, and my bags were gone, too. Of course, to make things more terrifying, the bedroom door was open. He had picked the lock and gotten in. If I had just stayed and hidden in the bathroom or something, who knows what would have happened. The police seemed to think there was more intent behind this man's actions aside from just robbing me, so I pray he doesn't find me again. In my late teens, I began a serious relationship with my first ever boyfriend. When I was young, I had zero confidence and no self-esteem, along with a warped idea of what a relationship should be. This distorted view was influenced by witnessing the relationships of the adults around me, which were often shy and innocent, that I fell madly in love. But from the beginning, the relationship was controlling and abusive on his part. That it still makes me angry now, even more so that I put up with it for 5 years. That he hated my friends and family for no apparent reason, and I had to really fight to keep those relationships alive. As I got older, I became sick of his behavior. One weekend, when my family was away, I found the perfect opportunity to invite all my friends over for the evening. He tried to put a stop to it with threats and abuse, but I didn't let up. My friends arrived around 7 p.m., and we were sitting in the living room, drinking and chatting with snacks and music playing in the background all night. My boyfriend was calling my phone, demanding that I make my friends leave and walk to his house to bring him alcohol. My friends soon caught wind of his antics and were already unhappy about my relationship with him. After a few drinks, I began to ignore his calls. The conversation turned to my boyfriend, and my friends expressed their anger and dislike for him, saying things like, "You can do better," and "You need to get rid of him. He doesn't deserve you." Generally, we enjoyed the evening, but as my friends began to leave around 1 a.m., I wasn't afraid to be alone in the house. I had a Rottweiler. She was friendly as hell, but I was sure she'd protect me if needed. Just as one of my male friends was about to leave, he stayed behind and gave me a serious talk about how he felt about my boyfriend. I agreed with him and said goodbye, watching from the front door as my friends hurried into the dark, pouring rain, to their cars. Afterward, I went to the kitchen where I had left my phone to charge a little while earlier. As I picked it up, something in the kitchen window caught my eye. Standing directly outside in the dark and pouring rain, hooded and angry, was my boyfriend. He was scowling at me from the darkness, looking ready to kill. I screamed, and we stared at each other for a while. I could see he was mortally drunk, as the whites of his eyes had gone pink. which made him look incredibly freaky with his blue eyes that he turned away and disappeared that I knew I had to face him that I went out the back door onto the patio into the rain, where he was standing just a few feet away, breathing heavily and crying out of anger that he bent down and picked up a broken wooden broom handle that I asked him, "Are you gonna use that on me?" He replied, "I'm gonna hurt you so badly." My heart was racing, and I felt frozen in place, as I was quite drunk that he growled and swung the handle into a flower basket above my head, spilling soil and flowers down my right shoulder. Then he slammed it on the ground and ran at me, grabbing me around the throat. Damn, my dog must have heard him throw the handle because she came bounding out the back door, making an angry snorting sound that she's always friendly and was familiar with him, so I didn't think she'd do anything. But as he started to strangle me, she leapt up and grabbed his arm by the sleeve, shaking him. Seeing the fear in his face was priceless. He backed off, and she calmed down. My boyfriend started to cry, telling me that he had walked to my house a few hours earlier, sneaking in through the back door and hiding in the cupboard under the stairs to listen to every word my friends and I had said about him. That I took my dog back inside and locked the door. When I looked out the window, he was lying on the sun lounger in the rain, crying. When he realized I wasn't coming back out, he left. The thought of him still makes my stomach turn. I had some spare time this night, and having chugged a few coffees earlier in the day, I figured I'd use this energy to go out and make some money. I was delivering for DoorDash, cruising on the highway to my next delivery. It was super late, the roads were empty and the night was very peaceful, basically every delivery driver's dream. On my way there, though, my phone started buzzing. It was the customer calling me, but before I had a chance to answer it, they hung up. Since it only rang for a couple of seconds, I thought it must have been an accident. But in case it was not, I redialed their number. It rang for a while, but they didn't answer. I shook my head and blew it off, not thinking about it for the rest of the drive. I got off the highway and drove into the neighborhood. It was a very regular street with average houses. When I got up to the house my delivery was for, I parked right in the driveway and started walking up to their porch. As I was setting down the bag, I saw that the front door was cracked open. I didn't know if it was meant for me or not, so I just lightly knocked on the door and called out that I was dropping off their food. As soon as I did, I heard a somewhat disturbing sound come from down the hallway. It was a muffled thump that almost mimicked my knocking, like someone was banging on a door. A bit shaken, I opened the front door wider and called out again. I wasn't sure what to say, so I just repeated myself, saying that I was delivering their food. A few quiet moments went by, then I heard a door open from the back of the house, and a guy came around the corner. He looked distressed and bothered, but I couldn't tell if it was because of me or something else. The guy walked down the hall and right up to the doorway I was in, not saying a word as he started to reach for the bag. But that's when I heard those thumps again from down the hallway. I looked past him in confusion as he turned and looked as well, then quickly turned back and looked at me, recognizing that I heard it too. "Is everything okay?" I asked carefully. The sound echoed through the walls again as the man just kind of stared at me, as if he were trying to think of what to do. "Why don't you bring the food inside for me?" he said, almost in a demanding tone. Nervously, I picked up the bag but quickly realized how terrible of an idea this was. I felt threatened, like I had to follow him, but I also had a feeling that if I did, I wouldn't be making it out of there. In my hesitation, the guy's face showed he was even more bothered, angry even. He then reached out and grabbed the food right from my hands, then slammed the door in my face. Stunned, I stood there and listened as his footsteps went down the hallway and the thumping stopped. I couldn't do anything else at this point, so I hurried off the porch and got back to my car. I ended my DoorDash shift after that one and ended up reporting the really disturbing scenario to the police. I think what ended up making me report it was that the man tried to get me to go inside his house. If not for that, I may have not felt there was enough evidence to do anything. Unfortunately, though, police informed me hours later that the man denied that anyone else was there and declined their request to search his home. At that point, there was nothing left to do other than speculate. I believe there was something truly horrible going on, and he was possibly ready to do the same to me, but I don't think we'll ever know for sure. Thank you. My friends and I were never the smartest group. We did some really stupid stunts like going to abandoned areas, vacant homes, etc. But the worst of all the things we did was when we went to the cemetery one night. Every other thing we did, nothing ever happened, but this time was different. We were sophomores in high school, and it was a Friday night, so of course we were hanging out. Most of the time, we didn't have a plan for anything. We would just kind of come up with things to do as the night went on. By 12, two of our friends had decided to go home because they were tired, which left just me and my friend Dan. Neither of us were that tired, but we also didn't want to sit around at home bored all night. Dan brought up the cemetery by his house and said it'd be spooky and exciting to walk around that night. With nothing better to do, I agreed. I don't remember thinking anything of it. Sure, it would be a little creepy and eerie, but I knew it was just a regular cemetery. We took Dan's car and drove to his house, where we parked and walked down the block to the gate surrounding the graveyard. There was a huge entrance gateway, but the gate that went around the perimeter was more of a short wooden fence. We climbed over with ease, and right away, we got a rush of adrenaline. It was a creepy place, no doubt. There was almost no light, only a few dim standing lamps spread across the graveyard. I'm not sure what our goal was, but I think it was just to walk across the whole place without getting scared and then leave. We passed 10 or 15 gravestones when Dan came to a stop. He was looking ahead and told me to wait. I couldn't see much, but in the distance, I could barely make out a figure standing next to one of the gravestones, walking closer to us. Both me and Dan were unsure what to do and just stood there. We both assumed we had totally been caught by one of the graveyard keepers and were probably gonna get arrested or something. The man stopped several feet away, still too far for us to get a good look at him. "What are you two doing here?" he asked. Dan nervously said that we were just exploring. "Well, I'm gonna have to show you two out," he said. He told us to follow him and began walking back in the direction he came in. I think both of us were regretting not running away when we first saw him. As we walked behind him, he passed under one of those standing lamps and both Dan and I immediately froze. The man was wearing ragged clothes, nothing like a graveyard keeper would be wearing. This guy looked like he was homeless. The man must have heard us stop. He turned around, and you could see in his face that this man was crazy. He took a step toward us. "Come here," he said angrily. Dan turned and ran, and I did the same. The man's footsteps behind me were so close it felt like he was going to tackle me at any second. My adrenaline kept me going, and we managed to jump the fence. We heard the man stop on the other side, then punch the wood fence in frustration. We immediately went home and told no one except for our friends because we knew what we were doing was illegal. Both of us think that that man was some homeless person who was probably trying to rob us or maybe do something much worse. Luckily, we never made the mistake of going back there again. This is a story my uncle told me that happened during his high school prom. I can't vouch for how accurate all the details are, but I can vouch for my uncle. He's an honest guy, and I can't see him just making something like this up. Anyway, here's his story. This was back in the 60s in Spokane, Washington, and my uncle was at his prom with his date, hanging out with all his friends and generally having a great time. There was another student there that my uncle wasn't close with, just an acquaintance. His name was Jin. According to my uncle, he saw Jin hanging out with his buddies and having fun. Nothing seemed unusual about him. Everything was totally normal. Then, at some point during the evening, a group of other students saw Jin wander off into the nearby forest by himself. Apparently, he went out to enjoy some of nature's finest herb, if you catch my drift. Anyway, the night went on, and my uncle and his friends all had a blast. The thing is, Jin didn't return to the venue. Everyone just assumed he went home. That wasn't the case though. Jin never made it home that night. His parents contacted the authorities the next morning. They, of course, searched the forest area that he'd last been seen walking into, but there was no trace of the poor guy anywhere. Rumors started circulating about what had happened to him. As time went by, everyone just assumed the worst. Jin's parents never gave up their search for him though. Then, 22 years after he had vanished, against all odds, a man in a tuxedo was found wandering in those very woods. It was Jin. Visually, he was 22 years older, but he acted as if a day hadn't even passed since the night of the prom. He seemed confused and disoriented, and was taken to the hospital for examination. When interviewed, the man said that he was indeed Jin, and that he was 17, and that only the night before he'd been to his prom. Well, just from looking at him you could tell he was 39, but he remained adamant he was still in high school. His wallet contained a driver's license that was issued back in the 60s, along with his student ID. Both were Jin's. When his parents arrived to identify him, they immediately recognized the man as their son. They were elated. Jin, on the other hand, was shocked. His parents were old now, but in his mind, only one night had passed. Jin's body was in the 1980s, but his mind was still back in the early 60s. Over the next few hours, medical staff convinced Jin that he had indeed been missing for the past 2 decades. They even showed him cutouts from newspapers to prove it. As you can imagine, he kind of lost his mind a little after that. My uncle doesn't know much about what happened to Jin after that. He ended up moving away and losing all contact, not that they were close to begin with. Still, if it's true, it's a crazy story. How did Jin survive out in those woods for so many years, if indeed that's where he had been? And more pressingly, why did he have no memory of all those years? I've heard of people having crazy trips where they think their whole lives have passed, only for them to wake up the next morning to find out they had just been in a phantom reality, but I've never heard of anything like this. I don't know what I'd do if I was him. I live in a townhome in the middle of a relatively small city. It's very small and outdated, but I live alone, so it's the best I can afford. I worked late this night, getting home sometime around 8 or 9. Pulling up my shared driveway, I noticed the townhome connected to mine had its front door wide open. All the lights in the house were off, though, which made me think they must have accidentally left it open and then gone to sleep. I made fun of them in my head and went inside my house, not thinking much else about it. I got out some frosted flakes and ate while watching Netflix, then forced myself to go to bed because I had to be up early for my morning shift tomorrow. Going to my bedroom, which happened to have a connecting wall to my neighbors, I heard a few thumps come from inside their place. My neighbors usually don't make any noise, so hearing anything from them was a rare occurrence. I just hoped they wouldn't keep me up and turned off the lights and hopped in bed. I laid there with my eyes closed for several minutes, trying to drift into sleep when the most terrifying sound instantly shook me up, my front door being smashed in. It was a single violent hit. I jumped out of bed and ran into the hallway. There was wood debris all over the floor, and the front door was wide open. But whoever did it must have been moving quickly because they weren't there. I heard some footsteps running through the living room, and at this point, I could tell there was more than one person. I tried to run back to my bedroom, but a man screamed at me to stop. I turned to face two large men, both wearing masks and hoodies. One was holding a baseball bat, and the other held some sort of metal ramming tool, which must have been used to bust open the door. This next part was chaotic as they yelled commands at me and forced me to the ground. I didn't even try to fight back because I knew it would only put me in more danger. One of them held me down aggressively, pressing my head on the floor, while the other went around the house and shoved stuff in his backpack. I was panicking, breathing heavily, and trying to convince them to get off me and just let me stay out of their way. I probably should have just shut up and stayed quiet, but it was hard to think straight. Somewhere around 2 to 3 minutes in, the man that was grabbing stuff came running back to the hallway, yelling at me and the other guy about something outside. The man got off me and ran over to the window. Then they both came running back and pushed me down as I was trying to get up. They looked full of rage as they started attacking and threatening me before trying to run out the back door, but they were too late. For cops had surrounded the house, and seconds later, they forced the men to give up. As it turns out, the men broke into my neighbor's townhome too. They weren't home at the time, but when they pulled in, they immediately called the cops, which was how they were able to help me. The two men turned out to be just regular guys trying to make some quick money. Aside from the smashed front door and a few bruises, I was all right. I still think it was stupid of them to attack me instead of just making a run for it at the end, but I'm sure either way they were screwed. It was by far the most terrifying thing I'd ever been through, but I'm extremely lucky to have had it end up the way it did, with them in prison. Our next story takes us from the desolate expanse of the desert to the claustrophobic darkness of a dense forest. Imagine the towering trees, their branches intertwined overhead, creating a canopy that blots out the moon and stars. The air is thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, a symphony of rustling leaves and the snapping of twigs. It's a place of eerie beauty, but also one that can hide unspeakable horrors. A young woman driving home from a late-night shift found herself lost on a deserted road cutting through the heart of such a forest. She had taken a wrong turn, lured off the main highway by a faulty GPS signal. Now she was hopelessly lost, her phone showing no bars, and her car sputtering its last breaths as it ran out of gas. The engine died, plunging her into an oppressive silence broken only by the sound of her own ragged breathing. Fear, cold and sharp, gripped her heart. The forest, once beautiful, now loomed around her, menacing and alive. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig sounded like approaching footsteps. She knew staying in her car was her safest bet, but the silence of the forest was unbearable, a suffocating blanket of darkness pressing in on her. She turned on her hazard lights, there blinking a beacon of hope in the vast darkness, but the battery quickly drained, leaving her once again in darkness. Time crawled by, each minute an eternity. She dozed off, only to be jolted awake by nightmares fueled by her isolation and fear. The forest came alive with every gust of wind, the shadows seeming to dance and writhe, taking on menacing shapes in the darkness. Then she heard it, a low growl, deep and guttural, coming from the woods surrounding her car. Her blood ran cold, her heart pounding against her ribs like a drum. She strained to listen, her senses on high alert, every muscle in her body tense with fear. The growl came again, closer this time, followed by the distinct sound of heavy footsteps crunching on leaves. Something was out there, something big and dangerous, circling her car like a predator stalking its prey. She locked the doors, her fingers trembling as she fumbled with the lock. She huddled in the back seat, her eyes wide with terror, her breath catching in her throat. The growls continued throughout the night, each one sending shivers down her spine. She was trapped, hunted by an unseen terror in the heart of the forest. As dawn broke, the growls finally ceased, replaced by the chirping of birds, a jarring contrast to the nightmare she had just endured. She cautiously got out of the car, her legs shaking, her body trembling with exhaustion and terror. She didn't waste any time. With a desperate prayer, she started walking, her eyes scanning the dense undergrowth and her ears straining for any sound that might signal the return of her unseen tormentor. After what felt like an eternity, she stumbled out of the woods and onto a dirt road. A pickup truck soon approached, its driver stopping to help. She had escaped the clutches of the forest, but the terror of that night, the memory of the unseen growls, would forever haunt her dreams. It was the middle of the summer. I was 11 years old and my younger brother was 8. We were outside playing various games with other kids in our neighborhood, but we finally headed home as the sun went down. Maybe once a week, our parents would go to a different restaurant around town, leaving my younger brother and me home alone. Most of the time, they'd tell us before they went out, but if we were outside playing, sometimes they'd just leave us to our game. When we got back home and no one was there, we assumed this was the case. Confirming this was a note left on the kitchen counter. My younger brother and I both went to the living room to watch TV, something we usually did before bed. After half an hour, it had gotten completely dark outside. Just then, I heard the doorbell ring, followed by knocking. At first, I thought it was our parents getting back, but it definitely wasn't normal for them to use the front door, much less not have a key for it. The chances of the garage door opener they had not working them for getting a key were extremely low. Although I realized it was still possible, I left the living room and went up to the front door to see who it was. As I approached the door, I heard a man's voice yell that he was selling Girl Scout cookies. I was extremely confused considering the time of day. I looked through the peephole and saw a grown man, completely alone, with no cookies in hand and not with his daughter, as I was expecting. The man yelled out once more before moving his hand to the door handle. My heart dropped, realizing that we had forgotten to lock the door when coming in for the night. The door handle slowly started turning, and I quickly engaged the deadlock. A clicking sound echoed out. It was too loud. Clearly, the man had heard it and now knew someone was inside. I waited a minute before once again looking through the peephole. The man was now looking through our living room window directly at my younger brother, who was completely unaware of what was going on. From where he now stood, I could make out a gun holstered on the left side of his waist. I ran back to the living room and closed the blinds. I told my brother we should get some ice cream downstairs in the basement. I needed to get him away from any windows, but I knew that if he knew what was going on, he would freak out. He agreed, and we went downstairs. I silently locked the basement door behind us. We ate our ice cream, and eventually, I could hear the hum of the garage door opening from upstairs, signifying that my parents were back home. Later, when my brother wasn't around, I told them what had happened. They were horrified and understandably called the police. The police inspected the place, and one of the first things they noticed was how the front door's lock had clearly been tampered with, basically confirming the man had ill intent and was trying to break in. What he planned to do when he got inside, though, I can't say for sure, and neither can the police. The man was never identified. To this day, my younger brother doesn't even know this whole event took place. I'm a single dad balancing 2 jobs and 2 kids. Things got a little easier when my eldest son got old enough to watch after my youngest, but working all day makes everything a pain. Anyway, I got home from my second shift around 10, but tomorrow I had another full day of work and I knew I didn't have anything for them to eat while I was gone, so I had to make a quick trip to Walmart. They were the only store around that was open until 11. I got there just before 10:30. I hated to be that customer that walked in right before closing, but I didn't have much of a choice. I went straight over to the grocery section and looked around for some frozen meals for the kids, but after a minute I realized there was someone watching me. It was this creepy-looking man standing on the other side of the aisle. Every time I'd look at him, he would look away, playing dumb, but it was super obvious he was staring at me. I grabbed a couple boxes and went down to the next aisle, but the man followed. I looked back at him and watched as he pretended to look around, occasionally checking if I was still looking at him. He seemed to be in his late 40s, but it was hard to tell because he was wearing a heavy jacket and a hat. "You good?" I said, hoping he'd get the hint to leave me alone. He immediately walked away, not even looking at me again. I thought to myself, he was just some random strange Walmart customer, like you always hear about, and tried to not think about it any more than that. I picked up a box of cereal and some milk, then headed to the self-checkout lane. I kept my eyes open for that man, but he wasn't around anymore. I guessed I really did scare him off. I scanned everything and paid, then walked out. It was dark and the parking lot wasn't very well lit, but from far away I could tell something was off about my car. Walking up to it, there were scratches and dents all over it, and 2 of the windows were shattered. I was in shock. Then I heard footsteps coming up quickly behind me. I turned, seeing 2 men rushing at me, one holding some sort of metal pipe in his hand. I tried getting my keys out and getting in my car, but I realized I was taking too long and took off running instead. I ran straight back to the store and I heard their footsteps stop after a short chase. I watched by the front entrance as they beat in my car some more, then got in a nearby truck and drove away. I of course called 911 and they helped me with my car and giving me a ride home, but nothing could be done about it. At first, a month later, though, the same thing happened to someone else at a different Walmart a few miles away. The man who got attacked was armed and managed to detain one of them, and this eventually led to both men being arrested. One of them I recognized as the man I'd seen looking at me in the store, but I don't know about the other one. Neither gave any reasons worth noting as to why they did it. There's just some sick people out there, but I'm glad these 2 won't be around anymore. This is a story that took place back when I was a kid. I was probably somewhere between the ages of 8 and 9. At that age, I loved Christmas mainly because of all the things that I would get. I lived with my parents, brother, and sister in a 2-story home in a typical neighborhood. Each year, we would do lots of decorating inside and outside of the house. Our Christmas tree would go in the corner of our living room, and all the presents would go underneath it. On Christmas Eve that year, we went to my grandparents' house and then we were going to my uncle's on Christmas. That night on Christmas Eve, after we all went to bed, I had a difficult time falling asleep. I usually did when I was a kid because I was always so excited for Christmas. I finally was able to doze off for a bit but woke up sometime later when it was still night. I remember just turning over to try to go back to sleep, but then I thought I heard a noise. It sounded like it was coming from downstairs. My bedroom was the closest to the stairs, and even I could barely hear it. I looked at the clock, and it was 1 a.m. I didn't know why anybody would be up at this hour. Being that young and a curious kid, I decided to go and look. I left my bedroom and then walked a few feet to the railing of the stairs that overlooked the living room. I looked down, and everything seemed normal. All of the lights were off, but the lights from the Christmas tree and the few other decorations were on, so I could see a little bit. I looked down at the tree for a little while longer. It was very large, and we always got the biggest tree that we could find. But then I saw somebody come out from behind the tree. It wasn't my dad or brother, but a random guy that I didn't know. As soon as I realized that it was a random guy, I turned and ran. I went to the end of the hallway where my parents' bedroom was. I woke them up and told them that there was some guy in the house. I remember that my dad got up to look. He came back a short time later and said that he saw somebody leaving the house through the window. The police were called, and when they got out to our house, they searched all over our property. They didn't find the guy, but they did find that our window was broken. None of us had heard it break, so the guy must have quietly done it somehow. It was a living room window that was broken, and I think that I saw him not long after he got in the house because nothing was even stolen. I think that he either saw me or heard me, and that scared him off. I'm just really glad that he didn't try to come upstairs or anything. It still really freaked me out knowing that somebody broke in. It took me a long time to be able to fall back asleep, but eventually, I was able to. That was by far my craziest Christmas experience. Nothing like that has happened since, much less on Christmas. I still don't know who the guy was or why he chose our house. I also don't know if the police ever found him. The year I turned 13, my friend invited me and 2 other friends to stay at his house on Halloween night. He had a fairly large house outside of our town, and it was the perfect place to go trick-or-treating. He decided it would be cool to go out and get sweets for a movie. Fast forward, we were near the end of our trick-or-treating route, and at one house, a woman answered the door. She was tall and skinny with shoulder-length hair. Her house was disgusting. We could smell the odor of cigarettes from inside. She was quick to tell us that there were no more sweets left. However, she could try to find something for us. After a couple of minutes of waiting, she came back with an old brown paper bag with old-looking candy inside. We kindly denied the bag and told her we were getting picked up, so we better go. She grabbed one of my friends and said, "No, please," but my friend pulled away, and then she quickly shut the door. We knocked on a few more houses before hearing something going on near the parking lot of the housing complex. Someone exclaimed, "They took my child. They took her, they took her." It was her, that woman, and she was banging on my friend's parents' car. She was throwing herself at the car and hitting it with her fists. A couple of neighbors came out to the commotion. They seemed to know who she was. They apologized to us, saying it was a big misunderstanding. We quickly got into the car, and my friend's mom started driving us out. We didn't get far before the woman jumped in front of the car, claiming one of us was her child. The neighbors once again pulled her away. It was later that night, however, when things truly began. We stayed up late like any teenagers do at sleepovers, watching some scary movies. Out of nowhere, the light turned on in the hall. We could see it under the closed door of the bedroom. We assumed it was my friend's parents, about to come in and tell us to get some sleep. However, no one came in. I decided to take a peep out the door, but there was nothing at all. My friends joined me to see why the light suddenly turned on out of nowhere. My friend said, "It's her." Through a large window facing the backyard, you could see that woman standing there looking in. However, the second she saw us stare at her, she ran away. Disturbed by this, we went back inside the bedroom and locked the door. We were obviously quite shaken up by this. Who was she? What did she want? We sat around for an hour, nervous and on high alert. However, we eventually managed to fall asleep. The next morning, my friend's mom told us that the situation at the housing complex had shaken her up so much she thought she had seen that woman standing over her bed in the middle of the night. My friends and I never even told her we saw that woman at the house that night, which led us to wonder, what if, just maybe, that woman actually was inside the house that night? Walmart attracts the weirdest people. It was Black Friday, meaning me and my brothers were going video game shopping. Our first and only stop was Walmart. The place was absolutely mobbed, and being Walmart, it was mobbed with the wrong kinds of people, gross, weird, and just creepy people everywhere trying to save a few bucks on already cheap products. We rode the escalators upstairs to the video game section. I was looking for the latest Call of Duty game personally, but my brothers were looking for some other game I don't remember. Then out of nowhere, some creepy heavy oldish man who smelled like vomit walked up to me and said, "You like video games, huh?" "Yeah," I said. I began to slowly slide away, just to show that I wasn't interested in conversation. "My son likes video games too. Maybe you should come over and play some with him. He really craves company." The man gave me a creepy smile. "Oh, no, I'm not from around town, sorry," that's all I could think of saying. I didn't even give him a chance to keep this conversation going. Hell, I wasn't obligated to stand there and talk to this guy. I simply gave him a smile and called my brother's name out while walking away just to seem distracted. I did a quick backward glance. He was just staring at me as I walked away. I made it to the next aisle over and immediately felt comfort in being next to my brothers. I waited around until they finally found their game, and we headed over to the checkout counters. The lines were insane. I knew it would probably take 10 to 15 minutes just to make it to the counters, so I took that opportunity to check out some of the jeans and t-shirt sales. At one point, I found myself in probably the most secluded corner of the store checking out some t-shirts when someone grabbed my arm hard. I thought it was my brother messing with me, so I turned around and told him to go off, but it wasn't him. It was the man. I started calling for help, screaming that I didn't know this man. Some people came over and stared, but that was about it. The man let go and walked away. I don't know what he was thinking or planning on trying in a public place. I didn't tell my brothers what happened out of embarrassment, but they picked up on the fact that I was quiet afterward. "It's nothing," I kept telling them. We got into my brother's Camaro, and when I sat down, I looked to the entrance of the Walmart. There he was, sitting on the bench facing me. As we were leaving the lot, we had to pass right in front of the store. I got one last look at the creepy man. His head moved ever so slightly to constantly face me, even through the car window at night. I gave him the finger, but it didn't seem to influence him in the slightest. That was the last I ever saw of him. Walmart attracts the weirdest people. This experience was short and to the point. I was a very young child in Catholic private school. I was in the 4th grade. Our school would routinely practice lockdown drills. I think once every couple of weeks we have one. All of us in the class were always excited for them for some reason. As kids, we just found it to be fun. It's all a joke when you're that young. Half the kids don't even realize what you're practicing for, and the other half who do don't ever expect a real lockdown to happen. One day it did, though. Over the intercom came a voice from the front office saying, "We're going into lockdown. This is not a drill." I remember some kids still laughed at the announcement as if it were cool to hear that we're going into lockdown. No one could have prepared for what came next, as our teacher seemed concerned and rushed to shut the door and the lights and yelled at us to get in the corner. I think that's when everyone realized this wasn't just a regular lockdown drill, something serious was going on. We all huddled in the corner of the room. Each door had a narrow glass window which could be looked through. Suddenly, the silence was broken by crazed screaming from the halls, one lone male's voice. It was just incoherent screaming. The man was chanting something. Screams got closer, and I remember how scared we all started to get. The screams got closer until they were right outside our classroom door. Then bangs on the door made a bunch of us scream and cry. The man on the other side of the door screamed, "Your God is dead. Jesus didn't die for your sins. You're all gonna burn." Our teacher tried his best to calm us down as the screams intensified, and the man started to yell, "I hear you in there. I see you. Open up the door." The man screamed words I didn't understand at the time, but I believe looking back he was screaming Islamic phrases and shaming our religion. I was too young to put it all together immediately. The bangs on our door stopped, and the screams continued further down the hall. Away from the door, but they could still be heard. The crazed man continued through the halls. The man's screams were overpowered eventually by the yells of other men. There was a huge commotion in the halls during what I presume to be the moment he was taken down by police or security. We had to stay in the lockdown position for a long time even after this. After a while, the lockdown was over, and the school day was cut short. Parents were called to pick up their children. Luckily, my mom didn't work, so she was able to come pick me up right away. It was a bit of a scarring experience. We were all so young that we didn't even understand the gravity and freakishness of the situation. I'm just glad no one got hurt. It was around noon on Memorial Day of 2017. My car was in the shop for a few days, so to the outside world, it would seem that no one was home. I was sitting in the living room watching television when I noticed a shadow being cast from the window behind me. I thought nothing of it as the window faces the street, and our front lawn is not very big. To me, it seemed like someone was just walking down the road, no big deal. Almost simultaneously, however, someone passed by the window to the carport heading to our side door. I went to check it out, and before I got to the door, he knocked. When I answered the door, I saw him in a white duct-taped motorized scooter, now under our carport. He told me he had been walking down the road pushing his scooter and he was wondering if he could rest for a moment. It was a hot day, and I could tell he had been walking. I decided to give him a break and let him sit under my carport for a minute. I even gave him a mellow yellow from the fridge, thinking if he had a cool drink, he would leave as soon as he was finished. I returned to my living room. Then there was another knock, but this time on the front door. I answered it, and this guy was asking if we were selling a scooter here. I told him no, and he apologized and then walked off. I closed the door and looked outside the window, and saw that the guy in the scooter was still there. At this point, I was really suspicious, as most people would be. I decided to make something up to get the guy to leave by saying my friend was about to be here and that he needed to park there. When I opened the door, I asked him if he was feeling all right now, and he told me he was just resting. Before I could tell him my made-up excuse to get him to leave, the guy from the other door came from around the side of the house. He talked to the scooter guy and said, "Hey man, I've been looking everywhere for you. I thought you might have been stealing these people's scooter." They laughed for a moment and then both walked to the street with the scooter. I closed the door and decided to watch them from my front window. They both loaded the scooter in the back of a big red truck parked in the street that was not there when I talked to the front door guy. The driver was staring at the window I was looking out of, and after they got in, they took off. I called the police, and an officer came over almost immediately. I live a block from a police department. When I told the cop about what happened, he told me they had similar reports of a guy with a scooter casing houses, probably thinking that no one was home for the holiday. He told me that I probably scared them off since I was home. Still, though, I'm very lucky that they weren't violent. Every Memorial Day, I think about what happened. The bowling alley was a place of comfort for me, a sanctuary where I could escape the troubles of the world. But one night, that sanctuary turned into a scene of terror I'll never forget. It was a quiet evening, and the lanes were populated with a few lingering patrons. I was enjoying a solitary game, lost in the rhythm of the pins crashing and the balls rolling, when I noticed a man lurking in the shadows. A man whose presence set off alarm bells in my head. Something about him seemed off. His eyes were dark and predatory as he watched me from across the alley. I tried to ignore the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine, chalking it up to paranoia. But as the night wore on, his gaze never wavered, his attention focused solely on me. I decided to leave. My nerves were on edge as I made my way toward the exit, but before I could reach safety, the man stepped out of the shadows, blocking my path with a crazy smile on his face. He asked me if I was leaving soon. I tried to brush past him, but he grabbed me roughly by my arm, his grip like a vice as he dragged me toward the back of the alley. Panic surged through me as I realized his intentions. I was being kidnapped. I struggled against his hold, screaming for help as he dragged me further into the darkness, but my cries fell on deaf ears, drowned out by the cacophony of the bowling alley. Just when I thought all hope was lost, a voice pierced the darkness, a voice filled with authority and determination. He said, "Let her go." I looked up to see a security guard rushing toward us, his eyes blazing with fury as he confronted the kidnapper. With a curse, the man released his grip and fled into the night, leaving me shaken but alive. The security guard helped me to my feet, his presence a reassuring anchor in the midst of chaos. As we waited for the police to arrive, he listened intently to my story, his expression grim as he took notes. When the police finally arrived, they took my statement and launched a search for the kidnapper. But despite their efforts, he was never caught, leaving me to grapple with the trauma of the horrifying night. In the days that followed, I could not shake the feeling of being watched, the memory of the kidnapper's sinister smile haunting my every waking moment. But as I returned to the bowling alley, determined not to let fear rule my life, I found solace in the knowledge that I was not alone. There were people like the security guard who would stop at nothing to protect the innocent from harm. Yet, as much as I try to think positively, there's also that other side. What if that man is still watching me? What if he tries to strike again? Ere the police station was on, I noticed that the car stopped following me. I pulled into the police. I didn't get out of my car. I sat in the parking lot for a few minutes, making sure that the car didn't come in after me and that it was gone. Then, I finally went back on the road and went home. For the rest of my drive, I did not notice the car directly behind me or anything. There were a decent number of other cars on the road, but it wasn't all that busy. Eventually, I got back to my house and pulled in. My street was usually pretty quiet, but as soon as I parked my car in the driveway, my phone started to ring again. I jumped when I heard it. When I looked, it was the same number as before. I decided to answer it. When I did, I heard the same man's voice speak. He said, "You shouldn't have gone to the police station. You should have just gone home." I know where you live." This really freaked me out, but just then, things got worse. I suddenly heard a car approaching and saw headlights entering my street. I turned and ran for my house as fast as possible. I got to the door and unlocked it just as the car reached my driveway. It pulled in and parked behind my car, and I made it inside my house. I locked the door behind me. I took out my phone and called the police. Meanwhile, after parking in my driveway, I saw a man get out and start to walk to my door. I ran back into the living room, which is away from the door. The man then knocked on my front door and tried to open it. After that, he stayed on the front step, just standing there. I really wondered if that guy was crazy. He called me again, but I didn't pick up. I let it go to voicemail, and he did not leave a message. The good part is that he did not attempt to break in, he just stood there right outside my front door the entire time. Finally, the police got there. They talked to the man and were able to get him to leave as well as give him a citation. I hoped that that would be enough. It was certainly one of the scariest situations in my life. That man was very sneaky. I really don't know how he got my phone number or knew where I lived. I think he waited for me around the corner of the police station or something, then kept a distance so I didn't notice him. It was dark out, so I couldn't see all the other cars very well. Either way, whatever he did, it blows my mind he was able to do it. The good news is that I haven't seen him since. I'm an only child and grew up in a small town. My parents were hardworking, often struggled to pay the bills, so they usually worked a lot of overtime or even had multiple jobs. Because of this, I was left home alone pretty frequently. I was 13 at the time, and this night both my mom and dad were working closing shifts, so I was at home by myself after school until 10 or 11. To keep myself busy, I'd usually watch TV or go for walks in the woods behind our house. After getting home from school and having a snack, I went outside and started walking along my regular path while the sun was still out. It was a 2.5-mile trail through the woods that almost never had anyone else walking on it. Strangely though, about a mile into the walk, I saw a guy on the trail up ahead. He was sitting with his back against a tree, wearing a dark blue jacket and had a red baseball cap tilted downward, covering his eyes and most of his face. From the way he was slumped over, it almost looked like he was sleeping. So I continued walking, trying to quietly pass by him. As I got just a couple of feet away, though, he lifted his head and instantly locked eyes with me. His eyes were tired and red, and he had this disturbing frown like he was upset or something. As I passed by, he started standing up, and getting a strange feeling about him, I began walking faster, basically jogging the rest of the trail and back home. I didn't see him follow me, but I locked all the doors just in case. Again, I was only 13, and even though I was used to being home alone, I still got scared pretty easily. I stayed inside and checked the windows one last time before trying to distract myself by watching TV. Only a few minutes after turning it on, though, I heard a voice at the back door. I paused the TV and listened, hearing a man call out multiple times, repeating the word, "Hello." I stood up and looked down the main hallway. That same guy with the red cap and blue jacket was standing at the back door, almost pressing his face into it as he tried to look inside. I quickly went back around the corner, but he must have seen me because he immediately stopped calling out and instead started trying to force the door open. I just froze up in the middle of the living room, listening to the door jolt back and forth against the lock. After several attempts, though, he left. I called my parents, and they called the police, but he was never found. Having been followed home and them trying to break in, though, I can only imagine what they were trying to do to me. Our first story begins on a Friday night, the air thick with anticipation. A young man named Jack, an avid gamer, scoured online marketplaces for a deal on a used console, eager to dive into the latest releases. He stumbled upon an offer that seemed too good to be true, a current-gen console, practically brand new, being sold at a fraction of the retail price. The seller, only identified as KL, was vague in his responses, claiming he simply needed to get rid of it. Despite a prickle of unease, Jack dismissed his better judgment and arranged to meet KL at a dimly lit gas station later that evening. The seller, a gaunt man with nervous eyes, arrived in a beat-up car, the console hastily wrapped in a garbage bag. He practically shoved it into Jack's hands, eager to be rid of the device. Jack, his excitement overriding his apprehension, paid the man and hurried home, eager to boot up his new purchase. As he connected the console to his TV, he noticed an unsettling detail he had overlooked in his haste, a single deep scratch etched across the top of the console, almost resembling a cryptic symbol. Brushing it off as nothing more than cosmetic damage, Jack grabbed his controller and prepared to enter a world of digital entertainment. From the moment he pressed the power button, things felt off. The console whirred to life with an unnatural hum, the fan noise louder and more erratic than it should have been. The screen flickered, displaying distorted images and garbled text before snapping into focus, revealing the console's home screen. But something was different. The usual cheerful background was replaced with a static image of a dark, desolate forest, the trees twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. Jack chalked it up to a corrupted hard drive, a minor inconvenience he could easily fix with a factory reset. As he navigated the console's menu, he noticed strange glitches, the cursor moving on its own, selecting options he hadn't chosen. The console seemed to have a mind of its own, its actions becoming increasingly erratic and unsettling. Unease curdled in his stomach, but Jack, determined to make his new purchase work, continued to tinker with the settings, attempting to restore the console to its factory settings. His efforts were met with resistance, the console seemingly fighting back, the screen flashing with disturbing imagery, grotesque figures with hollow eyes and gaping maws flickering in and out of existence. Cold dread washed over Jack as he realized that this was no ordinary glitch. It was the summer of 1994 when my mom was just 17. She had gotten a job folding clothes and stuff over at our local Jersey Walmart. Super excited to earn a little cash like any teenager, her first shift started normal enough, I guess. The manager set her up tidying racks in the junior section. A couple hours in, though, she noticed some scraggly older dude, 40s maybe, lurking nearby, pretending to shop. She said she could feel him watching her stack shirts and shorts from the moment she clocked in. But it wasn't until later when the guy started showing up wherever she was working, wandering the ladies' underwear aisle and areas without even hiding that he was trailing her. She asked some supervisor for help, and they were just like, "Sorry, girl, can't kick him without solid proof." So she had to just keep on minding the racks with this creepo on her heels, staring at her. At one point, she turned to see him leering at her further down an aisle. "Come over here and show me those cute little panties, sweetheart," he said, making her skin crawl. She rushed away, but he kept popping up to bother her and make uncomfortable remarks about her body. Come the end of shift, she was majorly freaked, knowing the stalker guy could be waiting for her outside. But she had no choice but to finish up and get her stuff from the back room to leave. She even tried getting a coworker to walk out with her, but they all just wanted to jet. So here's this 17-year-old petite girl having to traverse the empty, darkened store alone and get to the lot before this psycho can grab her. And what do you know, he pops out as soon as she turns into the last aisle near the rear exit. He then said, "There you are, pretty young thing." She froze, panicking at the sight of him lurching towards her, grinning. She made a break for the doors but only made it halfway across the parking lot when he caught up and dragged her back, screaming. Pinned her down, trying to rip at her top as she's kicking and clawing back. Some night patrol guard came running over from around the corner, yelling loud, which caused the creep to book it just before doing who knows what else to her. Cops took my mom's statement while she shook and cried there with ripped clothes and bloody scrapes everywhere. My mom's parents were shocked, obviously, and pulled her from the job after. She didn't leave the house alone for weeks after that trauma. Even now, all these years later, just driving past that Walmart gives me chills knowing some monster lurked there waiting to terrorize my mom trying to earn a paycheck. My mom says growing up is accepting that evil hides in plain sight. I say thank God that guard showed up, or I may not even be here telling this ugly tale. The world failed to protect her innocence that night. Creepy carnival worker. So this happened when I was younger, quite a while ago, but it's one of the creepiest things that has ever happened to me, and I thought y'all might like to hear it. Anyways, I was probably about 10 or 11 years old, and my mom dropped me and my younger brother off at this little carnival thing in the supermarket parking lot. I don't know if they really do stuff like that anymore, but they used to set up smaller carnivals with maybe like 10 rides and a couple of food vendors. Anyways, we had been there for maybe an hour, and I noticed that this guy had been watching us for a while. Then I realized that he was sort of following us around to the different rides. I figured he was one of the workers since he was wearing a carnival hat and his clothes were pretty much the same colors as the other people working there. I would look around and spot him watching us from a couple of rides over or standing next to one of the food stands. Now, I don't want to be rude, but this guy had the creepiest freaking face. One of his eyes looked like it had been swallowed up by this huge swollen eyelid. He had these chapped lips that looked like they were bleeding in places, and he just kept following us around for like 30 minutes, mumbling to himself and staring. After a while, I decided that we should leave and find a way to call my mom. As we were about to leave the carnival area, literally about to walk through the exit, this guy hollers to both of us and grabs my brother's shoulder to pull him back in. He started telling us that we're too young to be there alone and asking where our parents are. I mean, I was young, but there were tons of kids there even younger than us without their parents. He pulled us off to the side area between two rides and pushed us behind him, then just stood guard in front of us like that. I kept asking to use a phone to call my mother since I was still hoping it was actually about us being too young to be there by ourselves. Finally, he gives me this phone that obviously has no SIM card in it or something because it just displays that error message that old phones used to have. I kept begging him to let us go, and he kept muttering, "No, we're going to take you somewhere real safe, real safe." Then he starts laughing and asked if my mom had picked up, which obviously not, and saying he's going to have to take us himself since there's no one else to take us whatever that he had planned. Finally, we see another worker walking by and I yell to her if I can use her phone. The guy immediately freezes and then just starts walking away like nothing happened. I explained to the woman what had happened and she just looked really confused and kind of worried. I didn't find out until a couple years later, but I guess she told my mom that she didn't think the guy even worked there, that she had never seen him before in her time working. So that happened. The following pictures you're about to see were taken by hikers Orly and Dante, who both live in Eagle Mountain, Utah, a small town south of Salt Lake City. For the past few years, they had been exploring forests in search of interesting things, and one day they found it. One day, Orly was hiking in Cedar Fort, just 5 miles south of Salt Lake City. While hiking, she found large amounts of animal bones and piles of junk people had dumped, but things started to get strange when she started coming across strange symbols and animal parts scattered throughout the forest, some of them in weird formations. On September 15th, she decided to bring her friend Dante along with her to show him in person the unusual things she was finding. This time, the two came across something even more disturbing. On the trail, there was a severed deer head and a pentagram surrounded by deer legs, which were not there the first time Orly walked the trail. The sun was going down, and after getting their pictures, they agreed it was time to head back to the car. But the more they walked, they realized they didn't recognize the path they were on. So, the two started looking around for anything that could refresh their memory of where they were. But as it got dark out, the two accepted that they were lost. With nothing but their phone flashlights to navigate, they started getting the feeling they were being watched. As they picked up their pace, the two started to hear the trees and bushes moving at least 20 feet to their right, made more concerning by the fact that there was no wind that night. The two started to panic and hurried onto a trail they found, hoping it would take them back to Orly's car. Just when things couldn't seem to get any worse, Orly and Dante heard a scream so deep and horrific that it sounded neither human nor animal. The two sprinted down the trail, Orly making a conscious effort not to look back, but Dante did. Dante claimed to see a large black figure on the trail behind them, too big to be a human. The two made it to the car by some stroke of luck, losing whatever was chasing them. So, they left the forest and went straight home. Orly has not returned since. Bodleian Library stood as a beacon of knowledge in the small town of Oxford. However, its history was marred by tragedy and mystery. Legend had it that the library was built upon cursed ground where restless spirits roamed the earth seeking vengeance. One fateful night, Luna, a dedicated librarian, found herself alone in the library after hours. As she went about her duties, she heard faint whispers echoing through the empty halls. Brushing it off as her imagination, she continued her work until the whispers grew louder, more insistent. Suddenly, the books on the shelves began to fly off, pages fluttering in the air as if guided by an unseen force. Terrified, Luna fled to the safety of her office, only to find the doors sealed shut by an unknown presence. Panic gripped her as she realized she was trapped inside the library with something malevolent. Desperate for answers, Luna delved into the library's archives, uncovering the dark history of Bodleian. Centuries ago, the land upon which the library stood had been cursed by a vengeful witch, cursing all who dared to trespass upon it. Determined to break the curse and free herself from the library's grip, Luna embarked on a perilous journey through the hidden chambers and secret passages of Bodleian. Along the way, she encountered the spirits of those who had perished within its walls, their anguished cries echoing in the darkness. At the heart of the library, Luna discovered the source of the curse, a forgotten tome bound in human flesh, its pages teeming with dark magic. With trembling hands, she began to recite the incantations inscribed within, hoping to banish the curse once and for all. As the final words left her lips, a blinding light enveloped the library, and Luna felt a sense of peace wash over her. When she opened her eyes, she found herself standing outside Bodleian Library, the curse broken and the spirits laid to rest. From that day forth, the library stood as a symbol of resilience and triumph, a testament to the power of courage and determination in the face of darkness. Osaka University boasted one of the most extensive library collections in the country, drawing scholars and students alike to its prestigious halls. Yet beneath its grandeur lay a dark secret that few dared to speak of. Rumors whispered of a hidden section of the library known as the Dark Night, where forbidden knowledge and ancient tomes were kept under lock and key. Curiosity led Karina, a freshman at Osaka, to seek out the elusive section despite warnings from her peers. Late one night, Karina ventured into the depths of the library, following a trail of flickering lights and echoing whispers. As she entered the dark night, she felt a chill run down her spine, the air thick with the scent of decay. Among the dusty shelves, Karina discovered a tome bound in black leather, its pages adorned with strange symbols and sigils. Ignoring the warnings etched into its cover, she began to read aloud from its pages, unaware of the dark forces she was about to unleash. Suddenly, the shadows around her began to stir, coalescing into sinister shapes that loomed over her like specters of the night. Terrified, Karina tried to flee but found herself trapped within the dark night, the walls closing in around her. Desperate for escape, Karina searched for a way out, stumbling upon a hidden chamber concealed behind a tapestry. Inside, she found a mirror adorned with ancient runes, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly glow. With no other options left, Karina reached out and touched the mirror, hoping it would transport her to safety. To her astonishment, the mirror rippled like water, and she found herself standing outside Osaka University, the shadowed stacks disappearing into thin air behind her. Shaken but alive, Karina vowed never to speak of her harrowing ordeal, knowing that some secrets were better left buried in the darkness. I was about 13 to 14 years old at the time, and it was around the 4th of July. Every year around this time, the town I grew up in would have a 4th of July fair in the center of town. It was always a great place to get together with friends without parents, which at that age is a treat. So a few of my friends and I were walking around the fair just hanging out. It was super hot that day, the middle of summer and all, and we were all in tank tops and shorts, mind you. We were still prepubescent at this point, we all blossomed a bit later. So as we stop in front of a carnival game, I turn and see this man, probably mid-30s, in a full cycling gear with sunglasses on. Not weird, there's plenty of cycling enthusiasts in our town. The thing that grabbed my attention, however, was that his hand was down his pants. Me being a naive 13-year-old girl at the time, I laughed and just thought he was adjusting his tight biker shorts or something. As we walked away, I whispered to my friends to check out the guy fixing his shorts, and they looked and also found it funny. We carried on with our day and forgot about the man. Eventually, I don't really remember who approached us specifically, but an older friend of ours told us to get on the sidewalk immediately. When we complied, she told us that the man in the biking gear had been following us around the fair. We were kind of behind a lot of the carts, so we weren't in the main part of the fair where everyone could see, and continued to have his hand down his pants, masturbating as he was following us. Someone obviously called the police and arrested the guy. I heard later that they searched his car and found porn inside and a few other suspicious items, but I never heard any more about him or who he was. My friends and I never really mentioned it after that as well. I don't think we fully grasped the situation at the time and just kind of blocked it out. I mean, still to this day, almost 10 years later, it makes me squirm when I think about it. Let's not meet again ever, creepy cyclist. In the heart of the dense forest stood a lake, its waters dark and foreboding, shrouded in mystery and fear. Local legends whispered of a curse upon the lake, warning fishermen and adventurers alike to stay far away. But curiosity, as it often does, beckoned the bold to its shores. Among those drawn to the lake was Andrew, a seasoned angler with a thirst for adventure that overshadowed any superstition. Armed with his fishing gear and determination, he ventured into the woods, guided by stories of monstrous catches and whispered horrors. As he reached the edge of the lake, an eerie mist rose from its surface, obscuring what lay beneath. Ignoring the chill that crept up his spine, Andrew cast his line into the murky depths, eager to test his skills against whatever lurked below. Hours passed with little success, and the sun began to sink below the horizon, casting long shadows across the water. Just as Andrew prepared to call it a day, his line suddenly went taut, pulling him forward with unexpected force. With a grunt of surprise, he struggled to reel in his catch, the water churning and bubbling as whatever he had hooked fought against him. Heart pounding, Andrew finally managed to haul his prize onto the shore, only to stagger back in horror at what lay before him. It was no fish that writhed and thrashed at his feet, but a grotesque abomination straight from the nightmares of ancient lore. Its twisted form was a grotesque amalgamation of scales and tentacles, its eyes burning with a malevolent intelligence that sent shivers down Andrew's spine. In a panic, he stumbled backward, tripping over his own feet as he scrambled to escape the creature's grasp. But it was too late. The creature lunged forward with lightning speed, its tentacles wrapping around Andrew's legs and dragging him screaming into the depths below. This is only a short story, but one I really want to share. There was this girl who I'd been seeing for a few months that I was 21, and she was 24 and had a boy about 2 years old. She was basically normal, had a good job, and took care of her kid, okay. She was kind of a dim bulb, though, not very bright, that I was bored in the relationship and really didn't want to become a stepdad to the kid. So I ended it in a no problem, right? I run into her about a month or so later at a bar, and we end up going back to her place for a night of XX. The next morning, she makes coffee and breakfast that I go to school, and she goes to work that I get incredibly sick on my way to school and vomit multiple times that I make it to school, and I'm still puking. So I find the nurse or medical office and vaguely recall being loaded into an ambulance that it's all blank after that I come to in the hospital. And a doctor tells me that I OD'd on a huge amount of meth and had about 5 minutes left to live before they figured it out. And by the way, he tells me there are some federal agents here to talk to you. It turns out she planned this whole thing and decided that if she couldn't have me, then no one could. She went to jail but got a reduced sentence for turning on the family member who was making and distributing the meth. Submitted to me all the way back in 2015, this account was sent by a mother of 2 children, a 6-year-old boy and an 8-year-old girl. Almost every night, between the hours of 12 and 5 a.m., the boy would come to the parents' bedroom crying that he was scared because someone or something was in his room at the edge of his bed. The boy would claim that every night, the person or thing would come out from his closet and move to the same spot at the foot of his bed, standing there without moving. The first few times, the parents would check the boy's bedroom just to make him feel better. The closet door would always be open, and when questioned about why it was always open when it was supposed to be shut, he would insist it was because he was telling the truth about the thing in his closet. Every time the parents showed their son that the closet was empty, he would go back to sleep. Their 8-year-old daughter never had any similar issues. For a few nights, the parents allowed him to sleep in their room on the floor with a blanket. Eventually, though, after this had been going on for too long, the parents decided to humor him one more time and asked him to draw what the thing at the foot of his bed looked like. His drawing sent chills down his parents' spines. It depicted a grudge-like figure that seemed terrifying enough to give a grown man nightmares, let alone a 6-year-old boy. There also appeared to be something at the window, and when questioned about this, the boy said that he sometimes saw it at the window too when it wasn't at the foot of his bed. The parents' solution to this was to move their son's bed to the spare bedroom across the hall, which didn't have any big closets. The mother who submitted this couldn't help but feel a little creeped out herself by the drawing, especially every time he came crying to their room in the middle of the night. Osaka University boasted one of the most extensive library collections in the country, drawing scholars and students alike to its prestigious halls. Yet beneath its grandeur lay a dark secret that few dared to speak of. Rumors whispered of a hidden section of the library known as the Dark Night, where forbidden knowledge and ancient tomes were kept under lock and key. Curiosity led Karina, a freshman at Osaka, to seek out the elusive section despite warnings from her peers. Late one night, Karina ventured into the depths of the library, following a trail of flickering lights and echoing whispers. As she entered the dark night, she felt a chill run down her spine, the air thick with the scent of decay. Among the dusty shelves, Karina discovered a tome bound in black leather, its pages adorned with strange symbols and sigils. Ignoring the warnings etched into its cover, she began to read aloud from its pages, unaware of the dark forces she was about to unleash. Suddenly, the shadows around her began to stir, coalescing into sinister shapes that loomed over her like specters of the night. Terrified, Karina tried to flee but found herself trapped within the dark night, the walls closing in around her. Desperate for escape, Karina searched for a way out, stumbling upon a hidden chamber concealed behind a tapestry. Inside, she found a mirror adorned with ancient runes, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly glow. With no other options left, Karina reached out and touched the mirror, hoping it would transport her to safety. To her astonishment, the mirror rippled like water, and she found herself standing outside Osaka University, the shadowed stacks disappearing into thin air behind her. Shaken but alive, Karina vowed never to speak of her harrowing ordeal, knowing that some secrets were better left buried in the darkness. This happened in the early summer of 2020, right when COVID was at its peak. I'm sure most of you can relate to staying at home during quarantine and not being able to go out. With the constant boredom of staying locked away inside of my house, I decided to take a day for a fishing trip. I live in South Florida, a place where it's notorious to go fishing. My state was still on lockdown, but I didn't care. I drove about an hour's drive away to Key West and went under a bridge to where I was sure I would get a decent catch. The waves were a little rough, but it didn't matter. Fast forward to about 30 minutes later, I'm still fishing, waiting for a bite. I look to my left and see what appeared to be a blue tarp setup behind one of the pillars of the bridge. I thought nothing of it, but for whatever reason, I looked back and saw a man standing there looking at me. To be honest, he kind of startled me as I jumped a little bit and nodded my head as a hello. However, he didn't seem to acknowledge my greeting as he kept staring at me with this blank expression I couldn't even describe. By the looks of it, he looked homeless, worn, torn clothes and had a full-on white beard, kind of like what you would picture as your typical old fisherman. What made me unsettled, however, was that his right hand was always behind his back. I pretended to concentrate on fishing, but I could still feel his gaze looking at me. Suddenly, he then jumps into the water and is swimming directly toward me. Even with the rough waves and the current from under the bridge, he was extremely fast. I was out from under that bridge in less than 15 seconds and got in my car with my foot glued to the gas pedal. I also left my stuff behind as, obviously, my life was more worth saving than that. I drove about a few miles where I stopped at a gas station for a snack and then proceeded to go home. What that man was going to do to me or what he wanted, I don't know. I assumed he was probably a dangerous homeless person who didn't like people near where he lived. The next day, I drove back to the bridge and tried to get my stuff, only to find it gone. Not only that, but the blue tarp and the man were also gone. Nothing was left except for an old hunting knife left on one of the platforms where the pillars were held up. After seeing it, I knew that's probably what he was hiding behind his back. My younger brother and I have childhood friends that go to the beach with our moms for Memorial Day weekend every year. We've been doing this since before my younger brother was born. On our trip about 2 years ago, we had just arrived at the condo complex that we were staying at and had begun to unpack. We were on the first floor, so only 2 flights of stairs to get to our condo. There was some kind of construction happening a few floors above us, so there were trucks and workers. We had finally finished unpacking our stuff, and we were headed down to the beach when I remembered that I left my purse in the car. My mom gave me the keys, and they went down to the beach while I went to the car to grab my purse. But while I was getting it, an old pickup truck pulled into the parking lot, and an older man got out. He had paint on his shorts, so I figured he was a worker. But me, at the time being a teenage semi-petite girl, kept my eye on him. I got my purse, locked the car, and then started heading back to the stairs. I should also mention that the stairs were outside, open for everyone to see. The man started following me up the stairs, but he was several steps behind me. I figured he was headed up to the construction area, so I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Nevertheless, I started walking faster, and when I glanced behind me, the man was only 2 steps behind. This is when I really started to panic. I only had car keys and a purse on me, and I didn't know the layout of the condo yet. Where was the knife block, was the door to the beach open. I finally reached the door to the condo, ran inside, and tried to close it behind me. The man was at the door and was trying to force it open as I was trying to force it closed. I finally just tried to run for it, hoping the sliding door to the balcony and beach was open. Luckily, my mom and my friend were still inside because they forgot to bring sunscreen down. I ran behind them, and the man just stood in the doorway. "Can we help you?" my mom asked. The man awkwardly smiled and mumbled something about looking for supplies and abruptly closed the door. After I calmed down, we went back to the parking lot, and his car was gone. I'm confident that the man thought I was going to be alone in that condo with him, and I don't like to think about what could have happened if my mom and friend weren't there. My partner and I recently bought our first home. On the day of closing, the selling realtor informed us that the seller hadn't given her the keys to the house. She also claimed that the seller never had a garage door opener. When we asked about when we could obtain the keys, the selling realtor explained that the seller works an hour away and has long hours, so we couldn't get the keys until 9 or 10 p.m. Instead, the realtor arranged and paid for new locks on the front door and even gave us money to buy garage door openers. We closed on the house, and everything else went smoothly. However, when I went to set up and turn on the electricity, the company told me they couldn't turn on our power until the next day, even though I had called in the morning. The house needed a good cleaning, as the seller didn't bother to clean before moving out. Let me first describe the house layout. When you walk through the front door, it opens to the living area, with the kitchen to the left. Part of the kitchen is hidden from the front door due to stairs leading to the basement, so you can't see the oven or the fridge. The neighborhood is one of the safest in my area. I had to use the front door to move things in since the locks were installed before I arrived, so I didn't bother locking the door. Moving on with the story, since I didn't have electricity, I decided to start by cleaning the fridge. I turned on a true crime horror podcast and got to work. The fridge doors were wide open, and I was just doing my thing when a shadow appeared behind me. I knew this wasn't my partner because he was teaching, so I turned around to see a man in a black hoodie and black shorts. He told me he was there to drop off a garage door opener. He placed the opener on the island without saying another word. I probably spooked him just as much as he spooked me because he quickly ran out the door. It took me a while to compose myself and call my partner, hoping he was on break so I could tell him what just happened. I also texted our realtor about this strange interaction. I wondered if I hadn't heard a knock because I was so engrossed in my work. But I'm certain he didn't knock. I know this because less than an hour later, another man knocked on the door, explaining he was there to drop off a key to the front door. If he tried the doorbell, I didn't hear it because there wasn't any electricity. We're still working on the house before we officially move in, but now I'm ultra spooked about being alone in the house. I refuse to listen to a true crime horror podcast while the house is empty. This happened multiple years back when I was around the age of 12. I was an only child, and back then, my family only had one car, which my dad would usually take to work each weekday. This meant any time my mom had to go somewhere while he was at work, she would either have to walk or hitchhike. Now, it should be mentioned that back then, hitchhiking was a lot more socially acceptable. Plus, at the time, we lived in a decently small town where, for the most part, everyone knew everyone. From what I can recall, this took place on a Thursday. My dad had dropped off my mom and me at the grocery store on his way to work. This, of course, meant we would have to find a ride back home. Though we'd done this many times before and never had any issues, only a couple of minutes into our walk back home, a driver pulled up next to us, willing to give us a ride. It was some guy in a white pickup truck who we had never seen before. He told us to get in the back, and we did. My mom started giving him directions to our home from the highway, but it honestly looked like the guy was just ignoring her. When we came to our exit, this was confirmed as he straight up drove right past it. The guy then went on to explain how he had to make a quick detour first. This was extremely unnerving, but after a while, we came up to a farm. The driver took out the keys, told us to wait in the car, and disappeared. My mom clearly didn't know what to do. I mean, we couldn't just leave. We were in an unfamiliar area in the middle of nowhere. A few minutes later, the driver came back, but now with a second guy. The guy looked at us and started flipping out, screaming at the driver. Now, I'm not sure if this is exactly what was said, but this is what I can remember. The guy screamed at the driver that he shouldn't have brought someone with a child and that there's no way anything can happen now. From what I recall, more things along those lines were said, but I can't remember exactly. The driver then got back in the truck and apologized to us. My mom sternly told the man to take us back to where he had picked us up. She technically hadn't given him our address yet and, for obvious reasons, now did not want that information known. The drive back was done in complete silence. Looking back, my mom and I both agreed that the purpose of that stop was not as innocent as a simple detour. We honestly see ourselves as lucky for making it out of that situation. We lived in that town for 5 years after that and never once saw those two guys again. Ere the police station was on, I noticed that the car stopped following me. I pulled into the police. I didn't get out of my car. I sat in the parking lot for a few minutes, making sure that the car didn't come in after me and that it was gone. Then, I finally went back on the road and went home. For the rest of my drive, I did not notice the car directly behind me or anything. There were a decent number of other cars on the road, but it wasn't all that busy. Eventually, I got back to my house and pulled in. My street was usually pretty quiet, but as soon as I parked my car in the driveway, my phone started to ring again. I jumped when I heard it. When I looked, it was the same number as before. I decided to answer it. When I did, I heard the same man's voice speak. He said, "You shouldn't have gone to the police station. You should have just gone home. I know where you live." This really freaked me out, but just then, things got worse. I suddenly heard a car approaching and saw headlights entering my street. I turned and ran from my house as fast as possible. I got to the door and unlocked it just as the car reached my driveway. It pulled in and parked behind my car, and I made it inside my house. I locked the door behind me. I took out my phone and called the police. Meanwhile, after parking in my driveway, I saw a man get out and start to walk to my door. I ran back into the living room, which is away from the door. The man then knocked on my front door and tried to open it. After that, he stayed on the front step, just standing there. I really wondered if that guy was crazy. He called me again, but I didn't pick up. I let it go to voicemail, and he did not leave a message. The good part is that he did not attempt to break in. He just stood there right outside my front door the entire time. Finally, the police got there. They talked to the man and were able to get him to leave as well as give him a citation. I hoped that that would be enough. It was certainly one of the scariest situations in my life. That man was very sneaky. I really don't know how he got my phone number or knew where I lived. I think he waited for me around the corner of the police station or something, then kept a distance so I didn't notice him. It was dark out, so I couldn't see all the other cars very well. Either way, whatever he did, it blows my mind he was able to do it. The good news is that I haven't seen him since. This happened 20 years ago. My name is Lisa, and when I was turning 14 years old, I had a birthday party with some friends. It was not a huge party, it was just me and my 4 closest friends from school. The 5 of us went to my house after school on Friday, and we were going to have a sleepover. We got pizza and just hung out and had a good time. We stayed up late in my room playing games and stuff. Finally, when it was pretty late, we got tired and were going to go to sleep. We were all sleeping in my bedroom because it was pretty large and nice. I was in my bed, and all my friends had sleeping bags and had plenty of space. I remembered that it was probably like 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm not sure if any of us were asleep yet. I know that I wasn't, however, I was laying in bed with my eyes closed trying to fall asleep. The next thing I knew, I heard a knock at my bedroom window from the outside. There was no mistaking it, and there were several somewhat loud knocks at the window. I sat up in bed and looked to the window. There were shades mostly covering it, so I couldn't really see anything. I whispered to the room, asking if anybody else had heard that. Several of my friends spoke up, saying that they had. The knocking was not going on anymore, so I decided to get up and look out of the window. I walked over to it and then lifted up the shades. When I did, I saw this man standing there. I instantly backed away from the window and told everybody that I saw a guy. A few of them had also briefly seen him. We all then ran out of the room. We headed towards the living room, and everybody else in the house was asleep by then. I remember that we looked out the living room window outside but didn't see the guy anymore. We talked amongst ourselves and then went around checking several different windows. After not seeing or hearing anything unusual or strange, we decided to go back into my bedroom. We figured whoever it was had left and would not be back and were then going to attempt to go to sleep again. But before doing so, I checked out of my bedroom window one last time. When I did, I saw the man coming out from behind a tree in the front yard. He instantly began walking in my direction. I moved away from the window, and we all left the room again. This time, we called the police. We waited away from windows towards the center of the house for them to come. I also woke everybody else up. When the police got there, the man was gone and nowhere in sight. Luckily, after that, he didn't return. This remains one of the scariest moments of my life. I'm a driver for Uber, and I'm a 26-year-old female. This happened when I was 25. It also happened to be on Halloween night. I usually start in the town next to mine. It's only 15 minutes away. On the way there, I get the notification that Tony needs a ride. His pickup area was odd but still within town limits. I didn't think twice and I accepted it. His pickup was at a well-known bank. I thought it was odd it was 11 p.m. and the bank's closed hours ago. I sent a notification to the customer letting him know I was there in the yellow car. I waited about 2 minutes, and he knocked on my window asking if I was Karen. I said yes and told him to hop in and buckle up, and he did. He was an older man, and he had some food with him as well as a backpack which he put at his feet. We headed out to his destination, and at first, he really seemed perfectly fine. He did ask me to pull over so he could call his friends and make sure that they were home just in case. Honestly, I really don't mind doing this kind of thing, as I know how to handle myself if anything went wrong. But I don't think I saw him call anyone. His phone wasn't dialing out. He just put it up to his ear and said no one answered. So, I got back on the road as I wasn't gonna wait around forever. At the next stoplight, he asked to see my hands. I figured he wanted to see if my nails were done or something. I said that I'm sorry, but I'd prefer not to, as I really don't like being touched. Not a minute goes by, and he asks another question. So, I was wondering, can I show you something? Now, I'm a nice girl and I don't see anything wrong with friendliness, so I then responded back with, what? What is it? As I looked over, I saw this man had exposed himself while also groping himself. At this point, I'm scared as I'm a girl and with a complete stranger. I then wanted to tell him to put himself away or I was going to call the cops. I didn't want to aggravate him though, in case he decided to attack me or worse. Luckily, there was a gas station just across the road from the stoplight. I pulled in and asked him to get the expletive out of my car, that if he didn't, I was gonna pepper spray him. He did get out of my car, but not without calling me a few select words. I did call the cops and give his description and the locations of the pickup and drop-off and which way he went. I'll never forget this night as it always serves as a learning lesson for safety for myself and others. I'm very happy to say that I now own a dash cam as well as a firearm for protection. To all the female rideshare drivers out there, always be safe and listen to your gut. It may save your sanity. At around 9:30 p.m. on the night of August 29, 2002, 31-year-old Andre called home to excitedly announce that she'd gotten a raise. Her husband, Tom, congratulated her on the good news before Andre told him she'd soon be finishing her nursing shift at the Columbia Green Long-Term Healthcare Facility in Catskill, New York, where Andre worked part-time. It was fantastic news for the couple, as the extra income would make providing for their 2 children considerably easier. An hour and a half later, at around 11 p.m., Andre said goodnight to her fellow nurses, headed out into the parking lot to her 1994 Jeep Grand Cherokee, and then began the drive back home. She made the same commute to and from work every single day, driving back and forth along State Route 23 in the Jefferson Heights area of Catskill, and that night was no different. One coworker claims that Andre drove behind her for a few minutes after leaving the office, but given that the weather that night was rainy and foggy, it wasn't long before she lost track of Andre on the dark, rain-slick roads. The drive from the nursing facility to Andre's home in Freehold, New York, is about 12 to 15 miles, so 20 minutes driving time at the very most. Andre's husband expected her home at around 11:25 and he usually stayed up to greet her as she came through the door, but that night Andre didn't show. It wasn't entirely unusual for Andre to have her shift extended at short notice, either to cover another nurse or because a patient required urgent care, so initially, Tom didn't bat an eyelid at his wife's absence. He didn't even bother to call the hospital to make sure she was actually still there. He just went to bed at his usual time completely unconcerned. Tom later recounted that he woke up at around 2 a.m. on the morning of August 30th and noticed that Andre was still not home. But again, due to the erratic nature of the job, he simply went back to bed, assuming that there had been some kind of emergency. The following morning, Tom awoke at around 6 a.m. to find that Andre still hadn't returned home. He called the hospital but was told that she left at 11 the previous night. He then called Andre's mom, Shirley, and asked if she had stayed over at her place. Shirley had only just returned from a Florida vacation with Andre's daughter from her first marriage, and naturally, her mother was excited to be reunited with her, so it seemed only logical that Andre had driven to her mother's that night. Only she hadn't. Shirley said that not only was Andre not there, but she hadn't heard from her daughter at all since arriving back in New York State. Only then did it become evident that something was wrong. Both Tom and Shirley became increasingly concerned for Andre's safety. At 10 a.m., an increasingly desperate Tom got in touch with Andre's stepmother, an ex-police officer who helped him file a missing persons report. However, she also advised him to call around Andre's friends to check if any of them had seen her. The first 48 hours are crucial in any missing persons investigation, and with any luck, Tom might be able to locate her before anything untoward occurred. One of Andre's friends, Cale, recalls getting a voicemail from Tom at around 1 p.m. that day saying, "Hi Cale, it's Tom. We're having trouble locating Andre. If you've heard from her, please call me. Thank you." Cale has since stated that the first thing that struck her about the voicemail was Tom's unusual tone. For a man whose wife had been missing for more than 12 hours by that point, Cale claims he sounded remarkably indifferent. "You'd expect him to be panicking and anxious," she said, "but he just sounded all low and sad, almost resigned. It was only a day into the search, and he sounded like he'd given up." Cale had been very vocal that Tom did not sound concerned in this voicemail, just sad. Cale had wondered why Tom didn't contact her earlier in the morning before Andre was reported missing, as she was one of Andre's best friends, and Andre had stayed the night with her before. She also wondered why Tom sounded low-toned and sad on the voicemail instead of panicked and concerned. Considering it was less than a day into not being able to locate Andre. Cale also noted that Tom could be rather controlling sometimes, that Andre had talked of him checking up on her frequently if she went anywhere without him. So according to her, the fact that he was content to remain in the dark regarding her whereabouts for almost 7 hours is extremely suspicious. On the evening of the day she was reported missing, Andre's friends got together to walk the route she would have driven home that night, keeping their eyes peeled for any sign of her or her Jeep. Her friends theorized that because it was raining that night, Andre had taken an alternate route due to the poor weather. But since they knew exactly which short road she would have turned down, they figured that they would find her and her car right away. But not a single sign of Andre was found along the entire route, almost as if she and her vehicle had simply vanished into thin air. Law enforcement initially speculated that there had simply been some kind of automobile accident, given that Andre seemed to have disappeared while driving. Officers were told to keep a sharp eye out for a black Grand Cherokee while they conducted a foot search covering a 12-mile radius. Their search penetrated deep into the woods, covering every home, road, and body of water that Andre's Jeep could have possibly ended up. Even a helicopter was called into aid in the search, but not a single shred of evidence could be located, something that mystified officers after such an intensive and rigorous search. Although relatively rare in 2002, Andre had a car phone installed in her Jeep. But when police officers tried pinging the phone's location, they soon found that the phone had either been disconnected, deliberately switched off, or that it had died. The cops also discovered that Andre's purse had been left at home, implying she'd forgotten to take it to work with her on the day of her disappearance. This too struck her friends as unusual. Her life was in that purse, and even if she'd forgotten it, she would have probably turned around to retrieve it. It made them suspect that she actually had gotten home that night and that something had occurred after her arrival at home that caused her disappearance. Investigators were able to pull only one security camera tape from the area where Andre was last seen. We only had one grainy video from Cumberland Farms in which it appears that Andre's vehicle does leave her place of employment and basically turns left going west on Country Route 23B. That's the last of any kind of technological evidence we had, one senior investigator later reported. We can't confirm it's the vehicle, but it appears to be because the quality of the video was very poor and very grainy, and it does appear to leave at the time that she would have ended work. In the years since Andre's disappearance, the police have investigated well over 1,000 leads, but not a single one of them has ever led to an arrest or court conviction. There are a couple of persons of interest, but no direct link to her disappearance, stated investigating detectives at this point. Clearly, we suspect foul play. It's clearly a very frustrating case for us because there are no solid leads to follow. In 1998, Andre and Tom had had their first child together, a bright-eyed baby girl named Kayleen. But within a year, rumors flew that Andre was planning on leaving Tom, taking Kayleen with her. Yet many have testified that Tom did not treat Sanzia, Andre's daughter from her first marriage, very well at all. They claimed he had a habit of yelling at Sanzia, although the girl later explained that although Tom was harsh with her at times, she described herself as a bratty child and felt that Tom was a good stepfather overall. Tom and Andre shortly after discovered that she was pregnant with her second child, Quinn, whom she gave birth to in 2000. Soon after this, the couple moved to Freehold, New York, and began building the house of their dreams on a golf course that Tom's father owned. Life seemed serene for the couple after that. But when Andre vanished, neither Tom nor his family actively searched for her outside of a few phone calls, and they didn't appear too emotionally shook up about it either. Tom claimed he was perfectly cooperative during the investigation and contributed financially to a private search effort, but these claims are contradicted by several news outlets who argued that not only did he ignore them, but that his monetary donations to Andre's friend's PI fund were pitiful. They claimed that for a man that came from a very wealthy background, his donation of just $1,000 spoke volumes about his family's attitude towards his wife's disappearance. Although Tom claims his reluctance to mount a serious campaign of public appeals was motivated by his desire to protect his children from the macabre maelstrom of rumors and accusations regarding the death of their mother, a few months after the media circus surrounding Andre's disappearance had died down, representatives of the Montel Williams show reached out to Tom to book an appearance. Characteristically, he declined, but Andre's circle of close friends jumped at the offer of re-exposing her case to the public. After all, anything that might produce new leads or clues was worth the effort, and they harshly resented Tom for turning his back on such an opportunity. Then, in 2017, Crime Watch Daily attempted to arrange an interview with him at his home. Again, he declined, but the wall of silence had been so prevailing by that point that Tom's father agreed to participate in a segment that aired later that year. He told Crime Watch that he firmly believed that his son had no involvement in his wife's disappearance and that it would have been easy for someone to dispose of the Jeep to erase any evidence of a potential crime. During the same segment, a police investigator revealed that Tom had partially completed a lie detector test during the initial investigation, but that his father had essentially pulled him out of it under the advice of his attorney. Some have viewed this as highly suspicious, but considering how inaccurate the test can be and how a faulty reading could be used to gain a false conviction, Tom's father could well have been right to stop the test. In light of the fact that Tom had permitted full police searches of his home on 3 separate occasions, it looks less and less likely that he's anything resembling the guilty party. Andre's daughter from her first marriage, Sonia, who's not related by blood, has actually been very defensive of Tom over the years and is a staunch believer in his innocence. She publicly stated that some of the media portrayals of her stepfather amounted to nothing but hit pieces of hacked journalism that try to sensationalize something deeply personal to her and for all the wrong reasons. At first glance, there appears to have been no financial motivation for Tom to disappear his wife. He came from a wealthy golf course-owning family, she had no life insurance, and she didn't have much in the way of savings either. But as you're about to hear, we can't rule out greed as a motivation for her murder. Tom's father only partly owned the golf course that had made him rich. The other owner is a Russian national, one believed to be involved in serious organized crime, who also lived on the golf course not too far from Tom and Andre. Apparently, when police asked Tom about the possibility of this mysterious Russian being involved in his wife's murder, he mentioned something curious. Andre had mentioned walking in on an argument between the silent Russian partner, Ron, and a number of other men who were exchanging harsh words and hushed voices. The men grew silent as soon as they detected her presence, and Andre left feeling very intimidated. It's also been theorized that the golf course was nothing but a front for the Russian mafia, who in turn leached funds from the business until Tom's father was in their pocket. If this was the case, Andre's disappearance could have been meant as a warning to him of what would happen if he didn't pay up. Yet whether the murder was intentional or Andre died in the process of being taken is entirely up for debate, as police have never deemed the theory worthy of investigation. In 2016, a tip came from a woman whose mother had worked at the very same healthcare facility as Andre. She claimed that her brother had caught sight of Andre on a handful of occasions while ferrying his mother to and from the hospice and had developed a dangerous obsession with her. This man had a long history of indecent assault and attempted kidnapping and became one of the prime suspects in Andre's disappearance. New York State Police ended up draining a pond near the man's Catskill home while cadaver-sniffing dogs scoured the nearby countryside, but like countless searches that had taken place before, not a single shred of evidence was found. However, both Shirley and Sanzia believe this obsessive individual is to blame and purport that he could have been hiding in her Jeep before Andre got in to leave work that day. Because the back doors in her Jeep apparently did not lock, it's then that her abductor struck. Andre was recorded on CCTV departing her workplace with no unusual indicators, but what happened after she left the parking lot is anyone's guess. In light of such a theory, it's safe to say the police have ruled out the possibility of a car accident and are focusing on the sole possibility of foul play. They've also ruled out the possibility that Andre simply ran away. Given her promotion at work and how much she loved her job, she was also a devoted mother and led an active social life, suggesting that if she did run away, she'd have informed a friend or taken her kids along with her. Over the years, many tips have come in from all over New York and neighboring states from people claiming to have spotted Andre alive and well, but as you can imagine, nothing has ever come of any of them. What's frustrating about this case is that the number one suspect is essentially incapable of committing the crime. In order to successfully evade detection, Andre's killer would have had the resources and time to dispose of a huge automobile and essentially disappear it from the face of the earth. This would have been nigh impossible for one single person to do unless they had some kind of subterranean body shop at their disposal. But this would suggest a network of motivated, twisted individuals dedicated to abducting and disappearing those unfortunate enough to be caught on the roads at night. And if that really is a possibility, a rational way to explain this disappearance, then maybe none of us are as safe as we'd like to believe. We're supposed to feel safe in our vehicles, machines built with safety belts, airbags, and roll cages, but Andre's disappearance shows that we're just as vulnerable as our forebears while on dark country roads. And just like back then, predators stalked the highways in search of fresh meat. Ever since I was a little kid, all the older men in my family would take me fishing every opportunity they got. It was like some family ritual. I, being the youngest, meant that I was next in line to become an expert like all of them claimed to be. The ones who took it the most seriously were my dad and his brother Eugene. Our houses were decked out like the ones you've probably seen on fishing shows. I won't go into detail, but if you took a step into my house, you'd instantly be able to tell my parents spend more time on the water than on the land. This is actually his story, not mine. My dad's a pretty hard guy to scare, but let me tell you, whenever he tells the story, it's like he's a different person. He doesn't like talking about it, but every so often at a family gathering or a special occasion, one of my relatives will ask him to tell it, and he will. My dad's name is Gwyn. He was fishing with my uncle Eugene and their close friends Clytus, Dylan, and Lagan. They had set out early before the sun had even broken the horizon, heading to a remote spot they had all agreed was prime fishing territory. This place was a couple of hours boat ride from the nearest marina, tucked away in a secluded cove-type area that few bothered to explore. It was known among them for its abundant bass and the occasional pike. The day started like any other fishing trip, with the boat cutting smoothly through the mist rising off the water, everyone sharing stories and jokes over the hum of the engine. They anchored the boat in a familiar cove surrounded by dense forest. Lagan was the first to crack open a beer, even though it was so early in the morning. My dad tells me all the time that Lagan is his wild friend, the one who tends to drink a little more than he should. They fished for hours, the only sounds being the occasional splash of a lure hitting the water and their own laughter, and the occasional crunch of empty beer cans that they were drinking like water. As the day wore on, they had their fair share of catches, each one sparking a small celebration. As dusk approached, the light began to wane. A dense fog rolled in from the water. My dad describes it as the boat literally being swallowed by fog. Clytus, who was the most experienced fisherman of the group, kept saying that he had never seen fog so thick. That's how unnatural it was. Dylan, the jester of the group, was almost as drunk as Lagan, both of whom were seemingly unfazed by the fog that had ensnared them. It was starting to get dark. They had originally thought that they could just wait out the fog, but it didn't seem to be going anywhere. My dad and Clytus agreed that Eugene should just try to drive the boat out of the cove and into the open ocean, where the fog probably wouldn't be as dense. Eugene agreed, but even though he was typically the most cautious, he only narrowly avoided colliding with the shore. He refused to risk further damage to his prized boat. They reluctantly came to terms with the fact that they'd probably have to spend the night on the boat. My dad made the point that they'd need to tell their families about the situation, and of course, they had drifted into an area of the cove that had no signal. My dad needed to handle some business at work, so neglecting the problem was not an option. He offered to go ashore in search of a signal, and Clytus and Dylan said they'd join him. Eugene would stay back to guard the boat and an increasingly inebriated Lagan. My dad, Dylan, and Clytus made their way over to the shore and jumped out of the boat, only getting slightly wet. My dad made a point of snagging the emergency flares in the boat, just in case they got lost and needed to signal Eugene to come find them. The three of them made their way into the pitch-black woods, lit only by the shine of their phone flashlights. My dad and his friends have all done their fair share of camping, so it wasn't like a forest scared them too much. They began trekking uphill, hoping that higher ground would give them a better chance of finding a signal. My dad always made a point of emphasizing how dark yet eerily foggy the forest was. You could practically feel yourself slicing through the fog just as they were adjusting to the dense atmosphere. A series of strange clicking noises began to permeate the silence, first emerging from directly in front of them before encircling them completely. These sounds were unlike any forest sounds they were familiar with. It was rhythmic yet erratic, as if someone was tapping out a code meant only for the woods themselves. The distinctiveness of the noise made one thing clear: it was human-made. The realization that they weren't alone hit them like a freight train. Clytus, the most seasoned of the trio when it came to outdoor survival, whispered urgently for them to turn off their flashlights. "Don't give away our position," he hissed, with a note of genuine concern in his voice. As the lights switched off, the darkness became thicker than the fog. The clicking noises stopped abruptly, replaced by a silence that seemed to weigh on their chests. Time lost meaning as they stood there, frozen, unsure of their next move. I'm sure they were all thinking the same thing. The idea that they might have stumbled upon some kind of clandestine gathering or a woods cult was terrifying. Then, as suddenly as it had stopped, the silence was broken by rustling noises, this time much closer. Then silence again. And then a guttural scream echoed through the trees, a sound so primal and full of anguish that it rooted them to the spot. Before they could process what was happening, rapid stomping noises thundered through the woods towards them. The three men took off back the way they had come, acting on fear and pure instinct. My dad fired the flare gun behind them. The flare cut through the fog, lighting the woods up for a moment. The woods were as clear as day, and the sight that met their eyes was nothing short of horrifying. Illuminated by the flare's red glow was a pack of more than 10 individuals dressed in what could only be described as tribal attire. Some of them brandished wooden spears, but the light from the flare only lasted a split second. Dylan screamed and almost stumbled, but Clytus quickly grabbed his arm to keep him upright. My dad describes this part as the most overwhelming feeling of pure terror he has ever experienced. The forest seemed to fight against them as they fled, ducking under branches and jumping over roots. By some miracle, they emerged from the tree line, panting and disoriented but alive. They screamed at Eugene to start the engine, the urgency in their voices leaving no room for question. Eugene complied immediately, and the boat lurched forward just as their pursuers reached the shoreline. In the chaos, my dad fired the last flare into the air back towards the shore. For a split second, as the flare's light pierced the fog, they saw their pursuers at the water's edge. It was freakish. There must have been at least 15 of them just standing motionless at the water's edge. The flare's light faded, and it was dark again. Eugene managed to get a safe distance away and stop the boat again. After the engine was off, the only sounds were Dylan, my dad, and Clytus's breathing. My dad says he wasn't able to process what had happened for nearly an hour. He was functioning off pure adrenaline and survival instincts. They ended up taking turns keeping watch while the others slept and left first thing in the morning as soon as the fog dissipated. That I've been fishing for as long as I can remember. I'm almost 60 years old now, and even though I've been fishing thousands of times, I can't think of any other way I'd rather spend the rest of my life. My kids are all off living their own lives, and things around the house are quiet now. You could hear a pin drop most of the time. Sometimes I miss the old days, being able to throw the pigskin around with my boys in the backyard, but some things just aren't in the game plan anymore. I usually fish with my pals from college, but more often than not, I find myself going at it alone, like a lone wolf. This was one of those times. I haven't stepped foot outside upstate New York in over 15 years. I don't see a reason to. We've got some of the best fishing lakes in the country, and I plan on making full use of them. It was mid-April, in the early season, just after the ice out and before May hit. For whatever reason, I decided I wanted a more secluded spot this time around, so I chose a nondescript lake in the middle of nowhere that was pretty small. I drove up an hour before sunrise so that I could be out on the water when the sun poked through. I unstrapped my kayak from the roof of the car and made my way over to the lake. I rode out to the middle of the lake and admired the beautiful early colors starting to paint the sky. It felt like home. You can bet your bottom dollar I'd never trade a day like this for anything. It was a little chilly, but I've got skin like steel. I could tell the sun was just about to appear in the sky, so I started gearing up. I was shooting for a largemouth bass, so I made my way back to the outside edge of the weed beds, planning to move back toward the middle of the lake if I got skunked. I went for a 6 and 1/2 foot medium action spinning rod with 9 pounds monofilament line. I was using a wacky rig, which is a 4-inch rubber stick worm, my go-to for catching largemouth. Just before I was about to start what would hopefully be a swell day on the water, I noticed something strange. Across the lake, I couldn't quite see what was going on, but I could tell that there was movement. At first, I thought it was a fellow fisherman, but curiosity got the better of me. I reached into my knapsack and pulled out my pair of binoculars I used for bird watching. I looked across the lake and saw 3 figures wearing dark colors and hoods covering their faces. They looked like they were digging a hole or something on the edge of the lake. I kept watching. They finished their hole, and while I was expecting them to put something inside it, they actually did the opposite. One of them pulled something out of the hole, which I couldn't make out even with my binoculars. Then the other 2 did the same, pulling out a few more things that I couldn't quite see. I was beyond confused. Then I watched as they started tossing the items into the lake, each one making a distinct splash as it smacked the water. Something was wrong. Out of nowhere, a wave of fear washed over me. I didn't know who these people were, but I started thinking they might be dangerous. I didn't know what to do. Thankfully, they started to leave without noticing me. I thought about turning a blind eye but couldn't bring myself to do it. I waited until they disappeared into the woods and slowly rode my way over. I was shaking at this point. I got to the spot where I was pretty sure they had tossed everything. I started fishing, only this time I wasn't fishing for fish, I was going for something else entirely. I fished around for about an hour with no luck. I had to try something different. I racked my brain, trying to figure out what I could do, and just then I remembered my depth checker. I had it tucked away in my Volvo. I was determined at this point. I rowed back to shore, returned to my car, retrieved the depth checker, and rowed back to the spot. I was sweating heavily at this point. I poked around for a bit, feeling nothing but the squishy lake bottom, and then I felt something hard, something metal. I made a mental note of the spot and grabbed my rod. I took the rig off and replaced it with the largest hook I had. I let the spool out slowly, my pointer finger feeling the gentle movement of the line. 50 years of fishing experience was going into this one catch. I felt the slight resistance in the line, it had hit something. I moved the line around slowly, hoping I'd be able to snag it on whatever was down there. After about a minute, the line tugged a little harder than was normal. I was snagged. I reeled in slowly, careful not to drop my catch. What I pulled out of the water had me shivering in my boots. I stared at the black 9mm on the end of my line. Those thugs had thrown a gun into the lake. I didn't feel safe anymore. I didn't even bother looking around for the other items. I reeled the gun into my kayak, careful not to touch it, and hightailed it out of there. As soon as I got to dry land, I called the police. They launched a full investigation and recovered several more unsettling things from the lake. I insisted on watching them conduct their search because I needed to know what was at the bottom of that lake. They found a keychain with about 7 keys on it and a bunch of old foreign coins from different countries wrapped in a cloth. The most eerie thing they found, though, was a locket. It was waterlogged, so the pictures inside were faded and unintelligible. The police told me they'd contact me if they ever connected these dots to some kind of crime. They never called me, though. But the story didn't end there. One night, I don't remember how many days after this incident, I heard someone in my front yard say, "That was the car, I know it," and then people snooping around my yard. They never rang the bell or knocked on the door, but I heard multiple people circling my house, and then they just left. I have no idea if they were the same people, and if they were, I have no idea if I'm being watched any time I leave my house. I alerted the police once more, hoping this would reopen the investigation, but nothing became of it once again. I still have so many questions. Why would those items be buried in the first place, and why would those people go back just to dig them up and hide them again? Maybe they realized that there was a greater chance they'd be found in the ground, so they went back and threw them in the lake. Or maybe those items had been in that hole for years, and they decided to dig them up for some reason. All in all, this was the strangest thing that has ever happened to me while fishing. In the English county of Worcestershire lies the small village of Audingley. These days, Audingley is little more than a collection of sleepy country lanes and quaint Tudoresque homes, but in the early 19th century, Audingley was the site of a truly grisly, unsolved murder with some terrifyingly feasible occult connotations. In the late afternoon of June 24, 1806, the Reverend George Parker of Audingley Parish was out walking in his fields, looking to bring his cattle in for the evening. It had been a swelteringly hot summer's day, one that marked the feast of St. John the Baptist, or, as it used to be known to the ancient pagan population of the British Isles, Midsummer's Day. Audingley village had been particularly empty because many of the farmers had gone to the midsummer fair in nearby Bromsgrove, but for some reason, the Reverend Parker had chosen not to attend. Just why exactly the Reverend would choose not to attend such a holy festival is up for debate, but it's entirely possible it's due to the day's pre-Christian history. Whatever the reason, as Reverend Parker was walking across his fields that baking hot afternoon, someone was watching him, someone who was watching from a thicket of trees nearby, someone who didn't want to be seen. As the Reverend continued on his way and passed by the thicket, he heard something emerging from the bushes behind him. When he turned, the Reverend was greeted by a masked man wearing a thick, long leather coat. When asked his identity, the masked man said nothing. Instead, he simply produced a shotgun from under his coat and aimed it at the Reverend's gut. The Reverend raised a hand in his defense, foolishly hoping that he could stop a barrel full of buckshot from ripping through him with nothing but his bare palm. He begged the gunman not to fire, for he had a wife and a child back at home, and only a true monster would slay a man of God such as he. But still, the masked man stayed silent, offering nothing in response. Instead, he pulled the trigger of his shotgun and sent the Reverend falling back to the dirt. The masked man could have aimed at the Reverend's head or neck, opening an artery or bursting his skull like a coconut, but he didn't. He deliberately aimed at the man's sternum, and it seems he did so to ensure his victim was alive for what came next. The masked man took his time over the execution of his victim. Instead of ending his suffering there and then, the masked man kept the Reverend alive long enough for him to let out a series of agonized pleas for assistance. It's not clear whether or not the masked man simply watched in silence or passed along one final message to the dying man, but either way, his screams were so loud that they echoed for miles around. Then, instead of finishing off his victim with another blast of the shotgun, the masked man picked up a large stick that was lying in the grass nearby and proceeded to beat the Reverend about the skull so hard that by the time he was found, there was very little left to recognize him. By chance, two butchers by the name of Giles and Lynch had been walking through the area at the time of the attack and had heard the Reverend's blood-curdling screams as he was set upon by the masked man. They rushed towards the scene of the crime, and upon realizing that he had been detected, the masked man fled across the field with Giles in hot pursuit. Lynch did what he could for the dying clergyman, but his skull had been so badly crushed that he simply didn't stand a chance of recovery. All the butcher could do was comfort the Reverend as he uttered his final words. Meanwhile, Giles was racing after the masked man, unable to see the shotgun he held concealed under his long coat. As he got closer and closer, the masked man appeared to be slowing, fiddling with something at his waist. Giles saw his chance to apprehend the brigand and accelerated in preparation to tackle him, but the masked man turned, brought his shotgun to bear, and fired off a spray of deadly metal shrapnel. Giles was quick. He immediately dropped to the ground just before the trigger was pulled, and the buckshot went flying over his head. Knowing he would be killed if he continued the pursuit, Giles stayed down as the masked man fled, forced to watch as the criminal escaped into some nearby woods. By the time Giles had returned to his colleague Lynch, the Reverend had died, but not before managing to splutter out one final word before taking his final breath, midsummer. Given that the murder victim was a man of the cloth, the level of outrage was off the charts, and the local populace demanded that the perpetrator be apprehended. The descriptions of the crime as well as the suspect were circulated far and wide in the hopes he might be located, with authorities taking the matter so seriously that certain ports were closed so that the murderer would be unable to flee the country. Several people came forward to say that the description of the attacker matched that of a local tradesman named Richard Hemming, and when sheriff stopped by the man's home, they found that he had been missing for several days. Convinced they had their suspect, authorities scoured the surrounding countryside for several weeks, but not a trace of Hemming could be found. Finding him was one thing, but determining Hemming's motive was another thing entirely. It quickly struck investigators that the Reverend wasn't a popular man since he had hiked up his tenant's rent when he took over as the landowner, but this was something of an oversimplification. As investigators dug deeper and deeper into Ottingley's history, they found some very disturbing things indeed. When the Reverend Parker had taken over as landowner some years before, he found he had waded into a very isolated and culturally unique area of Worcestershire. Unlike the rest of the country, which adhered to a fairly rigid lifestyle of tithes, religious orthodoxy, and a strict adherence to the calendar of Christian festivals, Ottingley seemed to play by its own set of rules. The farmers there had become accustomed to paying a much lower rate of tax than their counterparts elsewhere and eschewed traditional Christian holidays in deference to midsummer. A man of the cloth such as Reverend Parker would have obviously found this kind of behavior abhorrent, maybe even verging on sacrilegious. But every attempt by him to bring the locals into line was outright rejected. Rumor has it that the raising of their rent occurred after repeated threats from the Reverend Parker, who urged the population of Ottingley to abandon their wicked ways and return to Jesus. If they did, the rent would remain at their accustomed rate, but they refused. The Reverend would bring their rent in line with the rest of the country. Then, following their defiance, the Reverend proved true to his word. Now it's very possible that Reverend Parker was killed by one of his tenants as retaliation for raising the rent. It's also very possible that his contempt for the unique religious practices was also a motivating factor. However, there are some who believe that the date of his murder is perhaps the most relevant detail of the case and that it gives us our one real hint into the dark, unholy nature of Ottingley village. Could it be that the Reverend was actually the scheduled midsummer sacrifice for that year and that his ritual execution just so happened to kill two birds with one stone? The wearing of the long leather coat certainly seems to suggest so, as it might well have been some kind of ritual garb meant for the midsummer executioner. This is also backed up by the use of the large stick as the weapon of choice. The murderer could have quite easily made the killing quick and painless, but they chose not to. Instead, the Reverend was killed with something natural, produced by Mother Nature, in a brutal and bloody fashion, possibly after some kind of rite or prayer was recited over his wounded form. But, without having apprehended the murderer, the true motive behind the killing was a complete mystery, one that would take almost 30 years to unravel. 24 years later, on a cold winter's morning in 1830, a groundskeeper named Charles Burton was tending to his duties on some Ottingley farmland. It seemed like any other day, but little did he know he was about to unearth a mystery that had plagued Ottingley for almost a quarter of a century. The farm had changed little since the gruesome events of 1806. And the new landowner was keen to renovate one of the run-down old barns. On the 21st of January, at 4 o'clock, as he was digging out the foundations of a particularly old barn that was to be completely replaced, the groundskeeper suddenly stumbled across a shoe, then bones, and fabric. To his horror, he realized that he had discovered a human corpse. Burton suspected at once whose remains it could be and alerted the authorities. The next day, constables accompanied him to the scene before spending a cold, frightening night guarding the skeleton. Over the next few days, the remains and the objects found lying with them were carefully examined. Investigators found that the victim's skull had been beaten into many pieces, and it was clear from the outset that whoever had been murdered had endured a savage and painful death before lying there undiscovered for decades. Given that the victim was dispatched in almost exactly the same way as the Reverend Parker, it was initially speculated that their killer could be one and the same. But when the skeleton was examined, the skull reconstructed, and the victim's belongings catalogued, investigators came to a shocking conclusion that the corpse belonged to none other than Richard Hemming, the man suspected of murdering the Reverend Parker all those years ago. So how exactly did Parker's murderer also come to suffer an equally gory death in almost exactly the same way? Well, if the confession of Mr. Tommy Clues is to be believed, Hemming's murder was the work of other villagers who wished to keep the whole thing a secret. It appears as if Hemming had drawn the proverbial short straw when it came to deciding who would be the Reverend's assassin, and the plan was for the members to meet up with their fellow conspirators at a piece of Audingley farmland to confirm the deed had been done. Yet, for some reason, either to keep him quiet or as part of the wider midsummer sacrifice, Hemming was escorted to a barn and then attacked by his fellow conspirators. But again, instead of simply cutting his throat or shooting him, Hemming was subdued before his skull was smashed to pieces. We could understand if this was some kind of eye for an eye style of vengeance for killing a man of God, but we've already established that the Reverend was extremely unpopular among the locals. Sure, the other villagers may have wished to keep Hemming quiet after all. Dead men tell no tales, but it also seems feasible that the ceremonial killing of the man who himself committed a ritual slaughter might well be part of some wider scheme of pagan sacrifice. Although no one was ever arrested for either murder, there were rumors that one of the surviving conspirators was terrified of vengeful spirits right up until the day he died. Tommy Clue's confession was essentially on his deathbed, but his refusal to name the rest of those involved caused authorities to threaten him with prosecution. However, the old man died before he could ever face a judge, and the secrets of Reverend Parker's murder were buried with him. Yet the village of Audingley survives to this day, and the conspiring villagers no doubt had sons and daughters who, in turn, bore children of their own. The unholy traditions that led to the Reverend's death might well have survived too, passed from generation to generation, each taking up the bloody traditions of their forefathers. It's a chilling enough thought to avoid the country lanes around Audingley in late July, lest you become the next midsummer sacrifice, whose final image on this earth will be a masked man in a long leather coat swinging the limb of an oak tree down onto your skull. As a father of a daughter, this incident will haunt me for the rest of my life. My 16-year-old daughter Laura grew up to be the brightest young lady, and my wife John and I couldn't be prouder of her. Laura was so jolly that she made friends wherever she went. It was the month of November, and everyone was getting ready to celebrate the winter festivals coming our way. Our family celebrated Thanksgiving at my brother's farmhouse every year in Ohio, so we drove there a week before Thanksgiving to make some cheerful memories. One morning, I was headed to the bank to finish some important paperwork before leaving for Ohio when I noticed a boy standing on the sidewalk facing our house and looking at the window of my daughter's room. He was smiling while staring at Laura's room. I was about to knock him out, thinking he was stalking her, but when I looked up, I saw Laura was standing in front of her window and waving at him with a blushed face. I realized now that they knew each other, so it would be better to talk to Laura first before hurling on this boy. I left and decided to sit down with Laura and talk that night. After finishing dinner, Laura was heading upstairs. I stopped her and told her to sit next to me. I wanted to talk to you about that boy. Who? What are you saying, Dad? Relax, Laura. You don't have to be afraid. I just wanted to know who he is. Her face turned red as she hesitated for some time. Honey, don't be afraid. We just want the best for you. Come on, tell us about him, John added. His name is Ross. He is in my class. Okay, where does he live? 2 blocks away. His dad is the local sheriff. Really? That's good. I know the sheriff. So how long have you guys been friends? We met at a science fair. He is a nice guy, Dad. We like each other. Okay, I don't have any issues, but we need to set some boundaries for your safety. No matter how much John mocked me for becoming a bit possessive about my daughter, it was natural. I set the common boundaries that any dad would to protect his teenage daughter in her growing years. Soon, I started to see Ross walking Laura home after school. I couldn't find anything wrong with him, and being the sheriff's son, I was a bit relieved, thinking maybe he is better than other high school boys. One day, I was coming home from work and on my way, I stopped at the local department store to buy some necessary things before leaving for Thanksgiving. There, I met the local sheriff, Mr. Daniel Truman. He was shopping for some groceries as well. I walked up to him and said, "Hello, Daniel." "Hey, how are you, Alex?" "I am good." "So, any plans for Thanksgiving?" "Not much, going to stay home with my son, I guess." "Talking about your son, are you aware that he and my daughter are becoming friends now?" I expected him to be happy about it, but instead, his face turned all serious, and he replied, "I see. What happened? Is something bothering you?" "No, just hoping they will be friends and nothing else." Saying this, he walked past me, and I felt very humiliated. I couldn't move for a few minutes as a sudden rude behavior caught me off guard. I came home and told my wife about this encounter. She too couldn't guess what could be the reason behind Sheriff Daniel's off-putting attitude. I mean, both the kids belong to good families, then why did he seem so upset his son was going out with my daughter? I didn't tell Laura all about this because I didn't want to complicate things for her at such a young age. We started to pack for our trip, and slowly this matter slipped away from my mind. 2 nights before our trip to Ohio, Laura came to me and said she doesn't want to go to her uncle's farmhouse this year. I asked her why. Laura remained silent, keeping her face down. I asked if she wished to spend Thanksgiving with Ross, and her face lit up immediately. I couldn't see my daughter sad, so I told her Ross could come with us if he wants to. Laura ran to call him, but I made sure his father agrees only then. The main reason why I allowed Ross to tag along was to keep my daughter close and also not to break her heart in this vulnerable age. The next morning, Ross came to my house. We talked about this entire trip thing, and I was stunned to see how confident he was. He was way more mature than half of the kids his age. He said his father has approved, and he is ready to come with us. Without much to do, we hopped into the car and got on the road. Ross was very well behaved, and my wife John kept saying the entire journey how cute they both looked. After driving for 3 hours, we reached Crystal Lake. The sun was about to set, and a dying yellow light mixed with the blue night sky made the horizon look like a dream. My brother and his family greeted us in the house, and Laura introduced everyone to Ross. To my surprise, Ross won everyone over in a very short span. He was helping in the kitchen, playing with the kids, and also showed interest when we watched the game. It didn't feel at all like he was an outsider. Although he was settling completely well, I couldn't help but feel a bit weird about all this. I don't know why things were seeming too good to be true to me at that moment. As the night fell, we all sat down for dinner, and everyone was laughing and cheering. I was about to shove a big piece of beef steak in my mouth when my phone rang. I noticed it on the couch, so I got up and walked to get it. Everyone else didn't pay much attention to me and kept enjoying themselves. It was a call from an unknown number. As I picked it up, I could hear sirens of cop cars driving at fast speed as the sound of wind hovered through the phone speaker. "Hello, who is it?" "Alex, you must listen to me. This is Sheriff Truman. Act calm and go somewhere where my son can't hear you, please. Don't ask any questions or take my name, just do what I say." Even though I was confused like hell, my instinct said to follow the sheriff's instructions. Without expressing anything, I slowly walked out of the room to the back garden of the house. I closed the glass door behind me, and no one noticed me. Ronald was laughing with everyone else. I am alone now. What the hell is going on, Daniel? Where is Ronald now? In the living room. Eating dinner with my family. Will you please tell me what's going on here? Alex, my son is a deranged psychopath, and the only reason I wanted to keep him away from your daughter was to keep them both safe. I know I should have done something earlier, but as a father, I kept on burying the vicious crimes he did since he was 4 years old. First, he killed his pet dog and then started harming animals. But when he bludgeoned my wife to death, knowing she was pregnant with another child, I realized what devil we had brought into this world. He can't share those whom he thinks as his close ones. I didn't permit him to travel with you guys, so he threatened me with a gun and tied me up in the basement. When I finally managed to set myself free, I noticed he was going with one of my guns. He has taken them all and is going to murder your entire family to get Laura just for himself. You must stop him before becoming violent. Keep a close eye on him. I'm coming to your place. I have already tracked down your location from this call. Just please don't make him mad, or he will snap out like a venomous snake. Saying all this in one go, the sheriff disconnected the call, and I turned around with fearful eyes to my loving family, who were now seen laughing with a deranged murderer that has come with a plan to finish them all. I uttered to myself that I must keep calm and protect my family. I got inside and went straight to Ronald's room. My idea was to take the guns away, but as I opened his rucksack, I saw dozens of knives and other basic weapons, but the gun was missing. Seems like you and my dad both want to ruin my Thanksgiving this year. I turned back and found Ronald standing behind me with a gun. I lunged at him to take it away, but he dodged carefully and hit me on the head with the middle end of the gun. I fell unconscious on the floor with throbbing pain and heard Ronald say, "Happy Thanksgiving." I don't remember when I came back to my senses, but a squashy sound followed by a metallic smell started to take over my drowsy mind. I opened my eyes slowly and saw Laura tied up to a chair with a huge bruise on her head. She was unconscious as well, but as I laid my eyes around, I realized the danger is much bigger than this. All my family members, my wife, my brother, his wife, and his 2 kids, were lying on the floor bludgeoned to death. Yes, Ronald killed them all. What have you done? Oh, Alex, you're awake. Nothing, just getting what is mine. My dad had never understood me, but don't know why I think you will. I love your daughter, and I want her. I love her so much that I can't share her with anyone, not even her family, not even you. He raised his gun at me once again, and just then, the main door slammed open, and I heard 6 gunshots back to back. Bullets pierced his chest like crazy, and he fell on the floor, vomiting blood. As his lifeless body fell on the ground, I saw Sheriff Truman standing behind him with his empty gun. That night, a father shot his son to save another father and his daughter. I surely lost my family at the hands of a psychopath. And this pain will never go away. But whenever I think about Truman, who will have to live with this realization that he killed his son, I find my suffering small compared to him. Laura and I don't celebrate Thanksgiving anymore because neither of us feels thankful about anything in this life anymore. I chose a very poor time to join the army. The plan was to join the army as an engineer, serve for a few years, then use the money and skills I'd build up to open an auto repair shop over. I signed on for a 6-year minimum contract, but then 2 years in, Australia got involved in Vietnam. We'd had advisors in before that, working to train up the South Vietnamese, but no one expected it to escalate in such a way. I certainly didn't, anyway. And if it did, I thought being an engineer would keep me out of harm's way, for the most part at least. But oh, how wrong I was. In late 1967, I was summoned to the office of my company commander, and when I arrived in his office, he had a sheet of paper in front of him. He gave me a look over, then asked me if I was indeed just 5 foot 5 inches tall and 70 kilos. I told him yes, that I'd always been short and skinny, but that I'd passed all the relevant army tests as well as meeting all the minimum height and weight requirements. And that's what I thought it was about. You see, I got it into my head that they were trying to kick me out because of my smaller stature. It turns out that quite the opposite was true. The army wanted men of my size very badly indeed, and that's because of a very special kind of job that only we could perform, a job that would earn us the name tunnel rats. Along with about 100 other guys, I was sent back to the Army School of Military Engineering near Sydney, where we underwent a 3-month crash course in what was called tunnel clearance. To counter the threat of air power, the Vietnamese communists had taken to living underground as a means of avoiding detection. It was such an effective technique that our ground forces were forced to come up with a means of flushing them out. We tried everything: grenades, dogs, tear gas. The Yanks even tried flooding them with water at one point. But the only thing we sent down those holes that was really effective were people. And to fit down there, you needed to be short and skinny, just like I was. We crawled through a few replica tunnels the instructors had built, but the meat and potatoes came down to the kind of combat we were told to expect. Most of the fighting in Vietnam was in really dense jungle, and from a lot of the stories I heard, you rarely got a look at the Viet zone during a firefight. But in the case of us tunnel rats, we would be getting up close and personal with the enemy, so close you could touch them, in fact. More often than not, you had no choice but to lay hands on them because the fighting down in those tunnels was quite literally hand to hand. You went down into the tunnels with a handgun, a flashlight, and a knife, sometimes a rope to tug on if you needed help, but that's about it. You could use the handgun if you really needed to, but shooting in such a dark and enclosed space could really mess up your eyes and ears, so it was always a last resort kind of thing. The enemy tended to just flee if they knew we were in the tunnels, and we'd post blocking forces to try and cut off their escape. But every so often, you had to get your hands dirty. Ideally, you wanted to sneak up on a bloke, clamp your hand over his mouth, and stab the Jesus out of him before he knew what was happening. That way, you could either keep going or go back to warn the rest of your mates without the enemy knowing you were there. But after a while, the enemy got wise to what we were doing, and they really wanted to take us out of the game. They started building booby traps into the walls of the tunnels, mostly things like tripwire grenades. But some tunnels had false walls or floors where the Viet could hide before plunging a bamboo spear into our bellies. There was even one instance where an American tunnel rat claimed to have found a booby trap consisting entirely of live snakes. The had dug out a little hole in the bottom of one tunnel, then tossed some highly venomous pit vipers in there. There were even mouse or rat droppings dotting the little enclosure where they had clearly been feeding them rodents to keep them alive. They started doing a lot of that sort of thing after the tunnel clearance program really got going, just baiting us sometimes so they could kill our blokes. We heard that a Viet zone got a big-time reward for killing a tunnel rat, and rightly so. It wasn't like you could train any soldier to do the job. The army only had a finite supply of smaller, skinnier soldiers blokes, and the more we lost, the more strain the job put on you. We were also faced with a massive problem when it came to taking casualties. 90% of the time, if the Viets got the better of a tunnel rat, he was a goner. But we couldn't just leave the bodies down there, we had to recover them. The same thing applied if a bloke was wounded, we had to send another man down there to drag them out. This was obviously very dangerous, as the Viets were experts at setting traps and ambushes. So, trying to rescue one guy might result in 2 or 3 other tunnel rats being killed or wounded in the process. And that's how I ended up buying my ticket home in June of 1969. Me and another tunnel rat we called Victor were flown from our base at Nui Dat to a place called Kawa Chai. We'd be joining the 5th Battalion of the Royal France Regiment for what they were calling Operation Esso, which amounted to a month's worth of mine disposal and tunnel clearance in the area of Kawa Chai. We worked staggered shifts in teams of 2, and that day was our day, so off we went. The moment we landed, some infantry sergeant ran up to the helicopter and told us we were needed at a tunnel system about 2 kilometers from the landing zone. They had been mapping out the tunnel system for weeks, making a note of all the entrances they could find. They weren't easy to locate either, being these small holes with wood panel covers that were very easily concealed. Anyway, they mapped out the tunnels, put a few blocking forces in place, and all we needed to do was flush out the V20 so the other platoons could pick them off. When we arrived at the entrance the sergeant wanted us to start with, Victor told me he wanted to be the first one in so he could at least get a feel for the place before we both went down together, if it even came to that. He went down, rope tied around the hand, holding his pistol with him, and said that he'd be back in a few minutes. But then a few minutes went by, and there was no sign of Victor. As you can probably imagine, the rope that he held kept extending and extending as he moved forward, so we knew everything was A-okay. Every so often, the rope would stop for a few seconds where Victor was just waiting and listening or checking out his surroundings, I assume, but it would always start moving again in a moment or two. But then it stopped and didn't start moving again. After I gave the line a few tugs and Victor didn't tug back, I really started to worry. I tried my best to wait a few minutes before heading down. I hadn't heard any gunshots or anything that might indicate he was in trouble, but him being so still for so long wasn't a good sign. After a minute or so ticked by and there was still no movement, I got down into the tunnel myself to check on Victor. Generally speaking, there were 2 kinds of tunnels here. The larger tunnels connected all the various underground facilities the V20 had down there. They had field hospitals, armories, even bloody classrooms so their leaders could indoctrinate them with all that bloody Marxism stuff. But then there were the smaller tunnels, the kind closer to the surface where you literally had to crawl along on your belly to get anywhere, and it was this kind that I found myself in that morning. It was pitch black, and I didn't need to use my flashlight. All I had to do to find Victor was follow the rope he was holding. So, that's what I did, moved as quiet as a mouse, just hoping I wasn't about to crawl into a trap. Eventually, after a couple of minutes of crawling, I felt my hand touch the bottom of Victor's boot. I stayed quiet as I gave it a nudge, but Victor didn't move. He was dead, probably killed by some V20 who then ran off to warn his mates. If that was the case, then job done, the blocking forces could do their thing. It just seemed unfair that the result came at the cost of my mate's life. To make sure that there was nothing restricting Victor's body before I tried to pull it out, I switched on my flashlight to take a look around. The smaller tunnels were tiny, but there was just about enough room to lift your head up a little bit. That way, I could use my flashlight to look ever so slightly over Victor's body. But when I did, it resulted in the single most heart-stopping moment of terror I had ever experienced. I didn't get a good look at the bloke, I didn't have time, really. But when I switched on my flashlight, there was this V20 on the other side of Victor's body, and he had a pistol aimed right at my flashlight. I dropped down straight away, trying to get as low as possible. The guy must have shot where the light was, and I know I must have blinded him a bit, so his first few shots went over me. I know this because I felt the earth hitting the back of my neck from where the V20's bullets were smashing into the tunnel ceiling. The noise was deafening, well and truly, and as much as I saw the flashes from where he kept on shooting at me, I didn't really hear the shots, not properly, anyway. The only thing that kept his bullets from killing me was Victor's body, and if he wasn't dead when I found him, it certainly was by the time it came to dragging him out. The guy shooting at me quickly extended his pistol clip and had to back out of the tunnel to rearm. When I carried on dragging Victor's body the opposite way, I could hear the bloke shouting for his friends in Vietnamese, and I knew it was only a matter of time before more bullets came flying in my direction. All I could do was focus on dragging Victor, telling myself I still might be able to save his life if I just get him out of that bloody tunnel in time. I could hear the rest of my mates shouting on the surface. They'd heard the gunfire and were willing me to drag myself out of the tunnel in one piece. I almost made it out without a scratch too, but as I reached the tunnel entrance and raised myself up to climb out, I heard another round of muffled gunfire before a bullet smashed into my left knee. I know it belongs to get themselves shot, and because of all the adrenaline, they don't feel a bloody thing unless it breaks a bone or something. Jesus Christ, the pain I felt when my kneecap shattered into a dozen little pieces was like nothing I'd ever felt before or since. If it wasn't for the guys who grabbed me under the armpits and dragged me out of that hole, I might have already lost one or both legs to a spray of Chinese-supplied bullets. Like I might have already said, that bullet wound was my ticket home. I was flown back, stitched up, put into a rehab program, and then I was back on duty. Thankfully, I didn't have to go back overseas, but I did serve about 18 more months teaching tunnel rats how to do that job. On July 28, 1977, Travis Victor Alexander was born in Riverside, California, the son of Gary and Pamela Alexander. Travis's early years were marred by tragedy. At age 11, an unstable and ultimately toxic home life forced him to live with his paternal grandparents after his father's tragic death in mid-1997. He was followed by his 7 brothers and sisters. Despite his rough upbringing, Travis performed rather well in school, attended college, and eventually secured a job with a company known as Prepaid Legal Services, PPL, first as a salesman and later as the company's motivational speaker, a position that paid considerably better. As part of his job at PPL, Travis often attended conferences that took place in Las Vegas, applying his trade as a motivational speaker in front of audiences of hundreds. During one such conference in September 2006, there was one particular woman in the audience who was enraptured by Travis's charisma and talent for public speaking. She approached him afterward, introducing herself and striking up a conversation that would spark a long-term friendship. This woman's name was Jody Arias. Jody and Arias was born on July 9, 1980, in Salinas, California, to a mother of European ancestry and a father of Mexican ancestry. After she met Travis at the PPL conference, the pair grew increasingly close, leading Jody to convert to Mormonism just 2 months later, actually being baptized by Travis himself at a ceremony that took place in Southern California. Despite the distance between them, the couple began dating a few months later, and Jody even took steps to move to Mesa and then Yreka, California, living in her grandparents' place to be closer to Travis. Travis and Jody had a tumultuous on-again, off-again relationship for almost a year and a half, often forced to maintain a long-distance relationship due to the fact that one lived in Arizona while the other remained in California for work. Such distance would put a strain on any relationship, but there appeared to be additional factors that made Jody and Travis's relationship less than healthy. From the very first time Travis introduced Jody to his close friends, they seemed to take an instant dislike to her. Jody didn't seem keen to impress or ingratiate herself with them, appearing generally disinterested in anyone but Travis. His friends detected a kind of jealousy in her, noting that she acted overly possessive of Travis while failing to show him much affection. From the start, they found Jody's behavior worrying, even frightening. Shortly after Jody moved into her grandparents' home in Yreka, she and Travis arranged to accompany one another on a week-long work-related trip to Cancun, Mexico. Scheduled for June 15, the couple intended to make something of a vacation out of it. However, not long after, Travis reportedly went to company headquarters to request that his travel companion be changed to another member of the sales team. Speculation regarding this decision is abundant, but the best guess is that it involved a breakdown in his and Jody's relationship. On May 28, Jody called Travis in a state of distress, telling him there had been a burglary at her grandparents' place where she was staying. Feeling unsafe, she begged to come and stay with him for a while. The burglars had stolen a number of valuable items during the break-in, but the most significant was a .25 caliber Colt pistol that belonged to her grandfather. The police had no luck finding the perpetrators and eventually gave up searching altogether, as they couldn't seem to find any evidence to identify those involved. In response to Jody's plea to stay with him, Travis straight up refused. "This might be the best evidence we have." That the two had broken up by that point, that if Travis loved her or had any feelings for her at all, surely he would have offered her a place to stay, but he didn't. Alternatively, it's possible that Travis did love her but was stopped from inviting her over by something else. That it's plausible that there were other women in Travis's life. But it is also possible he didn't invite Jody over because he was afraid of her. On June 2nd, Jody called Travis yet again, repeatedly attempting to reach him between the hours of 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. However, her cell phone records show that the longest call was a mere 17 seconds, indicating he likely didn't pick up the phone. Just after 3 in the morning, Travis called Jody back, and the pair engaged in a lengthy conversation that we have no idea what was said during that call, but we do know that at around 5:30 that same morning, Jody drove over to a car rental place in Redding, California, entering the business shortly after it opened at 8 a.m. She told the clerk that she wished to use the car for a long drive to Utah for a work-related trip, and then planned to visit a few friends on her way to Utah, where she would meet up with a fellow PPL employee named Ryan Burns. However, Jody didn't show up to meet Ryan until late in the evening on June 3rd, leaving a sizable amount of time to be accounted for that day. When she did finally arrive in the West Jordan suburb of Salt Lake City to meet Ryan Burns, he noticed some unusual things about Kirka. Firstly, he saw that her normally dyed blonde hair was now brown, but not its natural shade of brown, and she seemed to have cuts or scratches all over her hands. Jody also refused to let him near the rental car, insisting they take his car to the PPL business conference. Naturally, Ryan thought this behavior was unusual, but the pair had more important concerns as the conference kept them occupied for the majority of the day. Ryan had an additional reason to keep quiet about Jody's unusual behavior. He and Jody had begun something of a love affair during their time in Utah, spending several hours hugging and kissing on a large beanbag chair at the place they were staying. Jody reassured him about the cuts on her hands by saying she had gotten them while working part-time at a Mexican restaurant in the Wairika area, an excuse that seemed sufficient to assuage his suspicions. Once their business concluded, Jody departed from Salt Lake City on June 6, driving back westward toward California. Her cell phone records showed that she tried to call Travis several times, leaving a handful of voicemails, yet she also apparently found a way to access the voicemail system. Why exactly she chose to do so remains a matter of conjecture, but it certainly constitutes some rather unusual behavior. When she returned the rental car to the outlet in Redding, the clerk began to inspect the interior as a matter of routine. It was then he too noticed something unusual. The vehicle was missing its floor mats, and on the driver and passenger sides, there were some kind of stains on the upholstery, as if some thick liquid had been spilled and left to dry. However, since the upholstery was black and the color of said liquid was not visible, no suspicions were raised among the staff at the car rental outlet, and the interior was cleaned before it could be inspected by anyone important. Meanwhile, a few days prior, Travis's employers had tried to contact him for a conference call, only to have their calls go unanswered. This same pattern repeated for several days, with friends and colleagues calling, only for Travis not to pick up his phone. By June 9th, a handful of Travis's friends began to worry about his well-being and agreed to go over to his home to check on him. They spoke to a few other tenants who lived in the same building as Travis and found they hadn't seen him in a few days. However, since he traveled for work frequently, they didn't seem to think there was anything to worry about. One of Travis's neighbors was in possession of the spare key to his apartment, which Travis had entrusted to them in case he ever lost his keys. The concerned group of friends proceeded to unlock the door to Travis's apartment, calling out his name as they entered. Then, one of them froze with a sharp gasp, pointing to a pool of congealed blood that sat in the hallway of Travis's bedroom. In a panic, they began to search the apartment for him, eventually encountering the sight of his days-old corpse lying in the bathtub, covered in blood. His friends cried and screamed as they called 911 but did not attempt to revive him. as it was obvious from the state of his dead body that he had been deceased for some time during the 911 call that followed the discovery. A police dispatcher asked if Travis had potentially contemplated ending his own life or if his friends knew of anyone who might have been threatening his life. His friends immediately mentioned Jodi Arias, his ex-girlfriend, as a possible suspect in his murder. They indicated that in the days before his death, Travis had mentioned that Jodi had been stalking him, accusing him of seeing someone else, and seemed to be in some form of jealous rage. This psychopathic jealousy led her to attempt to access his Facebook account and even go so far as to slash his car's tires. When investigating officers arrived at Travis's home, they commenced an intense search for any evidence or clues regarding the identity of the killer. One of the most curious things they discovered was a recently purchased digital camera found in the washing machine. Despite significant water damage, police were able to recover the camera's memory card, which had a number of photographs that someone had apparently attempted to delete. These photographs showed Travis and Jodi in numerous suggestive poses taken on the afternoon of June 4. The final photograph from the series was taken at 5:39 p.m. that same day and showed Travis alive and well while taking a shower, smiling playfully and completely naked, a candid depiction of the man's final moments. Another photograph taken just minutes later depicted Travis bleeding profusely while lying on the bathroom floor. DNA samples were collected from bloody handprints found in the bathroom, which provided police with solid evidence to arrest a suspect, as they contained not only Travis's DNA but also Jodi Arias's. After being indicted for first-degree murder by a grand jury in Maricopa County, Jodi was arrested at her home in California and then extradited to Arizona on September 5, 2008. Less than a week later, she pled not guilty, providing several different accounts of her alleged involvement in Travis's death. Initially, she told investigating officers that she was nowhere near Arizona on the day her ex-boyfriend was murdered, but after pressure from the cops, she admitted she had been present at the time of his death but claimed it involved a home invasion where two individuals broke into Travis's residence, killing him and attacking her in turn. 2 years of investigation later, Jodi changed her story entirely, telling the police that she had indeed killed Travis but only in self-defense. She spun a tale of brutal domestic violence, claiming she was a victim of a cruel and violent man and that she regularly feared for her life around him. At her trial in February 2013, Jodi recounted to the jury that she had been physically and emotionally abused by her parents and that her life with Travis had echoed that same cycle of abuse and guardianship, one she wanted to escape from but couldn't quite bring herself to. She described the abusive lifestyle Travis subjected her to, which she said included a considerable amount of BDSM and other painful acts that violated Mormon rules. Jodi also recorded a phone conversation with Travis that she used as evidence to prove he had once wanted to use zip ties to tie her to a tree while she dressed as Little Red Riding Hood. She claimed to have responded enthusiastically on the phone but testified in court that it was all an act, stating the idea terrified her and was typical of the kinds of things Travis wanted to do. Jodi also alleged that Travis admitted to finding underage children attractive, painting him as a complete monster. However, the prosecution argued that Jodi was a vengeful and vindictive person who had recorded the phone conversation in an attempt to blackmail Travis and embarrass him before his Mormon peers. The prosecution also questioned a forensic expert before the jury, prompting them to confirm that a thorough examination of Travis's computer found no evidence of child pornography or any references to anything inappropriate with children. Rebuttal witnesses from the prosecution included several of Travis's other girlfriends, who stated he never exhibited problems with anger or violence. Clinical psychologist Janine Demarte testified for the prosecution, stating she found no evidence that Travis had ever abused Jodi, and also noted that Jodi suffered from borderline personality disorder, showing signs of immaturity and an unstable sense of identity. The final nail in Jody's legal coffin was the prosecution telling the jury that a single .25 caliber bullet casing was found near Travis's body. The same caliber as the gun stolen from her grandparents' place just a week before the murder. It turned out Jody had faked the entire burglary just to obtain the murder weapon, which not only demonstrated she was a dangerous psychopath willing to harm those close to her to achieve her goals, but also indicated that she had been planning to kill Travis for quite some time. After a trial that reportedly cost U.S. taxpayers over $3 million, the jury found Jody guilty of first-degree murder. She narrowly avoided the death penalty when a judge essentially took pity on her mental illness, sentencing her to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. She was also ordered to pay Travis's siblings over $30,000 in damages. As of 2016, Jody is housed at Arizona State Prison Complex Perryville, and her case and trial have garnered considerable social media interest, with even Donald Trump commenting on what he called her obvious guilt. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of this whole sordid drama is that Travis may have genuinely believed he had found the love of his life. Searching for the fairy tale romance that all people desire, he found the polar opposite, a living nightmare that ended with him losing his life to someone who could fairly be described as a conniving, violent, psychopathic predator. Relationships break down all the time for various reasons. People hurt, people cry, but most ultimately move on and find someone else. Jody took that chance away from Travis in a horrifically callous and bloody manner. Instead of letting Travis go, she dragged him down like a sinking ship, one from which neither of them will ever emerge intact. On the evening of December 6, 1959, Dr. Law arrived home after a long day of work. Law was one of the most successful surgeons in the greater Los Angeles area and had even conducted speaking tours of various Ivy League universities. He was an exceptionally hard-working man, and this hard work had paid off in the form of an opulent Spanish colonial-style home in the neighborhood of Los Feliz. Law's wife Mary was hard at work decorating their home for the holidays, while their three children, 18-year-old Liam, 11-year-old Debbie, and 13-year-old Joseph, busied themselves with some homework before dinner. After a dinner so wholesome it could have been on the cover of a Christmas card, the children returned to their bedrooms to carry on their schoolwork while Mary retired to the master bedroom to read. Law also opted for the comfort of a good book and poured himself a drink before settling down in front of the fireplace to thumb through his copy of Dante's Divine Comedy. There he remained for the next few hours, long after his wife and children had gone to sleep. Yet instead of steadily progressing from chapter to chapter, Law was focused on one particular passage of the Divine Comedy. It was a line from Canto 1, one which read, "Midway upon the journey of our life, I found myself within a forest dark, for the straightforward pathway had been lost." It's not exactly clear why the line resonated with Law so much, but as he retired to bed, he couldn't seem to shake the passage from his mind. For the next few hours, Law lay in bed, trapped somewhere between dreams and consciousness. Finally, after 4 in the morning, Law quietly climbed out of bed, crept downstairs, then walked into the family kitchen. Careful to remain as quiet as possible, he retrieved a large, well-used ball-peen hammer from a toolbox that he kept under the sink, then walked back upstairs and back into his bedroom. There he silently stood over his sleeping wife, hammer tight in his grip, possibly contemplating the enormity of his intentions for a few moments before finally deciding to strike. When he did, Law raised the hammer high into the air, then ended Mary's life with a single blow. At least, it's commonly believed that Mary died instantly because she certainly didn't make enough noise to wake up her 3 sleeping children. Even so, to ensure that she was dead, Law began to smash his wife's skull to pieces, inflicting blow after devastating blow with the flat steel of his hammer. After murdering his wife, Law crept into his eldest daughter's room, intending to execute her in the exact same manner. Yet although she appeared to be asleep, Liam had been awakened by the sound of her father opening the door and was watching him from the corner of one eye as he quietly approached her bedside and raised the hammer. As Law attempted to execute her, Liam was able to raise an arm, deflecting the initial blow and potentially saving her life. Then, as her father attempted to finish her off, she began to scream so loud that it not only roused her siblings from their slumber but also woke the neighbors on both sides of the Perelson house. To silence her, Law struck his eldest daughter several times about the head and face, but it was too late. He could already hear the sound of his youngest daughter emerging from her bedroom, seeking the source of the disturbance. Law intercepted 11-year-old Debbie before she could enter her sister's room, then guided her back to bed under the pretense that she simply had a nightmare. He'd assumed that he'd beaten Liam unconscious and that he'd be able to simply creep back in and finish her off once he dealt with young Debbie. However, reassuring his younger daughter had taken much longer than he had initially anticipated, and after walking back into Liam's room, Law found it completely empty. Liam had escaped out of an open window, carefully sliding down a section of roof before jumping to the hard concrete below. Despite a nasty sprain, adrenaline propelled Liam to the door of a horrified neighbor who was quick to respond after having already heard her screams. This neighbor then alerted emergency services, and before long, the streets of Los Feliz were awash with the red and blue lights of ambulances and police cruisers. 11-year-old Debbie had not been fooled by her father's explanations, and while he stormed about the house trying to locate her older sister, Debbie had gathered up her brother before the pair of them fled the property. Having realized his home was quickly being surrounded by police and that his children had all managed to escape, Law prepared to defend himself with deadly force. As the teams of EMTs rushed the children to a nearby hospital, the cops closed in on their home and forced their way inside. They carefully advanced from room to room, calling out to Law, terrified he was waiting to ambush them from some unseen vantage point. After gaining access to the family bedroom, the police officers found Law lying on the floor of his ensuite bathroom, having ingested a fatal dose of prescription drugs. The crime scene alone told a grisly story of inexplicable and violent madness, yet the most important question remained unanswered. Why in the world had Law done something so utterly horrifying? During the initial phase of the investigation, the police questioned the Perelson neighbors but were told that the family were close-knit, loving, and showed no visible signs of discord. However, following a search of Liam's car, they found a letter which read, "We are on the merry-go-round again, same problems, same worries, only tenfold. My parents are in a bind financially." The letter also mentioned how Liam intended to find a part-time job in order to help contribute to the family finances. Investigators began to theorize that Law had simply snapped under the pressure of their dire financial situation and had decided that taking his loved ones' lives was preferable to the misery of poverty and uncertainty. Yet the fact remained that Law neglected to leave any kind of note, and with Liam stating that her father made no attempt to explain his actions, his motivations were likely to remain a chilling mystery. The only clue Law ever gave was leaving his copy of the Divine Comedy open with that same line highlighted, "Midway upon the journey of our life, I found myself within a forest dark, for the straightforward pathway had been lost." Once they were well enough, the three Perelson children were reunited, then sent out east to live with relatives. They have since dropped off the radar, and it's commonly believed they've changed their names to avoid any association with their father's crimes. Many years later, once the media firestorm had died down, the mansion was sold off at auction, with the proceeds going to settle the estate's debts and the remainder going to the children. Initially, the auctioneers were extremely skeptical that the home would sell, as they were legally obliged to inform potential buyers of the home's history. Yet to their surprise, one couple seemed very interested in purchasing the home. Julian and Emily Enriquez didn't seem in the least bit disturbed by the mansion's dark past, and their single solitary bid secured the home at an extremely reasonable price. Yet instead of making the mansion their permanent residence, the new owners only visited the home on rare occasions. Neighbors said Julian and Emily would show up in the dead of night before carrying large trunks or pieces of furniture inside. They would never sleep there and appeared to use it for nothing but storage. But some in the neighborhood began to theorize the couple's nightly activities were much more sinister. After all, why would they be so interested in purchasing a home so many believed to be haunted? When Julian and Emily Enriquez passed away in 1994, ownership of the mansion passed to their son Rudy. Neighbors had long since grown sick of how the mansion's rotting carcass dragged down nearby property values and hoped that Rudy would quickly renovate and sell the place. Yet after a few months, it appeared that Rudy was doing exactly the same thing as his parents, showing up in the dead of night, then dragging a variety of unusual-looking items up the driveway and into the house. Rudy also appeared to have enlisted the aid of a variety of unsavory-looking people, although what exactly he needed their help with remained a mystery. One neighbor claimed that after questioning a group of shady-looking visitors to the home, the group claimed that they were ghost hunters and camped in the mansion's backyard for several days while they conducted a series of paranormal surveys. The presence of the ghost hunters briefly reignited the media firestorm surrounding the Law murders, and Rudy Enriquez was forced to publicly deny that he believed the house was haunted. Yet he certainly seemed okay with granting access to those that did, which in turn was judged as being in very poor taste. To keep the old mansion rotting and abandoned was one thing, but to use it to profit from a horrifying murder was beyond the pale. The move forced Rudy to admit the opposite was true and that it was him paying for ghost hunter services, although frustratingly he refused to elaborate further. The presence of ghost hunters and the subsequent media interest seemed to solidify the home's reputation as being haunted by the spirits of Law and Mary. It became known as the Los Feliz Murder Mansion, a tourist attraction for the more macabre-minded visitors to LA. Many famous paranormal investigators have also visited the murder mansion, with some boasting of discoveries and evidence either real or imagined, often in the form of hearing voices and whispers while roaming the outside of the house. One such investigator told the press that he felt the presence of extreme energy inside the home and that a number of so-called orbs had been photographed in the mansion's upstairs bedrooms. To the skeptics among us, the presence of so-called orbs is explained by a heavy amount of dust or other such debris in the air. Naturally, being such an old derelict home, the Los Feliz mansion would have been a veritable dust trap. But there's just one problem with this explanation. In order for orbs to appear, dust needs to be thick in the air, and the only two things that can stir it up in such a way are strong exterior winds causing drafts or the physical presence of something inside the house. The paranormal investigators have claimed that they photographed the exterior of the house before they ever entered and that orbs appeared in these photographs, meaning that either strong winds had stirred up dust in the home that day or that someone or something had been moving around in the house shortly before their arrival. Whether you believe in such phenomenon or not, the reports certainly make for chilling listening, but it still seems redundant considering the abject horror of the original crime. Dr. Law's reasons for wanting to murder his wife and children remain a complete and utter mystery. It's easy to blame the family's financial problems, but such self-destructive behavior seems completely out of character for a man who so dearly cherished his hard-won success. As cryptic as it may be, I believe the best clue to Harold's mindset lies in his choice of literature during his final few hours. Dante's Divine Comedy tells the story of a single dead soul which travels through hell and purgatory before eventually reaching heaven. The soul witnesses God's divine rewards for just souls, but they also witness the horrific punishments meted out to the hordes of mortal sinners who find themselves condemned to hell. Some have suggested that Dr. Law was seeking reassurance for his actions, reasoning if it was a sin to murder them if the goal was to save them from a life of misery. But there are others who report that the passage from Canto 1, the one which seemed to hold Harold captive, was in reference to his own sanity. Midway upon the journey of our life, I found myself within a forest dark, for the straightforward path had been lost. Harold hadn't lost his way in life. What he mourned that night was the loss of his mind. I started waiting tables when I was 18 to supplement my hourly income at a popular fast food chain. Soon enough, I became well acquainted with an older man named Tom. He was probably in his mid-60s and very obese. He'd regularly come into the little diner where I worked, and he was a regular prior to my employment there. The other younger females who worked in the restaurant didn't like to wait on him because he was kind of weird and had a very creepy, overly excited, animated type of vibe, but I didn't mind because it was a guaranteed $5 to $10 tip every day. I was also good at talking to people and good at putting up with, so I happily entertained him in a family-friendly way. The first thing he would do was make cartoons on the computer and then excitedly give them to me and other servers. The other servers were uncomfortable with it, even though, at this point, it was very innocent. It was generic clip art that maybe had everyone's names written by each character, but still, some servers were uncomfortable enough that management had asked him to stop bringing them in. He once asked me if I liked them, almost in an unexplainable childlike way, seeking approval, so I told him that they were cute and fun because they seemed harmless enough, and I could tell making them and gifting them made him happy. I figured it was his pastime during the later part of his life, since he was unmarried and had no kids, and his daily hobby was visiting different women at different restaurants, some of them older and some younger like I was. He would regularly talk about the lives of the other waitresses that he would visit, and though I hadn't met any of them, I kind of felt like I knew them. Genuinely, I just figured this guy was lonely, and there's nothing wrong with that. He would call me Sunshine and try to offer advice where it wasn't warranted or solicited. I wasn't afraid to respectfully yet aggressively put him in his place. I remember one specific occasion that he tried to criticize my relationship with my boyfriend. It was like what you'd think a super conservative grandparent might say, expressed to me as if he was my father and providing me life-changing insight to put me on the right path, though I felt I wasn't on the wrong path at all. I was a full-time student, full-time employee, and I fully supported myself and had a good outlook and attitude on life. Anyway, I put him in his place so hard and so fast that he turned sheepish and childlike, kind of like he transitioned from trying to be a father to acting like a child who needed mom's or my approval. The next time he visited, he had a hand-carved woodworking thing that he made with my boyfriend's initials on it as an apology. He would buy me packs of gum and mints and take printed photos of himself with a scolding look in the caption saying, "No smoking, Sunshine," to try to deter me from cigarettes. I've since quit, by the way, without his help. Everyone else thought it was really creepy, but whatever. The first year of me being his waitress, his gifts and actions got progressively more expressive. He started writing poems and short stories that had bad grammar and were so elementary they were almost painful. But he told me he just started to try it out, so I encouraged him, thinking that he's just lonely and needs a pastime. I had no problem with him writing little Hallmark card-style poems and giving them to me, but the slightly off-putting aspect was that all the poems and stories had a general theme of love and family. Also, I think it was around this time that he started looking at my Facebook page often. We weren't even friends on there, and I told him I was never going to accept his friend request, so to not ever send one. He would occasionally Photoshop pictures of me from my Facebook page and put my face on a cartoon body or something like that. He became very interested in me and all of my sisters. He would write stories about me and my sisters or make comic book style artwork about my twin and me being superheroes. He even found a photo of my twin on Facebook somewhere and started using her face photoshopped on things too. When I did some traveling, I took some RC-style pictures with a few in the background. And he once edited and photoshopped other tourists out of the background and then lightened the sky and printed lined pictures with fancy borders for me to have. Thinking about it now, he probably kept these photos for himself too. After a year at my first serving job, I left for another serving job where I'd be working weird third shift hours. I kind of thought that would be the end of Tom, but boy was I wrong. He went out of his way to come at weird hours and to the new place at least twice a week, and never once did I tell him my schedule. He would just drive by and see my car. The stories he would write became progressively sexual and longer. I guess he finally felt comfortable to share these things with me and would always preface me for anything that was more erotic. It was like he wanted a friend, wanted to be my father, and wanted me to be his mother, all in this weird, childish, overly animated type of way. A few times, he made me the subject of his stories, though he never went super explicit with those. The one that sticks out was me being a super sexy badass cowgirl sheriff, and all the men at the saloon wanted me. He would include strange details like how someone had an STD, and if I remember correctly, he made my sister the character that got an STD, and I had a huge issue with that. At this point, I've known this man and been well acquainted with him for nearly 3 years. I genuinely felt sorry for the guy and felt like I was able to offer him a friend when he really needed one. I was very aware that something was off about him, but I was okay with it because, though it was hard to pinpoint exactly, I understood and also knew that he would never, or could never given his size and fitness, hurt me. Admittedly, this was a fault of mine. As a server, I offered more than food. I accidentally became a psychiatrist for more than just this guy. There was a 20-year-old with autism that I became good buddies with, despite him offering me money every once in a while for a tip. Also, there was a 40-year-old man who thought he was going to marry a stripper half of his age after he gave her all his savings and sold his Mustang to give her more money. There was also the paranoid 50-year-old schizophrenic man who had clearly never been diagnosed or received help. I digress. I guess I just want to be transparent that I was aware of all the red flags, but I was okay with it. But then things started to really cross a line, though they probably already were past that. When I got engaged, Tom would ask me stuff like if I'd let him hold my baby when I have kids. He started to write stories and make cards and cartoons from my fiancé's perspective. He would say, "I bet this is how Luke feels about you," and also do it from a mother's perspective, saying stuff like, "It must be a mother's dream." I mean, at this point he was seriously making so much stuff, be it cartoons, pictures, or stories, that he'd bring it all to me in a manila folder. And it would be long, along the lines of fatherly, motherly, childish, silly, sexual, romantic, etc. I decided to keep the folders in my filing cabinet just in case there was ever a case against him that needed evidence. My fiancé and I had an open dialogue about Tom, and at this point, we decided that it was best to cut him off. I was looking for a new job to get off the wacky hours I was working, and the timing just seemed right. After cutting him off, Tom still had a weird contact with me through my older sister. She was a server at another restaurant that he frequented, though she avoided him and asked to never serve him given his interactions with me. However, she was also engaged, and her wedding date was approaching. He also wrote her letters and made her cards with words that were way too heartfelt coming from a stranger regarding her marriage. Anyway, Tom decided to ask a few of the other servers if they were planning on going to the wedding. 2 of them were, and upon hearing this news, Tom described me in detail and asked the other servers to try to take some pictures of me for him. When I heard about this, it was about 6 months after I had cut him off. I had a big fat eye roll over it and thought, whatever, about it because the servers weren't going to do it. And he was still respecting our request to not contact me any longer. It's also relevant to note that I had blocked him from my Facebook, which I hadn't even actively used in 2 years or more. However, prior to the cutoff, and even shortly after, he still sent me multiple messages on Facebook every day, ranging from as simple as "Good morning, sunshine" to intricate and extensive stories. A timeline reminder before the climax, I first waited on him around May 2015. He followed me to my next job and my long-term fast food job around the middle of 2016. We continued to interact until I cut him off around February and March 2018. One day, I was cleaning out my filing cabinet in December 2019. I stupidly decided that I should throw all the creepy and weird unsolicited artwork away. It had been nearly 2 years with no issues and no attempt to contact, and the stuff was just cluttering my space. Last week, as I was sitting in my living room, a recognizable vehicle was parked outside of my driveway on the wrong side of the road. The man had his car window down, and I could see a flash. I quickly grabbed my glasses to try to discern what was going on. I saw his childish, overly animated smile, and I recognized his hair and facial hair. I realized the shirt he was wearing was the same exact style and type of shirt that Tom wears. I realized that I recognized the vehicle because it's the same vehicle that would pull up to my place of employment 3 to 5 times a week for almost 3 years. I realized it was Tom outside of my residence over 2 years later, taking pictures of my car and home with that goddamn digital camera he took my picture with twice before in the past. As Thanksgiving knocks on the door, a dark memory is rushing back to me. I don't celebrate this tradition anymore because of what happened 2 years back. I am a 19-year-old average height girl currently living in California. My hometown is a small town in Georgia. Being an only child, I have always been a pampered kid. My parents were high school lovebirds who immediately got married after finishing high school. My dad owned quite a lot of land, hence we were more well off than many people living in the town. He inherited his father's house, and from outside, we were the picture-perfect family in everyone's eyes. But what happened inside the house was only known to us. We lived in the outskirts, right beside vast paddy fields. My dad had a Chevy and often drove us to the market whenever we needed things. Even though everyone thought my parents were perfect for each other, they fought like animals every night. I guess with time the young love died, and harsh reality surfaced for them. My dad screamed at my mother, and she abused him in every way possible. Between the two of them, my mom was the most toxic one, I believe. I saw her slapping my dad and pushing him many times, but my dad never raised a hand at her. Our society has this weird mindset that domestic abuse can only happen one way. I love both my parents equally, but whenever my mom hit my dad and screamed at him using obscene language, I hated her. Increasing toxicity led to the usual consequence, divorce. My dad had to bear a lot as my mom went on giving suicidal threats if he divorced her. It was the most disgusting phase of our lives. Our so-called happy family broke apart, and my mom stayed in Georgia while I came to California with my dad. My dad's lawyer proved how she abused him for years, and I too sided with my dad on this. Tears rolled down his eyes when he got my custody. But one thing I noticed that day which no one did, my mom didn't say a single word. She stared at me with a blank face for a few seconds and then quietly walked out of the courtroom. That was probably the last time I saw her until I turned 18 and a horrifying tragedy happened last year. My dad didn't keep any contact with my mom after the divorce, but he never stopped me from being in touch with her. I talked to her over the phone at times, and that was it. Sometimes I missed her, but then I realized those painful nights watching my mom hitting and kicking my dad, and my dad bearing this humiliation and insult for my sake. The awful memories of his past hit him so hard that he was scared to fall in love again. He kept to himself and raised me with the utmost care. It was probably my 7th grade PTA meeting when my dad found a new ray of hope in his life. He fell in love again with my English teacher, Melissa. She was a kind lady, and I liked her. They hit it off quite well, and soon she moved in with us. When my mom found out about this, she was obviously not happy, but this time she didn't create a scene and quietly disconnected the call. It was a week before Thanksgiving. I was sitting in my room, going through some brochures, thinking about where to go for college when my mom called. I picked it up immediately as it had been a month since I had spoken to her. "Hi, Mom." "Hello, my pumpkin, how are you?" "I'm good." Mom?" "Yes, my dear. Are you all right? I know the time has been hard for you, and trust me, none of us want to hurt you. It's just Dad is happy, and maybe we should all be happy for him." "Oh, you are going to be such a lovely lady, I know, pumpkin, and you're right. Can you please put me on speaker and call your dad?" All these years, my parents never spoke after the divorce. My mom never asked for my dad. Hearing her say this, my heartbeat grew faster. I called my dad, and he entered the room along with Melissa. "Hello, Daisy." "Hi, James. Hope you're in good health. What was it you wanted to talk about?" I know I have done you wrong and never apologized for that. Honestly, I was so ashamed that I couldn't. So here I am, asking for one last thing from you and my daughter this Thanksgiving. Will you guys visit me? You can also bring Melissa. I would love to meet her. Just give me one more chance to have a good time with my family. I saw my father's face turn cold, and he looked at me, then at Melissa. He was going to say no when Melissa grabbed his hand and said in a low voice, "She's Courtney's mom, James. She too deserves to spend Thanksgiving with her daughter, and it has been 10 years now, just for a few days." My respect for Melissa grew more that day as I witnessed her kind heart. My dad agreed, and my mom said from the other side of the phone, "See you all at Thanksgiving then." We decided to reach there the day before Thanksgiving. Stepping into my hometown, I couldn't help but recall all the childhood memories I made here. The green paddy field still stood there, making our house the only shelter on the outskirts. But due to poor maintenance, I could see the house losing its usual luster. We knocked on the door, and my mom opened it in one go like she was waiting right on the other side. She hugged me tightly and then looked at my dad. "Hi, James. Please come in." We stepped in, and I introduced her to Melissa. Surprisingly, my mom went close to her and hugged her as well. My dad and I were both shocked to see her react so calmly. We all sat down and started to talk. My mom served us homemade lemonade, and after a long time, I felt my family was complete. But this feeling didn't last long as I realized my mom hasn't changed entirely. Though she was constantly bringing up topics involving an incident of their married life and trying to make Melissa feel like an outsider. She went to the kitchen, and my dad started apologizing to Melissa for my mom's mean behavior. I could see them regretting coming here, and I too felt this year's Thanksgiving is not going to be how I expected. I told my dad that we will leave the next morning ASAP. He went to the kitchen, probably to tell my mom not to bring up the past in front of Melissa. I took Melissa to my room to cheer up her mood. Getting our support and attention, Melissa's mood elevated, and we were laughing and talking like before. 10 minutes went by when my mom came in and stopped. She stared at me and Melissa with a cold face and said, "Oh, you are here. I was looking for you everywhere. You know, Melissa, my daughter is a sweetheart. She and I spent a huge time decorating this room. She often said how no one can replace me in her life. You know what, Daisy? Your daughter is right. No one can replace a mother, but sadly you had such a beautiful family, and you ruined it all." Melissa walked out of the room like a badass, and I saw my mom's face turn red. Somehow, she got a long-needed lesson, and we all sat down for an awkward Thanksgiving dinner. While having the turkey, I found a wishbone. I decided to split it with my dad. My mom said to me, "Be careful what you wish for," and smiled. Honestly, I wished what any daughter would, harmony between my mom and my dad so that I don't have to choose between them. Somehow, we finished the rest of the dinner and went to bed. It was around 3 a.m. when I heard heavy breathing falling on my face. I opened my eyes and saw my mom standing near my bed in the dark. What are you doing here?" I shouted in fear. She gave a very bizarre smile, and her one eye twisted, making her look creepy. Then she said in a calm voice, "I know you wished for our family to be happy again, didn't you, pumpkin?" Before I could reply to her question, my eyes went to her hands, and I saw she was holding something in both her hands, and water was dripping from those things. I jumped through the switchboard on the other side and turned on the light. "What have you done? You don't have to choose anymore, pumpkin. Now you will have me by your side forever. What is Thanksgiving without thanking our loved ones for their sacrifice? I am thankful to your father and this expletive for sacrificing their life to reunite a mother to her daughter." I couldn't keep my sanity anymore. I picked up the night lamp and hit my psycho mom hard on the head. She wasn't expecting this and fell on the floor screaming in pain. I went on hitting her until her brain matter came out. She took away everything from me, and now the one person whom I loved the most, my poor innocent dad. When I was done with my anger, I called 911 myself, smeared in my mother's blood. I waited for the cops to arrive. I am the youngest woman prisoner in this high-security facility with a supposed chance of parole, maybe. But I am not going to ask for it. I am going to spend my entire life in this dark cell because I have no one to call family now. The outside world is way scarier than the world inside this prison, and I have had enough. No more family, no more Thanksgiving for me, that goes without saying. Before I get started telling you about the worst night of my life, which was actually supposed to be the best night of my life, I have to give you a little bit of backstory to make it make sense. You see, the man I ended up marrying is the exact opposite of the men I dated in my younger years. I'm not ashamed to say that I'm a recovered drug addict, but that should also tell you something about the people I used to hang around and, at some points, date. I wasn't raised in the nicest of neighborhoods, and I didn't have the kind of parents that cared what I did or where I went. I was lucky if I came home and there was actually food in the fridge. I ended up dropping out at 14 and moving in with my boyfriend at the time. He was 23. Yeah, I know what you're all thinking. A 23-year-old with a 14-year-old girl is gross and in no way okay. But I was 14. I thought it was cool that an older guy wanted to be with me. My parents didn't even question where I was going when they saw me moving things out of the house, so I just figured everything was fine. My friends from school kept telling me not to move in with him, but I thought they were just jealous. So I did it anyway and cut all of them out of my life. Now, we'll call this guy that I moved in with Danny. Danny was a meth addict. I say was, but honestly, I'm 99% sure that he still is. The house I moved into was completely disgusting, with rotting floors, mold everywhere, and random people coming in and out all day and during all hours of the night. Part of me regretted moving in with him, but I was stubborn and didn't want to prove my friends right. Besides, life with Danny was fun, or so my 14-year-old self thought. We would smoke all the time. He got me whatever I wanted, by shoplifting, of course, and he was nice to me. Well, not actually nice to me. He would compliment me and tell me how amazing I was and that he loved me, but at the same time, he would hit me whenever he got high. He always apologized after, and I always forgave him. After all, I had nowhere to go, and he always reminded me that no one would ever love me as much as he did. Well, I bet you can guess what happened next. I eventually got hooked on meth. I was 15 when he first asked me if I wanted to try it. I said no a few times, but he kept pressuring me and begging me just to try it, and I finally gave in. I couldn't describe the exact feeling to you even if I wanted to. All I knew was that I needed to feel that feeling again. I think I finally realized I had a problem about a year in when I couldn't stop. I had to have it. I couldn't even go half a day without getting high, and it was all I thought about, and it completely consumed me. One day, I ran into one of my childhood friends who was a few years older than me at the store when I was about 18 years old. She just gasped when she saw me. Her mouth was wide open as she stared at me, and I knew why. I looked horrible. My teeth were rotting, my hair was disgusting, the clothes I wore were ratty. I was gross, and I have no problem admitting that. It is what it is. When she finally managed to speak, all she said was, "What happened to you?" At that moment, all I felt was shame. I wanted to shrivel up in a little ball and disappear. We actually ended up talking for a few hours that day, and for some reason, I told her everything that had happened in the few years since we last talked. She listened to me, hugged me, and told me that she wanted to help me. Her husband worked at a rehabilitation center, and she was sure that she could get me in if I was willing. I honestly didn't think that I was ready for that, but I also knew that I probably would never be ready. I had this opportunity right in front of me to get help, and I knew so many people didn't have that, so I took it. I agreed to go to rehab. I left Danny that night, and when he found out where I was going, anger didn't even begin to cover how he felt. He beat me, threw all my stuff on the grass outside the house, lit it on fire, and told me dying was the only way I would ever be rid of him. I said nothing. I called my friend, and she and her husband were at the house in just under 10 minutes. Danny screamed and yelled as I got in the car. As we were driving away, he told me my life would be nothing without him. I left and I never looked back. I got through rehab and have been clean for the past 10 years. I won't lie to you and tell you that it's been easy, it hasn't. I was instructed by one of my therapists in rehab to move out of state so I wouldn't be surrounded by the same people and places that influenced me in the first place. So, I did as she said and moved to Montana. I went back to school, got my GED, and eventually went to college and graduated with a teaching degree. I got a job at the local elementary school teaching history and met the man I now call my husband. I never knew that I could be so happy, that a man could treat me so well, but there I was, the happiest I'd ever been in my life, with a stable job and in a serious, incredible relationship. When he asked me to marry him, I was overjoyed. I was so excited. I began planning immediately, and of course, The guest list would be on the small side, but that wasn't important. I was just happy to be getting married to the man of my dreams. The day the wedding rolled around, I was nervous, not cold feet nervous, just nervous and excited for the day and hoping that it would be as amazing as I thought it would be. I was wrong, and I'll tell you why. The ceremony went perfectly. We said our vows, everyone cried, including me, and it was amazing. It was everything I had dreamed of and more. Then came the reception. We booked a fairly small outdoor venue and paid to have those big party tents set up in case it started to rain and we would still be covered. People began making their toasts, and when the time came, my husband and I began our first dance together as husband and wife. As I held on to my husband's arm while we swayed to the music, I swore I was going crazy when I saw him. I knew it had to be a dumb joke my mind was playing on me, but it was no joke. He was really there, and I froze, terrified, as I watched him make his way toward me carrying something that was covered by a blood-soaked towel. I couldn't speak. I don't know why I couldn't, but no words would come out no matter how much I tried. Maybe it was a panic attack, but either way, I was desperately looking around at other people, hoping they noticed what was scaring me so bad. My husband was whispering something in my ear, but I couldn't even hear him. Everything was being tuned out, and the only thing I could focus on was Danny getting closer and closer to me with every step he took. Finally, someone noticed, and I was relieved when I saw my husband's brother get out of his seat and physically stop Danny from getting any closer to me. And that's when he did it. He uncovered what he was carrying and threw it right in my face. It hit me hard. Whatever it was heavy and wet and hit me with so much force I was on the ground in seconds. I couldn't believe what was happening. I looked down and noticed that I was covered in blood. The room started spinning, and I started hyperventilating. I could hear Danny screaming, but at that point, I couldn't focus enough on anything to tell what he was saying, and finally, I just passed out. When I woke up, I was in the back of an ambulance, getting my dress cut off so they could look for wounds. They weren't exactly sure if the blood was mine or if it all came from the pig's head. Yes, you read that right. Danny had actually thrown a severed pig's head directly at my face. I had a few cuts on my face from where the head hit me and had unfortunately swallowed some of the blood that had forced its way into my mouth on impact. My husband apparently insisted I be taken to the hospital to test for any diseases I may have gotten from it. After I passed out, a bunch of men in my husband's family tackled Danny to the ground and beat him severely until he was bloody and unconscious. When the police got there, they also just ended up taking him to the hospital as well, where he was treated for internal injuries from the beating. I was fine apart from the mental trauma and a couple of scrapes and bruises from where I was hit. My husband and I had a second ceremony a few months later, much smaller, at his parents' house to try to make up for the day that had been ruined for both of us, and it was perfect. It's just how I wanted my wedding day to be remembered. Now, Danny was sentenced to 5 years in prison with 5 years probation after his eventual release. I was relieved when I heard how long his sentence was. The mental trauma that I have has been awful, but my husband always makes me feel safe. He assured me that he would never let anything happen to me like that again, and I believed him. It wasn't his fault. We've been married now for 5 years, and I figured I'd tell this story now as Danny is set to be released in the coming months. Lately, all I do is pray to God that he isn't mad enough to pull something like that again or do something even worse. On April 17, 1918, the SS Domeru set sail from Portland, Oregon, bound for the South Pacific. Owned by the U.S. Shipping Board, the 270 feet, 500-ton wooden steamer would transport goods between the United States and the many Philippine islands approximately 7,000 miles to its east. Its manufacturers, The Grant Smith Porter Ship Company had high hopes for their creation, but right away, ill omens prompted hushed concern. When the ship launched in Portland during the spring of 1918, it tumbled into the water and smashed into several houseboats on the Willamette River. The ship's captain, a hardy Scandinavian named Ola Berenson, dismissed the apprehensions of his anxious crew members, and they set sail for San Francisco during the finer climes of the late summer. The Dumaru departed the United States in September of 1918, made a stop in Hawaii, and then sailed on to Guam. Finally, on October 16th, the ship sailed out of Guam's Opera Harbor destined for the Philippine capital of Manila. Only then was it loaded up with its final cargo, which just so happened to be several thousand gallons of gasoline and a monumental shipment of trinitrotoluene, more commonly known as TNT. As the Dumaru pulled out of Opera Harbor, heavy storm clouds gathered on the horizon. Then, before long, the storm broke in earnest. The Dumaru crashed through the roaring waves of the Philippine Sea, its crew battling the elements to keep her afloat. Then suddenly, disaster struck. A bolt of lightning streaked through the sky, striking the Dumaru's wooden deck and setting off a chain reaction that ignited both the shipment of gasoline and the crates full of dynamite. In the years that followed, survivor Theron Bean stated that the forwardmost portion of the ship simply erupted into flame following the bright white flash. Soon after, the call went out to abandon ship. The ship's crew rushed aboard its 3 life vessels, which consisted of a small raft and 2 boats. But in their panic, the men failed to evenly distribute themselves between the 3 vessels. This meant that while one of the lifeboats departed with just 9 people aboard and 11 empty seats, the other became dangerously overloaded with over 30 terrified sailors hanging on for dear life. Soon after, the 3 vessels were separated by rough seas. On October 26, 1918, the Sunday Oregonian reported that Captain Berenson, his second mate, and 3 crew members had been found alive and well. They had been picked up by a transport ship just 9 days after the Dumaru exploded. Their quest for survival was over. Their shipmates, on the other hand, were not so fortunate. Theron Bean, who found himself crammed aboard the boat of 32, stated that they rode through the night until finally, the rising sun revealed Guam on the horizon. Yet, the Dumaru's survivors were horrified when a sudden change of wind and currents sent their boat off course, floating aimlessly in the Philippine Sea. The men's hopes were reignited by the sudden appearance of a passing steamer. They began frantically rowing in its direction, waving and shouting as they went, but frustratingly, they remained unspotted as it sailed past them and into the distance. For the next few days, the sailors hoped and prayed for favorable winds. But as time passed, the situation grew critical. Their daily rations allowed for only 2 tablespoons of water and 1 piece of hardtack. Then, after 7 days of drifting, they found themselves too weak to row. Around 2 weeks into their ordeal, the first of the survivors began to die from exposure. 3 days later, they ran out of hardtack, while the heavens had failed to provide them with a single drop of rain. Some grew so thirsty that they began to drink salt water. All who did so died in agony just hours after their first sip. Other savvier sailors fashioned a makeshift catchment device, otherwise known as an evaporator, using their shoes, the boat's oars, along with some spare wood they'd managed to chip away from it, with which to fuel a small fire. It was a creative but futile attempt to replenish their water supplies. Ultimately, they decided that desperate times called for desperate measures. After a brief but confrontational discussion, one of the starving sailors took a rubber hose from a bailing pump and fashioned it into a makeshift fishing line. He then took a knife and began carving off pieces of his dead shipmate's flesh. After tying the meat to the improvised fishing line, he used it as bait to attract nearby schools of fish. Eventually, a group of dolphins passed by. After luring one ever closer with the tempting taste of human flesh, the sailors speared it, killed it, and butchered it. Theron Bean later wrote that the dolphin's meat and moisture were warmly welcomed but scarcely commended the method by which it was obtained. Finally, on the 24th day of their ordeal, the survivors of the SS Dumaru began to drift towards land. There had been weak celebration upon its sighting, and for the first time in weeks, the men felt some semblance of hope return. Little did they know, the worst was yet to come. As their lifeboat approached white tropical sands, choppy waves caused it to capsize. The surviving sailors were tossed among a seabed strewn with jagged skeletal coral, inflicting terrible gashes and scrapes to their tender sunburned skin. Some men were simply too weak to swim to shore and drowned among the coral, failing at the final hurdle. In a tragic turn of events, of the 32 men who climbed into the Dumaru lifeboat on the day it exploded, only 14 of them lived to tell the tale. Those that returned were treated as minor celebrities and, like Thean Bean, were venerated by a sympathetic media that was already buzzing with excitement over the Great War in Europe. They were treated as men of grit, will, and determination, while those who died were revered as great Americans, men who braved wild frontiers not just for their own enrichment but for the benefit of their families and their nation. Thean Bean claimed that upon their passing, his fallen comrades were given respectful burial at sea. But the truth was deeply and disturbingly different. Almost 12 years later, on January 1st of the year 1930, a man named Eliel Thomas published a book which stunned the American maritime community. It was entitled The Wreck of the Dumaru, A Story of Cannibalism. In his book, Mr. Thomas claimed that after extensive interviews with one of the ship's survivors, who wished to remain anonymous, it was quite certain that the shipwrecked sailors of the SS Dumaru had resorted to cannibalism in order to survive. The book caused outrage and indignation among vast swaths of the American public, so much so that a reporter from the New York Times was tasked with verifying Mr. Thomas's account. This reporter subsequently discovered that not only was Mr. Thomas's source a reliable one, being the Dumaru's assistant engineer Fred Harmon, but his narrative was identical to the U.S. Navy's own official version of the incident. According to the report taken from a U.S. naval base in the Philippine Islands, 4 of the Dumaru survivors passed away on the 18th day of their ordeal. One of these men, the ship's first engineer, had supposedly permitted his fellow sailors to consume his flesh upon his passing, and so they did. After carving off pieces of the dead man's flesh, the surviving sailors boiled the meat in a kerosene can. It tasted good, the assistant engineer reportedly stated. Everyone seemed to feel a little better after eating. The next day, the survivors ate a little more, but this time Harmon reported that the amount of salt in the meat made everyone sick and crazy. Harmon also stated that the proposal to cannibalize the dead was the suggestion of a Greek sailor he referred to as George. Wielding a hatchet, George was alleged to have demanded that they consume the flesh of the fallen. "We're all dying," he reported. George yelled, "Cook the chief or I'll do it myself." Finally, on the orders of the Dumo first mate, George the Greek prepared the flesh of the dead men for consumption and did so under the watchful eye of a lieutenant named E.V. Holmes. The lieutenant went ahead and ordered the Greek to place small parts of flesh on the wooden boat baler that was shaped like a large sugar scoop and then wash them in the sea. Harmon said afterward, the wooden baler was passed around to all. Harmon went on to state that George the Greek ate first and then, I quote, offered the flesh to Holmes, who took it and ate it, thereby showing the rest of us that he desired us to do likewise. We ourselves had come around to George's way of thinking, and we decided to go right on with what the Greek started. Though the men had initially been horrified at the idea of eating their crewmates, they eventually agreed that it was, and I quote, the only possible means of saving our lives, and for our comrades, it was a fate not much worse than to be eaten by sharks. After eating the head engineer, they allegedly also ate a Hawaiian mess boy who had grown so weak that he couldn't move. Following the publication of Eliel Thomas's highly controversial account, the Dumo survivors admitted that the reports of cannibalism were true. However, the Connecticut Examiner went on to report that, quote, speculation still persisted about several disappearances, speculating that some men jumped overboard and became shark food rather than risk being eaten by their comrades, and grisly unsubstantiated rumors of casting lots before an unlucky chief engineer and Hawaiian mess boy were killed, cooked, and eaten. Reports of cannibalism and the allegations of voluntary deaths include details that are beyond horrifying. But perhaps one of the more subtly chilling aspects of this case is that had it not been for a shift in the wind, or had the passing steamer noticed the small lifeboat and come to its rescue, this grisly and terrifying episode might well have been averted entirely. Ask anyone working in fast food if it's something they enjoy, and the answer will always be no. Their reasons might not be as concerning as mine, but the opinion is usually the same. I was 20 years old and had just gotten a job at a local fast food place that wasn't one of those chain restaurants, so that also meant that it wasn't run very well. Only on my third day, I was left alone after 8 p.m. to close the restaurant by myself. I didn't like the feeling of being there alone, but it was a pretty small town, and there were only 3 hours left on my shift. I was waiting at the counter for someone to come in and order something, but no one came in for at least an hour. After being there alone, I heard the door open, and the bell that was hanging on the handle started to ding. I looked up from my phone, and my heart dropped just a little. Standing only a few feet away from me was a very large, very disheveled, seemingly homeless man. Now, don't judge me for being scared. Most young women are scared of the presence of really any guy, let alone one who looks like he's been living on the streets for half a decade. I was, of course, still very polite to him. He walked up to the counter, and I had to hold off from gagging at the smell radiating off his body. He was very soft-spoken, which eased my nerves a little, but I still felt uneasy about the situation. He ordered a burger and fries, and I got to making it right away. As I walked the couple of steps back into the kitchen, he must have noticed that I didn't call the order out for anyone else to make it. "Are you here alone tonight, sweetie?" And my whole body lit up with chills. I told him of course I wasn't there alone and that my coworkers were just having a smoke break out back, but he didn't buy it. Though really, because I was just back there, and I saw nobody back there. Don't lie to me, darling. I started to get extremely uncomfortable and wanted nothing more than for this man to just get out of the restaurant and leave me alone, but I already knew that that wasn't going to be happening anytime soon. Thankfully, just as the homeless man began approaching the counter again, a woman and her 2 kids walked in. When he saw them, he stepped back and sat down at the table that had a direct line of sight into the kitchen. I guess he wanted to make sure that he could see me at all times, and let me tell you, having his eyes constantly on me did not feel good. I was thoroughly terrified and creeped out, but he hadn't done anything wrong, so I couldn't ask him to leave. The woman ordered food for herself and her children, and I was praying the whole time that she'd just get it for dine-in, but I guess I just couldn't be that lucky. She got it as takeout, and I know it wasn't the best thing to do, but I spent as long as humanly possible making her food. I finished the man's food first and called his name to pick up from the counter. He rushed over so we could get to it when I was still close, and he did something so gross that I really can't tell you the reason. Just as I was setting the tray down on the counter, he leaned over it and breathed heavily in my face. This time I could not suppress the gag. In fact, I started dry heaving. He wasn't even offended, though. He actually kind of smirked like he was happy about what he did and that it was somehow an attractive thing. The woman asked if I was okay, and I told her I was fine. I knew I didn't want her to leave, but there was nothing I could really do to get her to stay. I got her food bagged up, and with a call of her name and thanking her for her visit, she was out the door and gone. Alone again, aren't we? I backed away from the counter when I noticed the man approaching it yet again. He smiled this wide, creepy smile, and I hated every second of it. His teeth were yellow and chipped, and I really didn't want to experience that smell again, so I backed away even more. He leaned over the counter and just stared at me, and that's when I finally built up the courage to ask him to leave. "We're actually going to be closing the restaurant early tonight. So if you don't mind just collecting your belongings and exiting, that would be great. I really tried to sound as nice and calm as possible. I didn't want to show any fear and make myself seem vulnerable in any way. He didn't refuse, and to my surprise, he actually did leave. I watched out the windows as he walked down the street and into the dark out of sight. I was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. I quickly went back into the office and grabbed the keys. I practically ran to the front door and locked it. I was so happy that I was locked in and no one could get to me. I didn't care if I got fired. I was closing and going home where I knew I'd be safe. I was wiping down the cutting boards and singing a psalm to myself when I heard a crashing sound come from the front lobby, like one of the windows had just shattered. Freaked out, I had an idea of what had just happened, but I wasn't about to go look. I had this horrible feeling in my gut that the man had come back, and I had to hide. I had this thing where every time I entered the building, I would think of an escape plan or somewhere to hide, and the restaurant wasn't any different. I wasn't going out the back exit in case someone was there waiting for me, so I went to the one place that I knew I could hide where no one would find me. I grabbed my puffy jacket and went inside the walk-in freezer and shut the door behind me as quietly as I could. In the back right corner, there was a small space next to the rollaway metal shelving that I could barely squeeze into, but I managed. The boxes of burger patties and frozen fries covered most of where I was hiding. I crouched down to the point that I was sitting and holding my legs tight against my body, and I planned to stay there like that until I knew that it was safe to leave. I heard grunting outside the freezer door and things being moved around. I was in there for about 20 minutes, and I hoped that ordeal would be over soon. I was literally shaking from fear and probably the cold, but was grateful whoever it was that was out there hadn't found me yet. But that gratitude wouldn't last. I sucked in a deep breath as I heard the walk-in door open. I peeked through the shelves and saw the same boots and pants that homeless man was wearing. I held my breath and did everything not to make any noise at all. My heart raced so fast that it was literally holding back tears. I felt like I was gonna pass out. "Baby girl, are you in here? Daddy just wants to talk. I know you need a cuddle," and his voice was no longer soft but loud and desperate. I wish I could explain the horror that I felt in that moment, but no words would be able to describe it. I quietly let out the breath that I was holding in and prayed to God that he wouldn't hear it, and thankfully he didn't. He exited the walk-in and left the door open, letting some of the coldness out with it. I heard the sound of glass cracking and figured that that meant that he was crawling back through the window that he had broken. But it didn't matter. I had no plans to leave that spot until I knew for sure that I wasn't in any more danger. And before anyone asked why I didn't call the police, this was a time before cell phones, and I wasn't about to just get up and use the landline and possibly be seen in that moment. The walk-in stopped being cold, and I ended up falling asleep in that position. I woke up to the sound of people talking only feet from where I was still hiding. I looked through the shelves and was so happy to see my manager and a police officer standing there over me. By that time, my legs had actually gone completely numb from the position that I was sitting in, and all I could do was kind of call out for help. They were shocked to see me back there, and they did help me out. The officer sat me down in the lobby, and I told him everything, and he promised me that they'd keep an eye out for the man that I described, but he couldn't make any promises on catching him. I quit that job right then and there and hadn't stepped foot in that building since. Thank Christ I never saw that man again, which I was grateful for, but I was also disappointed the police never really even seemed to make an attempt to find him. I eventually ended up going to therapy for a while because I stopped sleeping and eating from this kind of trauma. I can easily say now that I have moved on. I don't like thinking about it, but telling others the story has given me some sort of weird sense of closure. My one piece of advice to others is to always have an exit strategy wherever you go, or at least a really good place to hide. I work in risk management for a big bank in Manhattan. I've met a lot of cool people through this job. I go out to happy hour all the time with my coworkers. In 2019, a new guy named Anthony was transferred to our office. I met him on his first day in the office. He seemed very sociable and talkative, and he'd always be laughing and smiling. He went out to happy hour with us that Friday, and he truly was the life of the party, always talking about all his experiences, all the places he's been, and things he's done. There was not a dull moment with him. Eventually, Anthony and I became friendly, and we went out together once in a while on weekends. I came to realize that the more I got to know him, a lot of what he said may have been fabrications. His stories about all these beautiful women he allegedly got with, all these stories of hanging with celebrities, I started to just take everything that he said with a grain of salt. But I kept hanging with him because he was just easy to hang out with and kind of funny. Anthony one day invited me to go with him and his sister to their condo in St. Pete Beach, Florida. His mom is very wealthy, owning a place in Beverly Hills, Colorado, and St. Pete. She would be at the condo this particular weekend, so Anthony said it would be fun. I invited my little brother to come along too. We all took the same flight. I met Anthony's sister at the airport. She seemed pretty interesting, hard to explain, but she was a bit quirky. The condo was actually decently nice. It had 3 bedrooms. I'd never been in a condo with 3 bedrooms before. Anthony and his sister took a room each, so my brother Tyler and I shared a room. I told him if we meet any girls, he's sleeping on the couch, though. Since we landed late, it was past beach hour, so we went out to some beach bars, which were pretty cool. It was a bit of an older crowd. Anthony was getting really drunk really fast, though, for some reason. It was a chill vibe. I wasn't sure why he was downing shots. I had to tell him to slow down when he started getting aggressive with people. This was the first time I'd seen him like this. He was also going up to every last girl he saw and drunkenly hitting on them, and 9 times out of 10, the girls seemed uncomfortable. Tyler and I laughed until it wasn't funny anymore, and it was more so embarrassing being seen with him. At one point, a bigger guy got in his face for talking to his girl, and I had to pull Anthony away and apologize to the guy to de-escalate things. As we walked away, Anthony pushed me and called me a piece of shit for not having his back. Tyler and I told him to just calm down. Even his sister was telling him to relax. Anthony stormed off, I'm assuming back to the condo. His sister didn't say anything and just followed. This was an extremely bizarre start to the weekend. Tyler and I stayed and finished our drinks. These girls even came up to us and asked how we knew him, making a joke of it. We actually got their numbers. They were visiting too. They said they're going downtown later if we wanted to meet up, and we said we were down. After that, I texted Anthony asking where they went, and he texted back immediately that they went back to the condo. Tyler and I walked back to the condo and let ourselves in. We expected Anthony to be angry, but instead, the second we walked in, he jumped off the couch all excited like with a big smile on his face, saying, "Are we going out tonight or what?" He was still definitely really drunk. I told him, yeah, we should chill out here for a bit first, though. Then I told him about the girls' numbers we got. Anthony asked how many girls, and I said too. His smile disappeared. Then Tyler, for some reason, told him that the girls came up to us after he left, asking how we knew you. I think he was saying it as a joke, kind of trying to playfully rip on him a bit, which was a mistake. Anthony stormed away into his room and literally slammed the door shut. I was realizing he must be extremely bipolar or something. I was getting off vibes and now from both of them. I whispered to his sister, "Is he always like this?" And she replied, "Like what?" in a very standoffish way. "Never mind," I said. This was extremely uncomfortable. I was hoping maybe Anthony would sober up and tomorrow would be better. Tyler and I chilled in our room for a little while. Anthony never came out. I went over and knocked on the door and asked if he wanted to come out with us. He didn't answer, so we eventually Ubered without them to meet those two girls at some big clubby bar. As I was getting drunker, Anthony started blowing up my phone with things like, "Where are you? How could you just leave me here? Your stuff is going in the street. Don't come back. I don't know why I invited you here." I showed Tyler and the girls, and everyone was concerned something was wrong with Anthony, and he was showing it now. As much fun as we were having with the girls, we had to Uber back to the condo before Anthony really did something stupid. When we got back, Anthony was just sitting on the couch alone, looking at the wall. I asked if he was okay. He looked at me, then looked away and said, "Yeah, hope you had fun." Then he got up and went to his room and shut the door. Whatever. We went to bed. Tyler and I just stayed up talking to each other for like half an hour about Anthony and about life in general. Then suddenly we heard footsteps on the wood floor outside. We stopped talking. The footsteps came over to the door then stopped. We both heard it. I spoke up to Tyler on the top bunk, whispering that Anthony is right outside the door. He whispered back, "I know." He must have had his ear up to the door or something, listening to us. We didn't say a word. A literal 5 minutes go by before we heard his footsteps walk away from the door. Then we heard him talking outside. He was laughing and saying stuff, but we didn't hear his sister saying anything. I wanted to see who he was talking to, so I crept over to the door and opened it. I looked into the living room, which was dark, but I saw Anthony in the corner, leaning on the wall with one hand and his head down. He was laughing and talking to himself. I heard him say, "Joe is always such a stupid shit," and then he laughed again. "My name is Joe." I closed the door quietly and went back to the bottom bunk. I whispered to Tyler what I just saw, and his response was simply, "What the hell?" I told him we should leave tomorrow morning and get a hotel, and he agreed. We tried to go to sleep, but the talking and laughing outside went on for another 10 to 15 minutes. When it finally stopped, we heard the footsteps come outside the door again, stop for a minute, then go to his room, and then we heard his door shut. Finally, we felt comfortable going to sleep. By now, I was shot. I fell asleep pretty quickly, but I woke up probably only 20 minutes later. I sat up knowing something woke me up. I looked at the door, and in front of it was Anthony standing there. I jumped and said, "Yo, what are you doing?" He then lunged at the bed, screaming, trying to apparently strangle me, yelling, "You're a piece of shit." Tyler had to grab him off of me and throw him into the corner of the room. Anthony yelled that, "You suck, Joe. I invited you here just for you to fuck on my life and talk about me to my sister." I, of course, tried to calm him down and rationalize, but there was no rationalizing with crazy. We packed our and called an Uber to a hotel where we stayed until Sunday, then flew home. I saw Anthony in the office the following few weeks, but he always avoided talking to me or looking at me, and he eventually transferred to a different office, probably because of me. Anthony seemed cool and normal at first, but he was an example of a very sick, damaged person deep down, and that night we spent in his condo absolutely terrified me. This happened to me last summer when I was 23. I wasn't a very outgoing kid at the time. If I ever did anything social, it was because my degenerate friends had somehow dragged me out of the house. This was one of those times, well, it was supposed to be. My friend Ralph invited me to a house party at like 8 p.m. It was pretty spontaneous, but I had nothing going on, so I reluctantly agreed to go with him. I knew he was going to give me crap if I refused. I can't even lie, though, the idea of a party, even with strangers, sounded more appealing than being alone. Ralph was a few towns over from me, so it made more sense for us to drive separately instead of going together. He gave me the address, and I was on my way. The literal second I pulled onto the street, Ralph bailed at the last minute. Rightfully so, I was super frustrated. How could he bail on me like this? There I was, feeling like a complete idiot outside a stranger's house. Annoyed but determined not to waste the night, I decided to go in. I drove all the way here, I thought. Might as well go inside. I walked up the front steps and knocked on the door. The host, Crispin, greeted me warmly. He was instantly likable, charismatic and friendly without being a douchebag. He introduced me around, and things were actually less awkward than I had anticipated. People were really friendly to me despite not knowing who I was. There were even a few girls I had my eyes on. I decided to enjoy the party and hit the booze hard. It was getting pretty late, but the party was still raging. Admittedly, I might have overdone it with the drinking. At one point, I was so nauseous and dizzy that I needed a break. It must have been close to 3 a.m. at that point. I went upstairs to look for a bathroom, but they were all occupied. The house was deceptively big. Granted, it was probably the alcohol, but I was literally getting lost stumbling through the maze of hallways up there. After making it to the top floor, I found a door leading to what seemed like an attic or storage room. Desperate for privacy, I figured it was as good a place as any to pull myself together. I groped around blindly for the light switch, but there was none. This was definitely an attic or something, as there was also dust everywhere. There was a window in the far corner, which I opened, allowing the cool night breeze to wash over me. There was a solid minute there where I was seriously considering throwing up onto the roof. The breeze somewhat cured my nausea, though, so I just kept my head hung out of the window. It was dark outside, and the quiet was a refreshing contrast to the boisterous chaos downstairs. Sometimes all you need to restore your state of mind is a gentle breeze and some peace and quiet. Just as I was about to close the window and head back, I heard a faint noise, footsteps on the roof shingles. That didn't make any sense, though. Was I going crazy? Curious, I climbed out onto the roof. In all honesty, there was probably a 0% chance I would have done that if I had been sober. I slowly stood up and looked around. In the moonlight, I saw something terrifying. There were two masked figures with bags emerging from another window. It dawned on me, Crispin's house was being robbed. I started panicking. Should I shout? Confront them? Then a more pressing question hit me. What if they were armed? In my clumsy state of disbelief, I slipped and scuffed one of the shingles pretty loudly. One of the burglars heard it and jolted his head in my direction. Our eyes briefly met, and I froze. He nudged his partner, and the two of them quickly started making their way across the roof. Adrenaline surged through me. I couldn't let them get away. Crispin had been so welcoming, and I felt a surge of loyalty. I decided to act. I quietly followed the burglars across the roof, keeping a safe distance. They headed towards a sloping part of the roof for an easier escape. As they climbed down, I pulled out my phone to dial 911 but fumbled in my drunken state, dropping it. The phone clattered loudly, and the burglar turned sharply. "Who's there?" one of them hissed. Heart pounding, I ducked and scanned my surroundings, spotting a loose roof shingle. Without thinking, I grabbed it and hurled it towards them. It missed, but the noise startled them, causing one to lose his footing. He tumbled down the roof, crashing into the gutter before falling to the ground. The other burglar, now panicked, leaped to a neighboring tree and scrambled down. I rushed to the edge of the roof and saw the fallen burglar groaning on the ground. I needed to alert everyone. As I turned to head back, I heard sirens. Someone else must have called the cops. I stumbled back into the attic room and made my way downstairs, trying to appear calm. The party was still in full swing, oblivious to the drama outside. I found Crispin laughing and chatting with guests. "Crispin, you need to call the police. There's been a robbery." "I saw the burglar on the roof," I said. Crispin's face turned from amusement to shock. "Are you serious?" he said as he hurried to make the call. I explained what happened. The party mood shifted from celebration to concern. Apparently, one of Crispin's neighbors had coincidentally already called the police to file a noise complaint, which was an incredibly ironic turn of good fortune. When they arrived, I recounted my story, leading them to the injured burglar. The man was arrested, but his partner had fled. The party ended abruptly. People started scattering, and the lights got flipped on. I tried my best to act sober, but even after all that happened, I was still stumbling a bit. Crispin thanked me profusely, still in disbelief. As for me, I was just glad I could help despite the bizarre and terrifying circumstances. Looking back, I still can't really explain why the burglars would have chosen a house having a party to rob, but maybe they had prior knowledge of the house and knew no one would be upstairs. I figured that would be the end of the story, but fast forward a few months, and I've got quite the update. I was playing video games at Ralph's house one night when he got a call from Crispin, who invited us over for a few beers. Up until that point, I hadn't actually realized the two of them were that close. The first thing I noticed when I pulled up to Crispin's house was that the front door and every window in sight were completely different. Was I not remembering his house right? I could have sworn the windows and the front door had been white, but they were all gray and much more heavy-duty looking. Crispin waved us in, and we went down to his basement. We cracked a few beers and started playing a game of pool. To my surprise, he actually recognized me from the party and thanked me again for my trouble. What he told us was actually crazy, though. Apparently, the burglar the police caught that night refused to snitch on his partner and was currently serving a lengthy prison sentence. The police hadn't been able to get any leads into catching the other guy, though. Crispin told us that not even a week after the incident, his family started receiving threatening letters from an unknown sender, some of which included pictures of Crispin and his family members. Obviously, they reported these occurrences, but the police had no real leads. A month after that, Crispin's mom noticed a suspicious vehicle circling the house at around 1 a.m., and a few days later, Crispin's dad claimed that things in their backyard had been gone through and moved around. In response, Crispin's dad increased their home security and even went as far as to replace and reinforce all their doors and windows. I was shocked. This was still an ongoing issue for Crispin, and I had no idea how serious a situation like this could get. Summer's fast approaching, and I'm sure I'll have another update when I see Crispin again. This started when I was 14, female. Now I'm 21, and I just transferred to a new high school in the middle of the school year as a freshman with my twin sister. I was enrolled in a Spanish 2 class where I met Noah, and that was where the obsession began. When I started my class and met Noah, I initially thought he was attractive. He was tall, had brown hair, and beautiful eyes for a guy. But I did notice he was extremely shy. Noah was kind of awkward, but I made up excuses to talk to him, asking about the homework and engaging in other small talk. He seemed to appreciate it and asked if I wanted to walk around during lunch and talk, so I happily agreed. It was clear that Noah was not very confident and didn't know how to initiate conversation, so I often did most of the talking. I even asked him for his phone number. After a few days of texting and talking, I could tell he didn't have any friends. He was kind of negative and had a pessimistic view on life. It was rather draining and disappointing. The things he would say were kind of unsettling or just unusual for me. He would text me, fantasizing about being a superhero in a roleplay where I was the damsel in distress and he was always my savior. He also had an obsession with the killer from the Scream movies. Overall, he was a nice guy but different from what I was expecting or attracted to. As time passed and Valentine's Day approached, we were talking practically every day. He asked me to be his Valentine, and I agreed somewhat reluctantly. On Valentine's Day, he walked up to me and gave me a pack of Hershey's Kisses and some Twizzlers. I don't like Twizzlers, so I handed them back to him, gave him a kiss on the cheek, and went to my class. Yes, I know that was kind of a move, but I was honestly losing interest in him at that point. I had told him before that I didn't like candy like that. During the day, I received more gifts, flowers, and candy from other friends. I saw Noah and could tell he was extremely upset by this, but he didn't say anything. He texted me later in the day saying how stupid he felt and how he was outdone by everyone else. I didn't respond. Over the next few weeks, I gradually talked to him less and less. Class became awkward, and I could tell he wanted to say something to me but never did. I later learned from my twin sister that he asked her every single day about me, if I was talking to someone else, if I liked him, and how to win me over. He confided in her that he had never even talked to a girl before. At first, I thought it was sweet, but I still no longer had a romantic interest in him. We would talk at school sometimes, and he would bring me homemade cookies and walk me to the train station. He still texted and tried to call me in the evenings after school. By then, I was talking to someone new who eventually became my boyfriend for the rest of high school, Jason. When I started dating Jason, I knew that Noah was absolutely devastated. He then started telling people around school that I was his first kiss. I was confused because I didn't know a kiss on the cheek counted as that, but to each their own. It was somewhat upsetting because people were getting the impression that we dated or that I played him, which was not the case at all. I would still talk to Noah as a friend. He was in the same grade and classes as my new boyfriend. He would always tell me how he thought Jason didn't like him and that he felt Jason knew about us. I told Noah there was nothing to know about us because we were anything but friends. Jason was totally chill, non-confrontational, and definitely not the jealous type. As the school year was coming to an end, Noah came running up to me on the last day of school and handed me a 60 to 70 page notebook, wide-ruled if it makes a difference. It explained all the ways he was in love with me, how everybody at the school thinks poorly of me, and how he could treat me better. I read it once and showed it to my twin. She told me how weird and uncomfortable it made her, and we both agreed on that. I stashed it away and didn't speak of it to anyone else. I acted like nothing happened and still talked to him as a friend occasionally. I worked a lot in high school, spent time with my boyfriend and friends, and didn't think much about Noah. Time went on, and we eventually stopped talking completely. I saw him around school, and he was never really with anyone else. He was always alone, which I didn't find strange anymore considering how awkward and quiet he could be. Fast forward another year, I'm a junior, and Noah and Jason are both seniors getting ready to graduate. Noah texted me out of the blue one day and told me he had written a book. It would mean the world to him if I could be the first to read it and give him feedback. Being the person that I am, I agreed. So, he met up with me at school the next day and handed me a thick notebook. He told me to take my time reading it and to give him honest feedback when I finished. I read the story in 4 class periods. It was around 300 pages long. The story takes place in a Game of Thrones setting. The 3 main characters are Gary, which is Noah, Lily, me, and David, Jason. For the sake of confusion, I'll be referring to the characters by our real names. The only reason I know the characters were us is Noah's story was not fictional, it was based on us, as he had described the characters as literally identical to our physical appearances. In the story, Noah was the son of the king, while the rest of us were mere peasants. Despite this, Noah was always in love with me, though I was with Jason. It was the annual time when our kingdom would go to battle with another for honor and glory, gladiator style. Noah thought it would be a wonderful opportunity to prove himself and volunteered. The night before our kingdom traveled to the battle location, my character went to Noah in the middle of the night to express her love and fear. They ended up having very graphic sex, which was truly disturbing to read. The next day, after they arrived at the place of battle, my character went to his room again, where the same graphic encounter occurred. During this, Jason came looking for my character, and we were caught. My character told Noah that she didn't really love him and ran after Jason to apologize for being a harlot. Noah was absolutely devastated and ultimately let his opponent kill him in battle because he couldn't handle the loss of the love of his life. When our kingdom returned home, Jason sneaked through the window in the middle of the night and murdered me by slitting my throat. As you can imagine, I was horrified and creeped out. I threw the book away and never told Noah what I thought about it, but he must have known because he never asked for it back. Noah and Jason both graduated, and life went on. Noah didn't try to reach out to me for a few years until I was around 20. He messaged me on Instagram in the middle of the night, saying, "Show me your feet. Submit to daddy." I always looked at your feet at school and would fantasize about them, along with links to a few foot fetish websites. I promptly blocked him. The next day, he messaged me from another account, which was a foot fetish and bondage account that he ran. He asked me why I blocked him, but I just blocked him again. Earlier last year, on my new account, he messaged me again, calling me a bitch and expressing how he wished I would die. He said he hated everyone we went to school with and fantasized about how he would kill me for all the pain I caused him. I was genuinely afraid but didn't know how to handle the situation. Was it really a death threat? I didn't know. I later learned that Noah worked at a diner down the street from my apartment, and I avoided it at all costs. I've since moved and haven't heard from Noah since. However, multiple girls I went to high school with told me that he was obsessed with me. They said he would constantly talk about me and message them the same disgusting things while he was on a drunken binge. This is only a short story, but one I really want to share. There was this girl who I'd been seeing for a few months that I was 21, and she was 24 and had a boy about 2 years old. She was basically normal, had a good job, and took care of her kid, okay? She was kind of a dim bulb, though, not very bright, that I was bored in the relationship and really didn't want to become a stepdad to the kid. So I ended it in a no problem, right? I run into her about a month or so later at a bar, and we end up going back to her place for a night of XX. The next morning, she makes coffee and breakfast that I go to school, and she goes to work that I get incredibly sick on my way to school and vomit multiple times that I make it to school, and I'm still puking. So I find the nurse or medical office and vaguely recall being loaded into an ambulance that it's all blank after that I come to in the hospital. And the doctor tells me that I OD'd on a huge amount of meth and had about 5 minutes left to live before they figured it out. And by the way, he tells me there are some federal agents here to talk to you. It turns out she planned this whole thing and decided that if she couldn't have me, then no one could. She went to jail but got a reduced sentence for turning on the family member who was making and distributing the meth. I was about 13 to 14 years old at the time, and it was around the 4th of July. Every year around this time, the town I grew up in would have a 4th of July fair in the center of town. It was always a great place to get together with friends without parents, which at that age is a treat. So a few of my friends and I were walking around the fair just hanging out. It was super hot that day, the middle of summer and all, and we were all in tank tops and shorts, mind you. We were still prepubescent at this point. We all blossomed a bit later. So as we stop in front of a carnival game, I turn and see this man, probably mid-30s, in a full cycling gear with sunglasses on. Not weird, there's plenty of cycling enthusiasts in our town. The thing that grabbed my attention, however, was that his hand was down his pants. Me being a naive 13-year-old girl at the time, I laughed and just thought he was adjusting his tight biker shorts or something. As we walked away, I whispered to my friends to check out the guy fixing his shorts, and they looked and also found it funny. We carried on with our day and forgot about the man. Eventually, I don't really remember who approached us specifically, but an older friend of ours told us to get on the sidewalk immediately. When we complied, she told us that the man in the biking gear had been following us around the fair. We were kind of behind a lot of the carts, so we weren't in the main part of the fair where everyone could see, and continued to have his hand down his pants, masturbating as he was following us. Someone obviously called the police and arrested the guy. I heard later that they searched his car and found porn inside and a few other suspicious items, but I never heard any more about him or who he was. My friends and I never really mentioned it after that as well. I don't think we fully grasped the situation at the time and just kind of blocked it out. I mean, still to this day, almost 10 years later, it makes me squirm when I think about it. Let's not meet again ever, creepy cyclist. This story just happened last year. I work as a receptionist at a hotel, and we often hold high school proms here as we have a big hall and a stage. In order to get to the hall, you have to pass the reception desk. It was prom night, and it was already underway. All the students and teachers were in the dance hall. All the pictures had been taken, and the reception area was empty. At some point during the evening, someone approached the reception desk. I looked up to see a tall man standing there. He had a clean-shaven face, and his hair was greasy and tied back in a ponytail. He was also wearing a suit that was pretty old and dirty, along with some Adidas shoes. His eyes were wide open, and he said, "I'm here for the prom." At first, I thought he was kidding, but he looked completely serious. I said, "Are you employed by the school?" He said, "No, I'm a student here." I still kept thinking he was joking. He looked to be in his late 40s, and he was telling me he was a high school student. So, I asked him, "How old are you?" He said, "I'm 17. "No, 16. "Yeah, 16. At this point, I thought he must have taken something. I said, "I'm sorry, but you don't look 16 at all." He just stared at me, not saying a word, with his eyes wide, staring right at me. He then leaned over to me and said, "I'll make you a deal." I have a big blade in my pocket. If I'm not 16, you can cut my finger off. If I am 16, I can cut your finger off. I didn't get the chance to say anything 'cause he walked out right after he said that. I told my boss about what happened. He said if the guy came back he'd deal with it. I finished my shift around midnight and then went to get in my car. There was an envelope under my windshield wiper. Written on it was, "The deal is a deal." I opened the envelope to see a human finger, and I had a feeling this wasn't his own finger due to it being a different color. I never saw that man again, and I've always wondered why he was trying to get into that prom. New York City trains are pretty crazy. I've been groped and harassed, and I've seen things that I don't ever want to see again. My best friend and I were neighbors living in Upper Manhattan. It was summertime, and it was pretty late. It was around 8:30-ish, and we wanted to go to the west side to get some milkshakes because we always liked to go out late for little adventures. Of course, my parents didn't want us to go out late, but we kept pushing it, and we ended up going. In order to get to where we wanted to go, we had to take the subway. As we're coming back, it was already 9:30-ish, so we expected to get back home around 10. The train arrived, and my best friend and I hopped in. The train car was empty, so we sat on the chairs with 2 seats. As we arrived at the next stop, a man came into the same car. We didn't think anything of it until the man sat right across from us. Keep in mind, the train car was nearly empty, and he could have picked literally any other seat but decided to sit across from us. Of course, my friend and I thought that was weird, so we texted each other saying we were going to move to the next car when we got to the next stop. As we were heading to the next stop, we quickly ran out of the train and ran to a different car. We just kind of laughed it off until our smiles slowly turned into worried faces when we saw the same man coming into the new car we had just moved to. Obviously, my friend and I felt completely uncomfortable. We moved all the way down to the opposite end of the car, and the man did the same exact thing. Keep in mind, the man himself didn't look creepy. He looked pretty average, which honestly made me really surprised. But my friend and I quickly moved to the next car once we got to the next stop. We were pretty scared because we were only 15 years old, and we were females on a subway. Train going back home alone around 10 o'clock. I don't really remember how we lost the man, but luckily we did. We quickly ran back home after we got off our stop, also making sure we weren't being followed. We didn't tell our parents because we knew they wouldn't let us out again, so we just kept it to ourselves. Nothing crazy like this ever happened again to us, but now we know to be more careful taking the subway home. For anyone that comes to New York and takes the subway, please be careful because you really never know who's gonna follow you. My partner and I recently bought our first home. On the day of closing, the selling realtor informed us that the seller hadn't given her the keys to the house. She also claimed that the seller never had a garage door opener. When we asked about when we could obtain the keys, the selling realtor explained that the seller works an hour away and has long hours, so we couldn't get the keys until 9 or 10 p.m. Instead, the realtor arranged and paid for new locks on the front door and even gave us money to buy garage door openers. We closed on the house, and everything else went smoothly. However, when I went to set up and turn on the electricity, the company told me they couldn't turn on our power until the next day, even though I had called in the morning. The house needed a good cleaning, as the seller didn't bother to clean before moving out. Let me first describe the house layout. When you walk through the front door, it opens to the living area, with the kitchen to the left. Part of the kitchen is hidden from the front door due to stairs leading to the basement, so you can't see the oven or the fridge. The neighborhood is one of the safest in my area. I had to use the front door to move things in since the locks were installed before I arrived, so I didn't bother locking the door. Moving on with the story, since I didn't have electricity, I decided to start by cleaning the fridge. I turned on a true crime horror podcast and got to work. The fridge doors were wide open, and I was just doing my thing when a shadow appeared behind me. I knew this wasn't my partner because he was teaching, so I turned around to see a man in a black hoodie and black shorts. He told me he was there to drop off a garage door opener. He placed the opener on the island without saying another word. I probably spooked him just as much as he spooked me because he quickly ran out the door. It took me a while to compose myself and call my partner, hoping he was on break so I could tell him what just happened. I also texted our realtor about this strange interaction. I wondered if I hadn't heard a knock because I was so engrossed in my work. But I'm certain he didn't knock. I know this because less than an hour later, another man knocked on the door, explaining he was there to drop off a key to the front door. If he tried the doorbell, I didn't hear it because there wasn't any electricity. We're still working on the house before we officially move in, but now I'm ultra spooked about being alone in the house. I refuse to listen to a true crime horror podcast while the house is empty. I'm an only child and grew up in a small town. My parents were hardworking, often struggled to pay the bills, so they usually worked a lot of overtime or even had multiple jobs. Because of this, I was left home alone pretty frequently. I was 13 at the time, and this night both my mom and dad were working closing shifts, so I was at home by myself after school until 10 or 11. To keep myself busy, I'd usually watch TV or go for walks in the woods behind our house. After getting home from school and having a snack, I went outside and started walking along my regular path while the sun was still out. It was a 2.5 mile trail through the woods that almost never had anyone else walking on it. Strangely though, about a mile into the walk, I saw a guy on the trail up ahead. He was sitting with his back against a tree, wearing a dark blue jacket and had a red baseball cap tilted downward, covering his eyes and most of his face. From the way he was slumped over, it almost looked like he was sleeping. So I continued walking, trying to quietly pass by him. As I got just a couple of feet away, though, he lifted his head and instantly locked eyes with me. His eyes were tired and red, and he had this disturbing frown like he was upset or something. As I passed by, he started standing up, and getting a strange feeling about him, I began walking faster, basically jogging the rest of the trail and back home. I didn't see him follow me, but I locked all the doors just in case. Again, I was only 13, and even though I was used to being home alone, I still got scared pretty easily. I stayed inside and checked the windows one last time before trying to distract myself by watching TV. Only a few minutes after turning it on, though, I heard a voice at the back door. I paused the TV and listened, hearing a man call out multiple times, repeating the word, "Hello." I stood up and looked down the main hallway. That same guy with the red cap and blue jacket was standing at the back door, almost pressing his face into it as he tried to look inside. I quickly went back around the corner, but he must have seen me because he immediately stopped calling out and instead started trying to force the door open. I just froze up in the middle of the living room, listening to the door jolt back and forth against the lock. After several attempts, though, he left. I called my parents, and they called the police, but he was never found. Having been followed home and them trying to break in, though, I can only imagine what they were trying to do to me. I should start off by saying my brother is not only a military man, but he's your basic hetero, never let them see you cry cliché of a military man. He's not afraid of anything, well, except for the entire country of Japan. This is his story. My brother joined the Marines when he was 18 and was stationed in Japan. He really enjoyed his time there for a while, the girls specifically. He made friends with some of the Japanese guys his age who worked around the base. On nights where he and his soldier friends had the night off, the local Japanese guys would show them around, bring them to bars, introduce them to girls, etc. One night, after a little drinking and no luck with girls, a guy invited my brother home to play video games. My brother accepted the invite, and they played video games for a few hours. During this time, the guy tells my brother the main reason he wanted to get home early was because his little sister had been suffering from night terrors, causing her to wake up screaming, crying, and sometimes vomiting. He was worried about her and wanted to be home in case she had an episode. At this point, the story should explain how this guy's house was shaped. The house was built in the shape of a horseshoe with the garden in the middle. His bedroom was at the very edge of one side of the U-shape, and his sister's was all the way on the other end. So they are essentially across the garden from each other. If he looks out of his window, he can see into hers and vice versa. So anyways, they decide to call it a night, and the Japanese guy walks over to the window to look across the garden into his sister's window to check on her. He lifts a blind and peers out for a fraction of a second before jumping back, screaming, and looking at my brother like he just saw something horrible. My brother then goes to look, and he stops him. He tells him that he saw a dark cloud with red eyes hovering over his sister's sleeping body. My brother naturally doesn't believe him and decides to look for himself. He creeps quietly over to the window and lifts the blind, but this time he finds himself eye to eye with what he describes as a dark black puff of smoke with a face. My brother and this other guy admit that they got under the covers and stayed there until it was light outside, too afraid to lift the blankets and see that the smoky figure had come a little closer and was in the room with them, just on the other side of the thin sheets. I don't know what to believe, or maybe they drank more than what they said they did that night and imagined it all, but I know my brother believes what he saw. He sticks to his story, and when he tells it, he looks like someone who saw something truly sinister. This happened 20 years ago. My name is Lisa, and when I was turning 14 years old, I had a birthday party with some friends. It was not a huge party, it was just me and my 4 closest friends from school. The 5 of us went to my house after school on Friday, and we were going to have a sleepover. We got pizza and just hung out and had a good time. We stayed up late in my room playing games and stuff. Finally, when it was pretty late, we got tired and were going to go to sleep. We were all sleeping in my bedroom because it was pretty large and nice. I was in my bed, and all my friends had sleeping bags and had plenty of space. I remembered that it was probably like 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm not sure if any of us were asleep yet. I know that I wasn't, however, I was laying in bed with my eyes closed trying to fall asleep. The next thing I knew, I heard a knock at my bedroom window from the outside. There was no mistaking it, and there were several somewhat loud knocks at the window. I sat up in bed and looked to the window. There were shades mostly covering it, so I couldn't really see anything. I whispered to the room, asking if anybody else had heard that. Several of my friends spoke up, saying that they had. The knocking was not going on anymore, so I decided to get up and look out of the window. I walked over to it and then lifted up the shades. When I did, I saw this man standing there. I instantly backed away from the window and told everybody that I saw a guy. A few of them had also briefly seen him. We all then ran out of the room. We headed towards the living room, and everybody else in the house was asleep by then. I remember that we looked out the living room window outside but didn't see the guy anymore. We talked amongst ourselves and then went around checking several different windows. After not seeing or hearing anything unusual or strange, we decided to go back into my bedroom. We figured whoever it was had left and would not be back, and were then going to attempt to go to sleep again. But before doing so, I checked out of my bedroom window one last time. When I did, I saw the man coming out from behind a tree in the front yard. He instantly began walking in my direction. I moved away from the window, and we all left the room again. This time, we called the police. We waited away from windows towards the center of the house for them to come. I also woke everybody else up. When the police got there, the man was gone and nowhere in sight. Luckily, after that, he didn't return. This remains one of the scariest moments of my life. My friend Basil and I rent a house together. He's a pretty big partier, though, and often stays out really late or even sleeps over at others' places, so a lot of nights I have to myself. This was one of those nights where Basil was out at the club or something. So, having the night alone, I brought out a couple cans of beer to our front porch and sat on the swinging bench we had set up. It was nice weather out, and with it being nearly midnight, most people were sleeping, and the neighborhood was pretty quiet. After being out for a little less than an hour, a person came walking down the street in front of the houses. He looked like a large guy and had a sweatshirt on with a hood over his head, but something was off about the way he was walking. He was very stiff, like only his legs were moving, and his whole upper half wasn't. When he got up to the part of the road my house was in front of, he stopped and looked over at me. I waited a few seconds for him to say something, but he didn't say anything. He just stood there in the middle of the road, right in front of my house, and looked at me. "Hey buddy, you need something?" He stayed quiet for a moment, then started walking up my driveway. I stood up from the bench and yelled at him to leave, but once I realized he was getting pretty close, I hurried inside and locked the door behind me. I then watched out the peephole as the guy came right up to the door. He waited for another second before pulling out something from under his sweatshirt. It was hard to see from the small view I had, but it looked like maybe a hammer or crowbar or something. Once I saw that, I knew what was likely about to happen. I ran upstairs and locked myself in the bedroom, dialing 911 and trying to be quiet. I could hear the wood splintering off the door downstairs as I pleaded with the operator for help. Then there was a loud thud and silence. The broken door swaying on its hinges was the only sound. I waited anxiously, only assuming that I'd hear the guy's footsteps approaching the bedroom door at any second. But seconds turned to minutes until I heard a cop car pull into my driveway. I thought about running down to the officers, but the operator suddenly told me through the phone to stay where I was and wait for the cops to get to me. So, I sat back down. 30 seconds later, I heard one of the officers walking up the stairs, followed by them shouting and firing off a taser. The guy had been standing right outside the bedroom door, as if he was just waiting for me to open it. He was arrested and apparently was very drunk, but I have no clue who he was or why he did what he did. As far as the officers have told me, the guy wouldn't even say why he was walking down the road or what he was even doing there. All I know is if I had opened that door, it would have been the last thing I ever did. So this happened yesterday. My family, wife, kids, in-laws, and I had just returned from a pontoon cruise for the evening. It was later than usual, so I sent my wife up on the golf cart with the kids and in-laws to get them some dinner while I covered up the boat. About halfway through covering up the boat, I noticed someone halfway across the cove in the water, and she appeared to be maybe in distress. She wasn't making progress swimming one way or the other and was occasionally going underwater. There were people on the opposite shoreline yelling at her, but I couldn't tell what they were saying. So I yelled, asking if she needed help, and she said yes. I called my wife and told her to come down on the cart because someone was in the water and needed help and that I was going in. I put on a life jacket and grabbed the throw cushion from the boat. I swam out to the person and passed off the throw cushion. She appeared to be out of breath. The first thing she said to me was, "I'm topless." I responded with, okay, but are you all right?" I also immediately thought to myself, 1, my friends are never going to believe this, and 2, what is my wife going to think with a topless woman swimming to the shore with me? She then said that she was running from her boyfriend, who was messed up. She also asked if it was shallow enough to touch yet, and it definitely wasn't, so I helped her to the dock where my wife met us. She told my wife, "I'm sorry, but I don't have a shirt on." Again, my wife just asked if she was okay, and she told us the boyfriend story again. Fair enough. As she got out of the water, she was topless but was carrying a white t-shirt that she quickly threw on. She then immediately began running to shore. At the same time, we noticed a pontoon cruising towards our dock, yelling at us. At first, I thought this must be her boyfriend chasing her and that we were in the middle of some domestic dispute. They quickly got closer, and I realized it was 2 sheriff's deputies who had flagged a pontoon down to carry them across the lake. As they were jumping onto the dock, we noticed the girl had just jumped into our golf cart and was riding away on it. Apparently, she was allegedly involved in a string of burglaries, and the boyfriend she was running from was the cops. I had unknowingly aided her swim across the lake to escape, and she used our golf cart as a getaway. The cops chased her for a while through the night, tracking her down once more, but she escaped again. We looked all day for the golf cart today, but had no luck. I notified insurance and reported the theft around lunch, and about an hour ago, someone notified us through social media that it was parked behind a house in a neighborhood over. So we recovered the cart, and it seems okay. They put more warrants out for the suspect and are still looking for her. This story happened almost 10 years ago, late summer 2006. I was an 18-year-old freshman in college. I went to a tiny college at the opposite end of the state I lived in. I lived in the basement and ground floor of an old dorm. My floor was men only, but the floors above us were women, and then the other side of the dorm was all men. I have some stories that are sort of creepy, but this one takes the cake. At the time, it didn't really click as that creepy. Hindsight is 2020. I was young, naive, and full of you-know-what. I was in the best shape of my life at 6 feet 2 inches, 180 pounds, and handsome. I'm 10 years older now, though, and I put on 100+ pounds. I was a young, good-looking college guy in my dorm. There was a communal bathroom for all 20 guys to share, 2 stalls, 2 urinals, and 2 showers. That was it. One of the showers had an air vent that was about 7 feet up, but on the outside, it came out on the ground level. Well, one hot summer day, I'm taking a shower and just talking and joking with the guy in the next shower behind me. All of a sudden, I hear someone else talking to me. I think that maybe someone has come into the bathroom and wants to use a shower or something. That thought quickly leaves my head as I realize that the air vent has been opened, and the dorm's maintenance man and janitor is now looking at me through the vent. This guy was 50 years old and looked like the actor Clint Howard, the ugly redneck guy in a lot of Adam Sandler's 90s comedies. He had a thick Appalachian accent. He somehow knew my name. I don't remember ever giving it to him, but I had said hello to him a few times. He was also trying to make small talk. It was very weird. I mean, I was weirded out by the college janitor peeping on me and then trying to start a conversation while I was showering, but for some reason at the time, it didn't really register that what he was doing was super creepy and illegal. I just thought he was being weird, and I politely asked him to close the vent. The guy in the shower next to me told me that the janitor did that all the time and he thought it was weird and creepy too, but harmless. I guess it was a huge joke that the best time to shower was later at night until the perverted janitor tried watching and started making conversation. It was apparently a common occurrence on my floor. My floor was mostly made up of the freshman football players. I was not one of them, and I guess the janitor liked to talk to these guys about the team in football through the air vent while watching them. I still shudder at that thought. I would see the janitor occasionally around the dorm after that, but I never experienced him spying on me again, thankfully. I also never told the resident life or college administration about the janitor doing these creepy things. I hope maybe someone spoke up one day and maybe he was fired, but who knows. We heard that the man died about a year after that. This happened about 2 years ago, when I was 19, and I had just moved out of student accommodation into an actual flat with my friend group of 6. The night we moved in, it was just me and one of the girls I'm close with, let's call her Lucy. I had my boyfriend over at the time, we'll call him Alec. The other people moving in were scheduled to move in 2 weeks later as they were all on various holidays or visiting home. So, it was just the 3 of us. Lucy was in her room, and Alec and I were smoking a joint in bed, watching kung fu movies. Then, I started to notice a man, at least 300 pounds and 6 foot tall, pacing outside of our window and looking in occasionally. We were on the basement floor at this time, but the windows were at ground level. Okay, that's weird, but we'll just make sure the windows are locked. 20 or so minutes passed, and everything seemed okay until Lucy ran into my room and said, "Babe, there's a man in the house." We must have left the door unlocked by accident. Now, I'm feeling chills. I'm like, what the hell do you mean there's a man in the house? Alec is frozen solid. Lucy and I go into the hall, and the huge man we saw looking in the windows is standing there in our hall. We ask, "What are you doing here?" And he pulls out his phone and shows us a text message from an unsaved number with our address written on it and something about people being inside. He told us that he was looking for his girlfriend and that she lives here. We're like, no the hell she does not, so please remove yourself from our house. He says, okay, and that he'll phone his girlfriend. He turns his phone to low volume and speaks to another man on the phone, who was clearly not his girlfriend. With more urgency this time, we tell him to get out of our house, and he says, okay. He finally leaves, and we lock the door. By this point, everyone is shaking. He's still on the phone with this man outside, and they're speaking a language we don't understand. But we can hear him getting angry. I tell Alec to please make the scary man go away, and he goes outside and tells him to shift away from our doorway as he's really scaring us. The man says, okay, and that his taxi is here. He walks up a dead-end street where no taxis were, though. We told our upstairs neighbors, who we had met earlier that day, about the whole ordeal. Let's call them Charlotte, Matt, and Rob. They informed us that the same man had tried to come in their house, insisting his girlfriend lived there. Charlotte already had a boyfriend, who we knew of and had also met that day, and Rob, who has more balls than all of us, threatened him with a knife the time he came into their house. He never bothered them again. Over the next couple weeks, the man would occasionally come back and look in our bedroom windows, and Alec was there most times. I'm really glad for that. I have no doubt he tried the door again, but it was always locked after that. When I was 16, my mom had a job that required her to be out of town a lot. Because of this, my dad would often take me out to eat for a good part of my teen years. I remember one night we both decided to go to KFC for dinner. It was around 6 p.m., and my dad had just finished up his shift at work. Back then, my dad worked as a police officer and, at least at the time, would work pretty normal hours. Anyways, we went to KFC and got our usual. On our way back home, I remember we were pretty deep into a conversation, though I don't remember what it was about. After a while, I noticed my dad wasn't really responding anymore. We were fairly close to our house, but still on main roads before we needed to turn into our neighborhood. At first, I thought he just lost interest, but I glanced across and noticed he was permanently looking in the rearview mirror. I asked him what was up, and he mentioned how the car behind us had been following us ever since we left the KFC parking lot. I remember glancing behind us, and sure enough, some blacked-out SUV was tailgating us. My dad mentioned how we needed to verify if this car was actually following us. He proceeded to pull into the next street and do a few turns just to get back onto the main road. I will never forget that feeling, that sinking feeling, as I watched the car sharply turn back behind ours. Now, it was around 9 p.m. on a weekday, so there weren't that many cars on the road. The car behind us then put its high beams on, and at that point, my dad was completely focused. He had fully shut me out, putting all his attention into losing whoever was following us. A few minutes of this went by when he told me to grab his phone from his pocket, call someone in his contacts, and put it on speaker. My hands were shaking at this point. I could barely press the buttons. I remember a cheerful voice answered, but before the guy could say anything else, my dad quickly summarized the situation. There was a pause, and I could hear voices speaking in the background along with radio beeping sounds. My dad was yelling at me to keep naming the streets we were on to the guy on the phone, as at that point my dad was still randomly turning down different streets trying to lose the car behind us. Okay, turn into the Tesco car park. It's coming up on your left. We've got 3 response vehicles coming in from the other direction, the guy on the phone said. My dad responded, and, as we swung into the near-empty car park with the car behind us still in close pursuit, blue and red lights quickly surrounded us in what felt like all directions. The sound of sirens was deafening. My dad bolted out of the car and ran in some direction. After a few minutes of shouting, the driver's side door swung open. My dad got in and calmly started driving away. As we turned around in the car park back towards the entrance, I could see the police surrounding the vehicle that had been following us, and 3 men in what looked like their late 20s were handcuffed, leaning over the car. On our way home, my dad told me everything. He explained that he was on a drugs team that dealt with the interception of large shipments of drugs that were being transferred across the country, something I hadn't known until that point. He continued by saying people would lose a lot of money when they were caught, and some didn't like that, which sometimes resulted in specific officers being targeted. My dad would quit his job as a police officer a few years later, though he admits this was by far his most disturbing experience, especially considering I was along to witness it. This happened when I was maybe 9 or 10 years old. I was invited to a friend's birthday party, and there were about 10 other kids there. It was a friend named Tom, and he was not my best friend, but I knew him pretty well. I also knew just about everybody else at his birthday party. The party itself was at Tom's house, which was maybe 5 minutes away from mine. It was a really populated neighborhood with lots of houses. I remember that the party was both inside and outside because this was during the summer. I didn't know much about what was planned for the party, but when I got there, I was pleasantly surprised. Tom's parents had done a good job of setting everything up. I remember they had video games inside of the house and lots of snacks inside as well. Then, in the backyard and front yard, they had activities like bags and mini golf and some other stuff. So, after getting there, we played some games and eventually had pizza and cake. Then, when it got a little bit later, everyone kind of spread out. Some people were playing video games inside, and others went out to the yard. I remember that Tom was inside, but I went out into the front yard with 2 or 3 other kids. We were hanging out there, and it was beginning to get dark. I don't remember exactly what we were doing, but I remember that I was looking out into the street, and I noticed this clown. Well, it was a man dressed up as a clown. I'm not sure where he had come from, but he was walking down the side of the street out front. We soon noticed that he was walking in our direction. We figured that Tom's parents must have hired the clown. It was probably a funny joke because Tom's parents were funny people. So, this clown guy walked right up to the front yard. He then approached me and the other kids that were there, then he waved at us without saying anything. We didn't really know what to do. The clown guy started making hand signals and stuff, and then he walked up and grabbed one of my friend's arms. He started to walk away with him before my friend pulled himself away. The clown then turned around and took a few steps towards us. We all began to move back and away from him. That's when the clown started to run in our direction. I remember that we all just took off running and went back inside the house. We still thought it was probably a joke, but it seemed kind of strange. The clown did not follow us inside, but after getting in the house, we told Tom, who told his parents. Tom's parents said that they did not hire a clown, they were not expecting anybody in a clown costume. We got the creeps when we heard that, so some random guy dressed as a clown who just approached us and acted all weird. We all went outside to look, but did not see him. Tom's parents then called the police. They made everybody stay inside for the rest of the night. We all went to the windows and looked out of them. I remember, like, a couple of minutes later, we saw the clown jogging down the street. When he passed by the house, he turned and did a little wave towards us, then he was quickly out of sight. The police got there maybe 5 to 10 minutes later. The clown was no longer in the area, though. Not long after, everyone's parents came and picked them up, so I left. We never found out who the clown guy was or what he was doing. I had some spare time this night, and having chugged a few coffees earlier in the day, I figured I'd use this energy to go out and make some money. I was delivering for DoorDash, cruising on the highway to my next delivery. It was super late, the roads were empty and the night was very peaceful, basically every delivery driver's dream. On my way there, though, my phone started buzzing. It was the customer calling me, but before I had a chance to answer it, they hung up. Since it only rang for a couple of seconds, I thought it must have been an accident. But in case it was not, I redialed their number. It rang for a while, but they didn't answer. I shook my head and blew it off, not thinking about it for the rest of the drive. I got off the highway and drove into the neighborhood. It was a very regular street with average houses. When I got up to the house my delivery was for, I parked right in the driveway and started walking up to their porch. As I was setting down the bag, I saw that the front door was cracked open. I didn't know if it was meant for me or not, so I just lightly knocked on the door and called out that I was dropping off their food. As soon as I did, I heard a somewhat disturbing sound come from down the hallway. It was a muffled thump that almost mimicked my knocking, like someone was banging on a door. A bit shaken, I opened the front door wider and called out again. I wasn't sure what to say, so I just repeated myself, saying that I was delivering their food. A few quiet moments went by, then I heard a door open from the back of the house, and a guy came around the corner. He looked distressed and bothered, but I couldn't tell if it was because of me or something else. The guy walked down the hall and right up to the doorway I was in, not saying a word as he started to reach for the bag. But that's when I heard those thumps again from down the hallway. I looked past him in confusion as he turned and looked as well, then quickly turned back and looked at me, recognizing that I heard it too. "Is everything okay?" I asked carefully. The sound echoed through the walls again as the man just kind of stared at me, as if he were trying to think of what to do. "Why don't you bring the food inside for me?" he said, almost in a demanding tone. Nervously, I picked up the bag but quickly realized how terrible of an idea this was. I felt threatened, like I had to follow him, but I also had a feeling that if I did, I wouldn't be making it out of there. In my hesitation, the guy's face showed he was even more bothered, angry even. He then reached out and grabbed the food right from my hands, then slammed the door in my face. Stunned, I stood there and listened as his footsteps went down the hallway and the thumping stopped. I couldn't do anything else at this point, so I hurried off the porch and got back to my car. I ended my DoorDash shift after that one and ended up reporting the really disturbing scenario to the police. I think what ended up making me report it was that the man tried to get me to go inside his house. If not for that, I may have not felt there was enough evidence to do anything. Unfortunately, though, police informed me hours later that the man denied that anyone else was there and declined their request to search his home. At that point, there was nothing left to do other than speculate. I believe there was something truly horrible going on, and he was possibly ready to do the same to me, but I don't think we'll ever know for sure. Happened back in the year 1996. I was 13, and one night I was at home with my older sister, who was 16 at the time. I remember that our parents were gone for the night, so they gave us some money to order a pizza. After our parents left, I went into my room to play video games, and my sister was in her bedroom. When I got hungry, I left my room and told my sister that I wanted pizza then, so we ordered. I'm not sure what time it was, but it was dark out. While we waited for the pizza, we hung out in the living room. Then, I remembered that the pizza guy got there. After he rang the doorbell, my sister went over, answered, and paid the guy. She then brought the pizza into the kitchen. I was still in the living room watching TV but was about to go into the kitchen. As I got up, I heard somebody suddenly trying to open the front door to our house. I stopped where I was and listened. They tried opening the door again. I wasn't sure if it was the pizza guy or what. I went over to the front window and looked out of it. I was just on time to barely see somebody moving away. They went out of sight within a second, though, and I really didn't see anything. It was just enough to know that somebody was there. The person had gone to the side towards the driveway but also towards the side of our house. I kept watching but did not see them return. I figured they had left. So I then went into the kitchen, and I remembered that I told my sister about it. We looked out of a few windows but didn't see anything and figured that the guy had left. So we went into the living room and were having pizza and watching some TV. But not long into this, there was a knock at the front door. We carefully went over to a front window and looked out of it. When we did, we saw that there was this guy standing there on the front step. It was not the pizza delivery guy from earlier. Neither of us recognized him, and we figured that it was the same guy who had tried entering the house. We didn't know what we should do. I wanted to call our parents, but they didn't have cell phones at the time. So, we stayed in the living room and heard the guy knock once more, then he stopped. Things were very quiet for a short time. We looked out again, and the guy was now gone, and we couldn't see him. However, just moments later, we heard somebody try opening the back door to the house. Whoever this guy was, he seemed to be determined to get into our house for some reason. My sister said she was calling the police and then went over to the home phone. I stayed in the living room and hoped that the man would not try to break in while my sister was on the phone. I didn't hear anything more after she was told that the police were on their way. We looked out of a few more windows. We did not see the guy in the backyard or the front yard. Probably 10 minutes later, the police got there. We figured that the guy had left. I remember just hoping that he wouldn't return after the police had gone away. My sister mostly talked to the police and said what happened. I also talked to them a little bit too and gave my account. They said they would look around our property, and surprisingly, the police found a man hiding behind a tree in our backyard. It was the same guy. I really couldn't believe that he was still there. The police arrested the guy for trespassing. Neither my sister nor I had any idea who he was. I'm really glad that they found him. This happened just last year. It was New Year's Eve, and my wife and I were having friends over to our house. There were about 15 other people coming over, and we were going to have somewhat of a party. After everybody arrived, we had some food, and I talked with everyone. We played some games as well. My wife and I have a house that has about a 2-acre yard and is somewhat out in the country. At 12 o'clock, we all went outside and into the backyard behind the house to open champagne. Obviously, we didn't want to open it inside and have it spray all over the furniture, plus it wasn't that cold out. We stayed outside in the backyard for maybe a total of 10 minutes, then everybody went back in. All of our friends stayed until roughly 1 a.m. and then started leaving. By 1:30, everyone was gone. My wife and I cleaned up a bit and were very tired. I remember that my wife went upstairs to our bedroom, and I was finishing up loading the dishwasher downstairs in the kitchen. After I did so, I started to walk away, and I heard what I thought was my wife walking down the hallway. The hallway was out of my sight, it was kind of near the stairs, and I was around the corner from it. I called out my wife's name, wondering why she'd come back down, but she didn't answer me. I remember that I walked over there, which took me maybe 10 seconds. When I got there, I saw nothing. I was sort of confused, but I figured that my wife hadn't heard me calling for her and she just went back upstairs. I went upstairs and then got ready for bed. I didn't bother to ask her if she had just been downstairs or anything. So after I got ready, I turned out the lights and got in bed. Everything became silent, and that's when my wife asked me if I heard that. I hadn't heard anything. I sat up and asked her what she had heard, and she told me that it sounded like somebody was walking around downstairs. I listened closely, and then I sort of heard it. I walked over to the doorway and opened it up very quietly. Now I could hear much better, and somebody was definitely down there. They must have been who I had heard earlier. It really creeped me out, but then I heard the footsteps starting to walk up the stairs. I quickly closed the door back up and locked it. My wife already had her phone and was dialing 911. We then went into the bathroom connected to our bedroom, which also had a locking door on it. This would give us a little bit of extra space and safety. We were told that the police would be there within 10 minutes. As we were inside of the bathroom, we didn't really hear much. We were both trying to figure out who the person in the house was and how they had gotten in. Then out of nowhere, I heard somebody banging on our bedroom door. I did my best to try to ignore it. Hopefully, whoever was there would not be able to break through. This went on for quite some time though. At one point, it stopped, but then it picked back up again several minutes later. Finally, at last, the police arrived. When they did, they entered the house, and I heard them yelling from downstairs. I really couldn't hear what they were saying though. We did not leave the bathroom because it wasn't safe to come out yet. We heard yelling on and off for the next 10 minutes. Finally, we heard police officers' voices, and we were told that it was safe. The person inside of our house was a man who we didn't know. He was caught and had snuck into the house after we all went outside. Then he hid until we were going to go to bed. When the police got there, he threatened them and claimed to have a weapon, even though he didn't. Eventually, they were able to get him to come downstairs. I think the guy was on drugs or something. He did mess up our house a little bit, but I'm glad that everyone was okay. I still can't believe that while our friends and us were inside, the guy was hiding in our house somewhere. That was the craziest New Year's Eve ever. I was a state trooper for 23 years, and through the years I experienced it all, or at least that's what I thought at the time. This happened quite a few years back. I was on night patrol on an interstate at about 3:30 a.m. Now, I don't know if you guys know what the show Cops is, but basically, it's where cameramen would follow around real cops filming everything that goes down. The episodes would consist of a compilation of the most interesting clips. The show's insanely popular, but unfortunately, nowadays, new episodes are no longer made. Back then, however, I was lucky enough to actually be featured on the show. Even though I didn't show up in many episodes, I still thought it was really cool. This night was one of the nights I had a cameraman following me around for the show. I remember his name was Joe, and he was honestly a pretty down-to-earth guy. Anyway, I would usually have my car parked near a bush to hide myself from the view of oncoming speeding cars. But at this hour, I didn't really ever try to hide too much. I remember we were just driving down the interstate. No, I didn't work in the best area. There were a decent amount of abandoned buildings visible from the road. Because of this, I adopted into my nightly routine to enter the parking lots of them as they were hotspots for drug activity. One, in particular, was an abandoned gas station building. The exit from was coming up, so I figured I might as well check it out. Ben started filming, and as we pulled up, we could both clearly see a flashlight moving around in the building. I pulled into the parking lot and put the car in park. At this point, I was almost positive some sort of drug deal was going on inside as I could still see the flashlight moving around. But a part of me hesitated as there were no other cars in the parking lot. I also realized if there was a drug deal going on, there would have been at least 2 flashlights visible from the outside of the building. I figured either way I'd have to investigate. I went over to the cruiser's speaker, yelling out, "Police," and explaining how whoever was inside needed to exit the building immediately. Right as I did this, the flashlight from inside turned off. It was now eerily silent. I decided I'd have no choice but to enter the building and to get whoever was inside to leave. So, I did. I got out of the cruiser and proceeded to walk towards the wide-open front door with Ben and his camera not far behind me. As I approached, I couldn't help but notice a terrible smell. It was as if an animal died in there and had been in there for at least a week. I peeked inside with my flashlight and once again yelled out, "Police." This gas station was small, so any sound could pretty much be heard from anywhere in the building. I stayed quiet for a second, just listening. That's when I swear I could hear what sounded like something being dragged across the floor from the other side of the building. "Who's there?" I got no response. I walked inside the building, and in one of the back rooms, I could see what looked like a figure. I shined my flashlight in the figure's direction, but right as I did, whoever it was bolted and eventually left through a back exit. I started chasing after the guy, but as soon as I exited the same back exit, I didn't see anything. Almost the whole area was surrounded by a cornfield, so there was no way I was gonna find this guy. But I figured I had to try. I ran out in some random direction but stopped only after a few seconds, realizing it was pointless. Defeated and still confused as to why the guy ran, Ben and I went back to the gas station. But what we found left behind made it perfectly clear. There, in the back room, we found the lifeless remains of a dead body. I immediately called for backup, explaining the situation. Unfortunately, the guy responsible was never found, and the body itself couldn't be identified for obvious reasons. What we caught on video that night was never used in the final show. I'm a police officer in South Italy. I've been doing this since I was 22. For the most part, it's not as exciting as it's cracked up to be. Not a whole lot happens in my county. Usually, the worst calls are disturbance calls or an occasional shoplifting, with something a little more serious sprinkled in there once in a blue moon. I've done just about every possible shift there is. I did my time on the night shift, and there were definitely some weirder calls during the night shift than the day shift. But this one time, I was working the night shift, and I didn't get any calls. I was just cruising on a quiet road with no streetlights and woods on both sides. I saw the reflection of taillights suddenly approaching on the right-hand side of the road on the grass. As I got closer, I saw that the driver's side door was open. I started to veer onto the grass as I slowed down, fully planning on getting out to see if the driver needed assistance. I saw someone step out of the car, stand by the door for a second, then start to run into the woods. I radioed the codes for a suspicious person or vehicle, then got out of the car with my flashlight on and my hand on my holster, just in case. In this situation, I had to expect the worst. I got to the front door of the car and looked inside, half expecting to see someone else sitting there, but the car seemed empty. There was a seriously foul odor emanating from inside the car, though. It smelled like a rotting animal. I called out to the woods, asking if anybody's there and needs assistance, and I stepped to the tree line, waving the flashlight around. I went back to the car to take a closer look inside the passenger side. There were multiple bloody tissues and paper towels on the floor on the passenger side, as well as the rear seats. They were soaked in blood. The entire papers were dark red. At some point while looking inside the car, I heard footsteps inside the woods. I spun around with my flashlight and yelled, "Come out of the woods." I didn't see anyone. Someone was hiding in there, and that was confirmed when I heard a deep voice somewhere beyond the trees and shrubs. I had no idea what the voice said. I responded, saying, "Show yourself, are you hurt?" I prepared to unholster my gun as I walked a little closer. I repeated myself, asking, "Are you hurt?" No response. The voice I heard before didn't sound like a person in pain, bleeding out. Additionally, why would they run into the woods upon seeing a police car? Something was way off. I went back to the car and requested assistance. I noticed, as I investigated the car further, that it had no plates. When I went back inside the rear, I found something that made me almost puke from shock. There was something heavy wrapped in bloodied paper towel. I unwrapped it with my gloves on to find a severed hand. It took me a hot second to realize what it was because it was completely dark red, soaked in blood. Now, this situation went from a 5 to a 10. I radioed that there was a possible murder and needed backup. I now put my cruiser's lights on to help other officers more easily identify my location. When backup arrived, we did a thorough search of the woods, looking for possible blood trails. Nothing, though. There were not even any blood trails leading from the car, which meant that the hand and blood on the tissues I found may not have been from the person who I saw run into the woods. Eventually, the K9 unit had to come and search for the person. Hours upon hours went into the search, well past dawn, turning up nothing. The vehicle was taken into custody. It had been reported stolen by a resident of a nearby town, who said he had no idea who could have stolen his car. Fingerprints had been collected from the steering wheel, and DNA testing had been done on the hand. There was not a single match to anybody in the database. To this day, there was never any progress in finding out who the driver of that car was and whose severed hand that was. I had a single dorm my first semester of sophomore year. It was in the corner of the floor, kind of secluded from the rest of the dorm rooms since it was in its own little section. You had to turn a corner to even see the door. It was nice because I'd be able to still talk with friends on my floor, invite people over to my room, and still have privacy when it was time to do homework or go to sleep. A few weeks into the semester, while studying for a bio exam, the silence was interrupted by a noise. It took me a bit to realize it was a light tapping on the door. It was so light that I almost didn't even hear it. I yelled, "Come in," but the door didn't open, so I got up to open it. Nobody was there. I walked around the corner to look down the hall. Nobody. Somebody was obviously messing with me. I went back to my bed and continued studying, this time leaving the door open. Nobody came back. The next night, a few minutes after shutting the lamp in my bedroom to go to bed, the tapping on the door returned. Only this time it was much louder, more of a knocking sound. I called out, "Who is it?" and again the knocking stopped, and nobody answered. I got out of my bed quickly and opened the door to see my small private corridor was void of any people. Again, I ran the 10 feet from my door to the corner to look down the main hallway of the floor. Nobody. The next morning, I asked some of the other kids in the dorm if they had been messing with me. Everyone said no. The next night, I woke up after having been asleep for 3 hours. Someone was knocking on my door again, this time louder than ever. I had trouble deciding whether to open the door or not. With a bout of courage, I hopped up and opened the door. Nobody was there, as I was expecting. But this time, I full-on sprinted down the tiny corridor isolating my room, and when I turned the corner, I saw the back of somebody disappearing behind the far corner on the opposite side of the hallway. I ran as fast as I could down the hallway, and as I turned to the next hallway where I saw the person a few seconds earlier, I saw a door at the end of the hallway shutting. It wasn't a dorm room, it was a bathroom. I felt like I was ready to confront whoever this joker was, so I pushed open the bathroom door with force. The light was off. I turned it on, expecting to see somebody hiding in there, but I didn't see anyone. My first instinct was to check the 2 bathroom stalls, which were both shut. I got on my hands and knees and looked under the 2 stalls. 2 heavy black boots could be seen from underneath one of the stall doors. I took a deep breath and pushed the stall open. I was confused. There were the boots sitting on the floor, but no person to wear them. And then I heard a creepy giggling noise. Thank you, not a feminine or a childlike one. It was a kind of laughing that I could only imagine to be that of a really old, crazy man. For some reason, my confidence was gone, and I was scared shitless. Therefore, I ran back to my room and shut the door. I hopped back in my bed and started texting every friend I had. Of course, everybody was asleep, though. The knocking happened one more time that night. I ignored it. It went on for about 30 seconds before whoever that person was finally gave up. I spoke to everybody on my floor the next day. Nobody else heard any knocking, and everybody swore they weren't pranking me. Everybody seemed sincere. I don't know why this person chose to harass me or who this person was. Judging by the boots and the laughing I heard, this was an older man, though, and that disturbs me. I'm a former pizza delivery driver. I got the job when I was 20 years old, and at first, I liked it a lot. I would not have to work that much, just a few nights a week. My car was fairly new, and I didn't mind delivering at all. The area that I live in is not super crowded, so the driving is pretty easy on the roads. I would also make lots of money in tips, so it was well worth it. After I had been working there for about 6 months, I was working one weekend pretty late. It had been a busy night. I remember going on countless deliveries but making quite a bit of money. It got late, and the deliveries slowed down significantly. I was sitting inside of the restaurant when we got another order for me to deliver. By now, it was probably like 1-something in the morning. It was an order of just cheese bread. I took the order, got the address, and then headed out to my car to deliver it. I had been to this area before, but not the exact street or address. The location was about 10 minutes away. And when I arrived, I saw that it appeared to be a pretty typical house. I was on a residential street, and I parked on the side of the road. I walked up to the house with the cheesy bread. When I got to the front door, though, I noticed there was a note taped to it. It said, "Please use back door." When I saw this, I'm not going to lie, I got a little bit of a bad feeling. But I knew that there was probably a logical explanation. Maybe the door didn't work, or there was too much junk in front of it. The reason for my bad feeling was probably just because it was so late at night and really dark out. So I walked around the side of the house and then went into the back. I looked around for the back door and then was able to find it. I walked up to it and knocked. Then I waited for about 30 seconds or so. There was nothing. I was about to knock again, but then I thought I heard some footsteps inside. I waited, and then the door opened up, but I didn't see anybody. It was like whoever opened the door had stayed behind it and then moved out of the way quickly. Inside of the house, it was completely dark, not a single light was on. I was very confused. I did not go inside but kept standing there and announced that I was there from the pizza place. I did not get a response at all in return. As I waited there by the open door, I was wondering what I should do. The bread was not paid for, so I couldn't just leave it. As I continued waiting, a short time later, I thought I heard the sound of the front door to the house open and close. I couldn't be sure, though. I asked if anybody was there. I knew that somebody had opened the door for me and seemingly wanted me to go inside, but I certainly was not going to do that. So I just kept standing there. Then I noticed some movement to my right and sort of behind me. I looked, and there was a man standing there. He was at the entrance of the backyard and sort of on the side of the house. But this man was wearing a ski mask over his face. I was really creeped out as soon as I saw him. Then he started to walk towards me. When that happened, I knew that I had to get out of there. I just set the box of bread down and took off running. I went back around the house away from the guy, then I ran to my car, got inside, and drove away from there. I went back to work and told my coworkers all about it. They all found it very amusing and seemed to think that it was funny. However, I was completely terrified, so much so that I only worked there for about another month. Then I quit, and I got another job. I still think about that from time to time. Was it some crazy prank, or did the man have bad intentions? I really don't know. It all went down last semester at Theta Chi, the so-called elite frat on campus. Let me tell you, elite is one way to put it, more like elitist and steeped in messed up traditions. Pledge week was a living nightmare, sleep deprivation, puke-inducing concoctions, the usual frat boy sadism. But the real kicker was the final night, the wall of FA's initiation. They blindfolded us, led us to a part of the house that always felt weirdly cold and damp, and told us to line up. One by one, we were shuffled forward, hands outstretched. "Identify the brother," a voice boomed, laced with amusement. My heart hammered against my ribs. I fumbled, feeling cool, smooth skin, must be a freshman like me. Then it came, a jagged scar etched across the cheek, sending a jolt through me. My answer, a shaky freshman, hung in the thick air. "Wrong, pledge," the voice chuckled. "Next." The next brother stumbled forward, encountering a face that felt wrong, bulbous, misshapen, like something out of a nightmare. He stammered, unable to identify it. Nervous laughter rippled from the unseen brothers. Panic nodded at me. Each touch brought a new wave of confusion: rough, leathery skin, a cold metallic surface, a face with a gaping hole where a nose should be. Each wrong answer was met with escalating derision. "Who are these guys?" I whispered to the brother in front of me, voice cracking. Silence. No response. By the time it was my turn again, a cold sweat plastered my hair to my forehead. My hand brushed against a face that sent shivers down my spine, soft, almost feathery, with something cold and hard underneath. I choked back a scream. This wasn't human. What is this?" I stammered. A chilling silence followed, then slow, deliberate clapping from the shadows. "Congratulations, Pledge," a voice rasped, different from the others, older, laced with sickening satisfaction. "You've just felt the faces of those who failed the wall." My blood ran cold. Failed. What did that even mean? Images of grotesque masks stitched together from the failures flashed in my mind. Was this what awaited me if I messed up? An eternity of being a disembodied face, a cautionary tale for future pledges. The blindfold came off, revealing a room unlike any I'd seen in the frat house. The air crackled with a strange energy. The shadows were deeper, more menacing around me. Mounted on the walls were grotesque masks, stitched flesh, metal teeth, inhuman features. Some looked vaguely familiar. Then I saw it, a mask with a jagged scar across the cheek, a chilling echo of the first face I'd touched. My stomach lurched. Was that a hand? It clapped over my shoulder. A senior brother, his face twisted in a cruel smile, said, "Welcome to the Brotherhood, Pledge. Now, let's get you initiated properly." The room seemed to close in on me. The masked faces on the wall appeared to leer, their expressions a chilling mockery of my fear and confusion. I'd become a cog in their twisted tradition, another face destined for the wall if I faltered. The real horror wasn't a physical hazing, though that was bad enough, it was the psychological torment. The feeling of being unseen, judged, forever marked by the possibility of failure. The knowledge that even if I succeeded now, I was forever haunted by the fate of those who hadn't. I can't sleep. I keep seeing those faces in my dreams, wondering who the others are and what they did to fail. I'm starting to think there's more to this tradition than the brothers are letting on. This happened years ago when I was 20. Back then, I was good friends with a guy named Ethan, who I met in high school. Both of us grew up with a passion for the outdoors, and so we thought it'd be fun to go on a week-long backpacking trip in the California woods together. We've done this once before, and I really enjoyed it. I remember looking forward to it. The whole trip started off going well, but that only lasted till the second night. It was just starting to get dark, and Ethan and I were setting up our tents for the night when we began to hear the distant sound of leaves crunching under multiple pairs of footsteps. We were pretty deep in the forest, but running into other campers wasn't completely unheard of, just, I guess, a bit of a rare occurrence. Eventually, 3 guys came into view. They didn't really look like campers, they didn't have backpacks or anything. I thought it was kind of weird to be wandering around the forest this late, but I didn't think much of it. They gave us a somewhat friendly greeting, and we gave one back. They then asked us if we were camping for the night, which was obvious as we were in the process of setting up our tents with the rest of our stuff all laid out. We pointedly said yes and asked if that was a problem. We wanted to make sure we weren't on someone's private property or, just generally in a place we weren't supposed to be. They replied saying no and just kind of walked off. The whole encounter was odd, but Ethan didn't think so. He pointed out how they were most likely just hunters in the area, as all of them were armed, something I myself didn't notice. Got to a few hours later, and Ethan and I were now asleep in our respective tents. This was around the time I woke up to the sound of yelling, like multiple voices shouting in the distance. I yelled out to Ethan to see if he was awake. He was, and was just as confused as I was. It was 2 a.m. when this happened. Our conversation was then interrupted by multiple gunshots. They honestly sounded like they were getting closer. I asked Ethan if he thought that whoever these people were just hunting. He responded, saying, "No, dude, there's no way they're hunting this late. I think we should go." My heart started to race, now realizing the reality of the situation we were in. We both unzipped our tents, grabbed only our bare necessities, and started hastily moving west. We moved for maybe half an hour before stopping. The yelling and gunshots were now barely audible, although they were persistent, continuing off and on up until sunrise. All night, we basically just sat there, listening to them, both wide awake from a mixture of fear and adrenaline. When the sun finally rose, we discussed what to do next. Ultimately, we decided we would wait until noon before heading back to our campsite. The plan was to then quickly pack up all of our stuff and make the trek back to our cars, cutting our trip 5 days short. Fast forward to noon, and we started cautiously heading back. When we arrived, the sight we were met with was nothing short of horrifying. Our campsite had been completely ransacked, almost all of our stuff had been damaged. This is thousands of dollars in equipment we're talking about. But most disturbing were the bullet holes shot into our tents. You don't have to be that smart to conclude that these people had genuinely tried to kill us. Further supporting this theory is the fact that nothing was actually stolen from our campsite, it was all just damaged. As far as who did this, we don't know. The only people we can really pin as suspects are the 3 people that walked up to us as we were building our tents. But this begs the question, why? Why would they do this? The whole experience has left us with more questions than answers. Nothing about it makes much sense, but I know I myself just feel lucky to be alive. In the end, we quickly salvaged all the equipment we could and made the trek back to our cars. My first day as a plumber started like any other. A call came in from an older woman in a creaky old house on the edge of town, reporting severe leaks in her kitchen. I was eager to make a good impression and maybe score a repeat customer. I had no idea what I was in for. When I arrived, the house was shrouded in an unsettling stillness. The lady, Mrs. Beatrix, was a frail, wary woman with sharp eyes that seemed to pierce right through me. She led me into the kitchen where water was steadily pooling under the sink, spreading out across the faded linoleum. "Thank you for coming so quickly," she said in a voice that quivered like dry leaves. "It's been like this for days. I've had trouble getting someone out here." I nodded and got to work, sliding under the sink with my flashlight in hand. The smell hit me first, something foul and putrid, far worse than just mold or mildew. The pipes were ancient, corroded, and clearly the source of the leak. As I began to dismantle them, a thick, dark sludge oozed out, filling the air with a nauseating stench. "Looks like you've got some serious blockage here, Mrs. Beatrix," I called out, trying to keep the disgust out of my voice. She didn't respond. When I glanced over my shoulder, she was standing in the doorway, watching me with those unnervingly sharp eyes. I turned back to the pipes, focusing on clearing the obstruction. As I pulled out handfuls of the thick muck, I noticed something odd. Among the sludge were small bones, animal bones, I thought at first, but then I saw what looked like tiny, human-like fingers, complete with nails. A chill ran down my spine, but I kept working, trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe a rat had gotten stuck in the pipes and decomposed, but the fingers, they were too perfect, too intact. As I probed deeper, my flashlight flickered and then went out, plunging me into darkness. The silence was oppressive, and the smell seemed to grow stronger, almost as if it were pressing down on me. Mrs. Beatrix, I said, my voice sounding strange and hollow in the confined space. Do you have another flashlight? No response. I scrambled out from under the sink, my hands covered in the vile sludge, and found the kitchen empty. Mrs. Beatrix was gone. I fumbled for my phone, using its weak light to navigate the dim room. That's when I saw it, a small wooden door in the corner of the kitchen, slightly ajar, revealing a narrow staircase leading down into the basement. Curiosity and dread battled within me, but the plumber in me needed to know where the pipes led. I pushed open the door and descended the stairs, each creak of the wood echoing ominously. The basement was cold, damp, and filled with the same overpowering stench. My phone's light swept across the room, revealing a scene that made my blood run cold. There were jars, dozens of them, lined up on shelves, filled with murky liquid and what looked like more of those tiny bones. In the center of the room was an old, rusted tub connected to the pipes that ran up into the kitchen. Inside the tub was the source of the blockage, a grotesque, half-decomposed figure, its limbs twisted unnaturally and its face frozen in a grimace of pain. The fingers, they matched the ones I'd found in the pipes. Panic gripped me, and I stumbled back, knocking over one of the jars. It shattered, spilling its foul contents across the floor. I turned to flee, but there, at the top of the stairs, stood Mrs. Beatrix. Her eyes glinted in the dim light, and a twisted smile played on her lips. You weren't supposed to see this, she said softly, almost kindly. But now that you have. I didn't wait to hear the rest. I bolted past her, adrenaline fueling my sprint through the house and out the door. I didn't stop until I was safely back in my van, my heart pounding and my mind racing. I reported what I'd seen to the authorities, but when they arrived, the house was empty. The jar, the body in the tub, everything was gone. Mrs. Beatrix had vanished without a trace. That was my first and last day as a plumber. The memory of those tiny fingers in the pipe still haunts me, and I can't shake the feeling that Mrs. Beatrix is still out there, watching, waiting for the next unsuspecting soul to stumble into her web. My childhood was normal and nothing out of the ordinary. Two middle-class, hard-working parents just getting by in a nice city, and then, of course, me and my little brother. He's 6 years younger than me, and he was at my grandma's house when this happened. My mom was at work, working a double shift, and my father was also working. He was a truck driver, so oftentimes he would spend weeks away from the house. My mom also worked a lot to cope with the fact that my father was always gone. I think it made us all a little bit sad sometimes, but really, our family was very close and we always had a great time together when we were able to finally hang out. Sometime during the night, it wasn't too late yet, but definitely starting to get dark. My mom wasn't going to be home for a few more hours, and I was getting pretty bored with nothing to do. I was pacing back and forth through the house, just trying to figure out how to cure my boredom. I sat down on the couch and began looking for something to watch on TV, but nothing was catching my eye. Shortly after, I went and grabbed my PS4 from my bedroom so I could play Madden football out in the living room since the TV was twice as big as mine. As I was hooking up my PlayStation, I felt something weird inside. As soon as I looked up, there was a face smothered in the window right in front of me, staring directly at me. I froze and screamed. Then the man also started screaming. He started yelling for help and to let him inside, just over and over. I had no idea who he was or what he was doing, but he was practically begging and screaming at the top of his lungs. I couldn't move a muscle because I was just so scared. Sounds weird, but I almost let him in despite me being that scared. I was just unsure of what to do. He was a big, scary man, but he appeared to be in danger. Thankfully, my mom pulled into the driveway as this was happening. I was so relieved to see her, but also terrified that the man might try to hurt her. He stopped like a deer in headlights, and my mom yelled at him to leave, and he did. Thankfully, my mom called the cops when she got inside. When they showed up, the man was sitting across the street on the curb in front of a foreclosed house. The cops found him there and asked him questions. He stuck with his story, though, and said that a group of men in ski masks tried to kidnap him and that they beat him senseless. For some reason, I just didn't believe that. The cop didn't really seem to either, to be honest, but there was nothing the officer could do technically. We later found out that the man was our new neighbor, and he had just bought that house that was foreclosed right across from us. It was a good thing that my mom showed up like an hour before I expected her to that night. That guy still lives next to my parents, and I lived there for a few more years after this incident. He never necessarily bothered us again after that, but man, he was a creeper. We had to live by his word and take what he said as the truth. Even though it seemed unlikely, we had no choice but to accept it. Nothing outlandish happened with him after this, but there were times I was very uncomfortable by his presence. He used to smile and wave at me whenever I walked past his house, and he always seemed to be outside watching when I got off the school bus. There were also times I heard him having full-on conversations with himself, and I swear I even saw him hitting himself in the head while doing so a few times. He liked to randomly scream in the middle of the night like bloody murder. There was definitely something wrong with him, so we always did our best to keep our distance. My dad really disliked him, probably even more than my mother and I. Violence really was not a thing in our neighborhood, and I mean that literally. So his story was just weird. The last thing I want to mention is when I saw his face the first time. He wasn't cut up or bleeding like he was when the police found him. I genuinely believe he did that to himself to make himself look like a victim. It sounds crazy, but I know there are people out there crazy enough to do that. I went bowling last year with my friend Jethro. We both like bowling and always have a fun time, even though neither of us is really that good. I remember that we went to this one bowling alley that neither of us had been to before. We have a main one that we typically go to, but we also like to discover the other nearby places and compare. This alley, in particular, was all right. It was not that large and had a pretty average setup. When we got to the bowling alley, it was earlier in the night. We went up and bought a few games, then got our shoes and headed to our assigned lane. After bowling the first game, we pretty much started the next one right after. At this time, the alley was still pretty quiet, with a few other people bowling to our left but several lanes away. I remember that randomly, in the middle of the game, something really strange happened. You know the screens that show people's scores and give animations for a strike and stuff? Well, on our screen, it just said my name, first and last, in very basic font. To that point, it had been normal. It had shown our scores and the games and that kind of stuff. Well, now it was just my name, and the entire rest of the screen was just blue. It was so weird, and I figured it to be a glitch. But then I realized that I had never told the people here my name. I mean, I had paid with my debit card, so possibly they got the information that way, but why would it be on the screen like that? Plus, the names that Jethro and I chose for our games to be on the screen were just our initials, not our full names. I was just staring at the screen, waiting for it to go back to the screen with our scores on it. But instead of changing to that, it then changed to a picture on the screen. It was grainy, but I soon realized that it was a picture from a security camera. It was taken of Jethro and me as we walked into the bowling alley that night, less than an hour prior. That picture stayed on the screen for like 30 seconds. Then it changed again, this time to more security camera footage. It was a brief clip of us walking inside of the bowling alley. The clip replayed several times. And after that, there was another security camera clip, this time of me actually bowling. None of these clips were very good quality, but I could still tell what it was. It must have been taken just minutes earlier. Jethro and I were just staring at the screen with amazed looks on our faces. We had absolutely no idea why this was happening or who was responsible. I was about to go walk up to the service desk when it finally changed back to our game. I still looked over to the desk. I thought maybe I would see some employee watching us and laughing or something, but I didn't. I saw the same girl who had been at the desk when we entered. She appeared to be about high school or college age, and she was seemingly at the desk the entire time. I doubted that she was responsible for this. We decided to just keep bowling. So we bowled our next games, and nothing else strange happened. Then we were done. When we went back up to the desk to talk to the girl. The same girl was still working when we were there. I decided to bring up the strange occurrence. I told her about what we saw on the screen and stuff. The girl seemed confused and said that she didn't deal with any of the TVs and didn't know why that would have happened. I asked her if somebody else working might have done that, and she said that she didn't think so. I wasn't really sure what else to do about it, so Jethro and I then just left. We were talking about it for the rest of the night, though. I'm confident that it was an employee who did it, but I don't know who or why. To me, it just creeps me out. I don't know anybody who works at that bowling alley. Possibly they were just bored from it being a slow night and are really good with computers. I'm not great with computer stuff, so maybe someone who hears this can tell me their thoughts on it. To this day, though, I get kind of freaked out thinking back to it. I've not been back to that bowling alley since either. I'm an 18-year-old girl living in Baltimore, Maryland. For those who don't know, Baltimore hasn't always been the nicest of places to live, though I've mostly gotten along just fine. And luckily, I no longer live in the city, just right outside of it. You can still expect, though, that I was raised to be hyper-aware of my surroundings and very wary of strangers. At this time, my school would just let me out for spring break and we got the announcement for an extended break. At that time, I didn't drive, and neither my sister nor my parents could pick me up. With all my friends now living near me, I really had no choice but to Uber home. I wasn't new to Ubering to and from school. I've actually always had pretty good experiences with Uber up until this point. Either I get the usual quiet, relaxing kind, or I get some really friendly people with interesting conversations. On the day when my driver picked me up, at first it was perfectly fine. We made some polite conversation and we actually were getting along just fine. Now keep in mind there were only 2 more common routes to take me back to my home. Both routes only took about 15 minutes and all included very few main roads and mostly back roads. I also have a habit of looking at my Uber driver's phone whenever it's in that little phone holder. As soon as this guy started going off the suggested route, I became immediately more alert. I continued to converse with this guy, acting like I didn't notice a thing, still glancing at the GPS on his phone the entire time he was off route. Then he pulled onto the highway. Then I got quiet. It wasn't like the conversation just died down naturally. He just stopped answering me. I immediately became nervous. The guy wasn't taking me anywhere near my home. He was actually going down freeways that would have taken me into a whole different state. I immediately texted my friend group chat with what was happening, showing them the guy's profile and everything, texting them that if I don't respond within an hour to any of them to call the police. I was way too scared to press the safety button on my phone because I knew it wasn't uncommon for Uber drivers to purposely take super long routes to get more money. Still, I gathered up all my courage and I spoke up to him, letting him know that I was suspicious of him. "Excuse me, I'm sorry, but is this the right way? All the times I've Ubered, I've never been taken on the highway before," I said to him. Pretty much immediately, he started to reassure me that I was safe and he was taking a quicker route. "Yeah, right. As I mentioned before, a normal trip home would have only taken about 15 minutes, maybe even less. I was in the car for nearly half an hour now. Then I tried to call my dad. He didn't answer. So what I did instead was give an Oscar award-winning fake phone call. Hey Dad, yeah, I'm on the highway right now. Yeah, my location is shared with you. Why? Okay, yep, I will. I'll talk to you when I get home. Bye, love you too. My Uber driver was staring at me for the duration of that entire fake phone call. I hoped if he thought my dad knew where I was and that he was expecting me to come home, he would hopefully not have any ill intentions with me. Right then, suddenly, my driver turned into a highway exit, and within another 20 minutes, I was on my main road home that I don't think I've ever gotten out of any car so fast in my life. Still, though, my dumbass still gave him a decent rating and a tip. I guess because at the time, I truly didn't know if he had any ill intentions with me. I mean, it's very unlikely that he could have just been another Uber driver trying to make an extra buck. And that he did. I nearly got charged $20 more for what I usually pay for my ride I usually had to pay on that trip. I still wish that I'd emailed some kind of Uber customer service or something and explained the situation. Needless to say, please stay safe out there when Ubering, guys. If your driver ever goes off route for an extended period of time for no apparent reason, make it known that you're aware of it and that you're onto them. It could just very much possibly save your life. It was 2017. I was 17, getting ready for prom, and of course, girls have it harder because instead of the guys who just rent the same tuxedos, girls have to find a nice dress that they're going to keep. And of course, prom dresses aren't cheap if you want a nice one, at least. My parents didn't want to spend over $200 for a prom dress, so my mom suggested I look online for a used one. She'd even help me. We scrolled on Craigslist and Facebook Marketplace, which had just become a thing back then and wasn't as popular as it is today. There wasn't really any luck on Facebook Marketplace, so we mainly searched Craigslist. We found a listing for a dress that we both liked. It was a navy blue evening gown, $50. It said it was worn once for prom. The seller lived pretty close too, so I contacted the number listed on the listing, and in under 10 minutes, I got a text back. After expressing my interest and asking a couple of sizing questions, the person offered to come to our house to drop it off to us. But my mom said no to having someone from Craigslist come to our house, so I said we'd come to them. That day, I asked for their name, and they said Jerry. Honestly, I assumed that Jerry was short for Alexandra. My mom offered to come with me. I felt more comfortable if she'd drive me. When we got to the address, it was a townhouse in a congested area of town. The townhouse was on a dead end. My mom asked if I wanted her to come in with me, and honestly, I don't know why, but I thought it would be embarrassing to go in with my mom. I asked her to just wait in the car unless I text her. I texted Jerry and then went to ring the doorbell. I noticed all the blinds on the windows were closed, which was strange. It was the middle of the day. The door opened, and instead of some young girl around my age opening the door, it was an actual grown man, like 50 years old. He smiled and asked if I was here for the dress. I said, "Yeah, are you Jerry?" And he said, "Yeah." He said I looked just like his daughter and then said, "Come inside." I looked back at my mom's car and then went inside the house. He said I should be a perfect fit for the dress. He said he'd go get it, then disappeared into another room. The living room was dark and kind of messy. I took out my phone and texted my mom to come to the front door. Then the man called out from a room for me to come inside and try the dress on in front of a mirror. I asked him if he could bring the dress out to the living room. He said there's no mirror in the living room, and I replied that I'd just like to see the dress first. He left the room and entered the living room empty-handed and said the dress is on the bed in the bedroom if I want to go look at it. I once again asked him to please just bring it out here. Then a knock at the front door. Jerry said, "Who is that?" and I opened the door to my mom stepping inside. She smiled and said hello to the man, and he took a couple of seconds to say hello back, but without a smile. Now I walked to the doorway of the bedroom. And as I did, he made a noise as if to say, "Don't go in there." I looked into the dark bedroom, and there was no dress on the bed. My mom was in the middle of asking a question when I interrupted and said, "There's no dress." There was a painfully uncomfortable and tense silence, and then the man said, "I'd like you to leave now." My mom and I, without hesitation, left to the car. By the time we were in the car, the front door was already closed, and I saw the man peering through the blinds. We were both in shock. If my mom hadn't come in, I don't know what would have happened. I reported the Craigslist ad. We didn't call the police, though, because there was really no proof of anything, and technically nothing happened, but there was no blue dress in that room. He was just trying to get me into that room, and when my mom came in, he couldn't exactly do that anymore. Thank God I listened to my mom and didn't give him our address. I ended up getting a used dress shipped to me. That prom night. I told everyone this story, and it's still kind of haunting even today. This happened during the summer before my sophomore year in college. At that time, I was doing a lot of research for a place I could live during the coming school year that was close to campus. I found multiple good-looking apartments, but all of them were way out of my budget. I quickly figured out that if I wanted to live close to campus, I would need a roommate that could help pay each month's rent. I posted an ad on Craigslist explaining my situation, hoping someone would be interested. Not even an hour after I posted the ad, I got a response. Apparently, it was some older lady in her 70s. I was kind of expecting it to be another student from my university, but I figured it didn't really matter. As long as they were willing to pay half of the rent, I didn't really care. Plus, I didn't get any further responses in the next week, so I took the one opportunity one was given. Fast forward to the start of the school semester, and the two of us moved in. She introduced herself as Wilfred. She was short and had white hair. Although a little quiet, she seemed nice. I figured we'd get along fine, so I wasn't too worried about the coming months. A few weeks passed, and I never really saw her that much. We had the occasional small talk conversation when we were both in the kitchen, but that was about it. For the most part, she would spend all her time in her bedroom. Occasionally, while I was watching TV in the living room at night, I would hear this high-pitched giggling coming through the walls. The first few times it happened, I just assumed she was on her phone or something. But then I realized I never actually heard her talking. It was just her giggling. I couldn't imagine what she was doing. Over time, things just kept getting weirder. For example, she would start coming out of her room for no other purpose than to watch me. She would stand in the kitchen or hallway just looking at me while I watched TV or made myself dinner. Needless to say, I was getting more and more uncomfortable around her. One night, I woke up at around 2 a.m. to the sound of slight knocking on my bedroom door. Not knocking like trying to get my attention, but slow, soft, and barely audible knocking. I yelled out Wilfred's name, and right as I did, the knocking stopped. I knew it was her because shortly after, I heard her same giggling followed by footsteps walking back to her room. I'd be lying if I said this didn't freak me out. I didn't have a lock on my door, so nothing was stopping her from coming into my room while I was sleeping. I didn't sleep at all the rest of that night. I had planned on confronting her about this situation the next day, but she never left her room once. Come night again, I decided to move my desk in front of my door as a makeshift barricade because, again, I didn't have a lock on my door and I did not feel comfortable having nothing stopping her from entering my room. 3 hours later, I woke up to the sound of my desk being hit by my door from someone attempting to open it. It was Wilfred. I could see her eye peeking through the crack of the slightly open door. Before I could even say anything, she started screaming and banging on my door. My desk started to give way, so I got out of bed and held the door closed myself. The screaming and banging went on for 2 more minutes. Once it finally stopped, I got up and called the police. When they arrived, I opened the door to my bedroom and my heart dropped. Every single one of the knives from our kitchen had been stabbed into the door. I was absolutely horrified, but I tried to compose myself. I briefly explained the situation to the 2 officers that arrived. I also told them which room Wilfred was in. She would provide a struggle in being detained, but they would ultimately take her away. The next month, I moved to another apartment, this time with some actual students from my university. I still don't understand what made Wilfred do what she did. My best guess is she had some severe untreated condition she wasn't on medication for, but then again, maybe not. Maybe she seriously intended to use those knives on me in my sleep. But because I took the precaution of pushing my desk in front of my door, I luckily didn't have to find out. This all happened in July 2004. I was 12 at the time, and my parents brought me to Kona, Hawaii. Needless to say, it was an amazing time and just about the last place you'd expect something creepy to happen. That is, until the second to last night there. My parents and I were tossing around a ball in the ocean when I overthrew my dad, and a kid my age caught it. We invited him to join in, and after a while, my parents got tired and went back to the beach while he and I continued playing. A woman who appeared to be his mother was walking around taking pictures of us over and over, and when my mom tried to start a conversation with her, the woman completely ignored her. It turned out Jason lived in Los Angeles and was headed back tomorrow, just as we were. We were connecting through LAX, and thank God we didn't share a flight. Once it got dark, we went back to the beach and didn't see Jason's mother anywhere. After searching all over the beach, we headed back to the hotel. To clarify, the hotel was directly behind the beach with a pool and bar in between. You could vaguely see the beach through palm trees, depending on the floor, but certainly not your child. We took Jason up to his room to see if his mother was there, and he said hello to a man on the way up as if he knew him. My mom asked if the man was his dad, and he said no, as his father had run off 5 months after he was born. We knocked on the hotel door several times and could hear the TV on, but no one answered. We were all hungry, so we went down to the lobby to use the phone. Jason called up to his room and left a message that we were going to the downstairs restaurant to eat. We had buffalo wings and soda and talked about SpongeBob, etc. He seemed like any other kid. It was a bit strange, though, when we were in the ocean and lost one of our floats. He went swimming after it way too far, and my dad called him to come back. Otherwise, Who knows how far he'd have chased it and possibly drowned. Now, it had been at least 3 hours since we saw any sign of his mother until we headed back up to the lobby. She was there by the concierge, screaming at us that she had called the police. Knowing how crazy this was, my dad called them as well. They arrived rather quickly, and we told our story, all the while Jason's mother was shouting, "You're just trash," at us repeatedly. I don't recall Jason saying much of anything. Eventually, the situation died down, and we went back to our rooms, placing a desk in front of the door. Fortunately, we didn't run into them on the way back. When I was a kid, maybe 6 or 7 years old, this was in the mid-1990s. We took a family trip to the beach in Florida. We were staying in a beach house a short walking distance from the beach. One day, we went to the beach, and I was supposed to stay inside of my mom, but I wandered away, and before I knew it, I was lost. A lot of the houses looked the same, and I wasn't sure which one was ours. Plus, I couldn't see my mom anywhere. It started to rain. I came to a path that I was pretty sure led back to our house. Only it didn't lead to a house at all, but instead to a parking lot. There was a big, dirty van parked there. It was the only vehicle around. I was about to turn back when I noticed an overweight woman with brown hair, a hot pink tank top, and those big, clunky, thick glasses that were popular in the 80s waving and smiling at me from the passenger seat of the van. She said something like, "Oh my, it's raining. Where's your mommy? Let us take you to her. It's dangerous to be out here in the rain, you could get struck by lightning." She was very friendly, almost overly so. In the driver's seat was a very overweight man without a shirt on, a hairy gray chest, and some clunky-looking gold chain. He was wearing yellow-tinted Elvis shades and staring at me intently. He was also smoking a cigarette, which I knew was bad. The woman stepped out of the van and kneeled down to me. She asked how old I was. When I told her, she gleefully remarked, "Oh my, we have 2 boys your age at our house. You should come over and spend the night. We've got movies, Nintendo, and in the morning we've got all types." In the summer of 2019, my partner and I, both in our early 20s, decided to take a road trip to Vancouver, Canada, and stay at Golden Years Provincial Park. We enjoyed camping, had spring break, and wanted to do something different to make the most out of our vacation. My partner had never been out of the US, and it seemed like a crazy new experience. It was a 6-day trip with Airbnbs in each state, and the grand finale was a reserved campsite at Golden Years, which was close to the water of Wet Lake. We packed poorly, bringing a giant tent, a bunch of fruits and veggies to eat healthily, but we stored them in a cooler that was too small. We also brought a cutting board and knife to prepare snacks while driving. We started in California and switched off driving our bright red Ford Fiesta. We drove through Oregon and Washington, finally making it to Vancouver. We spent a day or 2 in each state, drank a little too much, and stayed out late. Canada was the best part, and Wet Lake felt like walking in a painting. We walked barefoot on the rocks with our toes in the freezing cold water and hiked around, where we saw a beautiful waterfall. There was a couple taking pictures of each other for an hour, and we started modeling the same poses from far away. Everything was perfect, and the campsite was mostly empty, except for the other couple who went to bed early that night, making it quiet. I woke up to crackling sounds outside the tent while my partner was still asleep and snoring. I didn't think much of it at first because it was pitch black, and it was probably an animal. However, the crackling continued, getting closer to the tent. I sat up, grabbed my phone, and turned on the brightness, almost blinding myself. In those 2 seconds, I could make out a person right outside our tent. I froze, trying to assess the situation. They weren't moving but were close enough to unzip the tent. I started poking my partner because I had no idea what to do. They woke up, and I whispered that someone was outside the tent. Then I heard quiet footsteps walking away from our campsite. My partner started to mumble, "What?" repeatedly, still in a sleepy haze. I noticed a car or truck parked right outside our camping area, and to my horror, it started up and drove off. They didn't turn their lights on until they rounded the corner, and we were out of view, so I couldn't make out much, but it looked like a truck. Now I was shaking, and my partner couldn't grasp what was happening. I wanted to leave, but golden years locked the gate until 6 o'clock or 7 a.m., and it was only 1 a.m., so we were stuck for now. We decided to move to the Ford Fiesta and slept in the tightly packed car. My partner fell asleep immediately, thinking I was being paranoid, but I wondered if it could have been a park ranger. However, it seemed too strange for a park ranger's behavior. I sat there wide awake for about 2 hours. The car was locked, and I wanted to sleep but couldn't. I was in the passenger seat, while my partner was in the driver's seat asleep. And it was 3 a.m. Suddenly, I heard a car slowly driving up the road with its lights off. As it rounded the corner, I realized it had to be the same truck. My fear escalated, but my adrenaline was pumping. It slowly rounded the corner and pulled up directly in front of our campsite again, in the same spot. I felt like I was going to throw up. With no weapon but the kitchen knife we brought for the fruits and veggies, I grabbed the knife. I tried to make myself look angry, big, and intimidating. Sitting straight up in the passenger seat with the kitchen knife held at eye level, I stared deadpan at the truck in the pitch blackness, just like the father in the American Gothic painting. The truck stopped and turned off, and a light shone directly into my face from inside the truck. Terrified, I stared back from my bright red Ford Fiesta, clutching the large kitchen knife without blinking. The truck then started up, turned on its lights, and blinded me, before pulling out and turning around to go back to where it came from. My heart was pounding as I woke up my partner and insisted that we needed to get out of there. We packed up by hastily throwing things into the car and sat awake until 6 a.m. We drove home without stopping, continuously rehashing and trying to make sense of the bizarre situation. Ultimately, we decided that we both needed some sleep. There was a house by me nicknamed the Ghost House because construction was never finished on it for the longest time, and it had been sitting vacant and unfinished for years. It was on an already kind of sketchy block with a lot of houses that appeared to be either vacant or the owners of the houses just didn't care about their properties because there was a lot of overgrown grass and weeds. My friends Rose, Louis, Eva, and I were bored, just driving around town late one night. We got some fast food, then Louis floated the idea of checking out the ghost house, like actually checking it out by going inside. The girls were on board, and so of course, so was I. Then we parked a few houses down. This street only had one street light, the rest of it was dark, and a lot of the houses didn't have any lights on, so it really was a dark and kind of creepy block. Like I said, the neighboring houses seemed abandoned too, even though they weren't, due to cars being in some of the driveways. We were all sure to be extra quiet getting out of the car and walking over to the ghost house. Seeing this unfinished two-story house in the dead of night gave off eerie vibes for sure. Next up, we had to figure out a way in. Of course, we tried the front door, and it was locked. We then walked around the house, trying every window until one of them slid right open. Rose was the smallest, so she climbed in through the window and then went to unlock the back door for us, only it was already unlocked, meaning anyone could have just walked right in. We entered the house that smelled like a mix of wood and some kind of rotten cat piss kind of smell. The first floor was a lot more finished than I was expecting, and it was pretty big with lots of rooms, but there was no furniture. We kind of all split up, going different ways. I went up the stairs to the second floor, and up here was a bit more unfinished, with a lot of the wall framing exposed. I heard rustling around from downstairs, the sounds of my friends being a bit too loud, so I went really loud down the stairs. Upstairs was pretty empty. So I went back down to run into Rose, who asked what's upstairs. I said it's a bit unfinished up there. She then proceeded to go upstairs and check it out anyway. I proceeded to look for the basement, and I found it beyond a brown door right under the stairs leading upstairs. As soon as I opened it, I got a whiff of that cat piss type smell I was talking about. I started walking down the steps, and as I got to the bottom, I could see the basement looked a little more decrepit than the rest of the house. The concrete floor was stained with some brownish rusty-looking material. My first instinct was to think paint, but the color could also match blood. I looked around the mostly empty space and found in one corner a small wooden chair and a little table with a book on it. It was the Holy Bible. I heard footsteps coming down the steps. I said in a volume slightly above a whisper, "Yo, come check this out." When I heard no response, I turned around but didn't see anyone by the stairs. I said, "Who's there?" Then I noticed a girl sitting down, leaning on the wall, only it took me a second to realize it wasn't Rose or Eva. It was some random woman with extremely long and messy hair looking right at me. Then I heard one of the girls upstairs screaming, followed by Louis calling my name, saying, "Let's get out of here." The only words I could muster up were, "Holy," and I ran out of the basement and up the stairs. I saw my friends running out through the back door. I had no idea what they had seen, but I was right behind them. We ran back out front towards the car and didn't stop until we were in. I asked them as we started to drive away what they saw because I saw some deranged-looking woman come down to the basement. Everyone was talking over each other, but one of the girls finally managed to explain that they saw two men standing in one of the empty rooms on the first floor. They saw some dark objects on the floor in that room, but they couldn't find out what they were in those brief seconds before running away. They didn't get a look at their faces, but they were men based on their statures. I don't know what the hell was going on in that house and if we ran into some satanic cult or if we just ran into some homeless people. You couldn't pay me to ever go back to that house again. I don't live in that town or state anymore, so I don't know what became of that house, but based on the most recent Google Maps picture from 2019, it still wasn't ever finished. When I was 29 years old, I'd saved enough money to buy my first house. It wasn't anything special, and honestly, all things considered, it wasn't in the best neighborhood either. But I was still proud of the accomplishment nonetheless. I'd met all the nearby neighbors within the first 2 weeks I moved in. Considering the neighborhood, I was surprised to discover they all actually seemed pretty nice. A couple of them even invited me over for dinner a few times, and having lived in different apartments all my life, this wasn't really something I was used to. Of course, they weren't all like this. However, 2 houses down from the house I moved into lived a man that was probably 50 years old. Upon moving in, every other night or so, the dude would knock at my front door at some absurd hour asking for stuff. For example, the first time it happened, he asked me to find any spare bread I wasn't going to eat. Another time, he asked me if I could fill up a bucket with water because his was turned off. It was just random but somewhat understandable things like that. But I drew the line when he started asking me for money. I figured I had no obligation to be constantly meeting this guy's needs. I mean, I had pretty much just met the dude. I started opening the door to his knocks less and less, but this didn't seem to have any effect on the number of times he would show up. Fast forward to a night a few weeks later, and again, another knock. I planned to ignore it like I'd grown accustomed to doing by that point, but as I looked through the peephole, I noticed the guy looked distressed. Seeing this, I decided the right thing to do would be to open up the door. So I did. I asked him what he needed, and what he responded with was not at all the type of response I was expecting. He asked me if I could come over and show him how to use his new grill. Now, this happened around midnight, which in my opinion was an extremely odd time to start grilling. But against my better judgment, I decided I would help him. I was pretty into cooking at that point in my life and figured taking 10 minutes to show the guy how a grill worked wouldn't be the end of the world. I told him that I'd be over in a second and that I just needed to put some shoes on. He thanked me and started walking back. A couple of minutes later, I made my way over to his house. I opened some gate and walked into his backyard. It was dark, so it was hard to see, but it was clear there was no grill. On top of that, the guy was nowhere in sight, although his back door was wide open. I stuck my head inside and yelled out for the guy. "Yeah, I'm down here. I need your help getting some meat from the freezer." The muffled response came from down a set of stairs just to the left of me. I was hesitant to go down. There were no lights on down there. In fact, there wasn't a single light on throughout the whole house. I yelled down the stairs, asking him if he could turn on a light so I could see. There was silence for a few seconds. Eventually, he responded, "No, they're broken. I can't do that." I knew something was off at that point. I yelled back something like, "I think I'm just gonna go, man." I kid you not, the second after I said this, audible footsteps started sprinting up the stairs. My flight reaction kicked in immediately. I ran directly back to my house and locked the door behind me. I pulled back a set of curtains and looked out one of my windows, but I didn't see anything. I was terrified. I thought about calling the police, but decided against it, figuring I really wouldn't be able to prove anything that just happened. For the next few days, I didn't leave my house for anything except work. During those days, I never saw the guy nor did any late-night knocks occur. Exactly 1 week after it happened, I was talking with my neighbor across the street. The conversation eventually landed on what I experienced and how I was planning to move because of it. But I was just met with a look of confusion. I was then informed that no one lived in the house I was talking about. It had been abandoned for 2 years. This prompted my neighbor to call the police. However, the police would find nothing inside or around the house. I moved out a few weeks later, so that's all I know. I'm not sure if anything else came from the situation or not. I still don't know who that guy was or what he was trying to lure me into. When I was 18, my friend Dash, who was a big goofball, came over to chill in our basement as he often would during the summer. I remember he had a Coke bottle in his hand, and I was eating Wendy's when he said we should check out that creepy little cemetery across town. It was the most random idea ever, and I even told him that. Still, we had no school the next day, and I knew exactly which cemetery he was talking about. I don't know if one should even call it a regular cemetery. It's just a small plot of land with maybe 100 tombstones at most. The tombstones were very archaic looking, and any time we'd pass, there would be no signs of anyone having come to visit within the last decade. The site probably dated back centuries and had this super creepy vibe to it because it was closed off by a Gothic metal fence and surrounded by woods on 2 sides, the road on one, and some old abandoned building on the other. Everything about it just gave scary vibes. It took a little persuading, but Dash managed to get me to want to check it out too. Ironically, it was a very cloudy, reddish kind of day, conveniently adding to the mood. Dash pulled up his Honda to the side of the road. I told him to pull up more so it wasn't obvious. This was a low-traffic road, so it would look kind of suspicious. He pulled up a few hundred feet down the road, and we got out and cut through the woods so that any potential passing traffic wouldn't see us entering the little cemetery. Hopping the fence in the woods was easy. It was maybe a 3 or 4 foot fence. Dash kind of took the lead on this since it was mainly his venture. He led us through the eerie little plot of land, and we looked at the archaic tombstones. They all seemed to be from the 19th century. The writing on some of them was illegible at that point. I know it sounds super dumb and cliché, but I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched constantly. I started looking around the surrounding woods. I told Dash how creepy this was. "I know," he replied. Still with the feeling of being watched, I looked at the abandoned building next to the cemetery, at one of the windows. For a brief moment, I knew I saw someone standing at the window, even through the fog, smudge, and dirt on the glass. But they casually either ducked or walked away from the window. I told Dash we were being watched by someone in that building, and he turned to look at it as well. Then he went to look for the entrance to it. I told him, "Don't." I said we should just leave before we get in trouble. I stayed still by the tombstone he was looking at while he walked around a building, and then he found a way in. He called me over, but I stayed put. I heard some loud kind of crack, so I looked in that direction, and there was this older man, probably around 55. Gray hair, had on a black raincoat, I believe he was wearing jeans, and he had a mustache, but that's all I really got of him. Then he opened his mouth and screamed. Not just yelled, he screamed, "Get out." He screamed it so loud I thought I saw birds fly away from being startled. Just like that, I started to feel lightheaded, and suddenly everything went dark. The next thing I remember was waking up to being dragged in the woods. I freaked out, thinking I was being kidnapped, but when I turned and got up, I saw it was just Dash. Dash was freaking out about something. He told me to follow him and run back to the car, so I didn't ask questions. As we ran through the woods, I heard something close behind me, and when I turned, I realized we were being followed by someone. So I ran even faster. We got to his Honda, and he basically put it in drive before the car even had a chance to fully start. When Dash was inside that abandoned building, he found a sigil of Baphomet painted on the wood floor, which is basically the sign of Satan. Around it were a bunch of freaky dolls with buttons for eyes. He didn't get to see anything else in the building because he heard the old man scream at me outside. He came running to find me passed out on the floor, and he saw the old man slowly walking over to me. He started to drag me away from the old man and into the woods. He actually literally picked me up and threw me over the fence to get me out. I quickly came back to consciousness, and that's when we ran. I had only fainted one time in my life, and it was at that moment. I don't know why I fainted, but it happening at a graveyard with some kind of satanic ritual building right next to it makes it that much stranger. When my dad passed away, not only did he pass along his fishing boat, but he also passed along his love of fishing to me. The boat is a which has a decent-sized cabin allowing me to go overnight deep-sea fishing. I usually fish off the coast and would sail for an hour out to sea, then stop and spend the rest of the day fishing. That's exactly what I did one Friday, taking my cousin Tony. We planned to spend the night and fish most of Friday before sailing back. So, after sailing out to sea for about an hour, I picked the spot for us to stop and cast our lines. We brought a radio and tons of beers to make the time more pleasant. The sun started to set, and seeing the sun setting on the horizon with no visual intrusions was a beautiful sight, perhaps the last pleasant thing that would happen that night. By the time the sky was completely dark, we had already packed our stuff for the night and were inside the cabin playing cards and eating burgers. Mid-conversation, Tony stopped me and told me to listen. There was the sound of a boat motor in the distance. We left the cabin to look into the horizon, but with no moon, it was just too dark to see more than maybe 50 feet in front of us. But over the calm waves, we did hear a boat motor. Whoever was out there didn't have their lights on. The lights in my cabin were on, which was definitely enough for anyone to see us and avoid hitting us. We were expecting the sound of the other boat to sail away into the night. However, it seemed to circle us for a bit, then abruptly stopped. The motor just cut. There was nothing but the sound of the calm water splashing against the boat. Tony started acting a little paranoid. He thought we were being stalked. He wanted me to use the spotlight to look for where this boat could be. I didn't want to do that because that would be a bit obnoxious and obvious. To make him happy, though, I started to drive the boat for a few minutes away from the last direction we heard that engine stop. Maybe I did it because I was a little suspicious about it as well. After a solid 5 minutes of driving the boat in the opposite direction, I killed the motor and we went back inside the cabin to resume playing cards. It felt like only seconds after we sat down, we heard it again. This time I heard it first, and it sounded like the motor was being given much less gas. We went outside again, and at that instant, the sound stopped. This time, I agreed with Tony, turning on the spotlight was a necessity. The spotlight only rotated 180 degrees, so I turned the boat a little to the right so that I could point the light out in the direction we heard the boat. The beam of light shot far into the horizon. I felt my heart racing as I slowly turned the light to point more to the right, and finally, I stopped when the light started to land on a boat floating not too far away from us. I turned the light off at once. I told Tony to turn the cabin lights off as well. I put the boat in full throttle and steered away from the area. I steered the boat for about 5 to 10 minutes before thinking it was enough. We hung out outside for a while to ensure we weren't followed again. When it seemed safe to do so, we went to sleep. However, I woke to a thumping coming from above my head, above the cabin. I looked over at Tony sleeping on the couch. I whispered his name a few times to wake him up, and I pointed up at the ceiling. He looked up, then back at me with a look on his face telling me he heard the thumps. I opened the door to the deck and ran outside and saw 2 men, one on the bow of my boat, the other on a boat floating directly next to mine. Tony came running out behind me. Both of the men slowly put their hands up in front of their faces and claimed they meant no harm. The one on my boat said they were simply almost out of gas and needed help. He said he was going to knock on my cabin door to ask for assistance, but in my head, I was thinking, why was he on the bow of my boat? Done very low-key, I flicked Tony's thigh to indicate to him that I was getting ready to do something rash. The guy stepped down from the front of the boat to the lower deck, right in front of Tony and me. He was significantly taller and bigger than us. He looked at me for a few moments and reached out his hand, expecting a handshake. Without saying anything, I knew something was about to go down with these guys, and for all I knew, that could start with my shaking his hand. Instead of shaking his hand, I pushed the guy overboard into the water with all my strength and ran up the stairs to turn the boat on while I yelled at Tony to make sure they didn't get back on the boat. We were able to lose them in the night for good this time. I didn't stop, though I kept going the full 2 hours straight back to the shore. We made it back to my dock and slept on my boat that night. The next morning, we packed up and drove home. Strange things can happen at sea in the dark, but I never anticipated anything like that. I don't know what those guys were planning on doing to us on my boat, but considering they had been making a point of stalking us, I know it was nothing good. I used to work for Domino's quite some years ago when I was 18. One night I was out making deliveries and I had finally stumbled to the last house of the night. I was ready to get the night over with as it was getting late and I had school the next morning. The house was only a few miles from town and maybe 6 or 7 miles from the Domino's that I worked at, but the property I was delivering to and the atmosphere around the area made me feel like I was in the boonies. When I pulled into the driveway, right away I felt a shiver fly up my spine. I got this dysphoric-like feeling in my chest too. I just remember feeling very unpleasant. The driveway was a very long and narrow gravel driveway that stretched for probably a quarter mile. It looked like nothing short of a black hole from the end of the driveway before I pulled in. There were tons and tons of trees on both sides of the driveway, and the tree line on each side sat no more than 5 feet from the driveway, making it all the more eerie and dark. I sat at the end of the driveway for a brief moment as I was trying to get myself in check because, if I'm being honest, it was downright creepy and I was spooked. It didn't help that it was almost 10 o'clock at night and I kept hearing something before me in the trees. I realized that it was probably just some sort of animal, but still, it was an uncomfortable situation to be in for me. I remember hearing an owl whistling as well. It's hard to explain the way I felt. I just had such a bad feeling about the whole situation that lay ahead of me. But I had to deliver the pizza, there was no question about it. If I went back to my boss with the pizza and he found out that I didn't deliver it because I was scared, there is no doubt in my mind that he would have fired me. So I reminded myself that I was just overthinking and that everything was going to be okay, that all I had to do was drop the pizza off on the porch as the customer already paid for it online along with the tip. As I crept my way down the driveway and got closer to the house, I saw a man sitting on the front porch smoking a cigarette. The only light I could see was coming from the house was the outside porch light, and the man was sitting directly under it. He hit his cigarette one last time and started walking over to me as I was gathering his food and drinks. He had already made it to my car by the time I stepped out. "Hello, sir, how are you?" "I got here as quick as I could," I said. Then the man stared at me for what felt like way longer than he did, with a very irritated look on his face. He asked me why I was sitting at the end of his driveway for 5 minutes, and I sort of shook over my words as he caught me off guard. At this point, he was standing directly in front of me and he ripped the pizza from my hands. Then he started complaining about how the pizza was cold. I was confused about how he knew I was sitting at the end of the driveway for a few minutes, as there is no way he could have seen me from the porch. Thinking about it now, I suppose he could have heard me, or maybe he had cameras that surveilled his property. But in the moment I was thinking on my feet and I didn't want to upset the customer further. I just really wanted to get out of there, so I told him that I had no clue what he was talking about. The look on his face became even more distraught when I said that, and he told me that he hates liars. Then I noticed someone who came from the inside of the house walking in our direction, and then 2 others who were walking from the back side of the house towards us as well. My adrenaline amped up to 1,000 and at this point it was either fight or flight. I knew for a fact that something bad was going to happen if I didn't get out of there. I shot the rest of the food down along with the 2-liter that he ordered and I ran to the driver's side door so I could speed away and get the hell out of there. But as soon as I opened the car door, one of the guys grabbed my head and smashed it on the car window, and I fell to the ground. Then the man made me hand my wallet and phone over. They told me to get out of there and that if I told anybody, like the police, about what happened, they would come for me and my family. They had my ID, so they knew where I lived, and that's just not something I wanted to risk. Luckily, I only had about $70 in my wallet. The rest of my money was in my bank account. So as soon as I got home, I asked to borrow my girlfriend's phone. I called the 24/7 hotline number to cancel all of my cards and report them stolen, That way they wouldn't be able to have access to my money. I got a new ID and everything was okay. For anyone reading this that does any sort of delivery driving at night especially, please stay safe out there and listen to your gut no matter what. It might just save your life. Working the night shift at Walmart as a night stock person on the weekends was my second job when I was finishing up college. I needed to pay off my loans, so I had to make money however possible. I didn't deal with customers for anything. I would just sign for night deliveries, do warehouse work, and stock shelves in the store during after hours. The typical shift would usually be either 11 to 7 or a 12 to 7. On July 9th, 2015, a Thursday night, I still haven't locked into my brain. I was midway through my shift in the electronics department when I saw in the corner of my eye someone walk past the aisle I was working in. This wouldn't usually catch my attention if it weren't for the fact that there were only two other workers in the building with me that night, Aaron and Baco. They were both wearing the same staff shirts I was wearing. I would know because we all clocked in at the same time. The person I saw in the corner of my eye was wearing all black, so I naturally walked to the end of the aisle and did a little peep around the shelf. No one was there. I yelled both Aaron and Baco's names, but when they didn't answer, it made it even stranger. Regardless, I went back to work. I was holding in a pee for a while, and I told myself I'd go when I finished work in that aisle. Seconds later, there was a huge crash a few aisles down. It actually startled me. I ran over to see what it was, and a bicycle was somehow knocked off its hook. The hook was still fine and in place. It seemed like someone would have had to put effort into knocking this down. I hung it back up and started walking around the aisles, suspicious as hell. I got to the last aisle towards the back of the store, which was the paper and cleaning aisle. Then, there was this freaky-ass sound that I could best describe as a laugh. It sounded like it came from literally the next aisle over. So, once again, I did a short run back to that aisle and felt my heart drop when I saw a man dressed in all black, waiting by the end of the aisle with his back facing me, but his head turned so that all I saw was only half his face. Then, he suddenly ran, not towards me, but down some other aisle. I heard his footsteps running around. I was faced with a choice of chasing after him or going to find my two coworkers, and I chose the latter. All the while, I heard these freakish laughing sounds and footsteps that I honestly felt like were circling me. I found Aaron in the women's department and told him to be on the lookout for someone who wasn't meant to be in the building, dressed in all black. We didn't have walkie-talkies, so I asked him to tell Baco if he ran into him. I excused myself because I couldn't hold it any longer. I had to go to the bathroom. I ran to the employees-only bathroom, which was in the warehouse section. I put a nest of toilet paper on the seat in one of the stalls and sat down, and yes, I'm the kind of person to sit when I pee. The door to the bathroom opened and closed naturally with 3 to 4 people in the building. I said, "Who is that?" and with no answer. I assumed the worst. I heard that horrific laughing again and someone stepped into view from between the crack in the door. Looking right in. They stepped closer until the crack was completely covered, and all I saw of their face was an eye. Then, the whispering began, unintelligible whispering, but the echo from the bathroom just made it more unsettling. I just remembered I had Aaron's phone number saved on my phone, so I got it out and called him at once. I was very loud with what I was saying, telling Aaron to get to the bathroom at once and help me. I stayed on the line with him and watched as the man on the other side of the stall left one more time, then ran out of the bathroom. I told Aaron to hurry, and 20 to 30 seconds later, Aaron entered the bathroom. He said he didn't see anyone on his way there. We didn't have any security guys working when the store was closed, so we couldn't even go look at the cameras. I stayed by Aaron the rest of the night, helping in whatever sections he was working in, because safety in numbers. I texted my boss that night, and when I woke up at 3 p.m. the next day, I read his response. He said all the camera screens returned static footage from the night before. Nobody went and turned them off as far as he knew. I got chills reading his texts. He believed my story and assumed it was related to the cameras, but with no video proof of the breaking and entering or trespassing, I don't think there was anything he could do. It was all above my pay grade, though. That was the only night shift I've ever had where something truly unexplainable happened. I've always been good friends with one of my cousins, Johnson, who was the same age as I am. The two of us were not quite inseparable, but we always did get along very well together, and we were often found together both in school and outside of school. When we were 12 and in the 6th grade, I was hanging out with Johnson on a Friday afternoon around the later part of May, and we were psyched at the start of the weekend. We'd wound up at his house since he didn't live too far from me, and at one point, my mom called to say that our grandpa was in the hospital. While the issue with our grandpa wasn't expected to be life-threatening, he was being kept at the hospital overnight for observation, and both my parents and Johnson's were planning on staying with him and my grandma at the hospital. I was told that I was given the okay to stay at Johnson's house for the night, with Johnson's 15-year-old brother Alex being in charge while our parents were out. This was fine by us. I got along well enough with Alex. And he was never the bossy older brother/cousin some of my other friends said they had to put up with. We ordered a pizza and enjoyed goofing off, as boys that age tend to do. At around 9 or so, there was a knock at the front door, and Johnson went to answer it. I was a bit curious as to who it could be at that time of the night, and so I watched from a ways back. At the door, there were 2 older guys. They said that they were there with the city and that they were investigating reports about the water pressure supposedly being bad in the neighborhood. They asked Johnson if his parents were home, and when Johnson said they were unavailable at the moment, which is what we were told to say to strangers if our parents weren't home, the guys then started asking a bunch of questions about how the water pressure was in the house and if they could come inside to check. Alex came over at that point and politely told the guys that the water pressure was fine, and perhaps they should move on to check the other homes in the neighborhood. The guys seemed reluctant to leave, but eventually, they turned and walked away after Alex started closing the door. After the door was shut, we looked at each other and shrugged, but neither of us really thought too much after that, and we went back to doing what we were doing. Eventually, we decided to go to bed. Johnson and Alex shared a bedroom, and we all agreed that I'd sleep in there with them rather than me hitting the sack on the couch or something like that, so that way we could all talk while we fell asleep. Alex grabbed a sleeping bag out of their camping supplies for me, and when we got back into the bedroom, we all stripped down to our underwear/pajamas, and then they climbed into their beds, and I quickly crawled into the sleeping bag. After talking for a while about random stuff, we all eventually fell asleep. Early the next morning, I got up because I had to pee, and so I quietly got out of the sleeping bag and went and did my business in the bathroom. On the way back to the bedroom, I heard something in the family room, which was on the opposite end of the house from the bedroom and particular bathroom I was using. I didn't pay too much attention to it at the time, thinking it must either be Johnson or Alex until I got back in the bedroom and realized that both of them were still in there. Trying not to panic, I awoke them and told them that I thought someone was in the house. They quietly followed me, and the moment we walked into the family room, we saw the 2 guys from the night before in there, and it was rather clear that they were robbing the place. One of them started moving towards us as he pulled out a wicked-looking knife. The three of us promptly raced to the front door somehow and managed to get it unlocked and open in time, and we fled outside. As luck would have it, a cop was driving by at that particular moment, so we quickly flagged him down and told him about the two guys in the house. The cop called for backup, and within a couple of minutes, several other cops were there. And they proceeded to enter the house. After some searching, they caught the two guys. The cops figured out that the two guys must have entered from the window in the laundry room that had a broken latch, and they had probably targeted this house specifically because they knew us kids were alone. They probably figured that if we discovered them, we would be easier to deal with than adults. To add insult to injury, when we were waiting outside while the cops searched the house, some of the neighbors came out to see what the commotion was about, and this included some kids who went to the same school as Johnson and me, including a few who were in our 6th grade class with us. It was during that time that the three of us realized that we had never got the chance to get dressed, so just like in the stereotypical nightmare, we had to stand outside in the full view of everyone in just our briefs for what seemed like forever before being allowed back inside. When we went back to school on Monday, Johnson and I had to put up with more than a bit of snickering and being the butt of every joke for the next few weeks until school ended for the summer. When I was a kid, my best friend's name was Sarah. We lived only a few miles away from each other and would hang out all the time. I remember that many times I would go sleep over at his house, and he would also stay over at mine sometimes. Both of our houses were pretty average for the most part, although Sarah's was a little bit nicer in my opinion, and it was also a little larger. This event I'm going to talk about took place when we were both 10 years old. Sarah and I went to the same school, and one day late in the school year, I went over to his house after classes. The plan was to sleep over, and I was excited about it. I brought my sleeping bag and would sleep on the floor of his bedroom. After school, I went over to Sarah's house, and we hung out for the rest of the day. I don't remember much, but I'm pretty sure we just played video games and stuff. We had to go to bed at probably like 10 or 11 p.m. So I set up my sleeping bag, and then Sarah turned out all the lights and got into his bed. At his house, every single light was off, and I didn't really like that. In my bedroom at home, I always kept a small lamp on in the corner that gave a little bit of light, and before that, I would have a nightlight in the corner of my bedroom. I just didn't like things to be completely pitch black. I really could barely see anything, but I remember that Sarah's bedroom door was open, and there was a small light from something. I think it was maybe the thermostat. Anyways, I remember trying to fall asleep. Sarah seemed to fall asleep pretty quickly, but I didn't. I really wasn't that tired for some reason. I was lying there awake and eventually tried falling asleep, but after a while, I just couldn't. Sarah's bedroom was towards the end of the hallway where the other bedrooms were. Everybody else in his family had long gone to sleep, and the house was completely silent. But then I thought that I heard the sound of somebody walking. I thought maybe it was Sarah's parents or something. It was very quiet because basically, the entire house was carpet, so it wasn't easy to hear the footsteps, but you still could, especially when it was this quiet. I looked over and then thought that I saw somebody coming into view. I could only see a small part of the hallway through the open bedroom door, but then it seemed like somebody walked towards the doorway. It was so dark that I couldn't see very well, but I kept watching. Then I saw much more clearly a man walking into the doorway of Sarah's room. When I saw this, I realized that even though it was really dark, I could tell that it wasn't Sarah's dad. I had no idea who it could be. I closed my eyes and didn't move a muscle. I was pretending to be asleep even though I wasn't. The man kept standing there for a little while. After probably like 30 seconds, I opened my eyes again, and he was still there. He was just standing in the doorway and facing us. I couldn't completely tell if he was looking at me. I didn't move my head at all and just opened my eyes very carefully. I closed my eyes again and pretended to be asleep. I just hoped that the man wouldn't enter Sarah's room. Then I heard the guy sort of walking away down the hallway. I really didn't know who this guy was or why he was here. I also didn't know if he was going to come back or not. As I laid there, I just kept closing my eyes and didn't move. During this time, I didn't really hear any more noises. I was really too scared to get up and wake Sarah up or do anything else. Eventually, after I'm not even sure how long, I fell asleep. The next thing I knew, I was waking up and it was still dark out. Sarah was tapping me on the shoulder telling me to wake up. After sitting up in my sleeping bag, I noticed that Sarah's bedroom door was now closed. He then told me that there was a man in the house and the police were on the way. We were supposed to stay in his bedroom and not leave. Then we waited inside Sarah's bedroom and didn't really hear much, but after a while later, the police arrived and we continued to stay in the bedroom. After a long time, Sarah's parents finally came and told us what happened. We found out that a man was located hiding in the basement. I guess he tried opening Sarah's parents' bedroom, and it woke both of them up. The man fled, and Sarah's parents called the cops. Then they knew that the man was at the other end of the house, and Sarah woke up from the noise. He then left the bedroom to see what was going on, and when he returned, he woke me up. I guess it was the same man that I had seen. I'm really glad that the man didn't cause any harm. I never found out why he had entered or how he had entered the house. I slept over at Sarah's house multiple times after that, and luckily nothing like that ever happened again. In April 2011, 86-year-old Patrick Carnes was living in the biggest little city in the world, Reno, Nevada. Known for its casino and tourism industry, Reno is the county seat and largest city of Washoe County with a population of just over 200,000 people. Despite being well into his 80s, the World War II veteran was described by those who knew him as being sharp as a tack and someone who still had a lust for life. Despite his advanced years, and although he'd lost his wife several years earlier, Patrick had adopted a dog named Lucky, who he said kept him accountable and responsible. On April 13, 2011, Patrick and Lucky were driving back to Reno after a visit to family members living in Toledo, Ohio. Patrick was driving his green Subaru Forester when he approached the town of Wells, Nevada, at around 9 at night. As he happened to be approaching a Nevada Highway Patrol officer, he failed to properly switch lanes, resulting in him being pulled over by that very same officer. The cop warned Patrick that what he was doing was dangerous and only agreed to hold back on a ticket when Patrick assured him that he was simply following a truck driver ahead of him. He assured the officer that he wouldn't be driving at night anymore, and the officer's dash cam filmed Lucky wagging his tail in the back, suggesting that there was no tension or confrontation between the two men. The officer later testified that Patrick seemed perfectly composed and sober, giving him no reason to prevent him from driving away. Yet, the following morning, just before 6 a.m., Patrick's car was found completely abandoned near a place called Winnemucca, more than 150 miles away. The vehicle was stuck in a nearby sagebrush and was facing oncoming traffic, but there was still gas in the tank and it was still basically drivable. There were no signs of any kind of conflict or struggle, with only a single set of footprints visible in the dirt leading away from the car. What's more, nothing was missing from the car, and it seemed Patrick had walked away from it with nothing but the clothes on his back. One of these abandoned possessions was a map of rest stops on his route back to Reno. The only thing police had to Patrick's planned route. Winnemucca is nowhere near them, So what was it that caused such a radical diversion, and what happened to Patrick's faithful furry friend, Lucky? 3 days later, a witness reported seeing a dog matching Lucky's description near the Pumpernickel exit out near Winnemucca, but a thorough search of the area turned up no signs of the brown Labrador mix. It's interesting to note that 5 years earlier, another abandoned vehicle was found near the Pumpernickel exit in almost exactly the same spot that Patrick's was found. Judith Casita, a 62-year-old resident of Reno, was last seen driving her 1991 Mazda pickup truck away from her home on Valentine's Day of 2006. Her truck was found just over 2 weeks later on March 5th, abandoned yet still in working order. There is little information available in Judith's case, but it's reported that she had left behind a note stating that she was depressed with her life and her marriage. Although Valentine's Day seems an apt occasion to commit some kind of marriage-related taking of your own life, it seems very coincidental that Judith's car was found in exactly the same spot and in exactly the same condition as Patrick's. While some suggest that the disappearances amount to nothing more than a lost senior in a woman who took her life, others argue that both Judith and Patrick's disappearances are the work of a Nevada serial killer. Although it's not clear why police or journalists might come to such a theory, there are numerous articles outlining missing person cases that originate in the area. One article describes Patrick's case as the latest in a string of missing person cases, citing the disappearances of Rita Christian, who was later found alive, and those of Albert Christian and Grant Mullen. No matter what you choose to believe, Patrick was officially declared deceased by the state of Nevada in late 2014. But it seems the key to solving his disappearance is connected to many others. If we find out what happened to people like Judith, we'll find out what happened to Patrick. Whether or not it's a serial killer or some other more sinister phenomenon, the truth lies in finding their bodies. But the fact that it was only a single set of human footprints, unaccompanied by those of a canine, leads us to believe that something must have been very, very wrong if Patrick chose to abandon his lifelong companion, Lucky. Sure, Patrick was almost 90 years old, and it certainly wouldn't have been difficult for a human being to overpower him. But he was also a combat veteran and an all-around tough SOB. The likelihood of him being kidnapped or killed without a fight seems very, very slim indeed. So what stopped him that night? What scared him so badly that he'd abandon his beloved Labrador? These are the questions that might never be answered, and that might just be for the best, because who knows if we're ready for the truth behind such a vast number of disappearances. Keep in mind this story happened over the span of only a month and a half, and everything happened quite quickly. For context, my name will be June, and his name will be Luis. His mom is Dora. This is a story I've only ever told a handful of people, and I'll try to be as clear and accurate as I can. This happened just over a year ago, but obviously, I can't remember everything perfectly. I know I made mistakes, and I'll probably mention it a few times, but honestly, I've criticized my own decisions a million times over, and it's just not useful to think about what I could have done differently at this point. So please just be respectful. Okay, so here's a story about a year ago. I had just gone through a bad breakup. He dumped me over text on Valentine's Day, and after having been together for quite a while, this was quite a shock. I was absolutely devastated and felt pretty bad about myself. It only took about 2 weeks before I was looking for another boyfriend, more or less a rebound guy. That's when I met Luis. We met on Tinder and instantly hit it off. I was in my first year of university studying biology, and he was in his first year at a different university studying history. He was smart, friendly, and had a lot of common interests. He was giving me some weird vibes at first, but maybe it was that he seemed a bit desperate. Honestly, I was too, after my bad breakup, so I didn't think much of it. After only a few days of talking, he asked me to go on a date with him to a play. I was actually really excited because that sounded like such an interesting date idea, and I thought it was pretty romantic. So, we went on the date, and it went well. He rode the subway back a few stops with me, and I told him about my ex. He began telling me that he couldn't believe anyone would let a pretty girl like me go, and that he would do anything to make sure he got to keep me if we were dating. Looking back, you can see how creepy that statement is, but I was maybe naive or just happy that someone agreed that my ex was a jerk, and I took it as a compliment and saw nothing wrong with it. We kept messaging and going on occasional dates after this, and all was well. After just a few dates, Luis told me he had really bad depression and anxiety. Now, it's important for me to mention that I also have some pretty extreme depression and mental health problems, and my breakup had kind of launched me into a downward spiral. So, it was almost a relief to hear him say that because I felt like he wouldn't judge me for having depression too. After that, we could confide in each other about our depression and help each other get out of bad mental states. After this revelation, we got really close, really fast. We had only dated for a month, but we already had an intense relationship. I even thought that I loved him. Now, another problem with him, though, was his mother Dora. She was very possessive of him, and maybe it was because of his depression, but he couldn't do anything without telling his mother first. One night, he fell asleep at my place and forgot to set an alarm. When he woke up, he had 20 missed calls and at least 40 text messages from his mom trying to find him. She had apparently called every hospital looking for him. She knew he was going to spend the night. She was just concerned because he slept 1 hour later than he said he would. She would do other things to manipulate him, like verbally abuse him or tell him he's a bad son if he didn't do everything she wanted. She also set limits to how often and when he could come to my place, and I wasn't happy with this, obviously. I told him I thought it was ridiculous that she treated him like a child and that he's an adult and can go on dates whenever he wants. If she wants to know where he is, that's fine, but he shouldn't have to ask permission. We had a small argument about this, but he was obviously a mama's boy, so I dropped it. I still hadn't met his mom at this point, so who was I to judge? Another thing I'll mention is that one time he asked me to do a role play with him in which I wore his glasses and called him specifically sweetie. He was very clear that he wanted me to call him that. He told me he had a teacher fetish. I told him I wasn't into that kind of thing at all and that I was sorry. He asked a few times after that and never really dropped it, but I always said no. This is important later. After one particularly bad night, he came over to console me, and I told him I was feeling pretty depressed. In response, he asked me to marry him. This was only after just 1 month of dating. I laughed, thinking he was joking, but he didn't laugh. He just stared at me in the eyes. There was an awkward silence, and I said, "What?" He said, "I'm serious. I love you. I want to spend my life with you." I laughed at him and gave him a firm no. He looked disappointed but dropped it. I was concerned about this and confided in my friend. She said if it were her, she'd dump him. I thought it was quite strange, but I really relied on the emotional support he gave me, and he was very emotionally fragile at the time. So, I decided I'd just pretend it didn't happen. I'd like to mention I know I made mistakes and ignored red flags, but when I was with him, he often implied or even stated that I was too mentally unwell or unattractive to ever get anyone better than him. He said other manipulative things that made me feel like breaking up with him would be really bad for me. A few days later, I went to his place for the first time. He lived with his parents, so when his mom got home from work, I, of course, introduced myself. She seemed very skeptical of me and wouldn't shake my hand. She gave me a fake smile and said, "Hi," then started focusing all her attention on Luis. "Hi, sweetie," she said, giving him a big kiss on the lips. Yeah, she also wore very similar glasses to him and continued to call him sweetie all night. That was basically the only thing she called him. Sound familiar to anything else that I mentioned? Yeah, I was very much creeped out, but I kept my mouth shut. His mom never spoke to me, only ever talking to me if it was necessary, and I got a very weird vibe from her. I had only gone to her house and met her willingly one time more after this, and it went basically the same, except this time I was doing homework, and she kept making comments about how I was stupid because I couldn't do my homework on my own. I tried to argue with her, but Luis shut us both down, and we all moved on. His dad also lived there, but mostly said nothing and lurked around in the background, not saying much or staying in the basement. So, he's not really important to the story, just an interesting detail. Fast forward a few days. I was still talking to Luis, but I think he sensed I was growing distant from him. We had been together about a month and a half at this point. I get a text from Luis very late at night telling me he was upset and needed me. But I had a midterm the next day, and I told him, "I'm sorry, I can't be there." I needed to sleep and be at school in the morning for my midterm. He was very upset, so I suggested that he go to the hospital and told him I could meet him there after my midterm. He didn't respond. After a half hour, I got another text from him. He tells me he's outside my residence building and his mom drove him. I told him again I couldn't go to his place. He says that it's okay and that he just wanted to talk. I give in and go outside to meet him and go for a walk. He starts walking me in the direction of the parking lot, and I get a really bad feeling in my stomach. I don't know why, but I just felt scared. I said, "Why don't we walk this way?" and I try to turn and go the other direction. He says, "No, it's fine." He grabs my arm tightly. I don't know what else to do, so I say, "Luis, you're making me really uncomfortable. Why are you taking me to the parking lot?" I tend to be very concise when I'm stressed out. He said nothing and kept walking me in silence. I tried to pull my arm away, but he has a tight grip. "Luis," I said loudly. He says, "It's okay. Let me go home now." I say firmly, pulling my arm, no one else was around to help me, and I was terrified. "I don't think you want to do that," he says emotionlessly. "What?" "Yes, I do." I'm about to cry at this point. I was so confused and scared, and he starts explaining, "Listen, June, my mom is in the driveway, and if you don't get in the car soon, she's going to call the police and tell them that you're depressed and that you've threatened things. The police will come here and cause a scene, then hold you against your will." My brain started going a million miles a minute. I lived in a university residence and really didn't want the police to pick me up where everyone could see me and cause a scene. I also had been to the hospital before, and my school had warned me of possible repercussions if I tried to do such things on campus again, which he reminded me of. I was really confused and I felt betrayed. However, quickly weighing the pros and cons in my head, I thought about supporting my boyfriend when he needs me, and not causing a scene would be the easiest thing to do. Still not realizing what he was trying to do, I told him I wasn't happy about that, and I didn't want to be with him for much longer if he was going to treat me this way. But the threats continued, so I went to his car. I got there and saw his evil mother, Dora, with the most disgusting, ugly smirk on her face. I was just about to call the police when she said, "Luis stands beside me as I get in the back of the car, and he gets in the front, and she starts to drive." As the shock wore off, I realized that I was pissed. I started yelling that they were manipulating me, and I went off on Dora for manipulating her son and being a bad mother. I yelled at him for being a bad boyfriend. Meanwhile, Dora was screaming at me, calling me a bad girlfriend, and saying that I should leave Earth because I was such a bad influence on Luis. We had one of the most intense arguments I've ever had with anyone. I truly hate confrontation, and I honestly didn't know I was capable of so much rage. Dora then pulled over the car and said, "Get out." I lunged at the door, ready to run away, but she said, "I will call the police on you." I hesitated. Who will they believe, a reliable older lady with a respectable job or a little autistic hood rat like you? Especially with your history of mental health issues? Then she laughed. The situation dawned on me. I couldn't leave. While I hesitated, hands still on the door handle, she escalated her threats to tell the police that I assaulted her and her son after he tried to break up with me. She said, "In my car, you don't get to talk to me like that. So either be civil and quiet or get the hell out." Luis stayed quiet throughout the whole car ride, not defending himself or his mother, or even helping me, just stone cold and expressionless. I started crying and begging her to please let me go, to which she said, "You have every right to leave." But I felt like I had no option, so I swallowed my pride, apologized to Dora, and let myself get driven to their house. I tried texting my friend about what was going on, but she wasn't answering. Once we got there, it was like 2 or 3 in the morning. I wasn't sure because, of course, my phone had died. Great timing. Dora had been taunting me and making fun of me the whole way home, and I wasn't even able to defend myself after her new threats. I was still crying, and Luis helped me out of the car. He held on to me as I went inside. I don't know if it was because he wanted to get me in quickly or because I could barely move. I was crying so hard. They kept shushing me, and Dora raised her hand as if to slap me if I didn't shut up. In her words, so I held my tears until we got inside. Once we finally got inside, Luis brought me straight into his room. He asked if I wanted to watch a movie, but I just lay down on his bed and sobbed. He sat beside me and touched my arm in what would have been a comforting way under different circumstances. I pulled away, and he just quietly watched his videos, occasionally telling me that this was for the best. Now I couldn't hurt myself as long as he was protecting me. Now we could both be safe together. His dad was home, but the whole time everything was happening, he said nothing to me. He only came into Luis's room one time to give me a strange look and then leave. Really weird guy. Luis's mom came in a while later and told me to sit up and stop crying, saying that this was the best for me and Luis and that she was only doing this because she cared about us. I didn't have anything to say to her, so I just petted her dog and didn't make eye contact. She berated me, insulted me, and made fun of me with no reaction other than a few snide comments from me that Luis said were uncalled for. In more tears and silence, she then started going after me for petting the dog. "Why won't you make eye contact? What are you, autistic?" She then proceeded to call me an idiot and other slurs. All of this was even more disgusting because of her respectable job. She works with disabled teenagers. I ignored her, and then she started saying really hurtful things. Now, I can take an insult, but she crossed the line when she started talking about how my mother was abusive and how I deserved it. She could see why I was abused. My mother may have been abusive, but that crossed a line. She had no right to talk about that, and Louise had no right to tell her. She then went on to say that she was a much better mother and I should be grateful that she was doing this for me. The whole time I was there, she kept implying that this was in some sick way supposed to help me. I felt like I was only there for Luis to have someone with him, though. I lost it at the comments about my mom and started yelling at her about how she was the abusive one and worse than my mother, that I hated her. We had a screaming match for a while, and again, Luis didn't defend me and only said that I should listen to his mom. After more insults and yelling, she stormed off, and it was just me and Luis. I told him I was breaking up with him and that I wanted to leave now. He went to get his mom, who said I was just having a rough night and didn't mean it, and that we should both just sleep. They gave me pajamas to where I got dressed in his closet and went to bed, with him sleeping beside me. I wasn't afraid Luis was going to hurt me, don't worry, he didn't, not physically at least. He was more self-destructive than violent. But I was still uncomfortable sleeping beside him because I felt betrayed, scared, and even violated to a certain point. I wanted to leave more than anything. I felt like an animal in a cage. Then I got up and bolted to the front door, only for him to run behind me and grab me, with Dora blocking my way. I started screaming, "Let me go, please. I'm sorry, let me go." I was sobbing, trying to be as clear as I could through my tears. Dora looked at me like I was the most disgusting thing she had ever seen and scoffed at me. "Grow up," she said, and walked off. Luis brought me back to his room and locked the door. His mom came back, and he let her in a few minutes later. She had some kind of pill to help me sleep, she said, but I refused to take it. She kept insisting, and I kept saying no. "I'm not trying to poison you," she kept shouting, but I didn't trust that at all. Luis took one first to prove they were safe. After over an hour of arguing and Luis taking one, it was clear I wasn't going to have a choice. I pretended to take one at first, but she shoved one in my mouth after realizing I didn't take the other one. After a while, I felt very tired and fell asleep. I still don't know what she gave me, but it tasted awful. It was the kind that dissolves under the tongue. She had them in a clear plastic bag with no label. I woke up the next morning to find Luis and his mom in the kitchen eating breakfast. I saw my chance. I got dressed quickly, found my phone where he had hidden it, still not charged. He had my fare card for public transport in the case, though, so I pocketed my phone and quickly snuck to the door. Nothing had ever been so intense for me before. I put on my shoes quickly, opened the door, and ran. I ran like the wind, on the verge of tears and shaking. I had never run so fast. I didn't know the neighborhood well and didn't know how to get home, but I just needed to get away. I have no idea if they chased me or not, or if they even noticed right away. The dog stayed quiet. I eventually found a bus stop and got on the first bus that showed up. I pulled out my card, tapped it, and of course, it didn't have any money on it. My brain just buzzed. I had no way to get home. I needed to be on this bus and I had to get away. The bus driver shrugged and said, "You should have money." Meanwhile, I was still staring at my card. Then I just started crying. I practically fell over, crying so hard, trying to explain what was happening, but I was crying so hard and talking so fast that I made no sense. The bus driver said, "Whoa, are you okay?" I screamed, "No," and started crying harder. He quietly handed me a transfer. I thanked him and sat down quickly, noticing everyone staring at me. I put my hood up and cried quietly. I still didn't know how to get home, but I realized the bus was going to a subway station. Even though it was a long ride, I could get home from the station. As soon as we got there, I ran onto the subway, still crying and shaking. I probably looked like quite the sight. The subway eventually got to my school. Then I realized I couldn't go home because Luis knew where I lived. Thank God he would have called the police, I knew it. I didn't know what to do. I saw someone with a phone charger and ran over, asking if I could please charge my phone, that it was an emergency. Typical millennial me didn't know my friend's phone number. I charged my phone, face covered in tears and probably smudged mascara, and immediately texted my friend. I had told her right before my phone died that Luis and Dora wouldn't let me leave their car, and she had sent quite a few messages and had apparently tried to come to my house to look for me. I told her where I was and asked if I could go to her place. She lived somewhere else on campus. I got many messages from Luis as well. He just said that he needed me and that I needed him, and that I was making a huge mistake, absolutely anything and everything to try to make me respond. Now, you guys will probably judge me for this, but I went to visit him in the hospital. I don't know why, after all that, I decided to do this, but I did. After I got to the ER, nurses took me aside and asked if I was depressed. Of course, I said no. I was legally an adult, so they couldn't take Dora's word over mine and didn't hospitalize me. I told Luis we were over and I hoped he got better soon, but he was mad at me. He said his mom I was depressed and that she heard the nurses talking about how I was lying to get attention, and all this other stuff. I tried to defend myself to him, but I just left defeated, gave Dora the middle finger, and literally ran the hell out. I never looked back. I crashed at my friend's place that night and slept on her floor for a week. A while later, I got a text from one of Luis's friends, basically insinuating he was extremely depressed and that it was my fault. I told the guy that after what that family did to me, they could all go to hell and to never message me again. I blocked his number. I have no idea if Luis is alive or not to this day. But I did get some revenge in the end of story for another day. As you might have noticed, I didn't call the police. I did speak to a police officer about it eventually, and the concern was that Dora would be more reliable than me. I didn't have much evidence, but they said if I wanted, I could file a report. Honestly, I never did. Chu don't want to have anything to do with them anymore. On the evening of December 6, 1959, Dr. Law arrived home after a long day of work. Law was one of the most successful surgeons in the greater Los Angeles area and had even conducted speaking tours of various Ivy League universities. He was an exceptionally hard-working man, and this hard work had paid off in the form of an opulent Spanish colonial-style home in the neighborhood of Los Feliz. Law's wife Mary was hard at work decorating their home for the holidays, while their 3 children, 18-year-old Liam, 11-year-old Debbie, and 13-year-old Joseph, busied themselves with some homework before dinner. After a dinner so wholesome it could have been on the cover of a Christmas card, the children returned to their bedrooms to carry on their schoolwork while Mary retired to the master bedroom to read. Law also opted for the comfort of a good book and poured himself a drink before settling down in front of the fireplace to thumb through his copy of Dante's Divine Comedy. There he remained for the next few hours, long after his wife and children had gone to sleep. Yet instead of steadily progressing from chapter to chapter, Law was focused on one particular passage of the Divine Comedy. It was a line from Canto 1, one which read, "Midway upon the journey of our life, I found myself within a forest dark, for the straightforward pathway had been lost." It's not exactly clear why the line resonated with Law so much, but as he retired to bed, he couldn't seem to shake the passage from his mind. For the next few hours, Law lay in bed, trapped somewhere between dreams and consciousness. Finally, After 4 in the morning, Law quietly climbed out of bed, crept downstairs, then walked into the family kitchen. Careful to remain as quiet as possible, he retrieved a large, well-used ball-peen hammer from a toolbox that he kept under the sink, then walked back upstairs and back into his bedroom. There he silently stood over his sleeping wife, hammer tight in his grip, possibly contemplating the enormity of his intentions for a few moments before finally deciding to strike. When he did, Law raised the hammer high into the air, then ended Mary's life with a single blow. At least, it's commonly believed that Mary died instantly because she certainly didn't make enough noise to wake up her 3 sleeping children. Even so, to ensure that she was dead, Law began to smash his wife's skull to pieces, inflicting blow after devastating blow with the flat steel of his hammer. After murdering his wife, Law crept into his eldest daughter's room, intending to execute her in the exact same manner. Yet although she appeared to be asleep, Liam had been awakened by the sound of her father opening the door and was watching him from the corner of one eye as he quietly approached her bedside and raised the hammer. As Law attempted to execute her, Liam was able to raise an arm, deflecting the initial blow and potentially saving her life. Then, as her father attempted to finish her off, she began to scream so loud that it not only roused her siblings from their slumber but also woke the neighbors on both sides of the Perelson house. To silence her, Law struck his eldest daughter several times about the head and face, but it was too late. He could already hear the sound of his youngest daughter emerging from her bedroom, seeking the source of the disturbance. Law intercepted 11-year-old Debbie before she could enter her sister's room, then guided her back to bed under the pretense that she simply had a nightmare. He'd assumed that he'd beaten Liam unconscious and that he'd be able to simply creep back in and finish her off once he dealt with young Debbie. However, reassuring his younger daughter had taken much longer than he had initially anticipated, and after walking back into Liam's room, Law found it completely empty. Liam had escaped out of an open window, carefully sliding down a section of roof before jumping to the hard concrete below. Despite a nasty sprain, adrenaline propelled Liam to the door of a horrified neighbor who was quick to respond after having already heard her screams. This neighbor then alerted emergency services, and before long, the streets of Los Feliz were awash with the red and blue lights of ambulances and police cruisers. 11-year-old Debbie had not been fooled by her father's explanations, and while he stormed about the house trying to locate her older sister, Debbie had gathered up her brother before the pair of them fled the property. Having realized his home was quickly being surrounded by police and that his children had all managed to escape, Law prepared to defend himself with deadly force. As the teams of EMTs rushed the children to a nearby hospital, the cops closed in on their home and forced their way inside. They carefully advanced from room to room, calling out to Law, terrified he was waiting to ambush them from some unseen vantage point. After gaining access to the family bedroom, the police officers found Law lying on the floor of his ensuite bathroom, having ingested a fatal dose of prescription drugs. The crime scene alone told a grisly story of inexplicable and violent madness, yet the most important question remained unanswered. Why in the world had Law done something so utterly horrifying? During the initial phase of the investigation, the police questioned the Perelson neighbors but were told that the family were close-knit, loving, and showed no visible signs of discord. However, following a search of Liam's car, they found a letter which read, "We are on the merry-go-round again. Same problems, same worries, only tenfold. My parents are in a bind financially." The letter also mentioned how Liam intended to find a part-time job in order to help contribute to the family finances. Investigators began to theorize that Law had simply snapped under the pressure of their dire financial situation and had decided that taking his loved ones' lives was preferable to the misery of poverty and uncertainty. Yet the fact remained that Law neglected to leave any kind of note, and with Liam stating that her father made no attempt to explain his actions, his motivations were likely to remain a chilling mystery. The only clue Law ever gave was leaving his copy of the Divine Comedy open with that same line highlighted, "Midway upon the journey of our life, I found myself within a forest dark, for the straightforward pathway had been lost." Once they were well enough, the three Perelson children were reunited, then sent out east to live with relatives. They have since dropped off the radar, and it's commonly believed they've changed their names to avoid any association with their father's crimes. Many years later, once the media firestorm had died down, the mansion was sold off at auction, with the proceeds going to settle the estate's debts and the remainder going to the children. Initially, the auctioneers were extremely skeptical that the home would sell, as they were legally obliged to inform potential buyers of the home's history. Yet to their surprise, one couple seemed very interested in purchasing the home. Julian and Emily Enriquez didn't seem in the least bit disturbed by the mansion's dark past, and their single solitary bid secured the home at an extremely reasonable price. Yet instead of making the mansion their permanent residence, the new owners only visited the home on rare occasions. Neighbors said Julian and Emily would show up in the dead of night before carrying large trunks or pieces of furniture inside. They would never sleep there and appeared to use it for nothing but storage. But some in the neighborhood began to theorize the couple's nightly activities were much more sinister. After all, why would they be so interested in purchasing a home so many believed to be haunted? When Julian and Emily Enriquez passed away in 1994, ownership of the mansion passed to their son Rudy. Neighbors had long since grown sick of how the mansion's rotting carcass dragged down nearby property values and hoped that Rudy would quickly renovate and sell the place. Yet after a few months, it appeared that Rudy was doing exactly the same thing as his parents, showing up in the dead of night, then dragging a variety of unusual-looking items up the driveway and into the house. Rudy also appeared to have enlisted the aid of a variety of unsavory-looking people, although what exactly he needed their help with remained a mystery. One neighbor claimed that after questioning a group of shady-looking visitors to the home, the group claimed that they were ghost hunters and camped in the mansion's backyard for several days while they conducted a series of paranormal surveys. The presence of the ghost hunters briefly reignited the media firestorm surrounding the Law murders, and Rudy Enriquez was forced to publicly deny that he believed the house was haunted. Yet he certainly seemed okay with granting access to those that did, which in turn was judged as being in very poor taste. To keep the old mansion rotting and abandoned was one thing, but to use it to profit from a horrifying murder was beyond the pale. The move forced Rudy to admit the opposite was true and that it was him paying for ghost hunter services, although frustratingly he refused to elaborate further. The presence of ghost hunters and the subsequent media interest seemed to solidify the home's reputation as being haunted by the spirits of Law and Mary. It became known as the Los Feliz Murder Mansion, a tourist attraction for the more macabre-minded visitors to LA. Many famous paranormal investigators have also visited the murder mansion, with some boasting of discoveries and evidence either real or imagined, often in the form of hearing voices and whispers while roaming the outside of the house. One such investigator told the press that he felt the presence of extreme energy inside the home and that a number of so-called orbs had been photographed in the mansion's upstairs bedrooms. To the skeptics among us, the presence of so-called orbs is explained by a heavy amount of dust or other such debris in the air. Naturally, being such an old derelict home, the Los Feliz mansion would have been a veritable dust trap. But there's just one problem with this explanation. In order for orbs to appear, dust needs to be thick in the air, and the only two things that can stir it up in such a way are strong exterior winds causing drafts or the physical presence of something inside the house. The paranormal investigators have claimed that they photographed the exterior of the house before they ever entered and that orbs appeared in these photographs, meaning that either strong winds had stirred up dust in the home that day or that someone or something had been moving around in the house shortly before their arrival. Whether you believe in such phenomenon or not, the reports certainly make for chilling listening, but it still seems redundant considering the abject horror of the original crime. Dr. Law's reasons for wanting to murder his wife and children remain a complete and utter mystery. It's easy to blame the family's financial problems, but such self-destructive behavior seems completely out of character for a man who so dearly cherished his hard-won success. As cryptic as it may be, I believe the best clue to Harold's mindset lies in his choice of literature during his final few hours. Dante's Divine Comedy tells the story of a single dead soul which travels through hell and purgatory before eventually reaching heaven. The soul witnesses God's divine rewards for just souls, but they also witness the horrific punishments meted out to the hordes of mortal sinners who find themselves condemned to hell. Some have suggested that Dr. Law was seeking reassurance for his actions, reasoning if it was a sin to murder them if the goal was to save them from a life of misery. But there are others who report that the passage from Canto 1, the one which seemed to hold Harold captive, was in reference to his own sanity. Midway upon the journey of our life, I found myself within a forest dark, for the straightforward path had been lost. Harold hadn't lost his way in life. What he mourned that night was the loss of his mind. I had a vague idea of what this country was: meatball heads in the northeast, Dixieland to my south, and way out across the country was the hippie whole west coast. Now, that's obviously a grossly oversimplified version of American culture, and those of you that took offense might be glad to know that I paid for my ignorance, because this is a big, wide country we live in, and there are places and people so radically different than ourselves, and the generic big city lifestyles we're all so used to that meeting them can be downright freaky. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Little Havana down in Miami is one of the most baller places on earth, but sometimes, different can be dangerous. So, in early 2018, I saw a post from a girl on Reddit's r4 sub saying she was stuck in her dorm board and wanted someone to talk to. She seemed pretty chill, but after creeping on her profile and finding out she was hot, I was psyched when she messaged me back and we got to talking. We got along even better than I thought we would. And it turned out we had a little chemistry too. So after flirting back and forth for a couple of weeks, we started to talk about hooking up. The only trouble was she was more than 500 miles away in Knoxville, Tennessee, which is like an 8-hour drive from Baltimore. She couldn't visit me because of school commitments, and the car I had at the time would have fallen apart as soon as it hit the interstate. It took me like 4 months to switch up my ride and stack some spending money, but once I had, I was itching to hit the road and hook up with my Reddit boo. Driving down the I-81 was simple enough, but since it was my first ever long-distance drive, it wasn't long before I messed up and took a wrong turn. It was right after I hit Roanoke, Virginia. I pulled into this little town called Blacksburg to get something to eat. Then a little after driving out of town, I started seeing signs saying, "Welcome to West Virginia," and stuff, which was most definitely not on my planned route. It was no big deal. Just a minor hiccup, and I figured I could just swing back southwest to get back on the interstate. But navigating those country roads proved to be easier said than done, and it wasn't long before casually lost became hopelessly lost, and by the time I rolled into this little one-stop light town, I wasn't even sure what state I was in. To give you an idea of what this little town was like, I saw 1 post office and 3 churches in the space of a couple hundred meters. I assume that isn't all that unusual for a small Bible Belt town, but the weird thing was that there wasn't a soul out in the streets. It reminded me of Sunday mornings in Greek town when almost everyone would pack into the Orthodox churches, but this was a Friday afternoon. That being said, the fact that there were like 50 cars and trucks parked outside this one church told me everything I needed to know, and if I wanted directions, it was looking like I was going to have to interrupt the little afternoon worship session. It's not like I hadn't seen anything weird in a church before. Like I've mentioned, I grew up in Greek Orthodox, and some of those priests looked like they moonlight as wizards. That's not to mention all the carpet kissing, holy haircuts, and crawling marathons that go on. But I've never seen anything like what was going on in this country church, and unlike the love thy neighbor Christianity that I feel like most of us are familiar with, these people were anything but welcoming. Walking into that church caused this record scratch moment where the guy at the pulpit just stops talking and looks up at me. This causes everyone, and I mean everyone, to spin around in their pew to look at me. I tried to speak up, but with all those eyes on me, I just sort of seized up. By the time I got it together to say anything, the guy at the pulpit cuts me off like, "You from the government?" Now bear in mind, I'm wearing Hawaiian shorts and a George Carlin shirt. I'm about 240 at the time, completely bald. And I have a front tooth missing. I look as far from a Fed as you can possibly imagine, but still, this guy is looking at me like I'm some kind of narc. I started explaining that I'm just looking for directions, but the guy cuts me off yet again and tells me, "Patience is a virtue, son. Take a seat, we're almost done here." Now, I know I should have just left and bought a map from a truck stop like a grown-up, but I was young, dumb, and full of, so my logic was just, get directions, get to girl, instead of stopping to consider that I might be way out of my depth. For a while, the atmosphere among the congregation was tense but still subdued. Their eyes were glued to the pulpit and their mouths were glued shut, but as the preacher's tone and intensity built, so did the energy and their responses and reactions. The first thing that really keyed me into the fact that these people weren't all there was the whole speaking in tongues thing. I heard it was still a thing that happened. But you don't see anything like that in Baltimore unless some dope fiend smokes too much spice, which is certainly no cause for celebration. But when this regular-looking guy jumps up out of his seat and starts jabbering this complete nonsense, the congregation was hooting and hollering like it was the greatest thing they'd ever seen. And while not necessarily the scariest thing I'd ever seen, it was incredibly jarring to actually see it with my own eyes. I'm already incredibly nervous, but I figured if I just keep my mouth shut and let them do their thing, I'll be out of there with a solid route back to I-81. Only the next thing I know, I hear the preacher calling out for their guest to join them at the head of the congregation. I just remember thinking, he can't be talking about me. There's no way he's talking about me, but that was pure wishful thinking on my part, because once again, the whole congregation turns around to look at me. "Come on up, son," the preacher's words were like daggers in my gut. I get pretty bad stage fright and anxiety as it is, but the idea of exposing myself to those people was almost too much to bear. I start making a show of saying, "No, thank you," trying to politely decline the guy's offer, standing briefly to address the guy before I sit back down. Only right when I do, I hear this voice in my ear like, "You'll get up there if you know what's good for you, city boy." I turn around, and standing behind me is this freaking werewolf of a man, incredibly hairy and wide as he was tall. Dude could have crushed my skull with one hand if he wanted, and he was blocking my route to exit. Suddenly, it didn't look like I had much of a choice anymore. So in spite of my legs feeling like worn jello, I made my way to the head of the congregation and awaited my fate. The first minutes or so were like appearing on a game show that I really didn't want to be on. The preacher asked me what my name was and where I was from in a weird way, too, asking me, "Were you given a Christian name, son?" I tell him my name is Nick, and I'm from Baltimore, that I'm just passing through town on my way to Knoxville. He asked me why I'm going to Knoxville, if I had family there, and I just nod instead of telling him the adulterous truth. Then he starts saying how outsiders have always plagued their community, how they try to protect their prim and proper ways onto good country folks, stuff like that. Then he starts talking about how they, who they were, I have no idea, tried to string up his grandpa in the 40s for handling, so now I'm really confused. What had he been handling, and why had they tried to kill him for it? Not knowing made the whole thing even worse for me, and I could actually feel the sweat dripping down my back as I got more and more nervous. I've told this story a bunch of times before, and one or two people knew exactly what handling meant in the context of some country preacher, but I didn't. If I had known, I'd have just rolled through that entire town content to be lost and ladyless. Because the one thing I'm more scared of than anything else on the face of the earth is snakes. But what was the one thing that crazy preacher pulled out of these wicker baskets he had up there with him? A freaking snake, and not just any old snake, a legit rattlesnake. At first, I just froze. I didn't know fear like that even existed, the kind where you can literally not move for a few seconds as you're confronted with your literal worst fear, that deer in the headlights effect. Jesus Christ, I can still hear the sound of its rattle like it was yesterday, like, you just don't get how loud those things can be until you actually hear it for yourself. It's a sound that says, get away from me, dude. I'm not to be messed with, and it doesn't need translating for you to know what it means. But here's this preacher guy just straight up holding it in his hands and smiling like it's the most normal thing in the world. Not just that, but you'd think he'd be super careful handling a freaking rattlesnake. But this guy is like bouncing it up and down in time with some old church music that starts playing out of an old stereo, all the while the congregation is hooting and hollering like it's the greatest thing they'd ever seen. You'd think you'd want to keep that thing nice and chill, but nope. If I was nervous, you can only imagine how that snake must have been feeling. So, like I said, I'm just frozen for a few moments until the preacher makes a move toward me with the snake in his arms. I wasn't frozen after that, let me tell you, and I just about bolted off the stage and toward the main entrance to the chapel. I channeled all the touch football agility from my middle school years to feint and dodge the 300-pound werewolf dude on the way out, sprinted to my car, and then just took off out of town at what felt like a buck and change. I've done some stupid things in the pursuit of females in my time, but walking into that little chapel tops the list by far. I had no idea snake handling was even a thing until then. And after I Googled it, I saw that dozens of snake handlers have died in the past. But that's not the stat that matters, it's how often they get bit. It messes up the muscles in people's arms and hands because they get bit so much, like it happens a lot. And after seeing how that preacher was handling his rattlesnake, I'm not the least bit surprised. Anyway, I made it to Knoxville a couple of hours later extremely shaken but in one piece. I hooked up with the Reddit girl, and after telling the story of accidentally walking into a snake handler chapel, I got all kinds of sympathy nookie. So I suppose all's well that ends well. Just know that as much as we're all Americans and all that patriotic stuff, there are places out there where outsiders are anything but welcome. Getting run out of somewhere probably sucks, but not nearly as much as losing your life because of some mentally deficient guy throwing a friggin' rattlesnake right at you. This happened in the early summer of 2020, right when COVID was at its peak. I'm sure most of you can relate to staying at home during quarantine and not being able to go out. With the constant boredom of staying locked away inside of my house, I decided to take a day for a fishing trip. My name is Edgar. I'm 17 years old now, but the events that I'm about to tell you happened about 5 years ago. It started with me and my grandfather Richard. We were going fishing just like we had many times before in our little boat in the middle of the lake. I loved those moments with my grandfather. It was relaxing, and he would tell me stories all day long. One day, it all changed, however, a day I wish never happened. Still, after 5 years, I'm not forgetting any details. It still burned deep into my mind. It started out normal enough. We gathered our fishing gear, got it in the back of our truck, and hopped in. We headed out for the lake, and the drive went by smoothly. After we got there, we transferred all our gear from the truck into the boat and got in ourselves, letting the water carry the boat as we made our way a bit deeper. It was beautiful out in the water, surrounded by nature, our boat gently rocking left and right. It was a great lifestyle, and we both loved it. As we were casting our fishing rods, my grandpa telling me one of his stories, I noticed something glinting a bit in front of our boat. I pointed it out to my grandfather, who decided to try and fish it out. Maybe it was a necklace or something, and we thought that it would be cool if we found something like that in the water. As my grandfather cast his line and started to roll it back, I could see he didn't catch the shiny object. He did catch something, though. I could see it even under the water. As he pulled the object out, we could both see that it was a bone. Weird, we thought, but nothing out of the ordinary. It was small enough to be a fish bone or something, so we just cast a line again. This time, however, the line seemed to struggle with the weight, but we could see the shiny object coming up. As he was bringing it out, I could see the object was attached to something bigger, but in the water, I thought it could just be some random trash laying around. As he got it out of the water, however, it all changed. What we saw in front of us was, without a doubt, a human skull, and there was a pendant attached around one of its eye sockets. My grandfather quickly tossed the fishing rod from his hands, and he wanted to go home immediately. We didn't bring cell phones, so we had to get back home to call the police. We made it back, and in a rush, we jumped into the truck as he sped off. It was slowly starting to get dark as we made our way home, the forest surrounding us. I thought I could see a shadowy figure running along our side in the forest on multiple occasions. I didn't bring it up to my grandpa, however, because it looked like it was a humanoid but running on 4 legs, and I was sure humans can't run that fast, so I just thought it was my imagination because I was scared. When we got home, my grandpa called the police and told them where the lake was and that there was a fishing pole there too. Some officers came to our house to get a report, and we explained how we came across it. They thanked us for our time and were on their way as me and my grandfather watched behind. That night, I had trouble sleeping, waking up multiple times to see a shadowy figure in the corner of my room, just for it to be gone after I blinked again. I woke up the next morning feeling tired, like I had just run a marathon instead of sleeping. I went downstairs, and my mom had already cooked me some waffles for breakfast, which made the morning a bit more bearable. I loved waffles. I finished up eating and headed outside to play with my friends, but I could never shake the feeling of being watched. When I brought it up to my friends, they would say that they felt normal and that I'm just paranoid. I believed them. I hadn't seen anything, after all, and I was ruining fun for myself and them because of my paranoia. It still didn't help. In fact, every day that went by, the feeling became stronger and more frequent. It had gotten to the point where I didn't want to leave the house at all, because I was feeling unsafe. When my grandfather saw me acting strange, he asked me what was wrong. I don't know, Grandpa. I saw something moving parallel to our car when we were coming back from that lake, I said, expecting him to comfort me and say how everything is going to be fine. What I saw instead was a pure look of terror and panic on my grandfather's face as he got up and frantically paced around the room. They followed us. I should have known they'd follow us. They never found that damned skull. It was a trap all along, he said as I saw a couple of tears forming in his eyes. Why the hell did you tell me this now? Why didn't you tell me earlier? He yelled as I started to cry, thinking I had done something terrible. I'm sorry, Grandpa. I thought it was my mind playing tricks on me because I was scared. I couldn't. I trailed off as tears coated my cheeks and dripped from my face. My grandpa didn't even look at me as he headed for the stairs. "We're doomed," I could hear him mumble as he made his way up. I couldn't sleep at all that night. I felt guilty. I didn't know why my grandfather was so upset. Sure, I could sometimes see a figure in the shadows or feel something watching me, but it never affected me otherwise. When it was about 4 a.m. and I could finally feel my eyes getting heavy, I could hear some sort of chanting sound mixed with buzzing. Right after that, I heard a loud crash in the hallway. I didn't know what it was, but I was too scared to look. I stayed in my bed until I heard my mom scream loudly. I jumped out of bed, not caring about the fear anymore, thinking something bad had happened to my mother. As I rushed out to the hallway, I saw my mother crying over my grandpa, who was lying on the floor. When I got closer, I saw the reason she was crying. My grandpa looked like he had drowned, blue color enveloping his skin, his clothes wet. I couldn't hold my vomit in any longer. I puked all over the floor, feeling nauseous and lightheaded as I passed out. I woke up in my room, my mother sitting next to me on a chair. She hugged me after I woke up and cried on my shoulder. I asked her if Grandpa was dead, and she just nodded her head. His lungs were full of water. No one knows how it happened or how he got to the hallway in that condition. It was all a mystery. My mother did, however, report that she heard whispered chants along with buzzing. After I told her I heard the same thing, she was shocked, thinking it was all in her head from the lack of sleep she'd been getting recently. We both went to bed that night, my eyes growing heavy as soon as I lay down on the bed. I dozed off almost immediately from exhaustion, but I was awoken by the sound of whispered chanting and buzzing coming from the hallway. Thinking it was whatever had killed my grandfather, I stayed in my room, silent as the night outside my house. That was until about 20 minutes later, I once again heard my mother scream and then gurgle like she was drowning. I jumped out of bed again, but as soon as I reached for the door, the sound stopped. As I opened it, I could see my mother in the same state my grandfather was the night before, blue skin, wet clothes. I started crying uncontrollably for hours until I finally found myself going to the phone and dialing 911. An ambulance and police officers came. I don't remember any of it. The funeral, those couple of days went by in a blur. I found myself in a foster home right up until last month. They let me come back to my property because I was turning 18 soon. As I'm recording this, there is a sound in front of my door. It sounds like whisper chanting and buzzing. I think they are waiting until 12 a.m. when I turn 18. This is probably my last day here, and I wanted to post this as a warning to everyone. If there is a shiny object in the water while you're fishing, turn around and go home. It's not worth it. I live in South Florida, a place where it's notorious to go fishing. My state was still on lockdown, but I didn't care. I drove about an hour's drive away to Key West and went under a bridge to where I was sure I would get a decent catch. The waves were a little rough, but it didn't matter. Fast forward to about 30 minutes later, I'm still fishing, waiting for a bite. I look to my left and see what appeared to be a blue tarp setup behind one of the pillars of the bridge. I thought nothing of it, but for whatever reason, I looked back and saw a man standing there looking at me. To be honest, he kind of startled me as I jumped a little bit and nodded my head as a hello. However, he didn't seem to acknowledge my greeting as he kept staring at me with this blank expression I couldn't even describe. By the looks of it, he looked homeless, worn, torn clothes and had a full-on white beard, kind of like what you would picture as your typical old fisherman. What made me unsettled, however, was that his right hand was always behind his back. I pretended to concentrate on fishing, but I could still feel his gaze looking at me. Suddenly, he then jumps into the water and is swimming directly toward me. Even with the rough waves and the current from under the bridge, he was extremely fast. I was out from under that bridge in less than 15 seconds and got in my car with my foot glued to the gas pedal. I also left my stuff behind as, obviously, my life was more worth saving than that. I drove about a few miles where I stopped at a gas station for a snack and then proceeded to go home. What that man was going to do to me or what he wanted, I don't know. I assumed he was probably a dangerous homeless person who didn't like people near where he lived. The next day, I drove back to the bridge and tried to get my stuff, only to find it gone. Not only that, but the blue tarp and the man were also gone. Nothing was left except for an old hunting knife left on one of the platforms where the pillars were held up. After seeing it, I knew that's probably what he was hiding behind his back. When I was 25, I had to move out of state for work. I still work with the company, but I've been able to move back to my hometown and work at the local office here. But at the time, I needed somewhere to live that wouldn't be bank-breaking. I made a posting on basically all the websites for a roommate, Instagram, Craigslist, Twitter, and even on my neighborhood subreddit. I had a guy named Chad reach out to me on Instagram stating he had a room available in his place. I looked at his pictures to see if he looked like a somewhat normal guy, and he did. I was open to the idea of having a male roommate as long as they seemed normal, even though my parents were very against it. Chad and I FaceTimed, during which he gave me a virtual tour of the place. Apparently, he owned the place outright. It was a modest house in the middle of town, only a 15-minute drive from where my office would be. He also seemed pretty nice. I didn't get any bad vibes at all. His price was fair, and his rules were pretty fair too. He said it was available to move in right away, which was perfect. So it was settled. A week later, I had all my things packed and drove down. I met Chad right out front of the house where he greeted me and handed me a key. The first thing I noticed about him was that he was really short, eye level with me. He helped me bring some of the bigger and heavier bags inside. He showed me my room, which was already furnished. He said one of his friends had been living there and recently moved out. I replaced all the pillows and bed sheets with my own, of course. The rest of that day was spent settling in. Chad, I could see, was trying to get to know me and presumably make me feel at home. I didn't get any overly friendly vibes yet. The next day was Sunday. Chad offered to drive me around town to show me around. I wasn't eager to, but I said sure just to get off on a good start with him. He drove us around town, showing me where the good shopping centers and restaurants were. But then he offered to get us lunch. I really wasn't hungry, and he was suggesting a sit-down lunch, almost like a date. I didn't want him to get any kind of wrong idea. I just needed a room. I said I wasn't hungry, and then he right away suggested we go grab drinks somewhere instead. I politely shot it down too, saying I don't drink on work nights. He was being a bit pushy, saying, "Come on, just a couple drinks." I still maintained my politeness and said another time. He gave up and went really quiet all of a sudden, like he was upset. I'll admit, I was slightly uncomfortable, but nothing I couldn't handle yet. That week was my first week at work, so my attention was focused mostly on adjusting to the work week. It wasn't until a few days into the week that I got home, did my laundry, and noticed my hamper full of clothes seemed moved, like the clothes weren't how I remembered they were left. And it wasn't until I was loading the washing machine that I noticed a pair of my underwear was missing. I checked my room top to bottom like 5 times. It was gone. I had a disturbing thought. What if Chad? No, I refused to believe that just yet, and there was no chance in hell I would confront him and ask him that. Still, I was now starting to wish there was a lock on the bedroom door. That weekend, I bought a lockable doorknob from Ace Hardware, and while Chad wasn't home, I swapped out the current doorknob with the new one. Now I could leave the place in peace. I figured I'd tell Chad the next time I saw him. He didn't come home that night, though. He must have been working. His schedule seemed pretty random. That night, I awoke to banging on my bedroom door. It was Chad. He was saying my name, and he didn't sound happy. I checked the time, and it was like 1:30 in the morning. I decided I would pretend I was asleep. I was honestly kind of scared to open the door. I had a feeling it had to do with the doorknob, and I was right. The next morning, I woke up to a bunch of texts from Chad saying, "We need to talk. Be home after work." I simply responded, "Is this about the doorknob?" And he responded back, "Yes." I apologized to him and said I was planning on telling him. He replied back, "It comes off today." I was getting incredibly nasty and weird vibes from his tone. My next response, I thought out a little longer and basically said how I hoped he could sympathize and understand that I'm a girl and I just feel safer being able to have privacy in my room. He responded a little nicer this time, but he still basically said no to my request and that the old doorknob needs to go back on. I was confused and upset, but I had to respect his rules. I did also install it without telling him, so I felt like he had a right to be kind of mad. But how did he know I changed it? It's not like I had the old doorknob sitting out in the open. The idea that he tried coming into my room that night kind of scared me. I changed the doorknob back the next day and returned to Ace. This is where things went really downhill, though. There was a knock at the door one day when Chad wasn't home. It was a girl around my age. She asked me if I was living here with Chad, and I said yes. She warned me to get out of there immediately, that Chad has multiple restraining orders against him from different girls and he's known to be a very dangerous, creepy stalker. I was at a loss for words. I asked her how she knew I was here. She said she knew that he was trying to rent his room and that it's not surprising he opted to have a girl move in. She said she saw me moving in and wanted to wait till he wasn't home to come warn me. I thanked her so much. I truly was terrified now. I had already paid Chad for the entire month, and I didn't know what to do. She said she would help me in any way she could. I took her number, and she left. I started packing my things and looking for other places I could move to. I found something across town, a studio apartment sublet for a little more money. I contacted the poster of the ad, and she told me I could move in as soon as possible. Perfect. Now I just needed to tell Chad and get my money back. I started packing some of my stuff into my car and I texted him that I'd have to be moving out tomorrow as something with my family came up and I needed to go home. He didn't answer. He got back to the house about an hour later and asked me about my text. I came up with my best fake story possible, and he said yeah, he'll give me the money back tomorrow after he goes to the bank. I was super relieved. About an hour later, he knocked on my door and then said, "Did by some chance some girl say something to you?" I simply said, "No, what do you mean?" And he said, "Never mind. It just seems like you're running away out of here for another reason." I insisted that it was purely because of the family reasons. He said okay and left. Sadly, the story didn't end there. I woke up that night and screamed at the top of my lungs when I saw a black figure sitting on the end of the bed. It was Chad. He turned and put his hand on my mouth and went, "Shoo." I said, "Please don't hurt me," and he responded, "Why would I hurt you? I knew someone said something to you. Don't believe what these girls say." I said, "You're scaring me, and this part is still just as insane to me as it was in that moment." He started to caress my leg and he said, "I don't mean to scare you," right after I said he was scaring me. I got out of the bed and ran for the door, and he screamed at me to stop. I ran outside with my phone in hand and called the police. I hid in the bush until they showed up and I explained the entire situation to them. They made Chad come outside and give his side of the story. Basically, I told them I just want to get all my stuff out of the room and I'm leaving. So the cops stayed there as I collected the remainder of my stuff and brought it all to my car. I also insisted on Chad then owing me the money back while the police were there, and he did so. Actually, the whole time the police were there he tried his best to act like some normal dude. I could tell one of the officers then pulled me to the side to tell me that this guy had been arrested before for other incidents with women, but Chad denied ever coming in my room or touching me or anything, so it was all he said, she said. I left the house and went straight to a hotel for the night. The next day I moved into the studio apartment. Luckily, the girl who posted it was able to facilitate my quick move-in. I have never, and will never, live with another man who's not my boyfriend or husband ever again, or just anyone I don't know for that matter. I was working as a waiter at Waffle House, choosing to work the third shift because I had the best hourly pay and brought in pretty good tips due to us being the only 24/7 diner in the entire town. It took me about a year to save up enough money to rent a place in the city and get out of the middle of nowhere, but in that time, I saw quite a few things that still stick with me to this day. By and large, most of the customers I had were truckers and other random people traveling on the interstate through the middle of the night. The town was just a stopover point, not a destination. The so-called locals consisted of farmers and ranchers from the surrounding area, and anyone else like me worked in the fast food and hotel chains clustered around the interstate exit. The final and yet most characteristic residents of that depressing cesspit of a town were the vagrants, hitchhikers, tweakers, and destitute opportunists that had been stranded with us. They could be stuck there from anywhere to a few days to several years, clinging to the parking lots and awnings that were the only meager shelter for dozens of miles in any direction, panhandling for whatever they could until they got lucky enough to get a ride to somewhere else. Really, the only stressful part of my job was dealing with these people. In the beginning, I tried to be empathetic. After all, they are human. However, it didn't take long to end up like my usual coworker, the cook who had been there for 10 years and had seen just about everything. His name was Tony, and the only thing separating him from them was a steady position at the grill. Nobody ever got a chair thrown at them, as far as I know, but Tony was prone to throwing turners and other utensils at anyone who got on his bad side. I usually followed his lead based on his body language. He knew who was trouble and who wasn't. However, even with Tony as a reliable backup, things sometimes got out of hand. There was this one night that I'll never forget. I don't remember what day of the week it was, but all I know was that it had been unusually slow that night. It was around 3 a.m. when this guy walked in, and even I knew something was not right about him. He was wearing soiled clothes and a completely torn-up jacket, covered head to toe in dust, and he was in a completely panicked state of mind. The weird thing was that he said nothing as he ran past us, clutching his right arm to his chest, and immediately locking himself in the bathroom. Tony and I rolled our eyes at the same time, thinking, here we go again. Although I think we both had a feeling this wasn't a regular hobo bathroom emergency or a tweaker looking for a private place to do their thing. That's when I asked Tony, doesn't he kind of look familiar? He brushed it off at first, but then after a short conversation, we realized that he had been inside about 2 hours ago, desperately asking all the customers for rides until eventually, we had to kick him out for being a disturbance. It seemed he obviously hadn't had any luck getting a ride, but something else had happened to him too. I became worried. If that guy needed help, it would be a while before an ambulance could get to him and even longer for them to take him to a hospital. Tony told me to take care of it, so I ran to check on the only customer we had in the store at the time and got them on their way. When I took the bathroom keys and went to check on our stranger in distress, I knocked on the door pretty loud. I asked if everything was okay. There was a pause, then finally a distraught voice answered me. I think I'm really hurt. I just need a ride. Suddenly, I knew something was seriously wrong. The sound of his voice made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I fumbled with the key ring as I told him I was about to open the door. Sir, if you need help, I have to come in there, I shouted. No. The stranger screamed. You have to come get me. I stopped for a second, confused, but then I snapped out of it and shoved the key in the lock. I turned it and opened the door to a terrifying sight. The bathroom was empty, completely empty. No injured man, no blood, no dust, just nothing. It was as clean as it had been since I last cleaned it, as if nobody had been in there at all. In fact, it even looked cleaner than that. What's going on in there? Tony shouted from the kitchen. I was just at a loss. I let the bathroom door close and stepped back. I looked at Tony and told him the truth. There's nobody in there, I said. Don't give me that. Tony shouted. See for yourself. I told him, and he did. He stormed over and barged through the bathroom door. I saw him go blank, just like I did when he saw it, the impossible absence of a person. He turned around and looked inside the women's room too, but again, nothing. Nobody in there. In raw disbelief, we gathered ourselves behind the counter. We interrogated each other uselessly, thinking one of us must have let him slip by unnoticed. However, we both knew we had been on high alert since the second he came in. There was no way either of us would have missed him leaving within a fraction of a second. Our conversation ended abruptly when we both saw the same thing out of the corner of our eyes. The stranger was somehow outside, looking at us through the window. He still had his right arm stuffed out of sight, but now, as we got a better view of his face, we saw that wasn't his only problem. His face was bloody, like he'd been hit with a brick. His nose was broken, his lip was split and missing a piece, showing us his cracked and missing teeth. One of his eyes seemed completely swollen over, but the one that was open was gushing blood. Tony and I didn't move a muscle. We didn't even breathe for a second. After a few horrible seconds of realizing what was happening, I finally thought to call 911. But as soon as the idea occurred to me, the man started to move. He turned to the side and started to limp across the big front window. We watched him in silence as he made it all the way to the corner of the window, where it wrapped around to the other side. What the hell? I whispered, only for Tony to quickly shush me. It was at that moment I saw he had gone pale and wide-eyed, which only terrified me even more. Something about this man had gotten through Tony's defenses, and that meant we were not prepared. Before we could say anything else, we heard a crash from the back room. We both ran inside and searched for the source of the noise. It was coming from the walk-in freezer. Somebody was tearing things up and freaking out. Tony ran up there and threw open the door, and there he was, the guy. He had ripped open a box of burger patties and was clutching a handful of meat, pressing it to his right arm like an ice pack. When he saw us, he froze. The patties dropped from his hand and revealed the condition of his arm. His hand was stuck in a thumbs-up position, but his wrist had been snapped clean off, and his hand was dangling from the rest of his arm by a thread of skin. After a terrifying moment of deer-in-headlight stares, the stranger bolted from the freezer, crashing through both me and Tony. He sprinted outside, screaming, before we had a chance to react. I stumbled to my feet as Tony ran out to the dining area, locked the front doors, and switched off all the lights. Then he pushed me back into the back room and started yelling at me. "How could you leave the back door unlocked?" he yelled. "No, look. It's still locked." I pointed to the back door, and sure enough, it was locked now. Absolutely nothing was making sense, but we gave up on trying to decipher it for the rest of the night until the sun came up and the morning crew came in. We kept the doors locked and stayed out of sight. When we were finally freed from our nightmare of a shift and set out into the world, we noticed the train of police and paramedics on the freeway right outside of town. We asked around only to find out that a man had been killed in a hit-and-run right there at the off-ramp not even 1,000 feet from the Waffle House. He died sometime after midnight, but his body lay on the shoulder undiscovered until daylight. His corpse was mangled, but his thumb was still sticking straight up from trying to hitch a ride. Of course, by the afternoon, they had scraped him off the pavement and washed away his blood until the spot where he died was cleaner than I'd ever seen it. When things hit the fan with my parents, I had to move out. I was down on my luck living situation-wise and could only crash on the couches of my friends for so long. I was looking on all the roommate and apartment apps and websites, and I found something that caught my eye on this app. A man named Owen had listed a room for rent in his 3-bedroom, 1-story house. The rent price was $1,300 a month. He'd basically be my landlord and roommate, as he would also be living in the house. He made sure to note on the ad that he'd be out of the house most of the time and that the renter would have the place to themselves often. He did put in all capital letters a few ground rules though, including no parties, no large gatherings, no drinking in the living room, and no use of the basement. They seemed like pretty standard rules. I went to view the house in person and meet Owen. The second he opened the door, I got a bit of a read on him that he was a little reclusive. His demeanor was quiet and a little awkward. He showed me the house, and I could tell he was nervous because his voice would shake and he would stutter. The bedroom was a good size and the actual floor plan of the house was good. It was an open layout, meaning the kitchen, living room, and dining room were all one big open space. For $1,300 a month in my area, it was a steal. He laid out some more ground rules in person and he emphasized again how I can't go in the attic or the basement as he used them for storage only. Sounded fair enough. On the spot, I told him I was interested. We shook hands, I left, and 2 days later I was moving in. We didn't draft any sort of lease or contract. I was just going to be paying him off the books month to month, the first day of every month. I had settled in pretty quickly. The bedroom I was renting was already furnished with a bed and basic furniture, so all I did really was hang some of my wall decor and fill the dresser and closet with clothes. The bedroom had a lock on it, thankfully, and he gave me the key to it so I could lock it when he wasn't home, which seemed like a nice gesture at first. Owen never told me what he did for work. He just told me he usually wouldn't be home, but I quickly learned that wasn't true. Anytime I'd come home from work, his car was always in the driveway. Quickly, I started to pick up on loud sounds outside of my bedroom at night, from footsteps to doors opening and closing constantly. One night, I went out in the middle of the night just to go to the bathroom and I noticed the basement door was opened. I walked over to the top of the stairs and looked down. There was a dim light from down there, seemingly from a far corner out of view. I heard banging sounds coming from down there. It was like 2 a.m. What could he be doing down there? Then the banging stopped and Owen appeared at the bottom of the stairs and looked up at me. It was so creepy that describing it in words doesn't do it justice. He looked visibly annoyed as he looked up at me. I apologized and said I was just going to the bathroom. He almost angrily responded, "Shut the basement door." I listened to him, insanely weirded out. I went to the bathroom and then back to bed. I laid awake for a while after that, now with my mind racing, wondering what he was doing. About a week later, I returned home and noticed my bedroom door was unlocked. I always locked it before leaving every day. I looked around my room to see if anything was missing, and while nothing seemed to be missing, I noticed some things had been moved. For starters, my clothes in the dressers were not neatly stacked anymore. They had been looked through, I could tell. The closet door was also cracked open. It was dawning on me that he had his own key and he likely came into my room and went through my stuff. This felt like a clear invasion of privacy and a violation of my tenant rights. I had to figure out how to confront him about it. I went to knock on his bedroom door, but he didn't answer. His car was in the driveway once again, so he had to be home. I was getting such weird vibes from all this. I gave up and went back to my room after microwaving my dinner. While I was in my room relaxing and watching TV, I heard the door to Owen's room open. I took this opportunity to get up and confront him, so I went out to the living room and caught him in a hurry about to leave the house. I stopped him and asked if he went into my room. He looked at me with a blank expression and straight up said no. I delicately responded without being hostile, saying that the door was unlocked and some of my stuff appeared to have been gone through. He then claimed that I had the only key to my bedroom, and then he said he's in a hurry, he has to go, and he left. I was flabbergasted by all of this. I wanted to ask my parents for advice, but at that time, I hated them and wanted nothing to do with them. I was already back on the apps and websites looking up other listings. I knew I didn't want to stay here. Then I realized this was the first apparent time that Owen wasn't home while I was. Curiosity got the better of me, and I had to check out the basement. I checked out the windows first to make sure his car was gone, and it was. I then went over to open the basement door. Oddly enough, I couldn't find any light switches, so I just used the flashlight on my phone to navigate around. The steps were so creaky I felt like I was in an abandoned house. I got to the bottom, and there was a tan carpet that was curling upwards at the walls as if it were poorly fitted to the floor. It was a very small basement, at least the main room there was. There was just this one ugly couch in the middle of the room. There was also a slightly funky smell down there, and the smell only got worse as I got closer to this door in the corner. I attempted to open the door, but unfortunately, it was locked, or maybe I should say fortunately, because I'm not sure I fully wanted to know what was in there admitting that smell. It almost smelled like raw sewage, but worse. I did one little quick sweep around the main room of the basement and found nothing, just some taped up cardboard boxes, which I was not going to open. I went back upstairs and shut the door. The rest of that night, I stayed in my room. I never heard Owen come back. He must have gotten back after I had fallen asleep. I woke up, the room was still dark. My alarm was not going off, something else had woken me up. I heard the floor next to my bed creak, and I turned and saw Owen leaning over my bed, looking at me. I screamed, and he replied to me to shush and then asked me if I went into the basement. I screamed no. How did you get in here? I locked the door. He then asked me, are you sure? I flipped the cards on him and yelled, did you come into this room when I wasn't home? He replied no, then turned around and walked toward the door. I asked, how did you get in here then? I saw him hold up his hand in the dark. He wasn't holding anything at the time, I didn't know what it meant. He said to me before leaving the room, I think you should find other living arrangements, and then he closed the door. I started packing right then and there. I wasn't staying another minute in that house. I knocked on his door and yelled at him to give me half of the rent money back since I'd only been there like 2 weeks. Moments later, he opened the door, and just his arms stuck out from the door holding a small stack of $100 bills. He managed to make even handing me the money insanely creepy. I grabbed it. It was only $400. Whatever, it was close enough. I just wanted to get out of there. I was fully packed and out of there within an hour. I slept in my car that night. I ended up back at my parents' house the next day, and after explaining the ludicrous events I just went through, something changed where they were more welcoming to have me back. I still moved out a month later, but my parents and I are fine now. If you're choosing to have a random roommate from online, just be careful and use your best judgment after meeting them. This started when I was 14, female. Now I'm 21, and I just transferred to a new high school in the middle of the school year as a freshman with my twin sister. I was enrolled in a Spanish 2 class where I met Noah, and that was where the obsession began. When I started my class and met Noah, I initially thought he was attractive. He was tall, had brown hair, and beautiful eyes for a guy. But I did notice he was extremely shy. Noah was kind of awkward, but I made up excuses to talk to him, asking about the homework and engaging in other small talk. He seemed to appreciate it and asked if I wanted to walk around during lunch and talk, so I happily agreed. It was clear that Noah was not very confident and didn't know how to initiate conversation, so I often did most of the talking. I even asked him for his phone number. After a few days of texting and talking, I could tell he didn't have any friends. He was kind of negative and had a pessimistic view on life. It was rather draining and disappointing. The things he would say were kind of unsettling or just unusual for me. He would text me, fantasizing about being a superhero in a roleplay where I was the damsel in distress and he was always my savior. He also had an obsession with the killer from the Scream movies. Overall, he was a nice guy but different from what I was expecting or attracted to. As time passed and Valentine's Day approached, we were talking practically every day. He asked me to be his Valentine, and I agreed somewhat reluctantly. On Valentine's Day, he walked up to me and gave me a pack of Hershey's Kisses and some Twizzlers. I don't like Twizzlers, so I handed them back to him, gave him a kiss on the cheek, and went to my class. Yes, I know that was kind of a move, but I was honestly losing interest in him at that point. I had told him before that I didn't like candy like that. During the day, I received more gifts, flowers, and candy from other friends. I saw Noah and could tell he was extremely upset by this, but he didn't say anything. He texted me later in the day saying how stupid he felt and how he was outdone by everyone else. I didn't respond. Over the next few weeks, I gradually talked to him less and less. Class became awkward, and I could tell he wanted to say something to me but never did. I later learned from my twin sister that he asked her every single day about me, if I was talking to someone else, if I liked him, and how to win me over. He confided in her that he had never even talked to a girl before. At first, I thought it was sweet, but I still no longer had a romantic interest in him. We would talk at school sometimes, and he would bring me homemade cookies and walk me to the train station. He still texted and tried to call me in the evenings after school. By then, I was talking to someone new who eventually became my boyfriend for the rest of high school, Jason. When I started dating Jason, I knew that Noah was absolutely devastated. He then started telling people around school that I was his first kiss. I was confused because I didn't know a kiss on the cheek counted as that, but to each their own. It was somewhat upsetting because people were getting the impression that we dated or that I played him, which was not the case at all. I would still talk to Noah as a friend. He was in the same grade and classes as my new boyfriend. He would always tell me how he thought Jason didn't like him and that he felt Jason knew about us. I told Noah there was nothing to know about us because we were anything but friends. Jason was totally chill, non-confrontational, and definitely not the jealous type. As the school year was coming to an end, Noah came running up to me on the last day of school and handed me a 60 to 70 page notebook, wide-ruled if it makes a difference. It explained all the ways he was in love with me, how everybody at the school thinks poorly of me, and how he could treat me better. I read it once and showed it to my twin. She told me how weird and uncomfortable it made her, and we both agreed on that. I stashed it away and didn't speak of it to anyone else. I acted like nothing happened and still talked to him as a friend occasionally. I worked a lot in high school, spent time with my boyfriend and friends, and didn't think much about Noah. Time went on, and we eventually stopped talking completely. I saw him around school, and he was never really with anyone else. He was always alone, which I didn't find strange anymore considering how awkward and quiet he could be. Fast forward another year, I'm a junior, and Noah and Jason are both seniors getting ready to graduate. Noah texted me out of the blue one day and told me he had written a book. It would mean the world to him if I could be the first to read it and give him feedback. Being the person that I am, I agreed. So, he met up with me at school the next day and handed me a thick notebook. He told me to take my time reading it and to give him honest feedback when I finished. I read the story in 4 class periods. It was around 300 pages long. The story takes place in a Game of Thrones setting. The 3 main characters are Gary, which is Noah, Lily, me, and David, Jason. For the sake of confusion, I'll be referring to the characters by our real names. The only reason I know the characters were us is Noah's story was not fictional, it was based on us, as he had described the characters as literally identical to our physical appearances. In the story, Noah was the son of the king, while the rest of us were mere peasants. Despite this, Noah was always in love with me, though I was with Jason. It was the annual time when our kingdom would go to battle with another for honor and glory, gladiator style. Noah thought it would be a wonderful opportunity to prove himself and volunteered. The night before our kingdom traveled to the battle location, my character went to Noah in the middle of the night to express her love and fear. They ended up having very graphic sex, which was truly disturbing to read. The next day, after they arrived at the place of battle, my character went to his room again, where the same graphic encounter occurred. During this, Jason came looking for my character, and we were caught. My character told Noah that she didn't really love him and ran after Jason to apologize for being a harlot. Noah was absolutely devastated and ultimately let his opponent kill him in battle because he couldn't handle the loss of the love of his life. When our kingdom returned home, Jason sneaked through the window in the middle of the night and murdered me by slitting my throat. As you can imagine, I was horrified and creeped out. I threw the book away and never told Noah what I thought about it, but he must have known because he never asked for it back. Noah and Jason both graduated, and life went on. Noah didn't try to reach out to me for a few years until I was around 20. He messaged me on Instagram in the middle of the night, saying, "Show me your feet. Submit to daddy." I always looked at your feet at school and would fantasize about them, along with links to a few foot fetish websites. I promptly blocked him. The next day, he messaged me from another account, which was a foot fetish and bondage account that he ran. He asked me why I blocked him, but I just blocked him again. Earlier last year, on my new account, he messaged me again, calling me a bitch and expressing how he wished I would die. He said he hated everyone we went to school with and fantasized about how he would kill me for all the pain I caused him. I was genuinely afraid but didn't know how to handle the situation. Was it really a death threat? I didn't know. I later learned that Noah worked at a diner down the street from my apartment, and I avoided it at all costs. I've since moved and haven't heard from Noah since. However, multiple girls I went to high school with told me that he was obsessed with me. They said he would constantly talk about me and message them the same disgusting things while he was on a drunken binge. This is a story I'm not proud of, mostly for my naivety. When I was in middle school and early high school, I didn't know how to talk to girls at all at school, but that's a lot of boys in middle school. I wasn't shy in general. I had friends and did normal things an 8th grader would do. I just had never kissed a girl or anything. Some of my friends at the time claimed they had already gone further than that with girls, and I was starting to feel pressure. But I was still having trouble approaching girls in that way. The mentality went from boys making fun of girls to suddenly liking them in a matter of like a year. I was a pretty big gamer in middle school and early high school. This was when I was in 8th grade. I was like 13. My voice was still probably a bit prepubescent sounding. It was 2009. I played a lot of console games and computer MMORPG games. My favorite console games at the time were GTA 4 and Call of Duty, and my favorite computer game was this MMORPG called Ganu. It was this online game where you would level up by killing monsters, and the more you leveled up, the higher level monsters and hunting grounds you'd be able to tackle. The online community in this game was very active, and there were tons of players. My older brother used to play it a little bit too. I played it more for sure though. I was in a guild and town and everything. I don't remember how it happened, but I befriended this female player who was a higher level than me. Her username was Pokimane. Anytime I'd sign in and she was on, she'd message me and vice versa. We would join parties together, which meant we'd share EXP on whatever monsters we killed, and we just chatted for hours. She knew a lot about me, including my age and my town and some personal family details she would open up to me too. Eventually, she told me her name was Karina. It was weird feeling such a connection with a girl when really, I knew nothing about her appearance or her voice. It truly was like having a pen pal, but better. It was interesting enough that we both lived in Texas state. She lived about an hour from me. After a few weeks, or maybe even a month, we started talking about maybe meeting one day. To do this, though, we'd have to exchange numbers. At the time, I didn't actually have a cell phone yet. I only had an iPod Touch. However, I was able to download a texting app that allowed me to send messages to people with cell phones. Through this app, I was able to send her a picture of myself. It was definitely this cringy 8th grade boy selfie of me trying to look good looking. She called me cute, and then she sent back a picture of herself. She looked a couple of years older than me, like 15, which was the age she told me she was. Based on the picture, I found her very attractive. This was around the time our messages became more flirtatious and romantic. But we were both minors, so neither of us could just drive an hour away. However, she apparently had a solution for this. She told me her sister had friends that lived around me, and she could probably get a ride to me. This was exciting news for my little 13-year-old self. I wanted to wait for a day and night when my parents wouldn't be home, so I'd have the house to myself. This was about a week later, I believe. My parents were going to the Hamptons for the whole weekend, so it would just be my brother and me home. My brother was 18, so I asked him to please just go out for the night with friends so that I could be alone with Karina. I gave Karina my address and told her to come that Saturday whenever she wanted. She said she'd be coming a little later, like at night. She didn't give me an exact time. At that point, we still had never spoken on the phone. I still hadn't heard her voice. I was so nervous all day that I couldn't even play video games. I was busy cleaning my room, making things look cool, fixing my appearance, and even rehearsing things to say in the initial moments of meeting. Then I got a message from Karina saying she's here. I sprang up and ran to the front door. I looked through the peephole and didn't see anyone. She then said, "You can come out to the front door." I opened the door and stepped onto the front porch. I looked around, and the street was dark and quiet, no cars, no people. I went back inside and shut the door. I messaged her back saying, "I don't see you." She replied, "Oh, I must have the wrong house. Give me a minute." That was a bit weird. I locked the door and sat on the living room couch, nervously waiting and playing games on my iPod. I got a message from her again. She said she's here and to come outside. I replied, "Ring the bell so I know you're at the right house." Then the doorbell rang. My nerves really set in. I walked to the door, looked through the peephole, and didn't see anyone. I said, "Karina." Through the peephole, I saw a hand reach towards the door and knock. I said, "Karina," again as I kept looking through the peephole. Everything felt like it instantly crumbled on top of me as this bald, creepy-looking short guy stepped in front of the peephole and then said through the door, "Hey, it's Pokemon. I want to talk." I ran away from the door with my hands over my mouth, truly speechless. The person I'd been talking to all this time was a creepy grown man. I was disgusted and scared. I went to call my brother's cell phone. He didn't pick up. The doorbell kept ringing. I went to my bedroom and locked myself in. I held the house phone in my grasp, considering calling my parents but too embarrassed to do so. My room was the only other room in the house with the lights on. I have a big window in my room that overlooks the whole side yard of our corner house. I turned off my lamp and slightly kinked the blind just a crack, and I saw that guy on the other side trying to look in. He started to knock on the window and said through the closed window how much of a connection we clearly have and that we could at least be friends. I responded with nothing. I called my brother again, and he picked up this time. I said, "Please come home right now." The Karina person was a grown man the entire time, and he's at my window right now. My brother's always been pretty big, even as a teenager. I'd feel safer with him being here. He said he was coming home with his friends right now. We stayed on the phone so I could tell him if anything happened. I ran to my parents' bedroom upstairs and hid there. The man was blowing up my message app, saying he would like to talk and that there was a reason he had to lie about who he was. When my brother got home, he told me he saw the guy outside. My brother and his 3 friends confronted the creepy short man outside. I went outside then to watch the 4 of them intimidate the man, calling him a sicko. The man's defense was that he was concerned for my well-being, inviting strangers from online over, and that this was supposed to be a learning lesson. I refuted this claim by asking him why he would say that we could be good friends at my window when my brother and his flee walking to his car. My brother kicked the guy's tail light while one of his friends threw a rock at his window. He sped off down the road, never to be seen again. This was humiliating and disturbing, but at the same time, I was really grateful for my brother and his friends coming to my aid. They potentially saved me from a seriously sick creep breaking into the house. It's still painful and uncomfortable realizing all that time I spent opening up to who I thought was a girl my own age on a game was some creepy grown man with a different agenda. Years ago, I worked as a barista at a locally owned coffee shop that doubles as a popular venue for local artists and musicians to host all sorts of small-time gigs. Even today, it gets most of its business in the evenings during the open mics and stays open until 1 a.m. However, when I worked there pre-2020, they were open 24/7 from Thursday to Sunday. For the most part, everyone that worked there hated the graveyard shift. It was easy hours, but the tips were abysmal as barely anyone came in. As far as I was concerned, however, I didn't mind the lower pay. What I hated was being alone and running the only place that was still open for miles. The shop was in a good part of town, if not a little close to a bad part, but the fact of the matter is that there's really no such thing as a good side of town during these overnight hours, if we're being completely honest. I was advised to never keep more than $50 in the drawer during the graveyard shift for a reason. I was always afraid that somebody would drag me into the back of the store, so every time I was scheduled for the overnight shift, I asked one of my male friends to come hang out with me. The one guy who would help me more than anyone else was named Bob. It usually turned out to be a good time. I made some money, I slipped him some beers under the table, and of course, I felt much more comfortable not being a woman on her own. Bob would work on his laptop while I was busy, and we would talk when things were slow. We had been friends for a while, but we became close after spending a lot of time together. It was always platonic, though. Bob was also friends with many of my coworkers, and lots of us joked that Bob knew so much about the coffee shop that he might as well work there himself. But he always laughed it off and said his career in photography was more important, which we always gave him a hard time for. I didn't really think there would ever be any bad blood between us, and if there was, I was sure it would be because we slipped up and had an awkward one-night stand. But then came a slow Saturday night in the summer of 2019. I was working the last overnight shift of the weekend. I had worked the last 2 nights in a row without Bob because he had bailed on me to go to a wedding for one of his family members. I managed to get another friend of mine to fill in for him for Thursday and Friday, but on Saturday night, they were too tired and never showed up. I was anxious about being alone in the shop, but I knew I could manage. Thankfully, it was surprisingly slow that night for some reason, and by 3 a.m., I had only made $10 in tips. But I was glad I didn't have to deal with any crazy people. Unfortunately, that's when things took a dark turn. The shop was completely empty except for me. I was putting a batch of coffee into the roaster when, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a figure walk past the front window. I glanced over, but there was nobody there. I waited for someone to come around to the back door, which customers could also use, but a full minute had passed now, and nobody came. I stuck around by the register for a few more minutes, but after nobody showed up for a while, I decided it was time to mop the floors. I went into the back to fill up the mop bucket, and of course, as soon as I turned the faucet on, I heard somebody come in through the front door. I shouted that I would be with him in just a minute, then finished filling up the bucket and rolled it out behind the counter. When I got there, whoever came in had disappeared. I shrugged it off, just figuring they had gone straight to the bathroom, and then I started mopping behind the counter. The stranger's feeling hovered over me. I couldn't place what it was, but I knew something was wrong. The first thing I looked at was the drawer, but it hadn't been broken into. Even then, that would have been loud enough for me to hear over the running water. I leaned over the bar and checked the bathroom doors. The men's room door was closed, and the light was on, so I knew somebody was in there. My stomach churned slightly as I knew it was a man in there, but so far I had no real reason to think anything was wrong, so I just kept on mopping. When I finally got finished behind the counter, the bathroom door opened, and to my surprise, Bob walked out. I immediately felt a sense of relief, but I had to ask him what he was doing there. He explained that he had just gotten home from the wedding and thought he'd stop by and say hi. I was grateful that he decided to show up, so I told him he could have whatever he wanted on the house. I got behind the espresso machine and got to work pulling a shot. I packed the grounds into the portafilter and locked it into the machine, then looked over to say something to Bob. But whatever I was thinking of saying was immediately forgotten. His facial expression had gone from friendly to devilish in just a moment of time, and suddenly a wave of chills went through my body. "What are you doing?" I asked, fighting back trembling. Bob grinned like a psychopath and pulled a knife out from behind his back. "I'm finally going to bang the barista," he said as he started to laugh. "Don't be crazy," I shouted. "We're friends." "What about the cameras?" Bob began walking forward, forcing me to backpedal. "We are friends," he said, "and nobody will believe you because the cameras aren't even on. They never are." "How do you not know that?" I knew at this point I was being pushed into the back of the shop, and my throat started to close up. It was also in that moment, when I looked for an exit, that I realized he had locked both the doors and turned the open sign off, keeping anybody from coming in. "Your boss already thinks we do this every night," Bob pressed on, inching closer and closer. "Stop it," I shouted in desperation, looking for something to defend myself and trying not to slip on the wet floor. "Shut up," you screamed. "You should have been giving this to me for months already. Do you not know how much time I wasted on you?" I was pleading and about to be cornered. The last hope I had was something on the sandwich counter. In the last moment before he pushed me out of sight into the back of the shop, I grabbed for the panini press and ripped it off the table, slamming the corner of the metal against the side of his head. He tried to block me and sliced open my arm, but I connected the hit. Combined with the water on the floor, the blow knocked him off of his feet. I wasted no time climbing over the counter and rushing out of the back door. I slipped into my car while I locked myself in and called the police. It wasn't until I thought about driving off that I realized Bob had parked his car in front of mine to deliberately keep me from getting away. Moments later, while I was on the phone with the operator, he came outside and attempted to break his way into my car. After he failed to do so for several minutes, he gave up and drove off, not long before the police arrived. I was treated for my wound and gave my statement about what happened. I didn't leave out a single detail. I was too much in a state of shock to even be in disbelief. As it turns out, he was right about the cameras inside the shop just being for show. However, nobody thought I was lying about what he did. Unfortunately, though, due to civil liabilities on the part of my employer and, more importantly, the fact that Bob completely up and disappeared after posting bail, I decided to drop the charges. I came to the conclusion not long after that he had already ruined his life sufficiently, and I simply didn't care enough to do anything else about it. Nobody has seen or heard from Bob in years, and the coffee shop has since stopped staying open overnight. I used to deliver Chinese food for a local restaurant. I was just a teenager in high school at the time, and whatever job I got wasn't going to be for more than a year or two. I'd say this job was fairly typical to most first jobs or retail and food service jobs because it had some slow and boring days and some busy and stressful days. As the delivery driver, though, I was always thankful to not have to be working in the store and dealing with mobs of customers. On this night, I started at 6 p.m. It was a Friday, so I was working a late 6 to 12 shift. As soon as I clocked in, I was delivering orders non-stop for the next 2 hours, with no time to breathe in between them. At 8, orders were slowing a bit, but I still had a few more to deliver before I could take my lunch. So I grabbed the 3 orders and set out to get them done before 9. The first one was close, but the next 2 were further out. This isn't uncommon, as our town isn't all packed together. I got to the second house and dropped it off, then headed out to the final stop. It was 10 minutes from where I was, and the tag said it wasn't paid for yet. All I was thinking about during this drive was the break I'd get afterward. Going back and forth for 3 hours straight tired me out more than usual this night. I pulled into the neighborhood and followed the GPS until I got to a back portion where the whole atmosphere quickly changed. I turned down a thin road of cracked pavement and potholes with barely visible small houses on the side, covered by the thick bushes and unkempt lawns. When the GPS told me I'd arrived, I stopped the car but didn't see a house. I turned my brights on, and ever so faintly, I could see the outline of a small house pretty far from the road I was on. I then looked at the grass leading up to it and realized there was actually a driveway. It was just engulfed in vines and tall grass. I would never have seen it if I hadn't seen the house first. Knowing I would be unable to even drive on it, I put the car in park, got out with the bag, and began to walk through the overgrown driveway. I couldn't believe how awful it was to walk through, and I couldn't imagine anyone letting their driveway get to this point. Getting closer, though, I could see more of the house. It was very small, kind of like a trailer home, and looked to be in a matching condition to the driveway, with vines growing over the windows and bushes covering every inch of the nearly decaying house. As I made my way up to the front door, I knew something was wrong. I knew it in my gut and in my head, but I was just some kid with a first job that was scared to lose it, so I felt like I had to do my job, which was to deliver the order to this address. I pushed all my bad feelings aside and knocked on the door. Right away, I heard footsteps coming up to the door. It opened, revealing a young lady behind it. At first, in the dim lighting, she looked very normal, and I felt a huge relief. But it only took a few more seconds to realize that her normal look was eerily out of place with the house in this condition. There was no way she could be so well dressed and taken care of. As these thoughts scrambled through my head, she opened the screen door and said in a creepily calm tone, "Come in." Everything hit me in that moment as I stumbled back a few steps and decided that I needed to leave right away. I turned around, and only a second after beginning to leave, I heard a thud from the side of the house. I looked over, seeing 2 men running out from behind the house and sprinting through the bushes toward me. I dropped everything and started running. I did everything I could to get through the thick grass and vines, but just as I reached the end of the driveway, I stumbled to the ground, tripping over something. I hurried up, hearing their footsteps closing the distance on me. I couldn't even get myself to look back as I ran straight to my car, turning it on. The men immediately stopped and ran back to where they came from. With my whole body still shaking from the adrenaline, I turned the car around and drove away. Of course, I let my boss know what happened, and he urged me to call the police and report it. I was really relieved to know he didn't care about the order and only for my safety, which, looking back on it, would have been horrible if it were any other way. Police interviewed me and my boss and did a whole investigation, ultimately unable to find any of the people. The property I was on, though, was actually state-owned, and the trespassing sign at the beginning of the road had been dug up and thrown into the tall grass. Their intentions are unknown, but it seems like the most obvious possibility is the answer. I just hope nobody else has to go through what I did, or if they do, I hope they can be as lucky as I was to get away. This happened last year on the 4th of July. My wife's birthday was only a few days apart from America's, so she had all the more reason to celebrate. As for myself, my favorite part is that it's one of the handful of days out of the year where it's acceptable to drink beer in a public park. All the neighborhood dads did it, and their respective families would gather around to watch the fireworks display. Luckily, my family lives within walking distance of the park. If we wanted to, we could get a decent view from our front yard, but we preferred to walk the couple of blocks it takes to get the best view possible. Last year was no exception, but we happened to be running late. It was already starting to get dark, but none of the snacks were packed, and there was no beer or ice in the cooler yet. I told my wife and son to go ahead of me in the hopes of getting a good spot last minute. I stayed behind to pack the cooler, make a couple of quick sandwiches, and get the lawn chairs out of the garage and ready to go. By the time I was finally on my way to the park, the last of the daylight was gone. I tried to hurry, but I was weighed down by all the stuff I was carrying. Unfortunately, I wasn't quite able to make it in time. About halfway there, the first fireworks went off. They lit up the sky and sent shock waves through my chest. I knew I was missing out on some fun, but at least my son was there in time for the full experience. When I looked back to the horizon to see where I was going, something, or rather someone, had appeared from the trees. A man dressed as Uncle Tommy was pointing at me with one hand and sparklers burning in his other hand. He then picked up a sack full of fireworks over his shoulder, and before I knew it, the man was running straight for me. "What are you doing all the way out here? You're missing the fireworks." "I'm on my way now. I'm just a few minutes late." "You better give me a damn good reason why you're late to celebrating independence with your countrymen, or I'll give you a sparkling lobotomy." "Relax, I was just getting some sandwiches and a couple of beers. I used American cheese, I swear, no Swiss. Treason sandwiches. That's the reason you're missing my once-in-a-lifetime show for sandwiches." "Hey, they were for my family, you deadbeat. Do you know how much time and effort I put into the show to make it special just for you to abandon your family and your country for a couple of crummy sandwiches and imported beer? Stay back, don't come near me. I want you dead. Somebody get this psycho off of me. I just want to watch the fireworks with my family, not get poked by an old guy on top of me. Help." I was finally able to get away from that psycho and make it through to the clearing at the park, where I saw the crowd of people enjoying the fireworks. But then, out of nowhere, all the fireworks stationed in the park started going off randomly in all directions. That day was the worst disaster in the history of my town, and it ruined the 4th of July for everyone who went through it. The psycho pretending to be Uncle Tommy didn't just attack me, he was also the perpetrator of the events in the park. He sabotaged the fireworks to go off in a dangerous and unpredictable way, and worse, he rigged some homemade explosives to detonate in the chaos. Sadly, my wife was hit with a piece of shrapnel and didn't survive, along with a few others. Fortunately, my son survived with minor injuries. The man responsible was later arrested and charged accordingly. As the 4th of July approaches, I know that my son and I will not be participating this year, and maybe never. This story was inspired by a horrific incident regarding a 37-year-old man named Anthony John Mayer, who was charged over a Michigan 4th of July fireworks disaster that left 1 dead and 9 injured. Authorities said Meyer brought and lit a salute cannon that sent shrapnel into a crowd gathered to view a public fireworks display. Following the incident, an investigation involving detectives, the Michigan State Police Bomb Squad, and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives revealed that a homemade salute cannon carrying gunpowder caused the explosion. Police say the device was intended to create a loud salute or boom when ignited. However, the device exploded, and metal pieces of the cannon were dispersed into the crowd. One of the victims of the explosion was a 41-year-old mother named Emily Miller, whose 42nd birthday was 17 days later. 9 other people suffered injuries varying from minor to critical, said authorities. The explosion also damaged several vehicles and homes. I work as a new breed driver at night to make a little extra cash. Friday and Saturday nights are always the busiest because everyone's either home or with friends and ordering food, so those were usually the nights I would work. I got a request on a Saturday night at 1 a.m. to pick up McDonald's for a guy named Harold. He lived a few minutes away from my current position, so I punched in the nearest McDonald's, which was like a 2-minute drive away, and picked up his order. It was a small order. I think he only wanted 2 hamburgers. He lived like 5 to 7 minutes away from the McDonald's. I followed the app's directions to the house and eventually it led me to a short dead-end street that veered off another dead-end street. The house was the last one on this dead-end road. It was right next to a line of trees that ran alongside a highway. Though it was pretty much dead at this hour given how late it was, I didn't want to ring the bell, so I called this Harold guy's number. It rang once then went to voicemail. So I hung up. Then I got a text from him, though he told me to come to the door, and so I did. I got to the big wooden front porch of the house and soon the front door opened. A bald guy opened the door and he didn't look very old. He looked to be in his 30s, yet his head was completely bald. Maybe he was sick or just liked that look, so I didn't judge. However, his breath was disgusting and he seemed to be quite drunk, so that was a little off-putting. The payments were done through the app, so usually there was no need to wait around for money, but this time, this Harold guy asked me to come put the pizza on his kitchen table while he ran to fetch a tip. I didn't object to free money, so I waited in his kitchen, which, by the way, was only lit by a small outlet-sized nightlight, so it was pretty dim in there. The whole kitchen smelled rather disgusting, though I didn't know what it was. Harold was taking awfully long down in the basement fetching this tip, so I started to wander a bit. I stepped into the living room, which was adjacent to the kitchen. The TV was on in there, which was the only reason I could see anything. However, the stench was even greater in this room. Then I noticed that the back door was slid half open. Maybe he was airing out whatever that putrid odor was. For the hell of it, I walked to the back door expecting to get a quick breath of fresh air, but the smell only got worse. Finally, I stepped outside onto the man's back deck. I heard flies, the sound of a swarm of flies right by the door. Then I guess a motion-sensing light saw my movement and turned on, revealing 2 big black garbage bags stuffed with 2 long objects. The smell was unbearable. It took me a second to catch on to what I was most likely looking at. Suddenly, waiting around for the tip didn't seem like a good idea anymore. I went back inside and rushed to the front door, and just then I heard Harold emerge from the basement calling to me. He was holding a few singles in his hand. He saw me as I was about to open the door and asked where I was going. I had to come up with something, so I said I was just rushing to check if I had something in my car. He said, "Oh, okay," as he came over to me and handed me the bills. Then he turned to the back door to the porch where the light was still on. Then he looked back at me with his gummy smile now disappearing. He asked me in a firm voice if I went to his backyard. I told him no, and he just stared at me, not saying anything. I didn't give any more thought to it. I opened the door and walked myself out, but not without him grabbing my shoulder as I got onto the stoop. I yanked his hand off my shoulder and ran to my car. I saw him run back inside with the front door still open. I turned my car on, sat, and watched his front door, curious to see if he'd come back out, and he did. He came back out running full speed for my car with a big metal rod in his hand. I drove away from his house, ready to call the police and report him. I called when I got down the block, making sure to leave him no time to dispose of those potentially dead bodies. I waited down the block and saw police cars pull up literally within 2 minutes. I watched the whole thing as I told the police where to go. In fact, Harold, if that's his real name, had already started moving the bags, which did contain dead bodies, to the bushes in his backyard. Everything about this guy was off. Leaving the back door open to reveal dead bodies to a pizza delivery boy may have been deranged, but he also wasn't the smartest man around. My name is John. I don't have much time left, but I want to get this story out there so anyone can read it online. Just don't ignore the rotting smell. I'm not sure how many of them are out there. It was only yesterday that I was preparing for prom, my date soon to be by my side. I drove along the empty road, excitement filling my veins until I pulled up in front of Laura's house. She was the girl I had been crushing on since freshman year, and I was eager to take her to the prom. "Laura, you look amazing." "Thanks, John." We hugged and chatted as we drove off towards the prom venue, but there was something that I couldn't shake, a foul odor lingering in the air. "What's that strange smell?" "I don't know. Let's just roll the windows down." And so, as we arrived at the prom, I led her to the dance floor where we proceeded to enjoy our night. Everything seemed perfect until the lights suddenly went out. Laura, where are you?" I couldn't seem to find her anywhere. I was reaching out in front of myself, groping along the floor till I felt someone lying there. "Hey, who's there? Are you okay?" And with a click, the lights came back on. I recoiled, my face wrinkled in disgust and horror. 2 dead bodies were lying on the floor in front of me, and chaos broke out. Kids were screaming and yelling, but my mind instantly went to Laura. Where was she? I had to find her, so I ran out the doors and toward the forest behind the prom venue. As I ran, I heard a faint voice calling out my name. John, come help me." It was Laura, so I ran faster. When I reached her, I saw that she was standing in the middle of a large circle of candles. "Laura, what are you doing here? What are these candles for?" "We have to get back. There are dead bodies." "Stephen, come closer." "Closer? What do you mean?" "We need to get out of here." As I stepped forward, however, she grabbed her face and pulled. It was then I saw the disgusting sight underneath, rotting in death. The skin which had covered her rotting flesh easily slid off. And I was faced with her rotting and mangled corpse. The worst part, however, was she was still moving. What the heck? "What are you?" "I'm dead. I'm dead, John. I died, and now I need a sacrifice to come back to life, but I only have until the moon rises. I'm sorry, John. I wanted it to be someone else." She then lunged toward me, trying to take my life as her own. I tried to run away, but the candles seemed to have formed some type of barrier, keeping me from exiting the circle. Turning back toward her, I barely had time to react before she was at my throat. She leapt across the circle at superhuman speeds and grabbed my throat with both hands, throwing me to the ground. "Laura, don't do this." "I'm sorry, John. I can't die. You understand, don't you?" She began to chant, her voice echoing through the clearing. As she finished, however, she looked confused. What? Why isn't it working? Why isn't it working?" Just then, the moon rose above the horizon. as its light shone down on us. Laura's body seemed to collapse and fall apart. I walked away from that dark place, my mind in a fog. I got into my car and drove home. I didn't even bother to head back to the school, back to where I could see the police lights shining. As I drove, however, I could smell something, a strange rotting smell that seemed to grow stronger as I got closer and closer to my parents' house. I pulled into the driveway and stumbled out of the car, heading towards the bathroom. What I saw in the mirror, however, scared me. My body was rotting away, my skin turning a sickly gray, and my veins growing dark. I was dead yet still alive. That's why the ritual didn't work. It wanted a living sacrifice, not a dead one. And even as I write this, my body is rotting away. I have to find a way out of this. If I don't, you can be sure that there are more of us out there. Please, if you find yourself in a similar situation, don't ignore the rotting. Oh, goodbye. Welcome to Hell Week. 72 glorious hours of brotherhood bonding and absolutely zero sleep. We're building men here, not sleepy heads. The booming voice of Guy Fieri, the fraternity president, echoed through the dusty basement. We, the 5 newest pledges, sat huddled on the cold concrete floor, eyes burning from exhaustion. 48 hours in, and the exhaustion was a suffocating weight pushing down on my eyelids. First task, Guy Fieri grinned, revealing a row of chipped teeth, stay awake. Sounds simple, right? Wrong. Hallucinations are part of the experience. Just remember, anything you see, anything you hear, it's all in your head. A nervous chuckle rippled through the group. Easy for him to say, he wasn't the one seeing the shadows dance in the flickering light bulb or swearing the cobweb-draped corners seemed to writhe and shift. The hours bled into each other. We were fueled by stale coffee, stale pizza, and a relentless barrage of demeaning tasks, push-ups until our arms felt like jelly, memorizing fraternity history recited backward while holding gallons of milk, running laps in the dead of night chased by flickering flashlights wielded by unseen figures. The hallucinations intensified. I kept catching glimpses of a hooded figure lurking in the periphery, only for it to vanish when I blinked. Abigail, one of the pledges, swore she could hear whispers coming from the air vents, a chilling symphony of voices speaking in a language she didn't understand. The paranoia crept in. Was Guy Fieri right? Was this all just sleep deprivation messing with our heads, or were the brothers playing some elaborate mind game, twisting reality to their twisted amusement? One night, during a particularly grueling scavenger hunt, I stumbled upon a hidden room. Inside, a single light bulb illuminated a dusty altar adorned with fraternity paraphernalia. But perched on top was a small taxidermy owl with piercing black eyes that seemed to lock its gaze on me. Panic clawed at my throat. This wasn't a hallucination. The owl wasn't there before. Had the brothers put it there, a sick joke to further unhinge us? Suddenly, a hand clamped over my mouth. It was Abigail, her eyes wide with terror. She hissed, "Don't let them know you saw it. They'll think you're weak." By the 71st hour, we were a broken mess. Sleep deprivation had stripped away our bravado, leaving behind raw fear and suspicion. The basement echoed with accusations and frantic denials. "You saw it too, right?" Bear, normally the stoic one, accused me, his voice cracking. "The owl, they're messing with us, messing with our minds." No one replied. Trust had eroded, replaced by the desperate need for sleep. Suddenly, the basement door flew open, blinding light flooding the room. We flinched, expecting more hazing, more mind games. Instead, We saw paramedics and concerned faces.